Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Late into the night, Chen Yang lay motionless on his bed, his gaze filled with sorrow as he stared at the cracked ceiling. Another day gone. He whispered, barely audible. Moonlight spilled in through the window, casting a cold silver glow across the room. His thoughts drifted away with the silence, far beyond the confines of the slums he now called home. It had been almost a year since Chen Yang was transported to this new world, a world known as Blue Star, eerily similar to Earth in appearance but vastly different in essence. Blue Star was a world where martial arts flourished, and vitality filled the air. Warriors walked the land, humans who had learned to harness this vitality to strengthen their bodies, surpass human limits, and defy even bullets with their bare skin. Chen Yang had once dreamed of becoming one of them. He imagined carving out a new destiny as a warrior. But reality hit harder than any punch. His body had been infected with a disease known as the decay and death, a cruel condition that ravaged the poor across the slums. The cost of treatment? Hundreds of thousands of credits, an impossible sum for a family barely scraping by. The true origin of this suffering? Ferocious beasts from another world. Decades ago, massive spatial rifts tore open the sky. From them, monstrous creatures flooded into Blue Star, overwhelming humanity in an instant. Even mankind's most devastating weapons, nuclear bombs, proved useless. Desperate and near extinction, humans discovered hope in a rare few warriors. These individuals could absorb vitality and battle the beasts directly. Thanks to them, humanity survived. But not without consequences. One of the most terrifying beasts, known only as Calamity, released a deadly virus during a beast horde attack on Yenching a year ago. Though the city was saved, a fifth of it, including the slums, was infected. The poor, living closest to the city walls, suffered the most. Some managed to resist the virus with sheer vitality, despite lacking the talent to cultivate it. Others, like Chen Yang, weren't so lucky. He was growing weaker by the day. Simple tasks like sitting up or walking had become Herculean. Based on the progression of the disease, he had maybe a month left. His family was drowning in hardship. His father and mother took care of him around the clock while supporting his younger sister, Chen Yuling, who was paralyzed from the waist down. With no money, no miracle, and no escape, all they could do was wait. Chen Yang had once held hope. The virus couldn't infect those who were true warriors. If he could become one, he could suppress the sickness. But that last hope was shattered when he took the cultivation talent test. His results? Rock bottom. A talent so poor it was considered impossible to cultivate. Why did I come to this world, only to suffer again? Chen Yang whispered to himself. He remembered the final moments on Earth, rushing into a burning building to save a baby. He had died as a hero, a firefighter who honored his duty. He thought his sacrifice would be rewarded in the next life. But fate, it seemed, had only more pain to offer. If only I had a bottle of genetic medicine. He murmured, eyes burning with unwillingness. Those rare potions could turn an ordinary person into a warrior instantly. But to the poor, they were no more than myths. He had never even seen one. Cough. Cough. His body trembled violently. He didn't want to die like this. Not like a withered leaf waiting for the wind. He wanted to stand, fight, protect his family. Even with no talent, he had practiced every single day for a year, hoping for a miracle. But his efforts were in vain. Not once did he feel the vitality in the air. Now, leaning weakly against the bed frame, Chen Yang felt the weight of despair crush him once again. Maybe this was his fate. Maybe it was time to give up. If I die, at least it'll ease the burden on my parents. But just as he closed his eyes, a sudden pain shot through his skull. He gasped. Light flooded his vision. When the blinding glow faded, a translucent screen appeared in front of his eyes, hovering in the air. Status screen. Name, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, none. Special talent, copy talent. Can copy talents by touching others. Similar talents can be fused. There's a chance for evolution into higher tier talents. Unawakened talents cannot be copied. What? Chen Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. A system? He rubbed his eyes, unsure if this was real or the delusion of a dying man. But the screen remained, steady and glowing. He wasn't dreaming. After a year of suffering, His golden finger had finally arrived. And it was perfect. The ability to copy talents. He suddenly wanted to live. No, he needed to live. This was his chance. If I can copy a cultivation talent, I can survive. I can become a warrior. I can protect my family. But who could he copy? There was no one nearby with cultivation talent in the dead of night. I'll wait for tomorrow, he muttered, running a hand through his hair. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Chen Yang called out. It's me, brother. It was his sister, Chen Yuling. Come in, he said, forcing himself to calm down. The door creaked open, and a metal wheelchair rolled in slowly. Are you okay? I heard you talking just now, she asked, concern heavy in her voice. Chen Yuling had watched countless people in the slums die from the decay and death. Watching her own brother's condition worsen every day made her heart ache. Chen Yang gave her a soft smile. I'm okay, actually, I feel a bit better. Really? She exclaimed, wheeling closer in excitement and switching on the light. Though his complexion looked as pale as ever, there was a strange glint in Chen Yang's eyes that she hadn't seen in months. Gently brushing her hair, Chen Yang smiled. Wait, what if she has a talent? Scan. He whispered. Another screen appeared. Name, Chen Yuling. Cultivation talent, advanced. Special talent, telepathy, unawakened. She has an advanced cultivation talent? Chen Yang stared in shock. His sister, who couldn't even walk, had more potential than he ever imagined. Brother? Are you okay? She asked again, puzzled by his strange expression. I'm fine, Yuling. You're my lucky star. Overcome with emotion, Chen Yang pulled her into a warm hug. Copy. He commanded in his mind. And just like that, everything changed. A surge of clear, warm energy coursed through Chen Yang's body. He trembled uncontrollably. Copy successful. Letting go of his sister, Chen Yang was overwhelmed with joy. His golden finger was real. The system had truly awakened. Yuling, you should head to bed, he said softly. Okay, brother. You too, sleep early, she replied with a smile. As she wheeled herself out of the room, Chen Yang caught a glimpse of her joyful expression. It had been too long since she last saw her brother smile like that. Once she was gone, he quickly summoned his status screen again. Status screen. Name, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, advanced. Special talent, copy talent. Allows the user to copy talents through physical contact. Similar talents can be fused with a chance of evolution. Unawakened talents cannot be copied. It worked, Chen Yang whispered, unable to suppress his excitement. Sitting up with effort, he began practicing the basic breathing techniques he had learned back in school. Though he'd never succeeded before, the motions were familiar. 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, he felt a subtle warmth bloom within his chest. His breath quickened. I can feel it. Guiding the warm current through his body, he focused on his meridians. As the energy moved, blockages gradually loosened. For the first time, the warm current completed a full circulation, a small cycle. Chen Yang exhaled deeply, drenched in sweat but filled with newfound hope. I've done it. I've cultivated my first thread of vitality. But excitement quickly gave way to worry. This won't be enough without a proper cultivation method. Although he had opened his meridians and begun cultivating, he lacked a structured technique to progress. Buying a manual was out of the question, and he had dropped out of school a year ago due to illness. His only option was to ask an old classmate for help. Tomorrow. I'll figure something out tomorrow. With that thought, Chen Yang drifted into the most peaceful sleep he had in a year. The next morning. Knock, knock, knock. Yang, breakfast is ready, his father called. Chen Yang stirred, eyes blinking against the morning light. He sat up and was stunned. His body felt different. Stronger. Lighter. He opened the door to find his father standing there, his eyes filled with worry. Can you walk? Chen Yang nodded with a smile. Dad, I feel much better today. Father Chen didn't react much. After all, they had heard similar hopeful words from many dying patients before. Come downstairs and eat, he said, turning away with a sigh. But Chen Yang caught the tremble in his father's voice. He had heard it clearly. At the dining table, Chen Yang washed up and joined the family. His sister beamed at him as she nibbled on a piece of bread. Mother Chen looked up from the stove and froze. Chin Wei, look at our son. Doesn't he look different today? Father Chen paused. He examined Chen Yang again, this time more closely. The sallow, lifeless face was gone, replaced with a faint healthy flush. Dad, Mom. I think I can cultivate now, Chen Yang said, his voice steady. Silence. Then came the explosion. What? Yang, are you serious? His parents exclaimed in unison. Chen Yang stood up and bounced lightly on his feet. See? I can even jump now. Tears welled up in his mother's eyes as she rushed over to hug him. God has eyes. Chinwei, tonight we're making braised pork, his favorite. No, I'll cook. Father Chen laughed. We'll give our boy a proper feast. Even Yuling was bouncing in her wheelchair. Brother, you really did it. Chun Yang gently touched her cheek. Yuling, things will get better now. Once I become a warrior, I'll find a way to heal your legs. After breakfast, their parents left for work, still floating from the unexpected joy. Chun Yang tied his shoes. Yuling, stay home and rest. I'm heading out. Where to? She asked. To find a cultivation manual. Once I get stronger, we won't have to live in this slum anymore. Okay, brother. Good luck, she called out, her eyes full of hope. There were 3 common ways to obtain a body cultivation method. School training, where students were taught the standard technique, Yuan Qi Ju. Martial halls, where you could pay to learn specialized techniques. Buying manuals, though they were usually expensive. A year ago, Chen Yang was a student. If not for the beast tide, he might be attending university now. For now, his best bet was to seek help from an old friend, his childhood buddy. He arrived at a shabby house and knocked. The door creaked open to reveal a chubby young man with messy hair. His eyes lit up. Brother Yang? You're here. Chun Yang chuckled. Can I come in? Of course. I'll get you a drink, wait here. Hold it, Fatty, I came for something else. The chubby guy, nicknamed Fatty, was Chen Yang's closest friend during school days. Though younger by a few months, he always called Chen Yang Big Bro. You in college now? Chun Yang asked, sitting on the creaky old couch. Fatty flopped down next to him, shaking his head. Nah. You know me, terrible at academics. My cultivation talent is average. No way I'm getting into college. What about warrior training? Weren't you cultivating already before I left school? Fatty nodded. Yeah, I've been at it. I'm planning to join the mercenaries soon. No other way to level up fast enough. Then he paused. Wait, why are you asking, Brother Yang? Chun Yang smiled. I need a training manual. As he spoke, he silently scanned Fatty's info. Name, Gao Xiong, nickname, Fatty. Cultivation talent, low. Special talent, fire element, unawakened. You started cultivating? Fatty sat up, eyes wide. No way. I knew you wouldn't stay down forever. Hold on, I have something for you. He reached behind the couch and pulled out a worn book. This is the Yuan Qi Ju they gave us at school. Take it. Once you've got your foundation, we'll go out together, hunt some beasts, make some money. Chun Yang took the manual with trembling hands. It was real. This was the beginning. Thank you, Fatty. Come on, Brother Yang. Let's both become warriors, and leave this place behind.
Fatty, thank you. Chen Yang was moved. Since getting the disease of decay and death, everyone around me is staying away from me, for fear of contracting the virus. Only the fat man called himself Brother Yang as always, even though he knew that he hadn't been able to cultivate his vitality. He still often chatted with him. Looking at the Yuan Qi Ju in his hand, he was full of emotions. When he becomes a warrior, he must help this good brother. The two of us are still talking about this. I am more happy than anyone else when I see you can practice. When the time comes, we will go outside the city and kill all directions, making the enemy frightened. The fat man danced and danced, as if he was fantasizing about a better life in the future. Fatty, don't worry, your wish will definitely come true. Chen Yang made a strong promise that with the talent of copying, he must become the best warrior. After returning from the fat man's house, Chen Yang couldn't wait to get into his room and start practicing. The high-level talent is really powerful. Chen Yang felt that everything was going to happen naturally, and in just an hour, he practiced the Yuan Qi Ju once. With the body training method of Yuan Qi Ju, Chen Yang felt that a certain switch in his body was turned on. A hot current gradually widened, and it slowly flowed to all parts of the body, tempering Chen Yang's physique. This heat flow can develop the potential of the human body, but ordinary warriors can only practice it 3 times a day. No amount of it will cause a burden on the body. This is the experience summed up by the predecessors. Chen Yang's cultivation speed is getting faster and faster. It used to take an hour to complete the body tempering, but now he only needs half an hour. Unknowingly, a layer of black substance appeared on the surface of Chen Yang's body. With the completion of the third body quenching, Chen Yang moaned comfortably. He felt more comfortable than ever, and every part of his body was full of strength. This vitality art is indeed much better than ordinary cultivation methods. In just one day, I can cultivate so much vitality by relying on it. If this continues, I will be able to become a warrior in a short time. Chen Yang clenched his fists and felt his body. He might be able to punch 150 jin with one punch now. Smelling the stench from his body, Chen Yang quickly took a shower. His body has recovered. He was originally skinny and now he has a little muscle. Very hungry. Chen Yang took out a few pieces of bread and ate it quickly. After a long time, he finally replenished some energy. When my parents came back in the evening, my mother made a big bowl of braised pork for Chen Yang. Father Chen was also very happy and even bought a bottle of white wine. Seeing Chen Yang getting more and more energetic, Father Chen drank a few gulps happily. After eating, Chen Yang felt that he could still practice Yuan Qiju. Although it is said that ordinary warriors can only practice 3 times a day, Chen Yang has advanced cultivation talents, and practicing 3 times has not reached his limit. Chen Yang went back to the room to practice Yuan Qiju again, and he didn't feel tired until he practiced for the 6th time. Half a month later, Chen Yang jumped out of bed. Today's Chen Yang is no different from ordinary people on the surface. If his parents were not familiar with him, they would even feel that their son was a different person. Chen Yang quickly finished his breakfast. He couldn't wait to test his strength. Arriving at the largest joint martial arts gym in Yancheng, Chen Yang strode in. "Hello, I want to test." The young lady at the front desk raised her head and couldn't help but blush when she saw the handsome Chen Yang. "Is it a test of cultivation talent?" the lady at the front desk asked. "No, I'm going to take a physical fitness test." Physical test. The lady at the front desk took a look at Chen Yang's thin body. She didn't look like a trained martial artist. "Okay, you register. Regardless of whether you have cultivation talent or not, as long as you take a physical fitness test, you will have to pay 200 yuan. The lady at the front desk reminded. "Okay." After filling out the information, Chen Yang went to the testing room. First is the punch test. Chen Yang made a strike like the one taught by Yuan Qiju. He first punched out with all his strength, and the strength test showed 175 kilograms. The lady at the front desk was a little surprised when she saw this number. She didn't expect this man to have the strength of a warrior. Try the power of vitality again. Chen Yang spread his legs and calmed down. Boom. There was a loud noise in the room, and the number on the punch test table kept jumping, and finally stopped at 396. Genius. The lady at the front desk was startled. She thought 175 was the boy's limit. Unexpectedly, this full-strength blow almost caught up with the warrior. Next is speed. Chen Yang stretched his muscles and bones, and then rushed to the finish line. With the blessing of vitality, Chen Yang felt that he was walking like flying. After rushing to the end of the test, he looked up and saw that his speed had reached 18 m per second. "Young man, not bad. If you become a martial artist, you can choose to join our joint martial arts hall." Chen Yang looked back, and saw a middle-aged man looking at him with great interest. "Hello there." Chen Yang nodded in greeting. "How can I become a warrior?" If you want to become a warrior, you must first meet the physical fitness standard. The minimum requirement for an ordinary warrior is to have a strength of 500 kilograms and a speed of 20 meters per second. If all these are up to standard, then you can sign up for the warrior assessment. As long as you pass the assessment, you will be awarded the warrior medal. After becoming a martial artist, you can still enjoy a monthly subsidy of 2,000 yuan from the state. If you join our martial arts school, you will be given a monthly salary of 5 yuan. 5 yuan. Chen Yang gasped when he heard this. He didn't expect the salary in the martial arts hall to be so high. Chen Yang's dream was to be admitted to the warrior university. It's a pity that he had no choice but to give up the path of university because of a change in his body and lack of talent for cultivation. Thinking about it now, becoming a nationally certified martial artist seems pretty good too. "Thank you, uncle." Chen Yang bowed. "Hey, it's okay. A child as young as you can have this kind of strength, and he will definitely be able to stand out in the future. You can call me Instructor Li. Many warriors in the army are taught by me. If there is anything you don't understand, you can come and ask me." Instructor Li, he said. "Thank you, Instructor Li." As Chen Yang said, he was suddenly taken aback. How could he forget about copying his talent? There are many geniuses in the martial arts gym, and there are even many warriors who are coaches here. Isn't this a paradise? And this Instructor Li in front of him is so powerful, why can't he secretly copy a wave? Thinking of this, Chen Yang hurriedly checked Instructor Li's talent. Human, Li Wixin. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talent, strength, high, speed, medium. Be sure to copy his talent. Chen Yang walked up to Instructor Li. "Instructor Li, your muscles are so big." Chen Yang pretended to be surprised and touched Li Wixin's arm. "When will I be able to become such a martial artist?" Alas. Copy. Copy succeeded? Don't be discouraged. One day, you will become a warrior like me. Li Wixin laughed loudly. Then Instructor Li, "I'm leaving first." Chen Yang hurriedly left the testing room. After coming out, he looked at the other students. Many of the students here are of medium talent, and one of them actually has the talent of ice. I have to copy her talent, so I can't miss it in vain. Chen Yang thought. What he usually comes into contact with is unawakened talent. Even if he wants to copy it, he can't copy it. Now that he has the opportunity to copy the talent of awakening, he is not willing to let it go no matter what. It is a girl who has the talent of ice. Chen Yang checked the girl's information. Human, she's IOI. Cultivation talent, medium talent. Special talent, ice, advanced. The girl turned her back to Chen Yang, and was chatting with another girlfriend. Chen Yang had a plan in mind. He walked over with his head down, and his arm touched the girl's shoulder. Copy. Seeing the large characters copied successfully, Chen Yang was overjoyed. Sorry. Chen Yang turned around and apologized to the girl. It was this turning around that made Chen Yang amazed by the girl's face. The girl has a pure and beautiful oval face like an angel, and the preppy JK perfectly embodies the girl's figure. Look stupid, smelly man. Seeing Chen Yang's demented face, the girlfriend next to him said coquettishly. Wu Ying, what are you talking about? She's IOI patted her best friend's arm coquettishly. She glanced at the boy in front of her, and she was so charmingly handsome. Sorry, I'm leaving first. Chen Yang touched the back of his head in apology. Although he left the martial arts hall, Shi's IOI's face was still lingering in his mind. Chen Yang walked on the road to check his talent. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talent, copy. You can copy the talent by touching the target. Similar talents can be fused. There is a chance to evolve into a higher talent. Unawakened talent cannot be copied. Ice, high, speed, medium, strength, high. Great, I have 3 talents at once. Chen Yang tried to run. He felt as light as a swallow. If he were to test his speed now, he would definitely have exceeded 20 m per second. Just now, I have been able to hit 396 kilograms of strength, and now I have the strength talent. This punch must exceed 500 kilograms. Chen Yang was very excited. He just walked around the martial arts hall, and his physique reached the standard of a martial artist. Chen Yang excitedly ran to the warrior identification building. With his current physique, it shouldn't be difficult to become a warrior. Beauty, hello, I want to apply for martial artist certification. Chen Yang came to the front desk of the building and said to the staff, identified warrior. The beauty at the front desk glanced at Chen Yang. Chen Yang's appearance looks to be in his 20s, such a young cultivator is really rare. The conditions for being recognized as a warrior require a strength of 500 kilograms and a speed of 20 meters per second. Are you sure you want to apply? Facing the staff's question, Chen Yang smiled. I'm sure, I've reached the martial artist standard. The beauty showed a surprised expression. Please fill in a form. Okay. Chen Yang took the pen and filled in his information. The beauty looked at the information and found that this young man was only 19 years old. She couldn't help but glanced again. There are very few 19-year-old warriors, and they can even be called geniuses. If you really meet the standard of Warrior Foundation, you can take part in the warrior assessment 1 month later. After passing the assessment, the country will issue you a warrior certification. Thank you. By the way, what is above the warrior? Because Chen Yang dropped out of school, he didn't know the classification of warriors. The beauty showed a professional smile. Cultivators are divided into warriors and warriors. As long as they pass the assessment, they can get the warrior certification issued by the state. Each warrior can get a warrior subsidy of 2,000 yuan every month, and can be allocated a house in the inner city. The beauty introduced the level of the warrior to Chen Yang. Warriors are divided into junior warriors, great warriors, martial artists, and great martial artists. Ordinary martial artists have been able to open their own martial arts gyms, and they can be regarded as relatively powerful existences among cultivators. Above the great warriors are the grandmasters. Every grandmaster is the top force in Yanchinj. There are currently 9 grandmasters in Yanchinj, and each grandmaster can enjoy a monthly subsidy of 10 yuan from the state. 10 yuan. After hearing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but start to fantasize about his life after becoming a master. What about the master? Above the grandmaster is the martial saint, but the martial saint is too far away from us. At present, there is only one martial saint in Yin City, and that is the Lord of Yin City. You should not be too ambitious. The beauty introduced the warrior system to Chen Yang in detail. She was a little curious about Chen Yang. Looking at his clothes, this boy didn't seem like a member of the family. If he can really become a martial artist at such a young age, he will definitely be recruited by major families in the future. Thank you, beauty. I'm just curious about these. Chen Yang smiled honestly. Remember, 1 month later, the warrior building will participate in the assessment. Every assessment will have actual combat content. You must learn some combat skills after you go back. Now, this is the admission card for the warrior assessment. The beauty expressed concern to Chen Yang. Okay. Chen Yang took the card, and the golden light on the card made Chen Yang dazed for a while. My name is Lin Bing. If you have any questions about the martial artist assessment that you don't understand, you can come to me. Thank you, Miss Lin Bing. Chen Yang was grateful to Lin Bing for a while. Lin Bing blushed, but he was very happy when he heard the word beauty. Chen Yang couldn't help but check the other party's information. Human, Lin Bing. Cultivation talent, inferior talent. Special talents, none. Pity. Chen Yang shook his head. He still has a good impression of Lin Bing, but the other party is an ordinary person, and even his cultivation talent is surprisingly poor. Chen Yang left the warrior building and walked home. Now that he has the capital to become a warrior, no matter what, he must complete the certification of a warrior. At that time, he can enter the martial arts gym or choose to join the army. No matter how bad it is, he can still choose mercenaries. I heard that the income of mercenaries is very high, sometimes hundreds of thousands can be earned in a month. When he becomes a warrior, he can enter the inner city to live. At that time, his parents will not have to travel outside every day, and his younger sister will also be able to enjoy advanced medical treatment. Be sure to cheer. Chen Yang shouted in his heart. Since God gave him a chance to be reborn, he must let his family live a happy life. After returning home, Chen Yang couldn't wait to start practicing. Half a month later, the vitality in Chen Yang's body gradually grew, and the disease of decay and death could no longer affect his health. It's time to try and get rid of the disease of decay. Chen Yang calmed down. As long as a patient with a dying disease becomes a warrior, he can suppress the infection of the virus. After reaching the foundation of a warrior, he can rely on the vitality in his body to expel the virus. Chen Yang controls the vitality in his body to flow to all parts of his body. If the vitality at the beginning of cultivation is compared to a stream, then the current vitality is a river. The vitality washed all the meridians, and the dead virus was forced to the arm by the vitality. As Chen Yang tried his best to control, the dead virus was wrapped in blood and slowly forced out from the fingertips and dripped on the ground. When the dying virus completely disappeared in his body, Chen Yang moaned comfortably. He felt extremely refreshed, as if the strength and speed talents copied before had been integrated into one, to a higher level. I broke through. The body that had been suppressed by the disease of decay and death for a long time was released, and his advanced talents were fully activated. This time, he actually practiced the Yuan Qi Ju 7 times. I'm afraid my current strength has reached 800 kilograms. Chen Yang estimated in his heart, but unfortunately he didn't have testing equipment, otherwise he would have been able to calculate accurately. When Chen Yang came to the dining table, he was extremely thirsty, and when he picked up the teapot, there was a rumble. Hiccup, feel good. Chen Yang was a little nostalgic for the happy water in the fat house. Yancheng should be close to the equator, because Chen Yang has never seen winter in the year since he traveled here. It's a pity that although there are drinks in Yancheng, the taste is far from the iced tea and happy water on Earth. If you can drink iced black tea or happy water every time you finish your practice, you will be very happy. Chen Yang thought, when he has money, maybe he can think about it. If it is possible to produce drinks on Earth, he is sure that they will be sold well in Blue Star. Crack. Hearing a voice behind him, Chen Yang turned around. Yu Ling, why did you come down? I saw my younger sister's body was tied to the wheelchair with a belt, and she supported the stairs with both hands, step by step down the stairs. Chen Yang hurried over to lift the wheelchair. The weight of his sister and the wheelchair weighed about 80 kilograms. This weight was as easy as holding a glass of water in Chen Yang's hands. Yu Ling, I'm sorry, I've been busy practicing recently, so I've neglected you. Chen Yang looked at his sister's pale face and said distressedly. Chen Yuling shook her head obediently. It's okay, brother, I have to learn to live alone. Who said, when brother becomes a martial artist, brother will take you to the inner city immediately. Chen Yang said swearingly. Yu Ling, do you want to go out to bask in the sun? Okay, I haven't gone out for a long time. Chen Yuling said happily. Seeing his younger sister's excited expression, Chen Yang felt a burst of heartache. Come on, let's go out. Chen Yang pushed his sister's small wheelchair and opened the door. Chen Yang lives in a slum area close to the inner city. There is a Yang River between the two areas, and it is this river that separates the two sides. To the south of the Yang River is a poor area close to the city wall, which is also the trading and foothold for mercenaries every time they go out. The reason why the north of Yanghe River is called the inner city is entirely because the rich people live in it. The houses in the inner city are similar to the high-rise buildings on the earth. Although they are not as good as the first-tier cities, the third-tier cities are more than enough. As for the slums, just like rural houses, they are built randomly and chaotic. There are no schools in the slums, so if you want to go to school, you have to cross the Yanghe River to the inner city. Due to state control, there are also many people from slums in the inner city working in it. Those who are lucky enough to be appreciated by a certain boss may be able to stay in the inner city forever. Chen Yang took his younger sister for a walk around the inner city. The air here is fresh, unlike the slums where there is always a stench of rotting garbage. Brother, can we really live in the future? Chen Yuling looked at these tall buildings curiously. There are many colorful advertisements outside the building, the most notable of which are weapons dealers and genetic potions. Of course, your brother and I are geniuses like no one in 10,000. Just watch, it won't be long before my brother can take you in. Chen Yang affirmed. There is still half a month before the warrior assessment. After he passes the assessment, he will be assigned to a house in the inner city. Brother, I want to eat popsicles. Okay, sit here and I'll buy it for you. Chen Yang fondled his sister's hair and pockets, only a few dozen yuan left by his parents. It seems that before the assessment, I have to find a job to earn money. Chen Yang bought 2 popsicles, handed one to his sister, and bit off half of the other with one bite. He suddenly remembered that his younger sister also had a special talent, and he wondered how to help her awaken. After sending his sister home, Chen Yang found a residence in Kaohsiung. Fatty, are you home? Chen Yang shouted at the door. It was Kaohsiung's mother who opened the door, and Chen Yang greeted with a smile. Auntie, isn't Kaosheng here? He went out. It seems that he is going to that mission center. You can go there and look for it. Kaosheng's mother looked at Chen Yang while talking. In her impression, didn't Chen Yang suffer from a disease of decay and death? Xiao Yang, are you feeling better? Yes, Auntie, I am also a cultivator now, Chen Yang explained. That's great. Every time I see other patients, don't mention how uncomfortable it is. Now it's great that Xiang has a friend like you. Haha, no. Gao Xiang also helped me a lot, Auntie. Then I'll go find him first. It is good. Gao Xiang's mother nodded with a smile. Chen Yang asked about the location, and then looked for it. He ran quickly, and soon came to the mission center in the slums. The mission center is actually a tavern where mercenaries gather. There are all kinds of people in the tavern. Here, you can receive some dangerous missions out of the city. Soon, Chen Yang found Gao Xiang who was sitting in front of a wine table. Fatty, what are you doing here? Chen Yang patted Gao Xiang on the back. Brother Yang, you're here. Come on, everyone, this is the teammate I was talking about. Warrior, Chen Yang. As he said that, Gao Xiang pulled Chen Yang over and gave him a few winks. Warrior, just him. Opposite the wine table was a girl. Judging by her attire, she should be a resident of the inner city. This is too young, can you tell a lie? The girl took a sip of fruit wine and mocked. Beauty, don't worry. My brother and I have a 3% completion rate, so how about it? 3W, how about it? -W, I will help you. Gao Xiang's face was not flushed and his heart was not beating. Chen Yang was a little surprised when he heard that he could pay 3 yuan for what task. I'd better go find someone else, it's a waste of time talking to you two brats. The girl stood up impatiently. Chen Yang was short of money, how could he let go of such a good thing? Beauty, please wait a moment. Although I am a warrior, ordinary warriors are not necessarily my opponent. And you have signed up for the warrior assessment. Look, this is my entry card. Chen Yang took out the assessment admission card and handed it to the girl. Oh, the girl was a little moved when she took the admission card. Beauty, look, I'm not lying. My buddy is a cultivation genius. Think about it, if you want to invite a certified warrior, you need at least 5 yuan. If you invite us, you only need 3 yuan, and my brother is not a martial artist weak. Seeing the girl hesitated, Gao Xiang hurriedly said. Holding the card, the girl hesitated for a while. It can be seen that 5 yuan is also very stressful for her. I want to see his strength. The girl finally spoke. This. Gao Xiang was a little embarrassed. He still didn't know Chen Yang that I just asked him for a copy of Yuan Qi Ju a month ago. How strong can it be now? I don't know where Chen Yang got an admission card for the assessment, but if he really went to test his strength, he would definitely reveal his secrets. Beauty, don't worry, we two warriors will run errands for you. This trivial matter is not easy. Gao Xiang pulled the girl to sit down. After some negotiations, the girl was actually moved after half an hour. The girl finally left. Before leaving, he gave a 1W deposit. If the entrustment is completed, the remaining 2W will be given together. In the end, the girl told me to finish it quickly. Chen Yang couldn't help laughing as he watched the girl leave drunkenly. Gao Xiang, I didn't expect you to be quite suitable for pimping. What pimping is called wisdom, do you understand wisdom? Gao Xiang counted the money in his hand with a smile, and then he took out half of it and handed it to Chen Yang. Brother Yang, I have to leave this matter to you. Before Chen Yang raised it first, Gao Xiang dragged Chen Yang into his group. Looking at the appearance of the fat man, Chen Yang was a little speechless. What kind of mission is it? I only see you bragging here. It's too difficult to accept. It's nothing, just go outside the city to kill a beast. Gao Xiang didn't care. What beast? Chen Yang asked curiously. Gold Eater, that girl is from a university, and the graduation task this time is the body of the Gold Eater. She dare not go out of the city, so she came here to look for mercenaries. You dare to take this kind of mission? A warrior can only deal with one gold-eating bug, but gold-eating bugs are in groups. You are not afraid of death. Chen Yang rolled his eyes. Hey, Brother Yang, I have a plan. We will set up a trap when the time comes. One of us will be in charge of luring and the other will be in charge of killing. I have been thinking about this plan for a long time, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, even ordinary mercenaries dare to take on this kind of mission. We are all warriors, so what are we afraid of? Gao Xiang raised his wine glass and toasted. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. Ordinary mercenaries have guns and bullets. Moreover, gold-eating bugs are notoriously hard-shelled, and ordinary firearms generally can't do anything to it. Fatty, how much strength do you have now? Chen Yang asked curiously. 170 kilograms, it's still far from a martial artist. Gao Xiang replied. By the way, Brother Yang, where did you get that assessment entry card? If it weren't for that card, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to keep that chick. I participated in the martial artist assessment half a month later, so I must have this admission card. Chen Yang took it for granted. Brother Yang, you really know how to joke. But if I work hard, I might be able to participate in the martial artist assessment in 2 years. Gao Xiang imagined. Chen Yang knew that Gao Xiang's talent was very low, and he couldn't do it in 3 or 4 years if he wanted to reach 500 kilograms strength. There are very few practitioners like myself who have advanced talents and can reach 300 kilograms in half a month. I heard that the blood of ferocious beasts can strengthen the tempered body. I don't know if it is true. You can try it after you become a warrior. If it is really useful, let the fat man soak it too. Chen Yang had a plan in mind. After dinner the next day, Chen Yang came to Gao Xiong's house early in the morning. Looking at the big iron box prepared by Gao Xiong, Chen Yang was dumbfounded. That's not the plan you're talking about, is it? Chen Yang pointed to the iron box and asked. Of course, we buried the iron box in the ground and covered it with leaves. The gold devourer would fall into it when it was chasing it, and then we just killed it. Gao Xiong explained. Do you know why the gold eater is called this name? It can bite through this iron box in less than 3 minutes. Chen Yang questioned. So we need to kill it within 3 minutes. Gao Xiong is very confident in his plan. Oh, all right. Chen Yang was speechless. When leaving the city, Chen Yang bought an alloy spear for 3,000 yuan. Even ordinary bullets can't penetrate the shell of the gold-eating bug. If the gold-eating bug really falls into a trap, it is most suitable to use an alloy spear. Most of the gold-eating bugs hide in the Black Rock Mountains to the west of the city. They feed on stones, and the leader of the gold-eating bugs can even swallow alloys, which is extremely harmful. In every beast horde, gold devourers are always the most numerous and troublesome beasts. The two carried the equipment bag bought for 1,000 yuan and headed towards the Haishi Mountains. The closer they got to the mountains, the more bloodstains on the ground. These are the bloodstains left by explorers and mercenaries. The further you go, the higher the possibility of encountering danger. Just here. Chen Yang looked at the shabby clothes scattered in every corner around him, and the front was the territory of the gold-eating bugs. Okay. Gao Xiong took out an alloy shovel, found a suitable place and dug a big hole. He buried the iron box in the pit and covered it with a thin layer of cloth. From a distance, it is impossible to imagine that there will be a big pit below. The land in the Black Rock Mountain range is relatively hard, but the trees are extremely rare. Standing at the bottom of the mountain and looking up, densely packed caves cover the upper part of the mountain range. Those should be the nests of gold-eating bugs. Many explorers can't come out after entering. Gao Xiong took out a bottle of medicine. Brother Yang, this is a potion that lures gold-eating insects, and its effective range is about 50 meters. Chen Yang took the potion, and he chose it as bait to seduce the gold-eating bug. He knows Fatty's physique very well. At his half level, he is not half as fast as he can run. Brother Yang, be careful. You have only become a warrior not long ago, and you must leave immediately after seeing the gold-eating insect. Gao Xiong exhorted. Understood, don't worry about me. Chen Yang handed the alloy spear to Gao Xiong, and immediately poured the potion on a piece of clothing without saying a word. After putting on his coat, Chen Yang walked cautiously towards the mountains. This was his first time facing a fierce beast, but his experience as a firefighter before crossing made him very calm. Except for the tortoise's shell and hard teeth, the gold eater's physique is lower than that of a warrior. However, the most troublesome thing about gold-devouring insects is that they live in packs. Although they are easy to deal with alone, if they are facing a group, even warriors will suffer. Chen Yang approached a cave, and it was pitch black inside. He took out a flashlight and shone it in. It would be best if he could lure one out. If you're lucky, you might not even need a trap. The light of the flashlight seemed to disturb the beast in the dark, and Chen Yang knew the seduction was successful when he heard the rustling sound from inside. The next step is to see how many gold-eating bugs come out. Chen Yang took a few steps back. He was ready to run down the mountain at any time. Hiss. A gold-eating insect the size of an iron pot jumped out from the darkness. Chen Yang jumped back and retreated quickly. There were countless pairs of dark red eyes protruding from the cave. Chen Yang felt that something was wrong, and he might have stabbed a bug's nest. Chen Yang ran down the mountain, but the road in the Haishi Mountains was very difficult, and he would fall if he was not careful. The hissing of gold-eating insects came from behind, and if you listen carefully, there are about 10 of them. I have to think of a way. The effect of this potion seems to be a bit too good. With an idea, Chen Yang took off his clothes and quickly ran to the trap. The clothes were thrown on the trap. Chen Yang found a direction and quickly slipped away. I don't know how many gold-eating bugs this potion can attract. Success. Chen Yang looked back while running, and saw gold-eating insects the size of a casserole scrambling to fall into the trap. After a while, the trap was full of gold-eating bugs. Seeing Chen Yangfeng's speed, Gao Xiong was surprised while hiding behind the stone pile. Seeing that the gold-eating insect fell into the trap, Gao Xiong was both happy and hated. The joy is that the trap has played an effect, and the hate is that the trap is too small. More than a dozen gold-eating worms were attracted by the potion, but it's a pity that the pit is so big. After falling down 5 or 6 gold-eating worms, the pit will be almost full. The rest of the gold-eaters jumped up and down in the pit, and Gao Xiong found himself in an embarrassing situation. The gold-eating bugs were on the trap, not one as planned, but a bunch of them. Gao Xiong didn't dare to go forward at all. Now he faces a very difficult decision. Whether to give up this action and let the 3 yuan in hand turn into a cooked duck and fly away, or to find a way to kill a gold-eating bug. Gao Xiong only has 3 minutes to make a decision. After 3 minutes, the iron box will be destroyed by gold-eating bugs. Gold eaters are small experts at drilling holes. Once they are not restrained by the iron box, they can quickly escape from the ground. Chen Yang also noticed this embarrassment. If he left here, Chen Yang would have to wait for the next opportunity. Anyway, they can't catch up with me, why not try? Chen Yang turned back not far from the trap. He picked up the stone and threw it at the gold-eating insect. The stone filled with vitality immediately hit the gold-eating insect in a straight line and shattered. The gold-eating worm that was hit the worms behind it, and the gold-eating worm suffered from pain, and quickly shifted its target to Chen Yang. Seeing that the gold devourer was attracted by him, Chen Yang rubbed the soles of his feet with oil again. The rest of the gold-devouring insects all caught up, and only 3 were still struggling in the trap. 1 minute had passed. Gao Xiong saw the gold devourer leaving. He quickly grabbed the alloy spear and rushed towards the trap. 3 gold-eating bugs filled the trap. Gao Xiong laughed loudly, raised his spear and stabbed into the pit. Chong. The alloy drew a white mark on the gold devourer, and Gao Xiong's arm was numb from the thorn. It's over. I won't be unable to break the defense, right? Gao Xiong was anxious. A practitioner with a strength of 400 kilograms is a warrior, and a practitioner with a strength of 100 kilograms is also a warrior. It's a pity that he happened to be stuck at more than 100 jin. With such a little strength, it would take at least 5 minutes to break through the defense of the gold-eating bug. Gao Xiong didn't have time to think. He grabbed the alloy spear and exerted his vitality to the extreme. The sharp spear finally pierced the shell of the gold-eating bug. Give me a break. Gao Xiong took the opportunity to use his strength again. If it wasn't for this spear, he might have stared at the gold devourer. The gold-eating bug struggled frantically, but the pit was so big, there were iron boxes on the left and right, and there was very little room for movement. Crack. Just when Gao Xiong used all his strength to stab the spear into the body of the gold-eating worm, the iron box couldn't help the other 2 gold-eating worms, and finally split open. The shattered iron box was quickly swallowed by the gold-eating worms, and the 2 gold-eating worms quickly bit a big hole in the breach. Oops. Gao Xiong hastily pulled out the spear, but the spear got stuck on the shell of the gold-eating bug. The gold-eating insect whose shell was pierced was struggling violently in the broken iron box. In just a dozen seconds, a gold-eating insect came out of the trap from the ground. Gao Xiong was so anxious for a moment, he could only let go of the alloy spear and run away. If he was 1 step later, he would become the lunch of gold eaters. It's a pity that Gao Xiong didn't take a few steps, and the remaining gold-eating bug broke through the ground. Gao Xiong screamed, and his steps became more flexible. The 2 gold eaters spotted Gao Xiong and chased after him. Gao Xiong wailed and howled to hide among the stone piles, but was chased up by the gold eaters behind him after a while. My life is over. Gao Xiong dodged the blow in panic, and just when he thought he was going to die on the spot, a figure knocked the gold-eating bug away from behind. Brother Yang. Seeing the visitor, Gao Xiong stared at 2 lantern-sized eyes. He never imagined that the gold devourer who was chasing him to escape in embarrassment was actually knocked into the air by a warrior who had only been practicing for a month. Chen Yang rubbed his fists. His all-out blow had a force of at least 800 kilometers. Even the gold-eating insects couldn't resist it. He fell heavily to the ground and spit out a mouthful of green blood. Eat my leg. Chen Yang kicked the other gold-eating worm into the stone pile with a whip leg, and the 2 gold-eating worms immediately lost their strength and fell to the ground. Brother Yang Niucha plus. Gao Xiong jumped up excitedly. Only now did he realize that Chen Yang wasn't bragging. He really has the qualifications to participate in the martial artist assessment? Hurry up and tidy up. I finally got rid of it, and those gold-eating bugs will come back later. Chen Yang ran to the trap and pulled out the alloy spear, and then made up the 3 gold-eating bugs one by one. Brother Yang, you will be my thigh from now on. Gao Xiong packed the 3 corpses into the backpack excitedly. Chen Yang smiled, and left the black stone mountains with him. Brother Yang, why are you so powerful? On the way, Gao Xiong kept asking Chen Yang. Chen Yang reluctantly told Gao Xiong about his advanced cultivation talent. Gao Xiong was envious, and shouted that God was unfair. After returning to Yancheng, it was already afternoon. After a simple meal, the 2 began to contact their employers. In front of the wine table in the mission center, the girl looked at the 2 with a gloomy expression. What's the matter? Are you going to give up the mission? The girl thought that the 2 of them thought the task was too difficult and planned to refund the money. After all, it was only a day, and she never expected that the other party had already obtained the corpse of the gold-eating bug. What are you talking about? Am I, Gao Xiong, this kind of person? Gao Xiong swung his backpack on the table arrogantly. Hey, this is a gold-eating bug. The girl suspiciously opened the backpack and saw that it was really the corpse of the gold-eating bug. She looked at the 2 of them in surprise. You guys are amazing. The girl happily accepted the backpack, and handed the remaining money to the 2 of them. Thank you. If I need it next time, I will definitely come back to you. It's your luck to meet Mr. Fatty. I'll buy this glass of wine. Dry. The girl drank the fruit wine in front of her in one gulp. Her face turned red immediately. Leave a contact information. The girl said. I don't have a mobile phone, you can keep the fat one. Chen Yang accepted the money, and now he has become a millionaire. After sending the girl away, the fat man happily drank 2 cups. Chen Yang also followed him. After going through this mission, he has a better understanding of his own physique. Brother Yang, I will find someone to sell the remaining corpses later, and we will be rich by then. 1 yuan is indeed a lot of wealth for the people in the slums. Chen Yang gently shook his wine glass, and he began to think about how to spend this huge sum of money. Brother Yang, if there are tasks in the future, would you take them? Gao Xiong looked at Chen Yang expectantly. Chen Yang thought for a while, then nodded. You can pick it up, but you have to do what you can. In addition, our equipment is really poor. Next time we go out, we must be fully prepared. Okay, everything is up to Brother Yang. Gao Xiang ran to the front desk of the mission center with a smile, and after a while, the corpses of the other 2 gold-eating bugs were disposed of. The 2 gold-eating insects were sold for a total of 7 yuan. With such a high price, one can imagine how precious the corpse of the beast is. Chen Yang only took 4, which is enough for him now. Then it's time to deal with the assessment. Chen Yang clenched his fists. If nothing else, he will become a martial artist in half a month. After experiencing this mission, Chen Yang discovered that he had a big weakness. He can only cultivate vitality, but he doesn't know how to use it at all. Simple fists and kicks cannot fully display the true power of vitality, and now he urgently needs a fighting skill. In addition to the body tempering technique, there are only simple moves and power-generating techniques on the Yuan Qi Ju. If you want to truly exert the power of your Yuan Qi, a combat skill is essential. Chen Yang thought for a while and decided to go to the inner city to buy a book of combat skills. When he came to the warrior certification building, Chen Yang began to look for a book of combat skills that suited him. In addition to being able to sign up for the warrior assessment, the warrior building also sells a lot of equipment and combat skills. There is a large chamber of commerce on the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor is full of beautiful things in eyes. Chen Yang just found a shop and started to browse. Chen Yang took a rough look at the bid price. Some special talent combat skills start from hundreds of thousands to millions, and even the most common ones cost tens of thousands. I thought I was a rich man, but now I looked at my trouser pockets. It seemed that I couldn't afford the 5 yuan at all. Hello, what do you need? The shop owner is a young woman. Seeing that Chen Yang had walked around but didn't buy anything, she couldn't help but stepped forward and asked. The proprietress didn't have any hope either. After all, Chen Yang didn't look like a kid from a rich family. Hi boss, I want to ask, is there any cheaper combat skills? Chen Yang was a little shy. Young man, at first glance, you must be a martial artist who has just practiced. It happened that nothing happened. The proprietress explained it to Chen Yang. If you want to learn combat skills, you have to become a warrior, otherwise you won't be able to practice anything with the little vitality in your body. After becoming a warrior, the country will give you a chance to choose combat skills for free. Just like here, basically all the combat skills with special talents are sold. Being a warrior can also choose combat skills. Chen Yang was excited when he heard this. Actually, I have already signed up for the martial artist assessment. I was afraid of accidents during the assessment, so I came to see if there are any good combat skills that I can use. Chen Yang explained. Oh, you are already a martial artist at such a young age. Hearing Chen Yang's words, the proprietress was a little moved. How many combat skills can you accept? Asked the proprietress. Within 5W. The proprietress frowned. This guy actually has a little money. I have 2 here, you can take a look. Saying that, the proprietress took out 2 books of combat skills from under the cabinet. Chen Yang took it over and took a look. One was called Yuan Qi Fist, and the other was called Broken Bone. This Vitality Fist is a combat technique taught in school. If you are admitted to a university and enter the Warrior Academy, then there is no need to learn this combat technique. I dropped out of school and didn't take the Martial Arts Academy. Chen Yang opened Yuan Qi Fist and looked. I don't know if copying talents can copy combat skills. Chen Yang used his talents while watching, but unfortunately failed. Looking at Yuan Qi Quan, it seems to be the follow-up version of Yuan Qi Ju. No wonder it is only taught in universities. Just this one, how much is it? Chen Yang picked up Yuan Qi Fist and asked. It's not something expensive, you can give me dash dot. The proprietress was a little surprised that Chen Yang didn't take the university entrance exam. Give me another battlesuit. Chen Yang thought about it, and decided to do everything right. Okay, 4W will help you get everything done together. The proprietress readily took out a set of combat uniforms. Chen Yang opened it, it was a set of black clothes. The battlesuit is very light, and the material is made of special fibers, which should be extracted from ferocious beasts. This suit is comparable to the shell of a gold-eating bug. Wearing it, ordinary bullets will definitely not be able to hurt you. The proprietress introduced the functions of the battlesuit. It is waterproof, fireproof, and bulletproof. If Chen Yang had this suit before, he might be able to kill all those gold-eating bugs. Do you collect beast materials here? Chen Yang asked after paying. Take it, if you have materials in the future, you can sell them to me. The price is absolutely fair, and you won't suffer any disadvantages. The proprietress laughed. Okay, I will definitely find you next time. Thanks, lady boss. Chen Yang put his things into his backpack, looked in his trouser pocket, and found that there was only 1W left. Oh, let's just spend it all. Chen Yang didn't expect the money to be used up so quickly. With the remaining money, he bought 2 sets of clothes for his parents and younger sister, and then bought a lot of snacks and meat. When he got home, Chen Yang was already covered with bags. Yu Ling, look what my brother brought back for you. As soon as he entered the house, Chen Yang shouted. Wow, brother, why did you buy so many things? Chen Yuling looked at her brother who had returned with a full load, with a look of surprise. Your brother took a job and made a lot of money. Look, I even bought you new clothes. Chen Yang took out 2 sets of dresses and put them on his sister's lap. So beautiful. Chen Yuling shouted excitedly. Because of poverty, the brother and sister may not have a new dress to wear all year round. Looking at the worn t-shirt on his younger sister, Chen Yang realized how difficult it was for his parents to raise them. I will support this family from now on, Chen Yang thought to himself. My brother bought you a lot of snacks and a unicorn doll, so you won't be so boring at home in the future. Chen Yang took out the things all at once, and his sister was dumbfounded. Thank you brother, brother is the best. Chen Yuling hugged the unicorn and couldn't put it down. It was the best gift she had received in the past few years. Brother, are all practitioners rich? Looking at the pile of things on the table, Chen Yuling asked curiously. Of course, my brother will buy you a lot of clothes and food in the future. If only I could become a cultivator, Chen Yuling imagined. Rain Spirit will definitely become a cultivator in the future. Chen Yang rubbed his sister's little head and said with a smile. My brother is going to cook a big meal. Brother, you can cook. Of course, my brother is a little chef. Chen Yang brought the dishes into the kitchen, showing his cooking skills before time travel to the fullest. When the parents came back in the evening, they were surprised to see the exquisite food on the table and the gift Chen Yang gave them. Knowing that this was Chen Yang's extra money, Father Chen happily opened the wine bottle again. Mom and Dad, I'm going out to practice first, and I'll be back later. Okay, stay safe. Mother tidied up the dishes and shouted with a smile, while Father Chen was already lying on the sofa and fell asleep. After going out to find an open space, Chen Yang began to practice Yuan Qi Fist. Yuan Qi Ju and Yuan Qi Fist are similar to each other, and it is much easier to practice. Under the influence of advanced talent, Chen Yang learned Yuan Qi Fist in only 1 hour. Try the power. Chen Yang aimed at a boulder, poured vitality into his fist according to the movement on Yuan Kai Fist, then inhaled, accumulated strength, and punched. Boom. The boulder was torn apart under Chen Yang's fist and exploded into countless pieces. Yuan Qi Ju and Yuan Qi Fist cooperate tacitly with each other. After using combat skills, this punch should exceed 1,000 kilograms. Chen Yang was very satisfied, and the remaining goal was to master Yuan Qi Quan within half a month. In half a month, Chen Yang fused the advanced cultivation talent into the top cultivation talent. Practicing every day can feel the vitality in the body is growing. It's time to take the assessment. Chen Yang put down the bowl and chopsticks. Yu Ling, my brother is going to participate in the martial artist assessment. You can eat something at home today. I know, brother, there is a lot of bread at home. You don't have to worry about me. Chen Yuling said obediently while sitting in a wheelchair in a black dress. Brother, come on, you can definitely do it. Seeing her brother going out, Chen Yuling cheered inside the house. Wait for my good news. Chen Yang waved his hand, packed his things and walked to the warrior building. Today's warrior building is very lively, regardless of whether they are qualified to participate in the assessment, warriors from Yanchinj will come to have a look. The martial artist assessment is held every 2 months, and every time someone passes the assessment, there will be cheers outside. The martial artist assessment is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is to test the warrior's physique. As long as the strength reaches 500 kilograms and the speed reaches 20 meters per second, it will be considered a pass. The second stage is to fight with fierce beasts. Strength alone is not enough. To become a warrior, one must have the courage to fight fierce beasts. Chen Yang walked through the crowd into the warrior building, and the people around him cast envious glances at him. Admission card. A security guard at the door blocked the way. Chen Yang took out a golden card and handed it to the security guard. Accessible. The security guard took the card and swiped it on a machine. After the green light turned on, the security guard returned the card to Chen Yang. Entering the interior of the building, hundreds of people have gathered inside. Many of them have participated in the assessment many times, and they only have one chance to become a warrior. So young. Seeing Chen Yang coming in, several men inside the door looked at him curiously. I guess he's here to join in the fun. Seeing how young he is, he should be a student from the Martial Arts Academy to exercise his courage. A man analyzed. Oh, it's him. In the corridor on the 2nd floor, a middle-aged man looked at Chen Yang with surprised eyes. Why, Instructor Li knows. A man in a silver robe next to the middle-aged man asked curiously. He came to our martial arts gym last month. I didn't expect him to come to participate in the assessment. He seems very confident. Li Wixin smiled lightly. Looking at his age, I guess he won't even pass the first test. The man in the silver robe is not optimistic about Deo. That's not necessarily the case. His strength in the last test was already 400 kilograms. Maybe he has improved in this month. Then we make a bet. The silver-robed man asked back. Li Wixin paused. Why, dare not take it. The silver-robed man seemed to want to provoke Li Wixin. What do you want to bet on? If Instructor Li is not confident, then just block 100 million. The silver-robed man didn't care. Then you are doomed. Li Wixin seems to be very optimistic about Chen Yang. He thinks Chen Yang has great potential, otherwise he wouldn't have invited him as soon as they met. Then why not add another bet? If he passes the first test, I will bet that he can't pass the second test. How about it, come or not? The silver-robed man continued to ask. You guys are really good at taking advantage. You know that he may have just reached the martial artist standard. But I also want to know if he can pass the martial artist assessment. Tell me, what is the second bet? Li Wixin was aroused interest. The second time, you must gamble a little bit more, a book of advanced combat skills. Of course, if you think it's unfair, you can also press against it. The silver-robed man challenged. Ha 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 ha, it's rare to have some fun. Okay, I'll pressure him to pass the test. Li Wixin was also unambiguous. Although a book of advanced combat skills is expensive, he can still get it. It seems that Instructor Li really has confidence in him. The silver-robed man couldn't help but look at Chen Yang a few more times. Chen Yang was completely unaware that someone had bet on him. He walked around on the first floor and saw two former high school classmates. Hey, are you Chen Yang? A boy was stunned for a while when he saw Chen Yang walking over. If I remember correctly, Chen Yang seemed to have contracted the death disease before the college entrance examination, right? Just as Chen Yang was about to say hello, he suddenly found two girls behind his classmate. At first glance, they were very familiar with each other. Yaziang? Maji. Chen Yang walked over, the two girls turned their heads when they heard the voice, and the three showed surprised expressions at the same time. You're here too. You are here too. Smelly man, what are you doing here, and you want to get our Xiaowai's idea? Wu Ying shouted. Are you really Chen Yang? Xiaowai, do you know each other? Yaziang was puzzled. I met once last time, and there was a little misunderstanding. Chen Yang laughed. You just want to chase our Xiaowai, don't lie. Wu Ying didn't have much affection for Chen Yang, mainly because when she saw Chen Yang for the first time, Chen Yang was wearing an old t-shirt, and she looked like a person from a slum area. And she Xiaowai is from a wealthy family, and her family background is not bad, so she naturally looks down on Chen Yang. Wu Ying, others have already apologized, so forget it. Shi Xiaowai stopped her. Since everyone knows each other, let it be a misunderstanding. Although Maji didn't know what happened between them, but Shi Xiaowai didn't care, and he was willing to come out to mediate. No big deal, is this your friend? Shi Xiaowai asked curiously. A high school classmate who dropped out in the third year of high school because he was infected with the disease of decay and death. Yaziang explained. Disease? You are lucky. Seeing that Chen Yang was in high spirits, Wu Ying naturally knew that he was fine. That's right, Chen Yang. Why have you come to participate in the martial artist assessment in just over a year? You must know that the first level of the martial artist assessment requires 500 kilograms of strength to be selected. Maj asked. Haha, I'll give it a try. You guys are here anyway. Chen Yang asked without explaining. We are also here to try. Anyway, we will test martial arts in the future. If you understand it now, you will have more experience in the future. If you are lucky, it is not impossible. Yaziang explained the intentions of several people. I really envy you. Chen Yang sighed. Originally he could have been admitted to university, if he hadn't suffered from the damn senility disease. Yaziang and Maji are both from the inner city, and their cultivation resources are much better than those of the warriors in the slums. Where's Lu Xian? How's she doing? Chen Yang hesitated for a while and asked. Lu Xian was Chen Yang's girlfriend in high school. Because of her good grades, Chen Yang didn't feel too inferior at that time. But since he got the disease of decay and death, Chen Yang gave up on love. He didn't want Lu Xian to propose a breakup, so he might as well make a knife or two first. Now that he is about to become a warrior, Lu Xian's figure naturally appeared in his mind. Yaziang looked at Maji, and seemed a little hard to say. She had a good life and was admitted to university. It's just that she didn't have the talent for cultivation, so she didn't get into the warrior academy. Maji said. Anything else? Chen Yang saw that the faces of the two were not right, and it seemed that there was something to hide. Anyway, you broke up too, so I'll tell you. Yaziang paused. Lu Xian is getting married soon. The scene fell into silence for a while. Just as Wu Ying wanted to ask who Lu Xian was, Shi Xiaowai tugged at the hem of her clothes to tell her not to speak. Hehe, it's pretty good. Chen Yang broke the calm, with a seemingly relaxed expression, but his eyes were dull. The assessment is about to begin. Shi Xiaowai looked at the time and said. Chen Yang, do you want to compare? Seeing that Chen Yang was a little depressed, Ma Ji wanted to stimulate him. Forget it, your resources are so good, you will definitely pass the first assessment. Chen Yang refused. Of course, although I have only practiced for 1 year, this lady has already reached the standard of a warrior. Wu Ying was eager to try it, and wished she could show it off now. Isn't it Chen Yang? Don't be discouraged either. Your luck is already very good. It's not bad to know that 20 people in the slums can have 1 warrior. I'm afraid there is only 1 warrior in 100, right? It's a pity that you can't pass the first test, otherwise you can learn some experience in dealing with fierce beasts. Wu Ying looked at Chen Yang proudly and said. Chen Yang was a little puzzled. Why did this woman target him a little bit? Could it be because she was from a slum? Chen Yang didn't bother to care about it, and he would naturally be able to compete with each other in the assessment later. Thinking about it, Chen Yang checked Wu Ying's talent. Human, Wu Ying. Cultivation talent, medium talent. Special talent, water elemental, medium. There is actually a special talent? Chen Yang was moved, but it might be difficult to meet Wu Ying, so he had to figure out a way later. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Yang also reviewed the talents of Yaziang and Maji. Human, leaf poplar. Cultivation talent, medium talent. Special talent, speed, medium. Human, Maj. Cultivation talent, medium talent. Special talent, strength, medium. Both students have special talents, but Chen Yang has already copied Instructor Li's. If you want to integrate the duplication talent, you have to find a similar and equivalent talent. Chen Yang's talent for strength is already high, but his talent for speed can be replicated. Yaziang, I'm going to the toilet. Chen Yang patted Yaziang on the shoulder. Copy succeeded? Okay. Yaziang nodded. Seeing that the copy was successful, Chen Yang immediately merged his speed talents. Fortunately, there was a tingle in the brain, and the fusion of speed talent was successful. Chen Yang checked his talent. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, copy. Talent can be copied by touching the target. Similar talents can be fused. There is a chance to evolve into a higher talent. Unawakened talents cannot be copied. Speed talent, advanced. Strength talent, advanced. Ice talent, advanced. Not bad. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction, and then he began to observe the talents of other people in the hall. After seeing a few, the talents were not as high as his. That person has the element of water, and the other person has the element of fire. Chen Yang suddenly discovered two special talents, and he repeated his old tricks. Anyway, the hall is full of people, and it's normal to be touched occasionally. Water element and fire element are in hand. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, copy. Talent can be copied by touching the target. Similar talents can be fused. There is a chance to evolve into a higher talent. Unawakened talents cannot be copied. Speed talent, advanced. Strength talent, advanced. Ice talent, advanced. Water elemental, medium. Fire elemental, medium. Chen Yang smiled. Just as he was about to find more talents, the assessment teacher came out. Quiet. Although no loudspeaker was used for this sound, everyone in the hall could hear it clearly. Chen Yang looked up, and there was an acquaintance next to the assessment teacher in the middle of the hall. What a thick voice, this teacher is at least a martial artist. A man next to Chen Yang said in shock. A martial artist is considered to be very powerful in Yanchinj. If the standard for a martial artist is 500 kilograms of strength, then a great martial artist has a strength of 2,000 kilograms. And a martial artist is above a great martial artist, even if it is the minimum standard, he needs to reach 10,000 kilograms? Why is Instructor Li here? Could it be that he is also an assessment teacher? Chen Yang looked at the two people on the stage. One was a man in a silver robe. He was the one who shouted those two words just now. The other was wearing a black t-shirt, and the muscles on his chest made the clothes very tight. He was Instructor Li. The assessment rules are announced below. The first round of assessment is strength and speed testing. There are 5 test machines behind me, with 5 people in each group. Everyone is lined up. If the strength reaches 500 kilograms and the speed reaches 20 meters per second, it is considered qualified. The second round of assessment will be held outside the city. I will explain the rules to you after the first round. Is there anything you don't understand? The silver-robed man explained the rules and asked. No. Everyone in the audience replied in unison. Very good. Of course there is one thing I want to make clear in advance. If someone wants to cheat by special means, once found out, they will be permanently disqualified from the assessment. I will announce that the first round of assessment will begin. The silver-robed man didn't smudge at all, maybe because he presided too much. He didn't say a word of nonsense. Chen Yang was ranked behind because he wanted to copy his talent. He carefully observed the martial apprentices who participated in the assessment, and a quarter of them had strength between 480 kilograms and 490 kilograms. Isn't this too much of a waste of time? Chen Yang retested after seeing them fail once. Some of them finally passed the standard, but they were failed again in the speed test. The warriors this time are not good. Let me say that it is a waste of time to let people from the slums take part in the assessment. The silver-robed man said disdainfully. Most of them have reached the passing line, but they don't know how to use skills, so they are a little bit worse. Li Wixin saw through the reasons for those losers at a glance. This time the slums don't even have 10 passers-by. That little girl is pretty good. She actually hit 637 kilograms of strength. The man in silver robe looked at Shizuo's test results and nodded in satisfaction. The warriors in the inner city are better. Whether it's the inner city or the outer city, they are all from Yanchinj. It's just that the warriors from the outer city have lived in the inner city, which makes the warriors from the inner city more powerful. Li Wixin said lightly. Okay, you are amazing. How many kilograms of strength do you think that kid can hit? The silver-robed man looked at Chen Yang's figure and smiled. It's a little more than 500 kilograms. I don't know if he used his full strength last time. If I had to guess, I would guess 550 kilograms. Li Wixin thought for a while and said. Haha, it's really interesting, I can't wait. The silver-robed man licked his lips. Chen Yang has been watching from behind. Shizuo's assessment results made him look at this girl with admiration. Although she knew that she would definitely pass the first round of assessment, but without using the talent of ice, she could hit 632 kilograms of strength, which is already very powerful among this group of warriors. Moreover, Shizuo is still in college at a young age. When she graduates, she may already be a martial artist. Chen Yang guessed that if she used the talent of ice, she should be able to hit 800 kilograms of strength. Half an hour later, it was finally Chen Yang's turn to play. Chen Yang walked forward slowly. He thought for a while, should he hide his strength? Wu Ying, do you think he can pass? Shizuo stood aside and asked. There's nothing to guess about it. Didn't Yaziang say that he suffered from a disease of decay and death a year ago? That is to say, he can practice for half a year at most. Unless he is very talented, how can a person in a poor area reach the level of death in half a year? Warrior Foundation. Wu Ying glanced at Shi Ziyawai curiously. Ziyawai, you don't have a crush on him, do you? What are you talking about? I'm just curious. Shi Ziyawai blushed. She doesn't know why. There are many geniuses around her, and there are even a few who became warriors before the age of 20, but she is more curious about the boy in front of her. A 19-year-old boy from a poor area, can he really pass the first round of martial arts assessment? Chen Yang came in front of the testing machine. If he hit with all his strength, he would be able to hit at least 1,000 kilograms of force. But those who are familiar with him know that he has only cultivated for a short time. If he has improved so fast, will it arouse suspicion? Duplicating talent is his biggest secret. After thinking about it, he decided to keep a low profile. You don't need Yuan Qi fist. Chen Yang inhaled, and hit the machine tester casually. Oh, Chen Yang watched the numbers jump, and finally stopped at 701 kilograms? It seems that I have not caught it. Chen Yang pretended to rest and thought in embarrassment. Ha 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 ha, Zhang Han, you're doomed to lose this time. I didn't expect such a big surprise in this assessment. 19-year-old martial artist, tisk tisk tisk. Li Wixin laughed out loud, and there was almost no problem passing the second round with a strength of 700 kilograms. Thinking that I have already won 100 million, and I also have a book of advanced combat skills, I am very happy. I can't see it, you guy actually lied to me. Whoever can practice an extra 300 kilograms of strength in a month, you are setting me up? Zhang Han said with an unhappy face. My god, how is this possible? Everyone in the audience focused their attention on Chen Yang, with a strength of 700 kilograms, which should be the highest stat among this group of warriors. This kid must have a talent for strength, or the tester is broken. Wu Ying was also shocked by this statistic. 700 kilograms is a very powerful genius in the inner city. How could it appear on a boy from a poor area? Yaziang, are you sure you have only practiced for less than a year? Yaziang nodded in shock. Maybe only half a year. Marger muttered, but no one heard him say anything. After the meeting is over, he can be invited to join the Chamber of Commerce. Shi Ziyawai planned to say. The next one is the speed test. The speed test is also very simple. Stand on a specific treadmill. As long as the speed reaches 20 m per second, you can get off. There were not many twists and turns in this test. Chen Yang immediately left the treadmill when he saw that he had reached the standard. The final result is 21 m per second. This kid definitely didn't use his full strength. Seeing Chen Yang's relaxed face, Li Wixin couldn't help saying. He was very surprised by Chen Yang's strength. Unless Chen Yang had hidden his clumsiness last time, otherwise, he has improved so much in such a short period of time, and his cultivation talent must be incredible. It seems that you are right. There are geniuses in the slums. Why do I feel that he will be able to become a martial artist in a few years? The silver-robed man Zhang Han shook his head, as if he was defeated by Chen Yang's talent. Why, you don't want to rob me, do you? Li Wixin asked maliciously. He might be talented in advanced cultivation, should I let it go? Zhang Han expressed his opinion. Humph, I saw him first. Li Wixin was dissatisfied. In about 2 hours, everyone in the hall was assessed. Except for a man in the inner city who hit 906 kilograms and a woman who hit 813 kilograms, Chen Yang's data ranked third. Chen Yang looked at the remaining people. There were more than 50 people. There are so many people who have reached the standard martial artist foundation. Chen Yang was surprised. Although many people were almost 30, being able to become a martial artist meant that they were superior to others. Very good. First of all, congratulations on passing the first round of assessment. Among all of you present, there are people who have participated in multiple martial artist assessments. I don't need to tell you that you should know that the first round of assessment is just an appetizer. If even the first round of assessment is so strenuous, then I suggest you give up the second round. Because, you may die. Li Wixin turned on the screen in the lobby, and on it was a life and death certificate. The second round of assessment is outside the city, where we have a special assessment site. Although there are surveillance and martial artists in charge, not everyone has time to help. In the second round of assessment, you will face the ferocious beast. I will not tell you the type of the ferocious beast. If you are afraid, you can quit now. If you want to participate, come to me to get a certificate of life and death. Once you sign, any casualties during the assessment have nothing to do with us. Do you understand? Tai was silent for a while. Some who have participated in the assessment naturally know the rules, and more have not participated in the assessment. Sister Ziyawai, it sounds scary. Why don't we come again next time? Wu Ying held Shi Ziyawai's hand a little scared. There are 4 of us. What are you afraid of? It's really not possible. I will protect you. Yeziang stood up and said. Yeah, they don't know each other, but we are different. If we form a team together, maybe we can all complete the assessment. Ma Ji was a little moved. Why don't you call that Chen Yang over? He's so powerful, let him take us. Wu Ying suddenly thought. Don't you dislike him? Shi Ziyawai smiled. No, I just don't want someone to fall in love. Wu Ying refused to admit it. What nonsense. Shi Ziyawai said shyly. I'll go ask. Yeziang thought the idea was good, so he found Chen Yang. Chen Yang, do you want to form a team together? We have 4 people here, and the success rate of passing the assessment should be much higher if we all work together. Well, I'm alone anyway. Chen Yang agreed without thinking for long. He didn't know that although the assessment did not prohibit team formation, it would be a big mistake if he thought that forming a team would reduce the difficulty of the assessment. Except for a few timid warriors who withdrew, most warriors still chose to continue the assessment. I heard that every time an assessment is made, someone will lose half their life. Fortunately, there are so many of us, otherwise I wouldn't dare to participate. Wu Ying took the certificate of life and death, and finally signed it cruelly. Wu Ying, you are so timid, don't you have special talents? Shizuiwai smiled. Oh, people just think that the beast looks scary. And I don't know what kind of beast it is, if it is a mouse or something. Hey, I'm afraid of having nightmares. Thinking of that scene in Wu Ying's mind, she couldn't help but shudder. After carefully looking at the life and death contract, Chen Yang signed it without hesitation. Although the ferocious beast looks scary, as long as it has hard strength or understands its weaknesses, it is actually the same as an ordinary warrior. It's just that warriors may be merciful, but ferocious beasts will not. After signing the life and death certificate, everyone gets a black watch. There is a positioning device on the watch. If you are in danger, press the red button on the watch, and a warrior will come to rescue. But in the same way, pressing the button also means losing the qualification for the assessment. Everyone is done signing, follow me to the car. Li Wixin and Zhang Han led a team by themselves. Chen Fan checked Zhang Han's talent. Human, Zhang Han. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talent, speed, medium, strength, medium, mind power, medium. Nianli, this is the first time I have seen this talent. Chen Yang wanted to touch Zhang Han, but it was a pity that Zhang Han was leading another team, so there was no chance in a short time. Listen up, everyone. The next thing I want to talk about is the assessment rules. After Li Wixin saw that everyone was seated, he began to talk about precautions. The second round of assessment is at a base outside the city. The base covers 100 square kilometers, and there are various beasts living in different areas. The ferocious beasts are divided into ranks 1 to 7, among which warriors correspond to the first rank ferocious beasts, warriors correspond to the second rank ferocious beasts, and so on. The most powerful one in the base is the second tier beast, and your assessment tasks are ranked according to the points. You get 2 points for killing the first tier beast, and 10 points for killing the second tier beast. You have a total of 3 hours, and if you get 500 points, you will pass the warrior assessment. In addition, we will rank according to the points, and the one who ranks first will be rewarded with a book of advanced combat skills and $1,000,000 in cash. The second and third place rewards a book of intermediate combat skills, 100 million in cash. The 4th to 10th rewards a book of primary combat skills, 50 in cash. Those who rank after 10 will reward a book of primary combat skills and dash in cash. So in addition to completing the assessment, if you have confidence in yourself, you can also choose to challenge the ranking. Once the 3 hours are up, all points records will be invalid after that, so after 3 hours, everyone gathers at the gate of the base. It seems to be not bad, the 5 of us only need to kill 22nd level beasts. Wu Ying stretched out her hand to make up her mind. I don't know how many beasts there are in this 100 square kilometers. It seems a bit difficult to kill 10 of them in 3 hours. Yaziang thought. Let's go in and talk about it. The terrain is so big, as long as we can find the beast, it shouldn't be difficult to kill it. Ma Ji analyzed. Chen Yang, what do you think? Shizuiwai asked. If we just complete the assessment, we only need to find 10 beasts within 3 hours. But if we want to compete for the rankings, 10 are definitely not enough. Chen Yang expressed his thoughts. Crush the ranking. Shizuiwai glanced at Chen Yang, what made this boy from the slums so bold? However, Shizuiwai felt that Chen Yang had this strength, and the strength of 700 kilograms already surpassed many newly certified warriors. If you're lucky, it shouldn't be a problem to fight for second and third. Let's look at the rankings. I think it's a bit difficult to kill 10 beasts in 3 hours. Yaziang is very aware of his own strength, and he may not be able to beat one side, let alone 2 sides. Chen Yang didn't answer, even Shizuiwai didn't know that Chen Yang was thinking about how to win number 1. The entrances to the destinations of the 2 cars are different. Chen Yang can probably tell that they are heading west of the city. Half an hour later, the car stopped. Li Wixin, who followed everyone, got out of the car, and they came to a row of city walls. Everyone follow me in. Li Wixin led the team. What about the rest? A man asked curiously. The entrances for you to enter are different. We enter from area A, and they enter from area B. The distribution of fierce beasts is also irregular. It all depends on your luck. Li Wixin led everyone into the base, and saw that the base was filled with all kinds of weapons, which should be for them to choose. Everyone chooses the weapon they need, and half an hour later, they will officially enter the second round of exams. Sure enough, as Chen Yang expected, these weapons were all used for assessment. Chen Yang, what do you choose? Yaziang leaned over and asked. Chen Yang was a little confused. He had never practiced special weapons, and the only time he killed the gold-eating bug was with his own fists. Chen Yang wandered around for a while, and finally chose an alloy-heavy blade and a pair of boxing gloves. Chen Yang is very satisfied with this pair of gloves. The inside of the gloves is soft and the outside is hard. There are several hard spikes in the upper part, and there is a small mechanism inside to pop out the bone spurs if necessary. It's a bit like Wolverine's claws, but it's definitely not as hard as Wolverine's. Chen Yang originally wanted to choose a Taideo, but the Taideo was light in his hand, and it was not suitable for violence at all. On the contrary, the heavy blade is quite suitable for Chen Yang. He doesn't need any fancy skills to break through thousands of troops with one force. Violent man, this knife must weigh 100 caddies, right? Seeing the heavy blade behind Chen Yang, Wu Ying opened her mouth exaggeratedly and exclaimed. With such a big weapon, those ferocious beasts are not all about one blow. Ma Ji touched the heavy blade and said enviously. If you like, you can choose to. Ye Ziang laughed. Forget it, I still prefer to use a sword. Ma Ji picked up a long sword and played a few swords in his hand. In the warrior academy, Ma Ji practiced the long sword. Now to deal with the beast, he chose the weapon he was most familiar with. Half an hour passed quickly, and the weapons chosen by the other warriors were also varied. Everyone enter through the passage behind me. After the passage door is opened, the assessment will officially begin. Pay attention to your watches, there is a countdown to the assessment on it. Li Wixin opened a door. He looked at Chen Yang and smiled, as if he had expected that Chen Yang would pass the examination. Seeing Chen Yang and others entering the passage, Li Wixin turned on the communication equipment. Hey, Zhang Han, how are you doing? Just finished? What's the matter? Zhang Han was a little puzzled. This guy probably wanted to laugh at himself. I thought about it and felt that this bet is too boring. Passing the warrior assessment is a certainty. Why don't we add another bet? Li Wixin asked. You don't think he can get number 1, do you? Zhang Han laughed out loud. Number 1 is unlikely, but betting on number 2 is quite suspenseful. Li Wixin said. Number 2? Just bet. I checked his information on the way, and I didn't even go to the martial arts academy. Being able to have a strength of 700 kilograms must be the limit. What's the bet? A high-grade primordial stone. Zhang Han said loudly. Hehe, if you win, you can't compete with me. Li Wixin stated a condition. How can I do that? The bet is the bet, and I, Zhang Han, will decide. In the past 2 years, there are not many talents in the army. It is a waste of your broken martial arts hall to keep him. Zhang Han doesn't seem to care about winning or losing at all. Then give me that Cheng Fixiang, Li Wixin said. Cheng Fixiang was number 1 in the first round of assessment. He was 21 years old, and he was also a rare genius. No, or I'll fight too. The two began to quarrel. The passage door opened, and there was a forest outside the passage. Chen Yang strode out and found that an invisible base wall surrounded the entire forest. It's really big. Chen Yang listened to the birds chirping, and the fresh air made him a little intoxicated. Where are we going? Seeing other examiners leaving in groups, Wu Ying was a little impatient. Let's go straight to the depths. I'm afraid there are not many beasts here. Chen Yang looked at the map and decided. I have no objection. We need to kill at least 10 beasts. If we search for them one by one, there will be too little time. So it's better to go to the depths. Shizuoai agreed. Then go. Ma Ji also agreed. I'm afraid there are too many fierce beasts inside, and I can't even run away. Wu Ying originally wanted to refuse, but seeing that everyone agreed, she couldn't say anything. The environment in the base is like a forest. Due to time constraints, everyone hurriedly set off to go out. The people walked for more than 10 minutes, and they walked very slowly because they had to guard against sneak attacks by fierce beasts. Do you feel something is wrong? Chen Yang has more vitality in his body than others, and his senses are also more sensitive. Although he didn't encounter any ferocious beasts along the way, he always felt that something was following him. Whoosh! A black figure passed in front of everyone. It's a mad wolf. Wu Ying exclaimed. Don't make a sound. Before Chen Yang could stop it, Wu Ying's voice had already attracted the attention of Mad Wolf. Ready to fight. Chen Yang got ready to greet Ye Ziang, and Ma Ji immediately took out their weapons. Wu Ying and Ma Ji both chose long swords, while Ye Ziang chose a long spear. The so-called 1 inch is short and 1 inch is dangerous. Ye Ziang feels that staying away from the beast is the most correct way. But no matter how far away it is, it can't compare with Shizuoai's weapon. She saw an alloy composite bow hanging on Shizuoai's shoulder, and dozens of sharp arrows in the arrow basket on her back. It's just a crazy wolf, what are you afraid of? Maj asked. You're stupid, the mad wolf is a second-tier ferocious beast. Even after being screened, its attack has a strength of 500 kilograms. If you don't guard against it, you will be gone with one bite. Ye Ziang said nervously. The palm of his hand holding the spear was covered with sweat. Even though he knew that he would face the beast sooner or later, he would inevitably be terrified when he saw that mad wolf as big as a cow. The martial artist assessment is not difficult, as long as one can overcome the fear in one's heart and face the beast bravely. A cultivator will always have more ways to kill the beast. But many practitioners only talk on paper, and once they really face the beast, their legs may become weak. This is also the reason why the country organizes the martial artist assessment. Only those cultivators who dare to face fierce beasts are qualified to be called warriors. Chen Yang carefully observed the surrounding situation. Crazy Wolf looked back at Wu Ying and then disappeared into the forest, but Chen Yang would never think that Crazy Wolf had left. Why are they called crazy wolves? As long as they are their prey, they will never give up. Chen Yang pricked up his ears, surrounded by tall trees, even bushes. He could hear footsteps 10 meters away. If he was right, it must be the mad wolf. Why is there no shadow? Maji asked anxiously. After 2 or 3 minutes of vigilance, the mad wolf did not appear. Maji was a little impatient. Careful. Just when Maji relaxed his vigilance, a black figure rushed towards Maji. Maji raised his sword to block, but the attack that the mad wolf had been waiting for a long time would not be so simple. The mad wolf rushed forward and pressed Maji under him. Shizuoai panicked for a while. She raised her compound bow and was about to aim when Chen Yang rushed out. Roll. Chen Yang's hard glove smashed over, and the mad wolf opened his mouth to bite, but he had no time to react to Chen Yang's fist. Crazy Wolf didn't expect someone to be so fast. As soon as he opened his teeth, his body was thrown away by Chen Yang's punch. The mad wolf landed heavily on the tree, and there was a big bloody hole in its waist, which was caused by the spikes on the glove. Meiji, are you okay? Yaziang hurried over to help Maji up. Maji's hands trembled for a while, and he came back to his senses when he saw the mad wolf lying on the ground. Whoosh! Shizuoai shot an arrow, and the mad wolf felt the danger and avoided it, but the injured body dragged down its reaction, and the arrow shot into the mad wolf's body. Crazy Wolf was wounded by Chen Yang's punch, and then shot by Shizuoai with an arrow. At this time, he also lost the strength to resist. Ow! The mad wolf let out a miserable howl, and was shot again by Shizuoai. Add 10 points. Shizuoai's watch displayed information, and she immediately understood how points are calculated. Meiji, are you okay? Seeing that the mad wolf was dead, Chen Yang turned around and asked. I am fine. Maji was still in shock, the moment just now was too scary. I got 10 points just now, and the calculation method of points is based on the last kill. That is to say, each of us has to personally kill 2 second-tier beasts. Shizuoai talked about the point calculation. Thanks to Chen Yang just now, if it wasn't for him, Maji would have been almost injured. Empress Yaziang said in fear. We only killed a beast in 10 minutes, which is too slow. Are you still ready to continue? Seeing that Wu Ying had been silent, Shizuoai asked. Go on, I was negligent just now. Maji said in fear. Wu Ying. Shizuoai poked Wu Ying's arm. Chen Yang is not afraid, what am I afraid of? Wu Ying woke up from her daze. She has been thinking about the strength that Chen Yang exploded just now, which is definitely much stronger than ordinary warriors. Is this guy hiding his strength? It shouldn't be. Wu Ying didn't want to lose face. It can be said that she didn't show anything just now, mainly because she hadn't experienced fighting with ferocious beasts. This does not mean that she is not strong enough. It is not difficult for her to kill a fierce beast by herself with the talent of water element. It's too slow, we have to speed up. Chen Yang looked at the time. At this speed, it was still unknown whether he could kill 10 beasts in 3 hours. Okay, careful. A mound of dirt suddenly protruded from the ground, and Chen Yang felt something in his heart. This must be the fierce beast that has been following them, but he didn't expect it to be hiding underground. It's there too. Yaziang pointed to the east and shouted. Oops, I have it here too. Wu Ying clenched her long sword tightly, seeing the snake-shaped mound of soil moving in front of her. She ruthlessly inserted her long sword into the soil. There was no movement in the soil for a while, and Wu Ying let out a long sigh of relief. She pulled out the long sword, and seeing that the front end of the long sword was clean, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Water shield. Wu Ying didn't have time to turn around. She felt something break out of the ground behind her, and quickly used her special talent. A stream of water appeared out of thin air behind Wu Ying, and they gathered into a round shield to protect Wu Ying behind. What broke out of the ground was a big mouth full of jagged teeth. It was shaped like a centipede, but its body was much rounder than a centipede. Its head is a monster with teeth and claws. If Chen Yang remembers correctly, this kind of thing should be called a worm. The worm's oval and serrated mouth bit the water shield, causing a burst of water splashes. This water shield is very resilient, although it was dented, it did not break open. Nice one. Chen Yang recorded this use in his mind. He also possesses the water element, so he can also use the water shield as a means of defense in the future. What? Wu Ying turned around and saw the worm and screamed in fright. She was most afraid of this kind of beast like a worm. Now that the worm was only half a meter away from her, Wu Ying almost fainted when she saw the bloody mouth. Go away. Wu Ying controlled the water element to wrap the worm, and then threw it in the direction where Chen Yang was. Chen Yang saw the worm flying towards him. How could he miss this good opportunity? After the worm landed, it would definitely burrow into the soil. While it was in the air, Chen Yang opened the mechanism on the glove. A few alloy bone spurs protruded from the glove. Chen Yang exerted force on his legs, and his claws passed through the worm's body in a fork shape. Add 10 points. Chen Yang smiled slightly. The worm was too easy to kill after it came out of the soil. Yaziang was also attacked, but he reacted quickly, and the worm bit the spear. Maji clenched his long sword and aimed at the worm, thinking that he could cut the worm in half like Chen Yang. Unexpectedly, the long sword just fell into the worm meat, and he was almost bitten instead. Why can't I kill him? Maji drew back his long sword to parry, and soon he was out of breath. Ow. Just as the two were in a bitter fight, there was a howl in the distance. It's over, the companion of Mad Wolf is here. Shizuoai noticed a dark shadow flashing in the jungle in the distance, and I don't know how many mad wolves gathered. We need to get rid of these worms quickly. Shizuoai immediately chose a countermeasure. She pressed one hand to the ground, and a frost radiated from her palm. The ground was quickly frozen, and the worms a few meters away wanted to sneak attack. After the ground was frozen, its movements also froze. Kill them quickly. Shizuiwai shouted. Her ice talent was fully activated, and this state would not last long. Ma Ji and Yaziang rushed to attack the worms under the ground. They swung their weapons and it took a lot of effort to pierce the worms. Run, the terrain here is too open to fight. Chen Yang shouted to Wu Ying and Shizuiwai. Wu Ying hurriedly looked for the direction, looked left and right for a few times, but didn't know where to go. Chen Yang nimbly climbed up the tree, and he had a panoramic view of the situation within 100 meters around. Oops, surrounded. When Chen Yang saw more than a dozen mad wolves gathering, he suddenly felt something was wrong. This is stabbing the wolf's den. Chen Yang himself was able to deal with 5 to 6 wolves, but Shizuiwai and the others obviously couldn't deal with the rest of the mad wolves. Climb the tree quickly. Chen Yang commanded a few people, and there was no good location around them. Now they can only barely escape the siege by climbing up a tree. Wu Ying and the others hurried up the tree, and the underground worms lost their target all of a sudden. After climbing to the tree, several people noticed how many crazy wolves were around. Wu Ying complained about bad luck. Now she can only use the help function of the watch. What to do? There are so many tier-beasts, we can't escape. Wu Ying said anxiously. It's okay, they won't climb trees. Although Ma Ji was a little flustered, seeing the mad wolf walking up and down under the tree helplessly, he felt a little relieved. I don't know how long this tree can last, should we give up? Yaziang asked. It's still early, we can still find a way. Chen Yang refused. The luck was too bad this time, and he actually provoked the most vengeful mad wolf. If it was other ferocious beasts, they could kill them no matter what. Crazy wolves are not only obsessed with their prey, they always travel in groups every time they travel. All the crazy wolves showed their figures. They walked back and forth under the tree, and some tried to climb up but failed one by one. Phew, it's a good thing they don't climb trees. Wu Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, the tree where Wu Ying was located suddenly shook violently. She hugged the trunk tightly and looked down. Those crazy wolves were hitting and biting the trunk. Seeing this, Shizuiwai quickly took out the compound bow, but the speed of the mad wolf was so fast that Shizuiwai could only hit one of them after shooting 5 or 6 arrows. This is not the way to go. Shizuiwai's arrows were getting fewer and fewer, and those injured mad wolves just retreated to the outside and howled and looked at them in the tree. No, if this continues, the tree won't last for a few minutes. Chen Yang thought anxiously, if the tree collapsed, Wu Ying and the others would almost certainly die. Sister Ziawai, what should we do? Shall we give up? Wu Ying held the watch in horror and was ready to press the red button at any time. Shizuiwai didn't know what to do. This was the first time she encountered this situation. There are often assessments, but there is only one life. If it doesn't work, let's quit. Yaziang also compounded. Chen Yang, what do you think? Shizuiwai asked. Chen Yang didn't answer immediately. It is impossible to give up, and it is not a hopeless situation. Chen Yang began to observe the speed of the mad wolf. Chen Yang himself has a high-speed talent. If he escapes, he may not be slower than these crazy wolves. After thinking for dozens of seconds, Chen Yang decided to take the risk. You are ready, I will attract their attention. Once you find the opportunity, you will run. Chen Yang shouted. Don't, you're crazy. Before Shizuiwai finished speaking, Chen Yang had already jumped off. Seeing Chen Yang jumping down, Crazy Wolf immediately jumped on it. Chen Yang rolled on the spot, and before he had time to fight back, he got up and ran away. Come after me. Don't forget to taunt before running away. The mad wolves couldn't bear this kind of temptation. They caught up with more than half of them immediately, and only 5 mad wolves were left guarding under the tree. Ours is going to help him. Shizuiwai quickly got down from the tree, and she no longer hesitated, and the ice rushed towards the mad wolf like a water spray gun. Hey, wait. Yaziang saw that Shizuiwai was going down the tree, but he didn't care about anything, grabbed a spear and stabbed a mad wolf from top to bottom. Oh, this is too impulsive. Ma Ji jumped down, but Wu Ying hesitated for a while. Water arrow. Wu Ying summoned a 1-meter-long arrow and shot it at the mad wolf in front of Shizuiwai, and she finally chose to join the battle. 2 of the remaining 5 crazy wolves were injured by arrows, which made the pressure on the few people much less. The other side. Chen Yang was running quickly through the forest, and there were 10 figures chasing him behind him. Once stopped, he would be torn to pieces by the claws behind him. Chen Yang was already running with all his strength. At this time, his speed had reached 40 m/s, double the speed of the first round of assessment tests. There's a cave ahead. Chen Yang finally found a suitable position for counterattack. Facing the 10 mad wolves, Chen Yang was not afraid. He just needs a situation in which he fights less, rather than the opponent rushing towards him without even a chance to resist. After rushing into the cave, Chen Yang immediately turned around, and the mad wolf behind him was only 20 meters away. Vital Chi Fist. Chen Yang exerted his strength quickly, and the spike on the glove was inserted into the head of the front mad wolf fiercely. A force of 1,000 kilograms hit the mad wolf on the head and killed him in one blow. The corpse knocked down several mad wolves behind it with inertia. Chen Yang took advantage of this gap to attack quickly, and saw 2 left and right punches, which wounded 2 mad wolves again. Crazy Wolf realized that this cultivator was a ruthless person, and the 500 kg force was nothing in front of Chen Yang. The blood sprinkled on the black combat uniform did not leave a single trace. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Chen Yang took a few steps back. 20 points. Chen Yang glanced at his watch. Although he was embarrassed, he had already completed the assessment task. 2 are injured, and 7 are about to move. Taking advantage of this cave, we must not let them go. These crazy wolves are already a series of points in Chen Yang's eyes. This time, he is confident to compete for number 1. The mad wolves had to attack Chen Yang head-on if they wanted to bite Chen Yang, but the cave was too small, and at most 3 mad wolves could enter at the same time. Now Chen Yang can produce 8 kilograms of strength with a single punch. If he uses combat skills, he can blast the mad wolf's head with a single punch. Crazy wolves obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. In their eyes, even if it consumes energy, it can kill this prey. Because in their genes, they always fight in this way when facing a slightly more powerful enemy. The 2 injured mad wolves withdrew, and the remaining 7 mad wolves blocked the cave, leaving no room for Chen Yang to escape. It's a pity that Chen Yang didn't intend to run away. Seeing that the mad wolf wanted to fight him to death, Chen Yang's mouth had already raised a smile. Flame. Chen Yang finally used the fire element talent that he copied not long ago, and the entire entrance of the cave was instantly enveloped in flames. The mad wolf roared in pain, and the flame instantly ignited the mad wolf's hair. Due to the narrowness of the cave, several mad wolves tried to run backwards indiscriminately, but bumped into the mountain wall instead. Chen Yang was waiting for this opportunity. He took out the heavy blade on his back, and the flames enchanted all the blades. Death to me. With all his strength, Chen Yang slashed at the crazy wolf with a heavy blade weighing more than 100 kilograms. In addition, in conjunction with the burning of the flames, Chen Yang killed a mad wolf with 2 slashes. More mad wolves fled outside the cave, and they rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. How could Chen Yang let go of such a good opportunity? Raised the heavy blade, opened it at full speed, and cut a mad wolf in half with one stroke, separating the head from the body. Frozen. Seeing the other injured mad wolves trying to escape, Chen Yang threw out a few blasts of cold air and froze the limbs of the mad wolves. How could the injured mad wolf be Chen Yang's opponent? The flaming heavy blade waved a few brilliant sparks around the mad wolf, and 2 mad wolves fell to the ground again. Extinguished the flame on the alloy heavy blade, and Chen Yang put it on his back again. Now if he is the hunter, the mad wolf has become the prey. The injured mad wolf was quickly caught up by Chen Yang. Chen Yang tripped the mad wolf with his ice talent, and then he stabbed the mad wolf with his claws. In the end, there were still 2 mad wolves who escaped to nowhere, but Chen Yang didn't care anymore. The use of this special talent made Chen Yang's vitality almost bottomed out. If there were a few more fierce beasts, Chen Yang would have no choice but to run away. Chen Yang leaned against the tree trunk to rest panting. With a thought, he wanted to see if he could copy the innate ability of the beast. Fierce beast, crazy wolf. Cultivation talent, medium talent. Bloodline talent, low-level bloodline. Special talents, strength, medium, speed, high, bloodthirsty, medium, high speed. Copy. With excitement, Chen Yang copied the corpse. Copy successfully. Is it fused? Can it really be copied? Fusion. Chen Yang chose to accept without hesitation. There was a stabbing pain in the head. Speed talent fusion failed. Failed? Come again. Chen Yang killed a total of 8 mad wolves, and copied each mad wolf once, so the speed talent can always be evolved, right? Just doing what he said, Chen Yang kept copying the speed and bloodthirsty talent, and finally when he copied the 5th mad wolf corpse, the speed talent was successfully integrated, and even the bloodthirsty talent evolved to a high-level talent. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, copy. Talent can be copied by touching the target. Similar talents can be fused. There is a chance to evolve into a higher talent. Unawakened talents cannot be copied. Speed talent, top level. Strength talent, advanced. Ice talent, advanced. Fire elemental, medium. Water elemental, medium. Bloodlust, advanced. Top speed talent? Chen Yang felt ecstasy in his heart. He has not tested his speed limit, but 50 m per second is definitely no problem. What is this bloodthirsty talent for? Chen Yang was a little puzzled. Crazy Wolf seemed to be able to suddenly increase its strength at certain times. Especially in the cave, it takes 2 swords to kill the Mad Wolf with the alloy heavy blade. Is this the reason for the bloodthirsty talent? Crazy Wolf can increase the strength of more than 100 kilograms when he activates the bloodthirsty talent, so I don't know if there are any side effects. I'll try to find a beast later. Chen Yang went to the cave, sat down and began to recover his vitality. With his top cultivation talent, it only took half an hour to replenish his vitality. This kid is not bad, he got 90 points so quickly. Li Wixin looked at the data of everyone in front of the monitor and nodded in satisfaction. Not good, an experimental beast ran away. Suddenly there was a red alert on the map. Li Wixin quickly stood up and asked about the situation. Where did that beast come from? That's the experimental area. Most of the prisoners in the experimental area are second-tier top beasts and third-tier beasts. They must have sensed that someone entered the base and were stimulated, so they ran away. The scene has been brought under control, but when the second-tier top-level ferocious beast rushed to the examination area, The staff quickly explained. Open the channel and send me the location of that beast. Li Wixin walked to the passage door and shouted. No location, that beast has lost contact. The staff were a little panicked, and everyone quickly switched the screen, but they didn't even see the shadow of the beast. What a low-level mistake. Li Wixin quickly told Zhang Han about the situation. In half an hour, Chen Yang almost rested. Suddenly footsteps came from the grass, Chen Yang stood up, and it was number 1 and number 2 who came out of the first round of assessment. Oh, what a coincidence, I ran into it here. Cheng Fixiang's eyes froze when he saw the surrounding scene. Counting the corpses in the cave, there were 5 crazy wolves here. This number 3 actually killed 5 crazy wolves by himself? Cheng Fixiang only saw the corpses around the cave, but he didn't know anything further away. Hello, my name is Cheng Fixiang. I heard wolves howling here before, so I rushed over here. After all, if someone gets hurt, I can also contribute my strength. Chen Yang thought he only came here in half an hour, it would be a ghost if he came to help. My name is Chen Yang. Chen Yang briefly introduced. Hello, my name is Hanya. You are really powerful. Did you kill all the crazy wolves around here? Hanya was puzzled, because she did not find any signs of injury on Chen Yang. Even for them, it was already the limit to deal with 3 mad wolves at the same time, let alone 5. Well, good luck. Chen Yang didn't intend to explain, it would be best to let them not guess the depth of his own strength. I don't know how many points brother Chen has. I think the champion should be among the 3 of us. Cheng Fixiang laughed and said. After meeting Hanya, he asked for Hanya's points, a total of dash points behind him. If these 5 crazy wolves were all killed by Chen Yang, then he would be tied with Chen Yang. To win the championship, he would have to kill at least 2 second-tier beasts. Chen Yang looked at his watch, and he showed a strange expression. I only got 90 points, so I have to make persistent efforts. Hanya frowned when she heard this answer. Of course, she didn't think that Chen Yang had already dealt with the 9 beasts. She had the right to think that Chen Yang was confusing herself. Cheng Fixiang thought so too. There is still an hour, how about we compete? Cheng Fixiang gave a provocative look. Oh, how do you want to compare? Chen Yang became interested. The points of the 3 of us should be about the same. If you miss number 10 because of 1 points in the end, I'm afraid you won't be reconciled. Why don't we compare each other, and whoever wins will be number 1? Cheng Fixiang explained. Chen Yang felt a little funny. He was the number 1 in the first round of assessment, and he was actually compared with his number 3. It seems that this guy is very competitive. How about it, compare? Cheng Fixiang asked urgently. Just as Chen Yang was about to answer, a bloody figure came out of the forest. Chen Yang took a closer look, and it turned out to be a bloody mad wolf. What? Cheng Fixiang felt a hot gaze. He turned his head and saw that he was confronting the bloody mad wolf. Extremely dangerous? This was the first feeling that the scarlet crazy wolf gave Cheng Fixiang. All the pores in his body were open, just being stared at by it. His body was already unable to move. Chen Yang also felt the coercion of the bloody mad wolf, and he immediately understood that this was definitely not caused by a second-order ferocious beast. Chen Yang quickly checked the information of the scarlet crazy wolf, and a virtual picture appeared in front of him. Fierce beast, bloodthirsty crazy wolf. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talent, strength, high level, speed, top level, bloodthirsty, top level, coercion, low level, wind element, intermediate level. Chen Yang took a deep breath. Just from its information, it can be seen that this guy is definitely not something they can provoke. This guy is close to the level of a great warrior. Chen Yang thought quickly, this bloodthirsty mad wolf must be traveling faster than 50 m per second. If he wanted to escape, it would definitely be too late. The only way now is to hide in the cave, but if they persist and fail to be rescued, they are almost certain to die. Check the talent. Chen Yang quickly checked the talents of Cheng Fixiang and Hanya, hoping to copy a useful talent against the bloodthirsty mad wolf. Human, Cheng Fixiang. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talents, strength, medium, toughness, medium. Human, Hanya. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talents, speed, low, plant control, medium. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, Chen Yang decided to copy their special talents first. Come here, Chen Yang shouted. Hanya and Cheng Fixiang backed away slowly with their backs to Chen Yang, but the bloodthirsty mad wolf didn't attack, but let them retreat to the cave, as if they had already eaten them. Cheng Fixiang and Hanya took out their weapons and made a defensive posture. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Yang stood between them and copied. Copy succeeded. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, copy. Talent can be copied by touching the target. Similar talents can be fused. There is a chance to evolve into a higher talent. Unawakened talents cannot be copied. Speed talent, top level. Strength talent, advanced. Ice talent, advanced. Water elemental, medium. Fire elemental, medium. Bloodlust, advanced. Toughness, medium. Plant control, moderate. Seeing that the talent was successfully copied, Chen Yang began to calculate the chances of winning. Chen Yang currently has a strength of about 1,500 kilograms in a full blow. If Yuan Qi Quan is included, it may reach 1,800 kilograms. Although the speed may exceed the foundation of a great warrior, it is definitely not as good as a bloodthirsty mad wolf with wind elements. As for Chen Yang, his strength is at most 1,100 kilograms including combat skills. If you want to rely on him, you might as well rely on yourself. But Hanya's plant control might be helpful, it might be able to effectively restrict the movement of the bloodthirsty mad wolf. I'm afraid this guy is a tier-beast. Damn it, doesn't it mean that tier-beasts won't appear in the assessment? Chen Yang was under a lot of pressure at this time, and the two people beside him did not give him a sense of security. Once the bloody mad wolf attacks, most of them have to escape. Chen Yang didn't know the talent of the bloodthirsty mad wolf at this time. If he knew, he might press the rescue button immediately. Hurry up and ask for help. Hanya's voice trembled a little, and she was a little stronger than ordinary warriors. But facing the coercion of the bloodthirsty mad wolf, she didn't even have the courage to resist. Chen Yang didn't choose to give up the game, who knows if giving up now is still the first. If this ferocious beast is within the scope of the assessment, giving up directly might result in losing the qualification for the competition. Chen Yang also thinks the same way. When Chen Yang or Hanya chooses to give up first, he will be able to continue the game. Because of this, neither of them pressed the red button on the watch. Ow! A stench came out, and the bloodthirsty mad wolf finally prepared to attack. The three of them leaned against the cave, and Chen Yang took out a big knife across his chest. Seeing the bloodthirsty mad wolf approaching him step by step, he also retreated step by step. The cave wasn't deep in the first place, and within a minute, several people were forced to the innermost part. The advantage of being in the cave is that the bloodthirsty mad wolf can't use its speed advantage to the limit. The disadvantage is that the three of Chen Yang have nowhere to retreat. The bloodthirsty mad wolf opened its mouth, and a transparent wind blade blew towards several people as it howled. Chen Yang resisted with a horizontal knife, only to see a white mark on the knife, and his body flew out immediately. Oh! Chen Yang's back hit the stone wall heavily, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the pressure of the bloodthirsty mad wolf, he was seriously injured just by catching a wind blade. You are crazy. When Hanya saw that Chen Yang and Chen Yang hadn't chosen to rescue them, she became ruthless and pressed the red button on the watch herself. At this moment, the second wind blade followed, targeting Hanya. Many vines suddenly appeared in the cave to form a plant wall to block the front. The wind blade just paused, and then passed through the plant wall effortlessly. Hanya took this opportunity to roll to the ground, and the wind blade slashed against the mountain wall behind her hair. A knife mark half a meter deep was cut on the stone wall of the cave, and a lot of rubble fell on Hanya's body. The bloodthirsty mad wolf summoned a wind blade again. It seemed to lose patience, and its body rushed towards Chen Yang along with the wind blade. Damn! Chen Yang thought of the best solution in his mind for a moment. Plant control, fireball. The center of the cave suddenly turned into a wall of fire. This was not over yet. Chen Yang hurriedly summoned a water shield to block in front of him, and then set up the alloy heavy blade to prepare for the attack of the bloodthirsty mad wolf. The bloodthirsty mad wolf completely ignored the wall of fire. The flames burned on it, and its eyes turned blood red instead. An invisible wind wall isolated and extinguished the flames on his body. Chen Yang blocked the wind blade, and what greeted him was a giant claw. Not only did the flame not cause serious damage to the bloodthirsty mad wolf, but it aroused its ferocity. The moment his eyes turned blood red, the bloodthirsty talent in his body filled his entire brain. This claw has a full strength of 2,200 kilograms. Boom! Chen Yang's body was sent flying like a kite with broken strings. If it wasn't for the solid alloy heavy blade, he would have been ripped apart by this claw. However, Chen Yang did not give up. The moment he came into contact with the bloodthirsty mad wolf, he made a crazy move. At the risk of serious injury, he touched the bloodthirsty mad wolf with his foot, and activated his copying talent a second before his body flew out. Copy succeeded. Chen Yang struggled to get up. If it wasn't for the talent of tenacity and the water shield behind him when he was smashed into the air, the bloodthirsty mad wolf's claws might have killed him. Chen Yang checked his talent. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, copy. Talent can be copied by touching the target. Similar talents can be fused. There is a chance to evolve into a higher talent. Unawakened talents cannot be copied. Speed talent, top level. Strength talent, advanced. Ice talent, advanced. Is it integrated with speed talent? Is it integrated with speed talent? Yes. There was pain in Chen Yang's brain. This time it was much stronger than before. Successful fusion. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, copy. Talent can be copied by touching the target. Similar talents can be fused. There is a chance to evolve into a higher talent. Unawakened talents cannot be copied. Speed talent, low-level comprehension. There is a chance to comprehend the speed force. Strength talent, advanced. Ice talent, advanced. Water elemental, medium. Fire elemental, medium. Bloodthirsty, top. Toughness, medium. Plant control, moderate. Coercion, low level. Wind elemental, intermediate. Has the top talent evolved? Chen Yang thought that his top talent was over, but he didn't expect it to evolve into a low-level comprehension. Before he had time to experience the speed of evolution, the bloodthirsty mad wolf rushed up again, but the target became Hanya, who fell on the ground. If Hanya was bitten by a bloodthirsty mad wolf, she would definitely be bloody. Even the wind blade couldn't stop it before, let alone the bloodthirsty mad wolf who had entered a bloodthirsty state. Bloodthirsty. The blood dripping from Chen Yang's forehead made his vision a little blurred, and his heart seemed to be affected by the bloodthirsty talent. The top bloodthirsty talent made his eyes turn blood red. Coercion. A powerful aura burst out from Chen Yang's body, and the coercion of the bloodthirsty mad wolf was melted into one piece by this aura. Eat my knife. Chen Yang felt that his body was full of strength, and the vitality in his body gathered in his arms as if he didn't need money. He raised his hands, and under the blessing of the wind element, he rushed in front of the bloodthirsty mad wolf in an instant. The bloodthirsty mad wolf felt the crisis and wanted to avoid it, but Chen Yang's speed was too fast, and the heavy blade slashed on his neck. All the strength was used for this knife, and it got stuck in the neck. The bloodthirsty mad wolf struggled frantically, it turned back and bit. Chen Yang had no choice but to let go of the heavy blade. If he ran away at this time, the bloodthirsty mad wolf should have been unable to catch up with Chen Yang. But the bloodthirsty talent made Chen Yang fall into the bloody world. He raised his fist and slammed the bloodthirsty mad wolf on the back. One wolf and one were caught in a life and death battle, and the vitality in Chen Yang's body was running out. If it wasn't for the breakthrough of speed talent and the help of the wind element, Chen Yang wouldn't even have the chance to seriously injure the bloodthirsty mad wolf. The spikes on the glove pierced into the bloodthirsty mad wolf's body again and again, and the cave floor turned into a pool of blood. The bloodthirsty mad wolf bit Chen Yang's arm with its foul-smelling mouth, and Chen Yang was in pain. With a roar, he opened the glove mechanism with his backhand, and thrust the alloy bone spur into the bloodthirsty mad wolf's throat. Chen Yang no longer had the energy to defend, this claw was his deadliest blow. His left hand was bitten through a few big holes. Fortunately, he had a battle suit to protect him from a little damage, otherwise Chen Yang would lose an arm. The bloodthirsty mad wolf was at the end of its strength, finally opened its mouth, and fell unwillingly into a pool of blood. Chen Yang pulled out the alloy bone spur, and his whole body collapsed as if lying on the ground. Hold on. I'm here. After a long roar, Li Wixin finally arrived. It seemed that Hanya and Cheng Fixiang had waited for a century, but in fact, the whole process from the bloodthirsty mad wolf seriously injured Cheng Fixiang to being pierced in the head by Chen Yang took only 1 minute. Li Wixin was surprised when he saw the two fell to the ground, but Hanya looked a little bit embarrassed. You killed the bloodthirsty mad wolf? Li Wixin asked in disbelief. Old Li, it's not too late. Zhang Han came later, saw the bloodthirsty mad wolf lying on the ground and thought it was Li Wixin who killed it. He saved us. Hanya pointed at Chen Yang with an indescribable expression. Even Cheng Fixiang could only catch the blow of a bloodthirsty mad wolf, but this man, he actually had the courage to face it. Hanya originally thought that she was bound to die, but that black figure stepped forward to save her when she was in despair. Hanya saw the final fight clearly, the kind of blood and flesh flying all over the place made her completely forget about the support. Just kidding. Li Wixin looked at Chen Yang, who was still breathing, and fell into self-doubt. What's the situation? Zhang Han asked without knowing why. This kid killed the bloodthirsty mad wolf. I just came like this. Li Wixin explained. What? This kid? Zhang Han seemed to have heard the most incredible thing. Can you take me to the hospital first? Chen Yang smiled wryly. Yes, send it to treatment immediately. Li Wixin was startled. How could he forget such an important thing? By the way, this assessment is not considered a disqualification now, right? It doesn't count? You all passed the test this time. Li Wixin carried Chen Yang on his back, and he glanced at Chen Yang's hanging arm. The score was 190. I don't know where Chen Yang went. In the woods, Shizuiwei and the others managed to deal with the remaining mad wolves. Following the escape route of Chen Yang, they searched for minutes without seeing any figure. Maybe he has already run away. You can see that there is no sign of a fierce beast passing by. Wu Ying pointed to the surrounding grass and analyzed. You finally have some brains. Wu Ying's words, which Shizuiwei reluctantly approved, should have accidentally deviated from the line in the middle. Forget it, it's useless for us to worry. Since he dared to do that, he must have a way to deal with it. Wu Ying found a reason to comfort her. While there is still time, let's quickly look for the beast, maybe we will meet Chen Yang. Ye Ziang thought for a while and said. Okay, let's go over there. Shizuiwei pointed in a direction and said. Everyone continued to search for the beast, but they didn't know that Chen Yang had already been sent for treatment. Base operating room. Chen Yang was lying on the operating table, receiving disinfection and sewing by the doctor. Fortunately, only the chest and left arm were injured, and the rest was just out of strength. Half an hour later, Chen Yang walked out of the operating room. Outside the operating room, Li Wixin and Zhang Han have been waiting outside the door. Seeing that Chen Yang was fine, the two heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Yang, eat this. This is an apology for the mistake in this assessment. It can quickly repair your wounds and temper your physique. Li Wixin handed Chen Yang a tube of red potion. What is this? Chen Yang said in a breathless voice. Gene potion, this is a good thing we have been talking about for a long time. Drink it quickly. Zhang Han urged. Gene potion. Chen Yang was excited, it was such a good thing. This is not an ordinary genetic potion, but an improved version, specially prepared for practitioners who need to hit the big fighters. Chen Yang swallowed the gene potion in one gulp. He felt as if his body was on fire, so he quickly sat down on the spot and started to run the Yuan Qiju. The gene potion continuously repairs the meridians, and many impurities in the body are also discharged. Chen Yang felt that his strength had broken through again, and even the wound was mostly healed. An hour had passed by the time Chen Yang opened his eyes. At this time, the assessment was over, but Li Wuxin and Zhang Han were still beside him. It stinks, go take a shower. Li Wuxin pinched his nose and said. Only then did Chen Yang realize that not only was his body covered with the blood of a bloodthirsty mad wolf, but his skin was also covered with impurities left after his body was quenched just now. Thank you, Instructor Li, and thank you, Examiner Zhang. I'm going to take a shower right now, Chen Yang thanked. Seeing Chen Yang leave, Zhang Han looked at Li Wuxin with displeasure. You have done all the good things, how can I beat you? That's just because you're slow. Li Wuxin laughed. I don't care, if he chooses the martial arts hall later, I won't give the bet. Zhang Han said foolishly. Let's go back and talk about it. This kind of talent may not be something we can keep. Li Wuxin laughed. After taking a bath, Chen Yang felt refreshed. Someone outside prepared a casual outfit for him. Chen Yang picked it up and put it on. It fits pretty well. Chen Yang looked in the mirror. At the age of 19, he is already 1.7 meters 5. Although his face looks young, he has an indescribable determination. The wound on the hand has already healed. Apart from some pain, it should be almost healed in another week. A small car outside the base was waiting outside. When the soldiers outside the small car saw Chen Yang coming out, they immediately beckoned to pick him up. Chen Yang was a little flattered. When had he experienced this kind of service, there were actually soldiers from the army picking him up. When I came to the warrior building, there was already a sea of people outside. On the afternoon of each assessment day, many people would gather outside the warrior building. Some of them are family members who participated in the assessment of martial arts, and some are watching the fun. In addition, there are people of great and small influence absorbing geniuses here. A large stage was set up at the entrance of the warrior building, and the red background and carpet showed a very festive sense of ceremony. Welcome everyone's enthusiasm. After a day of assessment, I now announce that the warrior assessment is officially over. After Zhang Han said a lot of encouraging words, he finally came to the highlight that everyone was looking forward to. Now I will announce the list of assessment results. Those who pass the assessment will go to the stage on the right to receive the martial artist certification issued by the state. Number 20, Lu Shi. Chen Yang stood quietly behind the stage. Although he didn't know if Cheng Fixiang and Han Ya got points behind him, it was impossible for him to surpass him. Chen Yang is only curious about the top 3. The second can choose a book of intermediate combat skills. This reward alone is worth several million. If you choose a special combat skill, the price can even approach tens of millions. Who will be the second and third? Seeing Han Ya and Cheng Fixiang's expressionless faces, Chen Yang couldn't guess for a while. Hey, Chen Yang, we thought you were dead. Wu Ying patted Chen Yang's shoulder fiercely from behind, and Chen Yang's expression changed due to the pain. What's wrong, are you hurt? Seeing Chen Yang frowning and grinning, Shi Ziyawai hurriedly asked. Sorry, I didn't know you were hurt. Wu Ying hurriedly apologized. She was just a little annoyed at Chen Yang standing here without saying a word. She didn't seem to care how worried they were. Chen Yang, are you okay? Ye Ziang and Ma Ji squeezed forward and asked. It's okay, just a few little mad wolves want to surround me, but the big one is quite scary. Chen Yang laughed. What's big? Wu Ying was puzzled. How many points do you have? Shi Ziyawai asked curiously. It's not much, more than 100. More than 100. Wu Ying was the first to not believe it. It doesn't matter if you don't get points, it's wrong to lie. For the sake of saving us, I can give you points. What are you talking about? The results are all out, and the points cannot be given away, Shi Ziyawai said unhappily. Number 6, Ye Ziang and Ma Ji tied for 6th, with 32 points. We're going up first. Ye Ziang and Ma Ji rushed to the front of the stage. Number 5, Wu Ying, with 34 points. Yeah, I'm no 5. Wu Ying jumped up excitedly. After jumping down from the tree, Wu Ying performed really well. Her water shield rescued her teammates several times, and finally she was no longer the little girl who was holding back. Why haven't you come yet? You won't be the first. Shi Ziyawai asked curiously. Probably. Chen Yang nodded lightly on the surface, but his heart was already roaring. Number 1, 500 million. There is also an advanced combat technique book. He is about to develop it. Number 4, Shi Ziyawai, with 42 points. I'm going up first, waiting for you up there. Shi Ziyawai smiled at Chen Yang. It is good. Chen Yang nodded. It seems that the only ones left are Han Ya and Cheng Fixiang. Number 3, Han Ya, with 50 points. Goddess, goddess. A group of boys in the audience shouted crazily. Han Ya was already pure and beautiful, and she won the top 3 in the assessment, so she gained many fans in a short time. Han Ya stepped forward, and the moment she took the stage, she turned her head and looked at Chen Yang with inexplicable emotions. Number 2, Cheng Fixiang, with 62 points. There was another round of cheers from the audience. Cheng Fixiang had mixed feelings in his heart, recalling that bloody mad wolf. He couldn't even catch a wind blade. How did Chen Yang defeat such a terrifying beast? In fact, Cheng Fixiang is not to blame. The coercion of the bloodthirsty mad wolf made Cheng Fixiang unable to exert his limit. If Chen Yang hadn't taken the risk of copying the talent of the bloodthirsty mad wolf, he might already be in heaven at this time, and there would be no chance to fight back. Why didn't you come to Chen Yang? He won't fail the assessment, right? Ye Xiang said strangely. Isn't it obvious? He is no one. Shi Ziyawai said excitedly. How could he be no one? Wu Ying pursed her lips. Although she said so, Wu Ying began to look forward to it in her heart. Even Cheng Fixiang was only ranked second. Isn't it obvious that number one? From being indifferent to Chen Yang at the first meeting, to being shocked in the first round of assessment, to experiencing the siege of mad wolves together and taking the leap. The image of the boy became clearer in her mind, and a strange emotion arose in her heart. Then announce the number one of our assessment. Before announcing the number one, I want to share the experience of this assessment with everyone. Zhang Han didn't report his name right away, and said something off topic. Due to the researchers' mistakes, a second-tier top beast ran out of the experimental area halfway through the assessment. The strength of this beast is no less than that of a third-tier elementary beast. Hearing this sentence, there was an uproar in the audience. There is a huge gap between the third-tier elementary beasts and the second-tier elementary beasts. According to the division of warriors, the second-tier elementary beasts only have 500 kilograms of strength, while the third tier has a full 2,000 kilograms. The difference is 4 times. Quadruple is not as simple as 1 plus 1. The third-level primary beast only needs one basic attack to deal with the second-level primary. If a third-level ferocious beast enters among the second-rank primary ferocious beasts, the scene can be imagined, just like a wolf entering a herd of sheep. At that time, we went in and searched immediately, but the assessment site was too large, and we didn't find the bloodthirsty mad wolf for a while. Until someone sent a distress signal. Could it be no one? The people in the audience guessed. He actually survived in front of a bloodthirsty mad wolf that is equivalent to a tier-ferocious beast. No wonder he is ranked first. Everyone talked about it, and felt that this number one was true. When we rushed over, there were bloodstains all over the ground. We all thought we were late, but we didn't expect to see Cheng Fixiang and Hanya. Except Cheng Fixiang was seriously injured, Hanya was almost unharmed. Zhang Han seemed to want to show off, so he paused. Cheng Fixiang and Hanya are also there? Why aren't they number one? People are puzzled. Are you curious? Cheng Fixiang and Hanya both survived, why are they not number one? Because when we arrived, the bloodthirsty mad wolf was already dead, and the one who killed it was our number one in this martial artist assessment. The following invites our number one warrior, Chen Yang. Points 190. The audience was silent at first, and then cheers that were more intense than before erupted. The score is 190, which means that within 3 hours, an examiner who is not a warrior killed 19 second-tier beasts? This is simply incredible. All of a sudden, the masters of all major forces received a call at this moment, and this call was about Chen Yang. Chen Yang walked onto the stage in casual clothes, looking at the dark crowd and the fanatical gaze in their eyes. Chen Yang felt the joy of warriors. Can he tell us how he did it? A group of girls in front of the stage asked. Zhang Han was also very curious about this question, because Chen Yang's watch was damaged during the battle, and no one in the entire base knew how he killed the bloodthirsty mad wolf. Chen Yang, everyone wants to know how you killed that second-tier top beast. Would you like to tell everyone the story? Zhang Han handed the microphone to Chen Yang. Actually, I just made a breakthrough in the battle and won by luck. Chen Yang said so. I'm curious, how much power you can exert with a full blow now? Zhang Han joked. Test once. Yes, let him test it once. Zhang Han's joke aroused everyone's curiosity. In the first round of testing, Chen Yang only hit 701 kilograms. Everyone wanted to know what level Chen Yang had reached now. Since everyone is so curious, then I will try. Chen Yang agreed. A few minutes later, the testing equipment was brought onto the stage, and Chen Yang stood in front of the testing equipment. The gene potion absorbed before has greatly improved Chen Yang's physique, and Chen Yang feels that he has entered the next stage. Yuan, Qi, Fist. The strength and speed talents are all applied to the right arm, and this is not over yet. Chen Yang also exerted the wind element to the extreme, and he felt that the energy gathered in his right arm was about to explode. Except for the bloodthirsty talent, all available boosts have been used. With the addition of various talents and combat skills, this punch hit the tester like lightning with a burst of air. The numbers on the tester kept jumping, quickly exceeding 1,500 and going straight to 2,000, 2,000, 2,100, 2,200, 2,300. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, the number finally stopped at 2,436. Are you dreaming? Wu Ying pinched her face, it hurt a lot. Cheng Fixiang also opened his mouth wide. He thought that there was a gap between himself and Chen Yang. Now it seems that there is no gap, and it is separated by a natural moat. There was a strange light in Shi Ziyawai's eyes. Every time, this boy could bring everyone different surprises. Zhang Han and Li Wixin saw that Chen Yang didn't use all his strength in the first round of assessment, and didn't even show his combat skills. No wonder there was such a big difference in the statistics. Did this kid hide his strength when he was in the martial arts hall? Li Wixin was puzzled. How could a person increase his strength from 400 kilograms to 2,400 within a month? In the warrior building, a beautiful young woman looked at the boy on the stage through the window with a slight smile. Interesting, Yanshinj actually produced such a genius. On the other side, Lin Bing recognized the boy on the stage, and her face blushed with excitement, because she was the one who handed out this assessment admission card. Seeing the data on the tester, Zhang Han knew that something was wrong. Originally, I just wanted to satisfy my curiosity, but this result, it is very likely that the superiors will come to snatch people. Now his plan to recruit Chen Yang into his team might come to naught. The procedure still has to go on, and the ordinary martial artist certification almost turned into a great warrior certification. Chen Yang excitedly accepted the martial artist certification that Zhang Han handed him. Since he didn't test Chen Yang's speed, Zhang Han couldn't issue him a great martial artist certification. But at any time, as long as he wants to test, he can upgrade to a great warrior at any time. Zhang Han felt that Chen Yang was a bit strange, especially when he took over the martial artist certification. Chen Yang's attention didn't seem to be on the martial artist certification, but his own hands. Zhang Han felt right. Chen Yang finally copied Zhang Han's talent the moment he came into contact with the martial artist certification. Copy succeeded. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, copy. Talent can be copied by touching the target. Similar talents can be fused. There is a chance to evolve into a higher talent. Unawakened talents cannot be copied. Speed talent, low-level comprehension. There is a chance to comprehend the speed force. Strength talent, advanced. Ice talent, advanced. Water elemental, medium. Fire elemental, medium. Bloodthirsty, top. Toughness, medium. Plant control, moderate. Coercion, low. Wind elemental, medium. Mindfulness, medium. Get it. Chen Yang happily played with the martial artist certification. Martial artist certification is a golden card, somewhat similar to an entrance examination card. The information of each warrior card is networked nationwide and can be found no matter where it is. Another advantage of the warrior card is that it has the function of a bank card. The number 1 money reward from this assessment has been transferred to the warrior card. 500 million, what should I buy for my sister? Chen Yang thought about it, and he decided to move his family in first. After a long time, everyone walked off the stage. Zhang Han and Li Wixin led them into the warrior building to pick out the spoils. Come with me, your reward is advanced combat skills, not on the same floor as them. Li Wixin took Zhang Han to the top floor of the warrior building. The first floor of the warrior building is the reception hall, and the second to 5th floors are the places to buy and sell items. The office area is above the 5th floor, and the number 18 floor on the top floor is the place where combat skills are stored. You pick slowly, and I won't go in. There is a display screen in front of each combat skill book, which has a complete introduction of the combat skill. You can think about it slowly. I suggest you pick a little longer. Now outsiders can, there are many more, waiting for you to go out. Li Wixin stood in front of the gate and said in distress. Originally, he had seized the opportunity, but who knew that Zhang Han, a fool, actually asked Chen Yang to test his strength in front of everyone. Now, everyone knows that Chen Yang is an extremely rare genius. Would the joint martial arts hall not be able to accommodate him? Li Wixin thought wildly. Chen Yang walked into the gate, there was a reception desk inside the gate, and a middle-aged woman was sitting inside. Number 1 in the martial artist assessment. Seeing someone coming in, the middle-aged woman raised her head and glanced at Chen Yang. This glance made Chen Yang feel undressed. Every part of him seemed to have no secrets in front of this woman. Too horrible. Chen Yang was shocked. He didn't even feel this way when facing a martial artist. Could it be that this woman is a great martial artist? Check talent. Human, Jochu. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talents, strength, advanced, speed, advanced, clairvoyance, advanced, teleportation, advanced. Perspective. Chen Yang immediately knew that it was not an illusion just now, but that he was really seen. Advanced combat skills are in it. Choose the combat skills you want, and just swipe your warrior cards. After swiping, give it to me, and I will copy a layer of combat skill books for you. The middle-aged woman pointed to the glass door behind her and said, Okay. Chen Yang hurried in, but all he could think about was how to copy this talent into his hands. Inside the glass wall, there are several rows of cylinders, like a jewelry store exhibition. There is a glass book on each cylindrical platform, which is connected to the screen. Click on it to see the name of the combat skill and its detailed introduction. Ben Leiju. The first book of combat skills Chen Yang clicked on was Advanced Special Combat Skills, but he didn't have the talent for the element of thunder, so it was useless to get this book of combat skills. The Blazing Sunday. Chen Yang opened the detailed introduction. This is a special combat skill of the fire element, which can be cultivated into a body of flames. The most peculiar thing is that if you have the dual elements of ice and fire, you can also cultivate the double heaven of ice and fire, which is at least 3 times as powerful as the ordinary fire element. There are so many special combat skills here. Chen Yang clicked on another book of combat skills excitedly. Clear Water Prison. Psychostorm. Ice Field. Chen Yang clicked on the Field of Ice. This is a combat technique combined with body tempering skills. By cultivating the power of ice, one can finally control a small area. In the field, his own strength will be greatly improved, otherwise the enemy will be affected by the ice field and become stiff. Chen Yang felt that this combat skill was quite suitable for him. His talent for ice had reached an advanced level. If he practiced this combat skill, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. It's just that if you want to completely control the ice field, you must at least become a great martial artist. Only the body of a great martial artist has the vitality to display a domain. Chen Yang decided to keep reading. It must take a long time to become a great martial artist. If there is no other combat skill that is more suitable for him, it will not be too late for him to choose this book again. Original force control, comprehend the higher level and more essence of vitality, and use the vitality of heaven and earth. If you cultivate to the upper level, you can control the wind and clouds, and all the vitality in the space can be used as a means of attack. Chen Yang looked at this book of combat skills. Although it was not a special combat skill, every sentence introduced made this book of combat skills extraordinary. Combat skills are actually different ways to use vitality and special talents to exert stronger effects. Each combat skill operates in a different way, and the resulting power is also different. This advanced combat technique is also like a combination of body tempering skills and the use of Yuan Li, like Yuan Kai Ju and Yuan Kai Fist, which should be integrated into one body, but were learned separately. Chen Yang is caught in a dilemma. Every combat skill here is worth tens of millions. He really doesn't know how to choose. There are too many special combat skills. If I choose a special combat skill, I can only practice one. I don't know when I can get the second one. Why don't I choose this elemental force control first, and then learn other combat skills when I have the opportunity? After thinking for a long time, Chen Yang decided to choose Yuan Li to control. He felt that the cultivation method controlled by Yuan Li might be more suitable for him. When he had the opportunity in the future, it would not be too late to get this ice domain. Chen Yang no longer hesitated, took out the warrior card, inserted it into a card slot and swiped it. Have you chosen? Zhou Chu was a little surprised to see that Chen Yang came out only an hour after entering. Generally, warriors who come here for the first time to choose combat skills can't wait to stay there for a day, and he is the first one who is as fast as Chen Yang. I just saw one that suits me, so I don't worry about it. Chen Yang laughed. He was thinking about touching her finger while she was not paying attention when he handed Zhou Chu the martial artist card later. Give me the warrior card, Zhou Chu said. Chen Yang was overjoyed, and quickly took out his warrior card. But an embarrassing thing happened. Zhou Chu didn't reach out, which made Chen Yang's thoughts shattered. Chen Yang put the warrior card on the counter, and Zhou Chu quickly took the warrior card away and inserted it into the computer. Original force control? You didn't choose a special talent, didn't you awaken the special talent? Zhou Chu looked at Chen Yang suspiciously. I just think this suits me better, Chen Yang replied. There was a hint of appreciation in Zhou Chu's eyes. Your choice is good. Many warriors want to choose a book of special combat skills after passing the assessment. They don't know that although special combat skills are good, they are not all suitable for warriors to learn. Combat skills are divided into elementary combat skills, intermediate combat skills, advanced combat skills and top-level combat skills. Most of these advanced combat skills are prepared for martial artists. Even if they are martial artists, they may not be able to display the full power of the combat skills. Many of them require a great martial artist or even a grandmaster to be able to control them flexibly. If you are a martial artist, not only is the speed slow, but the vitality in the body cannot withstand consumption. Yuan Kai is the foundation of a strong body and the foundation of all combat skills. The Yuan Li control you have chosen is a more advanced vitality art. There is a vitality art. As a foreshadowing, you will be able to get started soon. While copying the exercises controlled by Yuan Li, Zhou Chu explained to Chen Yang. There is also this kind of saying. In this way, I made a mistake. Chen Yang was overjoyed, and left behind the regret of not choosing the ice domain. Aunt Zhou, have you also practiced Yuan Li control? Chen Yang asked curiously. How do you know my surname is Zhou? Zhou Chu asked back. Chen Yang was stunned for a moment. Zhou Chu did not say what his name was. He knew the other party's name only because of the query information that came with the system. I listened to Instructor Li and the others. Chen Yang quickly found a reason. Is it? Zhou Chu gave Chen Yang a meaningful look. Chen Yang was flustered for a while. Could there be other abilities in this clairvoyance? Take it back and practice hard. Zhou Chu handed the printed combat skills to Chen Yang. Chen Yang was overjoyed, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Yang straightened his fingers, and gently touched Zhou Chu's fingers from under the battle technique book. Copy succeeded? Thank you, Aunt Zhou. Chen Yang picked up the combat technique book and turned to leave. He was afraid that Zhou Chu would discover something through the perspective. This boy. Seeing Chen Yang leave, Zhou Chu's eyes showed a strange look. From the first second they met, she was observing the vitality in Chen Yang's body. She had known for a long time that this boy had reached the level of a great warrior at only 19 years old, so she deliberately used her perspective talent to see through everything about Chen Yang. But the talent of bailing, who is usually tried and tested, has no effect on Chen Yang. Apart from seeing that Chen Yang's vitality is much more than that of the warriors, when she observes the natural power in his body, she is in a blur. It shouldn't be. Even the grandmaster I can see clearly. Why is it so blurry on him? Why did he lie just now? Did Li Wixin and Zhang Han say bad things about me? Zhou Chu became more and more curious about Chen Yang. Chen Yang got on the elevator. Whether to integrate strength talents. Fusion. Chen Yang chose to merge without saying a word. After a burst of pain, the fusion was successful. Copied. Chen Yang was as excited as if he copied a talent for the first time, because this time he copied a talent that a man dreams of, perspective. Do you want to try it? I'll just look outside and never use it on people. After struggling for 10 seconds, Chen Yang still activated the talent of clairvoyance. The moment the talent of perspective was activated, Chen Yang felt that the whole world had changed. The warrior building turned into a series of digital structures in his eyes, and there were people shaking in the distance, but Chen Yang didn't see what he imagined, and those people all turned into a silhouette. Chen Yang stared at the outline of the human figure curiously. As long as he thought about it, he could clearly see the meridians, blood vessels, and even the 5 abdomen and 6 internal organs. Not only that, but there is a gas-like thing staying in the dantian within each outline. These qis vary in size, some are almost invisible, while others are dazzlingly bright. The color of each mass of qi is different, among which the yellow qi is mostly, and the qi of other colors is less. Chen Yang controlled the perspective talent to adjust the depth of the outline. After some experiments, Chen Yang finally learned how to use the perspective talent. He discovered that the yellow qi represents vitality, which is almost absent in ordinary people, and the vitality of warriors is very rare, but the vitality of martial artists is dazzling. If Chen Yang's guess is correct, those colorful qi are everyone's innate talent, and different innate talents have different qi colors. Oops, didn't that Aunt Joe see through all my talents? Chen Yang's heart sank. There are more than a dozen types of talents in his body. If they are exposed, he might be arrested and sliced into the research institute. Chen Yang hurriedly looked inside, and the strange thing was that he only saw a mass of thick yellow gas, and there were no other colors. Strangeness. Chen Yang murmured, but it was a good thing at last, so many things about his talents were not exposed. Chen Yang, you came down so quickly. In the lobby on the first floor, Li Wixin and Zhang Han leaned on chairs, smoking cigarettes. Seeing Chen Yang coming out, the two quickly got up and came over, followed by some other forces. Hello, I am the manager of the Lu family. I would like to invite you to be our family's servant. The treatment and conditions are absolutely generous, as long as... A man in a suit was interrupted by others before he could say a word or two. I came first. Two other managers who were also in suits came up and started to introduce. Chen Yang's scalp was numb, he was most afraid of being surrounded by people. Our family can give you a villa and a car as a gift, and give you a monthly salary of 20, as long as you help the family when it's needed. A manager proposed very generous conditions, and Chen Yang was very tempted, but he couldn't make a decision now. In order to get rid of them, Chen Yang had no choice but to write down their phone numbers one by one, and then contact them afterwards in a perfunctory manner. How does it feel to be welcome? Li Wixin patted Chen Yang on the shoulder. Instructor Li, don't laugh at me, I'm just a little warrior, how can I get into the eyes of so many people? Chen Yang shook his head and said, you are not a small person now, the whole inner city knows your name. Thanks to Instructor Zhang. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be so famous. Li Wixin mocked. I was excited for a while, and I really didn't think about it that much for a while. Who knows that you are so good, I'm afraid you will be in the headlines tomorrow. Zhang Han said helplessly. By the way, do you have any plans for the future? Zhang Han hurriedly asked. I don't know. There are too many families who invited me. I am a warrior in a poor area. Where have I seen such a big temptation? Chen Yang smiled bitterly, he really didn't know how to choose. Why don't you join the army? Zhang Han wooed him. Joining the army, the country can also give you a villa. Your family can live in the inner city, and the monthly salary is 20. You can also come to my martial arts gym. In the martial arts gym, there is basically nothing to do except practice and teaching. Unlike in the army, you often have to perform tasks, and you may die someday. Li Wixin interrupted. Are you the one who broke the stage like this? Zhang Han said angrily. Just tell me I'm right. Li Wixin retorted. Chen Yang was really moved when he heard that. The Joint Martial Arts Gym is a nationally recognized martial arts gym, and the benefits are very good. The army is also good, and warriors are relatively free, a bit like mercenaries. But the disadvantages are indeed as Li Wixin said, the task is dangerous, and the risks and benefits are not directly proportional. Let me think about it. To be honest, my head is in a mess now, Chen Yang said. Okay, we won't force you either. If you decide to come to the martial arts hall, you know where I am. Li Wixin expressed his opinion. This is my number, if you decide to come to the army, give me a call. Seeing that Chen Yang was also a little tired, Zhang Han left a phone call. Okay, I'll think about it. After Chen Yang wrote down Zhang Han's number, he sneaked out of the warrior building. Chen Yang first went to the mall to buy some masks, and then bought himself a few sets of clothes. Now that he has money, Chen Yang is not stingy. He bought everything he needed to buy. In addition to food and clothing, he also picked 4 high-end mobile phones. It was already time to eat when we got home. Mother Chen opened the door and found her son came back with big and small bags. She was so happy that she quickly took the things. Why do you buy such food again? You really want to spoil your sister. Mother Chen pretended to complain. Mom and Dad, here is the mobile phone I bought for you. Chen Yang took out 3 boxes. The most exquisite box was for his younger sister, and the other 2 couples were for his parents. Where did you get so much money? Father Chen took the phone case and asked curiously. This mobile phone is very expensive. Why don't you return it? Mom's mobile phone can still be used. If someone steals it, it won't be worth it. Mother Chen pushed the phone case back and said, Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry. I have passed the warrior assessment today, and from now on, I am a warrior. These things are all rewarded by the state, and I was rewarded with a suite in the inner city. We can move in 2 days. Chen Yang explained. I knew my brother would pass. Chen Yuling yelled on the sofa, the smile on his face was indescribably bright. Even if it is rewarded by the state, don't spend it indiscriminately. Be careful in the future. Wife, you can accept it. After all, it is the child's heart. Father Chen shouted. Chen's mother was not pushing and shoving, she opened the phone case, and Chen's mother couldn't put it down because of the crystal blue phone. Half an hour later, at the dinner table. Since Chen Yang completed his first commission, the family can eat meat for every meal. The younger sister's complexion also looks much healthier, and even the parents are a little more relaxed. Mom and Dad, when will we move to the inner city together? You don't need to work at that time, and I can support the whole family by myself. Chen Yang asked while picking up vegetables for his sister. Well, we are used to living in the slums. We live in the inner city all of a sudden, and we don't know what to do. Father Chen sighed. This outer city is still not safe. Besides, you can just rest every day in the future. Now there are many places inviting me, and the monthly salary has reached 20. Chen Yang persuaded. 20 million. Chen's mother was taken aback. It was the first time she heard that the salary of warriors was so high. Yeah, I'm thinking about joining the army or a martial arts school, and I'll be assigned a villa by then. Chen Yang briefly explained the invitation of various forces to him. Haha, I didn't expect a warrior to emerge from our family. After listening to Chen Yang's words, Father Chen smiled all over his face. They never thought that one day they would be able to enter the inner city and live in a large villa. In the future, our family will not be short of money. Parents, this is 100 million. I will transfer it to your mobile phone. Chen Yang took out his mobile phone and said that this operation scared Chen's father and mother very much. You should keep the money. You are a martial artist now, and you must have a lot of money for practicing every month. Mother Chen quickly refused. Don't worry, I still have this. Chen Yang opened the balance and showed it to his parents, only to see that the balance in the card was more than 390 million, and his parents and sister were dumbfounded. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow, and my sister's leg will definitely recover by then. Chen Yang smiled. My son has grown up. Father Chen took out a cigarette and lit it. Just do as you said. I didn't expect that I, Chen Wei, would be able to enjoy the blessing so early. Dad, do you want to invite the neighbors to dinner then? Some people have helped us before, let's invite them all over tomorrow. Chen Yang thought for a while and said, okay, we must invite them over. My son has become a warrior, and we will hold a banquet at that time, and invite all the neighbors who have helped us. Chen's father remembered that when he had no money, he not only had to take care of his daughter, but also lent money to Chen Yang to see a doctor. The sadness in this is not to mention how uncomfortable it is. Dad, just watch and do it. Anyway, we can't eat poorly. Chen Yang laughed. On the other side, the mother also shed tears of happiness. That night, Chen Yang was in a mess. Whether to go to the martial arts school or the army, Chen Yang has been hesitating. Chen Yang took out his Yuan Li to control it, since he couldn't sleep now anyway, he might as well practice for a while. Chen Yang is now able to run the Yuan Qi Ju 10 times a day, and his cultivation speed has far surpassed that of ordinary warriors. According to the method of Yuan Li control to let the Yuan Kai flow in the meridians, this time, it only took more than 10 minutes to run a small cycle. So fast. Chen Yang was a little surprised at the speed with which he got started, and what was even more unexpected was that the practice of this advanced combat technique was several times faster than that of Yuan Qi Ju. The first layer controlled by Yuan Li needs to turn every part of the body into a carrier of Yuan Qi, and when it can no longer absorb more Yuan Qi, it condenses the Yuan Qi in the body into a liquid. After completing this step, Chen Yang can reach the second floor controlled by Yuan Li. After Chen Yang practiced the control of Yuan Li, he obviously felt that his speed of recovering Yuan Kai has increased a lot. Now if he exhausts the Yuan Kai in his body, he should be able to reach the peak state within an hour. Today, expand the meridians first. Chen Yang controlled the vitality to continuously expand the meridians, and many small meridians were all opened up under the control of Yuan Li. After one night, the vitality in Chen Yang's body was fully doubled. The sun slowly rose, and Chen Yang looked into his body. He found that his chest was full of vitality, and even his stomach and internal organs were slowly improving under the wrapping of vitality. Chen Yang decided to send the vitality to his arms and then to his legs after his chest could no longer hold more vitality. After the meridians of the whole body are filled with vitality, then break through the second layer. I hope it can be done in half a month. Chen Yang stretched refreshedly. He didn't expect that there would be such benefits in practicing Yuan Li control, and he didn't even need to sleep. Early in the morning, Mother Chen prepared breakfast. Today's breakfast is extraordinarily rich. In addition to the delicious beef noodles, there are 2 poached eggs floating on it. Rain spirit, the milk will continue. Chen Yang took out 2 bottles of milk and threw them over. Chen Yuling happily took the milk. Brother, shall we move today? Hearing this sentence, Chen Yang felt dizzy for a while. He didn't know which side to join yesterday. Isn't there still a banquet to be held? The banquet will be held in these 2 days, and then we will move. Chen Yang thought for a while and said, Chen Yang has a special liking for the military. After all, he was a firefighter in his previous life, and his essential idea was to protect the people. In this world full of warriors and raging beasts, which man would not want to go to the battlefield to defend his family and city, or choose the army? Chen Yang thought about it, and cultivation requires a lot of resources. Joining the army can kill ferocious beasts more conveniently, and there will be no shortage of resources by then. Mom, I'm going to the inner city, Chen Yang shouted to the kitchen after finishing his breakfast. After leaving the house, Chen Yang picked up his mobile phone and called Zhang Han. Have you made up your mind? Zhang Han asked on the other end of the phone, but there was something wrong with his voice. Yes, I think the military would suit me better, Chen Yang replied. Oh, how poor I am. Zhang Han complained suddenly, as if he didn't have the excitement of yesterday. What happened? Chen Yang thought that Zhang Han was going to repent. Let's meet at the warrior building, there are a few people who want to see you. Chen Yang was stunned. Could it be that the person who can make Zhang Han complain is a higher level? Okay, I'll come over. Chen Yang hung up the phone, full of curiosity about the few people who wanted to see him. Half an hour later, Chen Yang arrived at the warrior building. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask today, and he found that everyone around him was discussing yesterday's martial artist assessment. Chen Yang's profile was even posted outside the warrior building, as if to encourage everyone to practice hard. Was it too high profile yesterday? Chen Yang thought. You didn't see it yesterday. I was the closest, and his punch made a sonic boom. That scene, I feel exciting even thinking about it now. A girl at the door blew up about her best friend, and at first glance she was a little girl. Instructor Zhang. Chen Yang soon saw Zhang Han. What's going on? Why are you talking about me everywhere? Zhang Han didn't dare to call out Chen Yang's name. After his operation yesterday, the headlines in the inner city are now all about Chen Yang. Come upstairs with me, there are too many people here. Zhang Han pressed the elevator. After entering the elevator, Chen Yang took off his mask. How does it feel to be a big star? Zhang Han laughed. It's a good thing they don't know where my family lives, otherwise I'm really afraid that I'll be surrounded every day when I go out. Chen Yang never thought that one day he would attract so much attention. Although you didn't take the test of a great martial artist, your strength data yesterday is now known to everyone. You are now the most promising genius in Yanqing, a 19-year-old great martial artist. Tisk tisk tisk, I suspect that your cultivation talent is top-notch talent? Do you want to test it later? Zhang Han said enviously. Chen Yang was ashamed, he didn't dare to let the instrument test. Are there very few young warriors? Chen Yang asked curiously. Nowadays, most people who cultivate talents are just starting to practice. Even if they are advanced talents, they still need to practice for a year to reach the martial artist standard. As for great warriors, it will take 2 years at the fastest. Your current cultivation speed has surpassed most people. You haven't practiced for long, have you? Zhang Han glanced at Chen Yang and said. Chen Yang paused, laughed, and did not answer. Ding. The elevator came to the 10th floor. Zhang Han led Chen Yang into an office, where a man and a woman were sitting. Their postures seemed very leisurely. Brother Chen, this is Chen Yang. Zhang Han said to the man with a hint of displeasure on his expression. Sit down, Han, don't be so hostile to me. You also know that those who can join us are not ordinary people. Brother Chen stretched out his hand to invite everyone to sit on the casual sofa. Let me introduce myself. My name is Han Chen, and this is Han Mensi. We are from the Yanqing United Team. What is the joint team? Chen Yang didn't know why and asked. The joint team is an army that is officially organized by the country, and only special talents are eligible to join our team. Every team member is a key training target of the country. This time, I also want to invite you to become a 5th-level member of the Yanqing United Team, Han Chen explained. Then what do I usually need to do? Chen Yang asked. Our team will go out to perform missions from time to time. There are no restrictions in normal times, just concentrate on cultivation. Our team benefits are very good. In addition to a villa, we also have vehicle delivery and a monthly salary of 30 yuan. In addition, every time you participate in a mission, there will be special rewards after the mission is successful. Most of what we do is related to the survival and development of Yanqing. I don't know if you understand it. Chen Yang looked at Han Chen in surprise, just listening to this treatment. It was obviously the best condition among all the forces that invited him. Why did you invite me? Chen Yang asked curiously. Because your potential is good. The woman next to Han Chen spoke. If nothing else happens, you can at least become a great martial artist. Chen Yang just laughed when he heard this. Great martial artist, it shouldn't be difficult. Chen Yang checked their talents. Human, Han Chen. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, strength, advanced, speed, top, super sensory, top. Human, Han Mensi. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talents, strength, advanced, speed, advanced, power of space, top level. What kind of gods are these? Chen Yang was shocked. Could it be that there are monsters like this in the joint team? The reason why Chen Yang was surprised was because he seldom saw top-level cultivation talents, except for the Jochu he met yesterday. Today, 2 top-level cultivation talents suddenly appeared, and even the special talents are top-notch, which shows that these 2 are the only 1 in a million cultivation geniuses. I'll join. Chen Yang suddenly replied. Huh? So fast? Han Chen seemed to have prepared a lot of rhetoric, but he didn't expect it to be useless. Although you agreed to join the joint team, the team still has an assessment for you. Let me try your strength first, I hope you won't let me down, Han Mensi said. At this, Chen Yang asked suspiciously, go to the basement, the place there is stronger. Zhang Han seemed to be a little afraid of Han Mensi. Could this Han Mensi be a great martial artist? Chen Yang thought curiously. Is she trying to tease me? Or should I refuse? Don't worry, I will suppress my strength to the great fighters. Han Mensi seemed to have heard Chen Yang's heart, and Chen Yang nodded helplessly. No, I have to copy her talent first. If she uses her space talent, I might not even be able to touch her. Several people entered the elevator, and Chen Yang pretended to touch Han Mensi and Han Chen. Copy succeeded? Is it integrated with top cultivation talent? Fusion. Chen Yang had a headache and almost fainted to the ground. Fortunately, I held on to the railing in time, and the tingling in my brain passed quickly. Successful integration, evolved into a low-level perception. Chen Yang quickly checked his talent. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, low-level comprehension. Special talent, copy. Talent can be copied by touching the target. Similar talents can be fused. There is a chance to evolve into a higher talent. Unawakened talents cannot be copied. Speed talent, low-level comprehension. There is a chance to comprehend the speed force. Strength talent, advanced. Ice talent, advanced. Water elemental, medium. Fire elemental, medium. Bloodthirsty, top. Toughness, medium. Plant control, moderate. Coercion, low. Wind elemental, medium. Mindfulness, medium. Perspective, advanced. Teleportation, advanced. Super sensing, top. Space force, top level. Here we are, here we go. Chen Yang looked up and saw that there were 3 floors underground. Stepping out of the elevator, Han Mensi took off his coat. Han Mensi was wearing a pure white tights, paired with a pair of blue jeans. Chen Yang looked pleasing to the eye. Are you ready? Han Mensi asked. Ready. Chen Yang doesn't have ink marks either. If it's just to test his own strength and speed, he won't be afraid at all. I heard that you can exert a strength of 2,400 kilograms with a full blow, so I will suppress the strength at 2,400 kilograms. As soon as Han Mensi finished speaking, the whole person rushed over like an arrow. Chen Yang didn't expect Han Mensi to rush over so quickly. He raised his hand to block, only to see a powder fist hit Chen Yang's arm, and Chen Yang retreated 4 or 5 meters in a row. Interesting. Han Mensi quickly disappeared in front of Chen Yang. This is not the power of space, and the pure speed is extremely fast. Super sensing. Chen Yang seemed to have eyes on his back, and Han Mensi's leg wiped the corner of Chen Yang's clothes, leaving nothing. Han Mensi didn't stop attacking. Seeing that her right leg was missing, she quickly adjusted her posture and hit the ground with force. Due to the super sensor, Chen Yang had already discovered Han Mensi's intentions. Well done. Origin Chi Fist. Chen Yang wrapped the wind element around his right arm as an acceleration force. After practicing Yuan Li control yesterday, Chen's Yuan Kai fist was twice as powerful as before. If yesterday's strength was still 2,400 kilograms, today's punch would be as high as 3,000 kilograms. Boom. The 2 fists collided, and there was an explosion in the air. A bright figure stepped back a dozen steps. Han Chen's eyes widened, and it was Han Mensi who fell behind. Don't let the water go, Han Chen shouted. Hearing this sentence, Han Mensi blushed with anger. Who said this kid's strength is only 2,400 kg? If it weren't for my rich experience, I would have made a fool of myself just now. How did he predict my attack? Han Mensi was very puzzled. Although she suppressed her strength to the great warrior, it didn't mean her reaction belonged to the great warrior too. I'm going to use my talent. Han Mensi suddenly disappeared in place. Chen Yang was taken aback. This is the teleportation of the power of space. Chen Yang was kicked. Although he found where Han Mensi appeared, his body couldn't keep up with his brain. Don't hide it, use all your strength. Han Mensi was very curious about Chen Yang's talent. How did he know that Chen Yang was thinking about which talent he should show off at this time? There is no way to prevent this teleportation, unless I know her whereabouts. Chen Yang gradually had a plan in his mind. He wanted to defeat Han Mensi the moment she appeared. Chen Yang also had the power of space in his body at this time, but he didn't dare to use it at all. The only thing he has used in front of others is the fire element. If there is a second or even a third talent, he is afraid that he will be arrested. Although you can't use teleportation, you should be able to find Han Mensi's foothold in advance with the super sensor and the power of space, and then give her a punch. At this time, Chen Yang didn't feel sorry for Flowers and Jade, let alone the other party was a martial artist. Han Mensi disappeared again, and Chen Yang carefully felt the changes in the power of space. In the rear left, Chen Yang turned around quickly, but his speed was still a bit slower, and he got kicked again. What? Han Mensi found that Chen Yang's reaction speed had improved a lot. When he first used teleportation, Chen Yang was still looking at the front stupidly, but with the next few kicks, Chen Yang can always find himself faster, as if he knows where he will appear. The last time, Chen Yang concentrated his energy. He exerted the power of space and super sensing to the extreme. Finally, he caught a trace of Han Mensi's disappearance. Above. Although Han Mensi hadn't appeared yet, Chen Yang had a strong premonition that she would definitely attack from above. And, wind element? Fire element? Bloodthirsty? Yuan Li control, Yuan Kai fist. Chen Yang's right hand ignited a flame at some point, and the wind element was mixed in the flame. This punch that gathered all the talents roared into the air after being filled with vitality. What is he doing? Zhang Han was puzzled, but Han Chen was surprised because he had a premonition that Han Mensi would definitely appear in that position. Oh. As soon as Han Mensi appeared, she saw a ball of fiery fists in front of her eyes. She had no time to react, and watched helplessly as the fist hit her body, and she flew tens of meters away. This feeling, why doesn't it seem right? Chen Yang was a little puzzled looking at the flying figure. Asshole. Han Mensi cursed suddenly, and she disappeared in front of everyone without a trace. Chen Yang and the others were left feeling the back of their heads in bewilderment. Interesting. Seeing that Han Mensi disappeared, Han Chen commented slowly. Wow, Chen Yang, you are so powerful, you actually beat the tigress away. Zhang Han exclaimed. What tigress? Chen Yang asked curiously. Just Han Mensi, she is the fiercest woman in the joint team. I didn't expect you to be able to subdue her. I really envy you. Zhang Han looked at Chen Yang adoringly, but his eyes were more gloating. It's over, I seem to have done something that shouldn't be done. Chen Yang recalled the touch and position just now, and had a bad guess in his heart. Brother Chen, may I ask what strength is she? Chen Yang asked. You're almost a martial artist. Han Chen said calmly, he seemed to be mourning for Chen Yang as well. Well, can I quit now? Chen Yang said softly. Then you will die even worse. Oh, don't worry, she will train you at most. Han Chen patted Chen Yang on the shoulder, and walked towards the elevator haha. Half an hour later, Han Mensi sat in the office with a livid face. Zhang Han and Han Chen thought that Han Mensi just felt that he had lost face. If they knew the real situation, they would probably jump up in surprise. Han Mensi had already changed into a black top. Although the weather was very hot, she was still wearing a coat. Since you have decided to join the joint team, after reading the contract, sign it here. Han Chen handed the tablet to Chen Yang and said. Chen Yang took the tablet and looked at the contents carefully. What does this 5th level player mean? Chen Yang asked. The joint team is divided into 1 to 6 levels of authority. Among them, the Great Warrior is the 5th level member, corresponding to the 5th level authority, and the Martial Artist is the 4th level member, corresponding to the 4th level authority. By analogy, the Martial Saint corresponds to the 1st level authority. As for the 6th level authority, it is prepared for other ordinary staff. Of course, these are not static. There are still many researchers in the joint team, and their authority is completely determined by their contribution. Han Chen explained. What are these permissions for? There are too many uses. We can enjoy the first batch of things from the research room. This requires permission. Many things that are not available in the market can be purchased internally through permission. You will know these things after you join. All right. Chen Yang paused, then signed his name on the tablet. Okay, I'll have someone deliver the keys to the villa and the car to you tomorrow. When you have time, I'll report after you move. Han Chen left the phone to Chen Yang and said. Chen Yang nodded and watched the two leave. Oh, I didn't expect them to be fulfilled in the end. Zhang Han said helplessly. Do you know each other? Chen Yang asked. I was also a member of the joint team before, and was later assigned to the army as an instructor. Then you must be very powerful. Chen Yang said in surprise. What the heck, he can't even beat a woman. Zhang Han said in embarrassment. Is that Han Mensi very powerful? Chen Yang asked curiously. Does it need to be said? She is not far from a great martial artist, and her talent is among the highest in Yanchinch. There is also that Han Chen, they have only practiced for 6 or 7 years, and in a few years they may break through to become a great martial artist. Zhang Han said enviously. By the way, where's Aunt Zhou? The one on the 18th floor. Chen Yang thought suddenly. Tisk, let me tell you, don't tell others. That Sister Zhou is Li Wixin's lover, but unfortunately Li Wixin feels that she is not good enough for her. Because Li Wixin is only a martial artist, but that Sister Zhou has already broken through, he has become a great martial artist. Zhang Han knows quite a lot, but his mouth is not strict. Chen Yang put a label on Zhang Han in his heart. By the way, brother Zhang, do you know which hospital has better doctors? Chen Yang asked. What? Do you want to see a doctor? Zhang Han looked at Chen Yang, and he didn't look sick either. It's not me, it's my sister. My sister is also very talented in cultivation, but unfortunately her legs are paralyzed, and the family has never had money to treat her. Now that I have money, I will definitely find a doctor for her as soon as possible. Zhang Han's eyes lit up after hearing this. You still have a younger sister? Your younger sister must be a genius. I made an appointment with you first. After she is cured, she must come to me. The horoscope has not been written yet. Chen Yang was speechless. I know that a hospital is pretty good, but since you joined the joint team, you can directly go to the doctors in the team, and the doctors in the team are of a higher level. Zhang Han recommended. Thank you brother Zhang, then I will ask him now. Chen Yang hurriedly chased after him, but fortunately, Han Chen and Han Chen hadn't gone far. Hearing that Chen Yang had a sister who was paralyzed at home, Han Chen said without hesitation that he would go to see it with Chen Yang. Chen Yang glanced at Han Mensi in embarrassment, and saw her expression was cold, as if nothing had happened just now. Mensi, are you going too? Han Chen looked at Chen Yang and then at Han Mensi and asked. Why are you not going? Han Mensi got into the car without looking back. Chen Yang was beating drums in his heart, and he could only pray in his heart that he would not be troubled in the future. After crossing the Yangtze River and coming to the slums, there were lights and festoons outside Chen Yang's house, and many reporters and various forces ran over. Chen Yang is here! Chen Yang is here! I don't know who started shouting first. A large group of reporters scrambled to surround Chen Yang, who had just got off the car. What's the situation? Han Chen was stunned. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang didn't know what happened, just like him. He didn't expect his father to invite his neighbors to dinner, but he told about his #1 exam. At first, no one believed it, but later they took out their mobile phones and compared the headlines, and it turned out that they were really the same person. As a result, more and more people came to give gifts to Chen Yang. During Chen Yang's absence, the parents were already very busy. "Excuse me, are you Chen Yang?" A reporter hurried forward and asked, but the camera crew behind him hadn't caught up yet. Chen Yang understood that many of these people came to invite him, and it happened that there were many reporters present, so he simply explained the fact that he joined the joint team, so that no one would come to the door every day. "Yes, I am Chen Yang." Chen Yang closed the car door and took a few steps forward. "I heard that you became a great martial artist just after passing the assessment. Is this true?" A group of reporters surrounded him. "Although I haven't tested it yet, I have indeed reached the foundation of a great warrior. And now that I have joined the joint team, I can only say sorry for the invitation from other forces," Chen Yang explained. The reporters were shocked and hurriedly called their subordinates to publish the headlines. This was big news. After answering questions for half an hour, Chen Yang finally got rid of these reporters. "Mom and Dad, these two are members of the joint team. I invite them to come over and show rain spirit." Chen Yang invited Han Chen and Han Mensi into the house and said to his parents, sit down, sit down." Chen's father hurriedly let the sofa out, and Chen's mother also brought tea and water. Chen Yuling looked at the two people in front of him curiously. The person who could be invited by his brother must have a different identity. "This is your sister." Han Chen glanced at Chen Yuling in surprise. Although Chen Yuling's cultivation talent was not tested, through Chen Yuling's eyes, Han Chen also felt a trace of aura that was different from ordinary people. "Rain spirit? Can you let me test it for you?" Han Chen took out an instrument, and there was a small container at the front of the instrument, which was where the talent was tested by dripping blood. Chen Yuling nodded half understanding, and under Chen Yang's guidance, stretched out her finger and pressed in the container. There was a raised needle in the container, and as Chen Yuling pressed down with his finger, blood dripped into the container. After a few minutes, the instrument lights up a data. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. As expected of a family, your sister's cultivation talent is actually a high-level talent. Han Chen looked at the data on the instrument and said in surprise, "Why do you surprise a high-level talent with a top-level talent?" Chen Yang complained to Han Chen in his heart. "Yuling, let me look at your legs for you," Han Mensi suddenly said softly to Chen Yuling. Chen Yang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. How quickly women change their faces. Chen Yuling looked at Chen Yang, as if asking. Chen Yang nodded, and Chen Yuling leaned against Han Mensi with a smile. Han Mensi put her right hand on Chen Yuling's thigh, and a soft vitality poured into Chen Yuling's thigh. Her thigh meridians are all blocked, probably because of her special talent. After Han Mensi inspected Chen Yuling's body, she said in surprise. Of course Chen Yang knew that Chen Yuling had a special talent, but he never thought that the unawakened special talent was the culprit that caused his sister's legs to be paralyzed. "Then can the joint team cure her?" Chen Yang asked anxiously. "The dredging of the meridians cannot be cured by ordinary medical treatment, but you can rest assured that the people of the joint force must have a solution, and our joint team is only a part of the joint force," Han Mensi introduced, but soon changed back to a cold face. Come, drink some water, our family has nothing to entertain, only some freshly bought fruits." Mother Chen came over with a lot of things and said, "Auntie, you are too polite." Han Chen took it with a smile. "Why don't we have lunch, and we will go to the joint army together in the afternoon?" Chen Yang asked. He didn't want to delay for a moment. "I have no objection, there is nothing to do today anyway." Han Chen didn't care. Chen Yang looked at Han Mensi in embarrassment, only to see Han Mensi snorted, as if agreeing. An hour later, several people came out of Chen Yang's house after eating. I don't know if the lunch suits their appetite, but fortunately, Chen Yang bought a lot of dishes, so it shouldn't be too bad. Chen Yang carried his younger sister and put it in the back seat of the car. The younger sister looked at the car curiously. This was the first time she had been in such a good car since she was born. The combined base is in the outer city, a place far from the slums. It was built like a military base outside. After Chen Yang asked, he found out that the joint force was the most powerful military base in Yanchinj. And the joint team is a sharp blade of the joint force. Wherever there is trouble, the joint team will be sent out. After entering the interior of the base, I found that the base is very huge. In addition to the superficial buildings, there are several floors of underground research institutes. Chen Yang went down from the elevator with his sister and Han Chen on his back. Through the transparent window, he saw the weapon that was only introduced on TV. The elevator stopped at the 3rd floor. Chen Yang went out and looked up. There were big characters of Special Medical Department written on his head. This is the medical department for practitioners, which is different from that used by ordinary people in the military. Han Chen explained. Walking into the gate, Chen Yang found that the place was arranged like a hotel, without the tension of a hospital at all. There are quite a lot of people in the medical department, and many officers in military uniforms are doing examinations in the medical department. Han Chen took Chen Yang to a professor's office, and there was a very beautiful young woman in her 30s wearing a white coat sitting inside. Professor Guo, do you have time now? Han Chen knocked on the door. The young woman raised her head, and there was an inexplicable starlight in her eyes. Xiao Chen, what's the matter? Before Han Chen could speak, the young woman quickly noticed the younger sister behind Chen Yang. This is Chen Yang who has just joined the joint team, but he hasn't gone through the formalities yet. The one on his back is her sister, who can't practice because her legs are paralyzed. But I gave her a test, and she has a talent for advanced cultivation. No, I brought it here specially for you to see. Han Chen introduced with a smile, but his expression seemed to be a little evasive. I just wanted to find you. Since you are here, come over and draw some blood. The last experiment was used up, so I finally saw you once. The young woman looked at Han Chen with a fiery look in her eyes. Han Chen trembled all over, and suddenly regretted coming over. Why did you forget this? Han Chen muttered. No wonder Han Mensi disappeared halfway, it must be to stay away from this woman. It turned out to be a research madman. No wonder Han Chen was afraid. Chen Yang guessed from the expressions of the two of them, and at the same time, he also raised a little resistance to the young woman. She would not ask for her own blood to be drawn. Hurry up, do you want me to see a doctor for this girl? Guo Yu urged. Okay, Chen Yang, you owe me a big favor. Han Chen reluctantly sat in front of Guo Yu, only to see Guo Yu skillfully took out the blood-drawing needle, and then drew a full 1,000 milliliters before letting Han Chen go. I'm going to die, I have to go get some nutrition. Han Chen left as if fleeing, and he still didn't forget to look back at Chen Yang, as if saying to remember this favor. After saving Han Chen's blood sample, Guo Yu finally turned his attention to Chen Yang. You are Chen Yang? You can join the joint team. It seems that you have a high talent for cultivation. Guo Yu looked at it and said. It's not bad, it's definitely not as tall as Han Chen. Chen Yang hurriedly said. Hehe, am I so scary? Get to know me, my name is Guo Yu, one of the professors of the Human Body Research Project. Guo Yu said with a smile. Chen Yang subconsciously checked Guo Yu's talent. Human, Guo Yu. Cultivation talent, medium talent. Special talent, deep learning, advanced. Actually a cultivator? Chen Yang was a little surprised. At first, he was still thinking about how powerful such a young professor could be. It turned out that the professor had a special talent in the brain. Hello, my name is Chen Yang. I just joined the joint team. This is my younger sister, Chen Yuling. She has the talent for advanced cultivation, but she has been unable to practice because of paralysis. Chen Yang stretched out his hand. Guo Yu glanced at Chen Yang in surprise, and then shook hands with Chen Yang with a smile, but she didn't know that her special talent was copied by Chen Yang. Copy succeeded. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, low-level comprehension. Special talent, duplicate. Speed talent, low-level comprehension, there is a chance to comprehend the speed force. Strength talent, advanced. Ice talent, advanced. Water elemental, medium. Fire elemental, medium. Bloodthirsty, top. Toughness, medium. Plant control, moderate. Coercion, low. Wind elemental, medium. Mindfulness, medium. Perspective, advanced. Teleportation, advanced. Super sensing, advanced. Space force, advanced. Deep learning, advanced. Another talent has been added, try the effect later. Chen Yang was secretly happy. Bring her back to the medical room, and I'll take a look for you. When Guo Yu heard that Chen Yuling had advanced cultivation talent, her interest was immediately attracted to her. Chen Yang came to the medical room with Chen Yuling on his back. There were more than a dozen rooms inside, and the equipment in each room seemed to be different. Put it on that machine and let her lie down. Guo Yu pointed to a machine not far from the entrance of the medical room. Although Chen Yang had never seen it before, a few words popped out subconsciously in his head. Full body detector? Don't be afraid, it will be fine soon. Chen Yang comforted his sister by putting her on the detector. Well, I'm fine. Chen Yuling said obediently. The detector was activated, and within 10 minutes, all of Chen Yuling's body data were displayed on the computer. Guo Yu checked each result carefully, and she became more and more excited, as if she wanted to take Chen Yuling as a research object immediately. Professor Guo, what do you think? Seeing Guo Yu's crazy expression, Chen Yang couldn't help asking. Her special talent is very powerful. If I guessed correctly, it was the awakening of the special talent that paralyzed her lower body. In the end, it created a strange balance. The special talent was not fully awakened, and her body was not completely paralyzed. Guo Yu explained Chen Yuling's physical condition. You mean, luckily she didn't have a special talent for awakening, otherwise she would have been paralyzed long ago. Chen Yang frowned and asked, this is not good news. That's because her bones are not fully developed. If I guess correctly, the time of paralysis should be when she was a child. Guo Yu guessed. Well, when she was 7 years old, 9 years have passed since now, Chen Yang recalled. At that time, her physical fitness was too low to withstand the power of the special talent awakening. But now it is different, she has grown up, as long as she has the vitality to protect the meridians in her body, and then awakens the special talent, it will not be a problem. Guo Yu quickly gave a feasible solution. What do I need to do? Chen Yang asked quickly. It's not easy to say simple, and it's not difficult to say difficult. Guo Yu took out a tube of potion from the laboratory cabinet, which was very similar to the potion Chen Yang drank. The weakened version of this breakthrough potion is used for normal experiments. Feed this to her, and then find a great martial artist to use vitality to clear her meridians. Great martial artist. Chen Yang didn't expect this matter to be so troublesome, and he didn't even know the great martial artist. If you want to invite a practitioner of this level to take action, you don't know how much you will have to pay. Is there no other way? Chen Yang asked quickly. Guo Yu shook her head. The reason why the great martial artist is needed is because the great martial artist can feel every meridian of the patient. He needs to control the vitality to accurately open up the meridian of your sister's thigh. Only in this way can it be completely unblocked. If a martial artist comes to help, it's not impossible, but the effect will definitely be much worse. A martial artist can't feel all the meridians of the patient through his vitality, let alone unblock them all. After listening to Guo Yu's explanation, Chen Yang sighed. The only great martial artist he knew was Zhou on the 18th floor of the warrior building. But would Zhou be willing to make a move? Wait, Zhou? See-through. Chen Yang suddenly thought of a talent he had just acquired. If he had the talent of clairvoyance, then it would not be a problem to observe all the meridians in his sister's body. But Chen Yang shook his head. He found a very embarrassing thing. Why not his brother? Although the perspective talent is very useful, the position is a bit awkward after all. Professor Guo, I don't know any great martial arts masters, so wouldn't it be impossible to cure her? Chen Yang said unwillingly. It's actually not difficult to open up the meridians, and some instruments can do it. But I'm afraid that after opening the meridians, she will awaken special talents, which will lead to sudden talent and meridian pulses. If you are not a great martial artist, it will be difficult to feel the changes in your body, and you will be out of control at that time. You can ask that boy Han Chen, he might be able to help you. Guo Yu thought about it. Brother, it's okay, Yu Ling is in no hurry. Seeing the distressed faces of the two, Chen Yuling comforted them. My brother will definitely find a way to cure you. Chen Yang carried his younger sister out of the instrument, and now he has two choices, either to ask a great martial artist for help, or to use his talent of clairvoyance to open up and sort out the meridians for his younger sister. Professor Guo, can you give me a bottle of this potion? Chen Yang asked. Okay, but you have to let me draw blood once. Guo Yu said with bright eyes. Those who can join the joint team are very talented, how could Guo Yu let go of such good material? Moreover, Chen Yang looked very young, which made Guo Yu even more excited. Sure enough, I still can't escape. Chen Yang struggled. He was afraid that Guo Yu would discover the secrets of his body through his blood, but thinking that his sister was more important, Chen Yang had to make a compromise. It's only -milliliters, if it's too much, I'm afraid I'll be anemic. Chen Yang bargained. Okay, let's start then. At some point, Guo Yu had an extra blood drawing needle in her hand. Seeing that Guo Yu was ready, Chen Yang stretched out his hand helplessly. After the blood was drawn, Guo Yu couldn't wait to take it for research. Chen Yang came out of the medical room with his sister on his back. He had a bottle of red breakthrough potion in his hand. I'll take you to report to Han Chen first, and we'll go home after completing the entry procedures. Chen Yang said to his sister on his back. Ah, Chen Yuling replied softly while lying on her back. After finally finding Han Chen, he saw Han Chen poking behind Chen Yang with sly eyebrows, as if he was avoiding something. That woman Guo Yu didn't come with me, did she? Han Chen asked quickly. No, she took my blood and went to do research. Seeing Han Chen like this, Chen Yang couldn't help feeling that Han Chen was afraid of Guo Yu. Seeing Chen Yang's expression, Han Chen knew what he was thinking without having to guess. Well, you'll know later, stay away from that woman. If it wasn't for treating your sister, I wouldn't have met her. Knowing that Guo Yu was not there, Han Chen relaxed a lot and lay down on the sofa. How is your sister? Can it be cured? Han Chen asked. It can be done, but it needs the help of a great martial artist. Chen Yang told Han Chen about his sister's situation. This is troublesome. There are a few great martial artists in the team, but you must pay a price if you want them to take action. Han Chen frowned, thinking about a solution. If you want to ask the great martial artist for help, what do you need? Chen Yang asked quickly. Dragging the meridians is not an easy task, it takes a lot of energy, no matter what, you need a high-level primordial stone. Han Chen said. Are high-grade primordial stones expensive? Chen Yang asked suspiciously. It's only 1,000 million. It will be almost enough after you complete the mission a few times. What's the use of that primordial stone? Chen Yang asked curiously. Han Chen knew that Chen Yang was from a slum, so he definitely didn't know about Yuanxi. Essence stones are divided into low-level essence stones, medium essence stones, high-level essence stones, and top-level essence stones. If a warrior wants to break through to a great warrior, there are generally two ways. One is to absorb the lower-level genetic potion, and the other is to absorb inferior primordial stones. A bottle of low-level genetic potion costs 100 million. Of course, this price is nothing to warriors. The corresponding low-level primordial stones cost dash, and about 10 can help high-level warriors break through. But mid-level genetic potions are more expensive. A bottle costs more than 1,000 million. High-level genetic potions cost 1,000 million, and the corresponding high-level primordial stones cost -million. If you want to break through, this genetic potion and primordial stones are essential. Less. What if the talent is very good? Chen Yang asked. No matter how good the talent is, there will be a bottleneck. There is a mysterious element in the primordial stone, which can enhance the understanding of vitality through absorption. Only when absorbing the primordial stone, can one grasp a sliver of inspiration. Many people who want to break through the special talent warriors must rely on primordial stones. Isn't this the same as comprehension? Chen Yang muttered. What did you say? Han Chen asked suspiciously. It's nothing. It's only 1,000 million. I'll be able to get it all together in a short time. Chen Yang laughed. The mission will be very dangerous, right? Brother, it's better not to go. Rain Spirit is used to it. Chen Yuling said worriedly. There won't be any great danger. The joint team is the strongest in Yanshinj. Chen Yang scratched the bridge of his sister's nose with his fingers. Mr. Han, where is the report? Chen Yang asked. Don't call me sir, sir. Our joint team doesn't pay much attention to these things. We are all brothers, so you can just call me Brother Chen. Han Chen told Chen Yang the location of the report. Chen Yang put Chen Yuling on the sofa temporarily, while he went to work first. Half an hour later, Chen Yang walked out of the office with a non-commissioned officer certificate of the joint team and 2 bunches of keys. Yuling, is this car handsome? Chen Yang pressed the unlock button, and a white city SUV flashed twice in the distance. Is this for your brother? Chen Yuling's eyes widened in novelty. She never thought that her family would have such a beautiful car. Of course, when Yuling grows up, I will give you one too. Chen Yang opened the car door excitedly. Fortunately, he had driven a fire truck for many years before crossing, and he could easily drive this SUV without a driver's license. Let's go home. Putting his sister in the co-pilot, Chen Yang kicked the accelerator and blasted out. After sending his sister home, Chen Yang drove the SUV to Gao Xiong's house under the surprised eyes of the neighbors. Since you want to have a banquet, how can you not call yourself a good brother? 10 minutes later, Chen Yang made a handsome drift and parked the car on the side of the road. Open the door? If you don't pay back the money, I'll destroy your house. Through the window, Chen Yang saw a few burly men standing outside Gao Xiong's house, holding steel pipes in their hands, blocking the door fiercely. What happened? Chen Yang got out of the car and walked over to ask. Don't meddle in your own business, I'll beat you too. A bald man turned his head and sprayed at Chen Yang. Chen Yang almost laughed out loud. These thugs are ordinary people. Can they still deal with warriors? Boy, what are you laughing at? The bald man was violated by Chen Yang's audacity. Usually when people see him so big, who wouldn't walk around him? Even if you guys go together, I'm afraid you won't be my brother's opponent. Chen Yang didn't care. Your brother? Humph, since you want to meddle in your own business, you can't escape even if you want to. The bald man waved his hand, and several other people immediately surrounded Chen Yang. You can think about it. You are not afraid that I will arrest you. Chen Yang took out the non-commissioned officer certificate of the joint team. Although he has not yet participated in the first assessment mission, his status is much higher than that of ordinary soldiers. What? Fool us with a broken book. The bald man looked at it and then laughed. I have heard of the joint army. What is the joint army? I don't know how to think about it if I fake it. Several people laughed at Chen Yang in front of them. Chen Yang suddenly realized that many ordinary people didn't even know about the joint army, let alone the joint team, and he was playing the piano to the bull. If there is anything you can talk about, otherwise you will be the ones who will suffer later. Chen Yang put away his documents and said calmly. Haha, this kid learns from others to practice chivalry, and he really considers himself a warrior. The bald man lost his patience and reached out to grab Chen Yang. Soon the bald man felt something was wrong. His extraordinary strength was unable to shake the boy in front of him. Whoosh! A black shadow that was hard to distinguish with the naked eye kicked the bald man's legs. The bald man was in pain, and his legs knelt on the ground involuntarily. Call me. The bald man lost face and cried out in pain. Several other people immediately raised the steel pipe and threw it at them. Chen Yang grabbed the steel pipe, and with a light force, the steel pipe was thrown out of shape by him. Bang bang bang. Before the big men could react, their bodies flew backwards, their backs hit the ground, and a shoe print appeared on their chests. The bald man's face changed drastically when he saw this. The young man in front of him was actually a cultivator? Let's go. The hero does not suffer from the immediate loss. The bald man stands up and backs away. The other big men ran away when they saw it, and quickly got up and left. Fatty, what's going on? Chen Yang asked the window above his head. It turned out that Gao Xiong had been watching it for a long time. Pushing open the door, Chen Yang saw Gao Xiong with a bruised nose and a swollen face. No wonder this guy didn't open the door. It turned out he was injured. Who caused the wound on your face? Chen Yang was a little angry, and Gao Xiong was definitely the strongest brother in terms of good brothers. If someone dares to bully him, he must make the other party regret it. Oh, come in first. Gao Xiong sighed and told the whole story. The reason has to be mentioned after the gold-eating bugs mission. After Gao Xiong and Chen Yang finished drinking that day, they left separately. On the way, a young man suddenly stopped Gao Xiong and said that he had a task to entrust. Gao Xiong was overjoyed, and the two later made an appointment to meet in a tavern. That young man also needed the corpse of the gold-eating bug. Gao Xiong thought that he and the girl from before were both from the martial arts academy, so he accepted the commission. But Gao Xiong didn't dare to go alone. He planned to find Chen Yang with him the next day. The young man was not in a hurry. He insisted on dragging Gao Xiong to play, and said he would pay the bill. Gao Xiong didn't refuse, and went along with him. The two drank some wine and came to the entertainment club somehow. The young man encouraged him to play a few games, and he made a profit of dash at once. Chen Yang probably guessed what happened later. That young man must have been a trustee. Seeing that Gao Xiong had made a little money, he used the name of trustee to trick him into the entertainment club. Sure enough, just as Chen Yang thought, Gao Xiong lost completely in the end. When he regained consciousness from Jujin, he not only lost all his money, but also owed hundreds of thousands. Gao Xiong's entire belongings were mortgaged. Seeing that he really had no money, he finally beat him up and ordered him to pay back all the money within a week. What followed was what Chen Yang saw. This group of scum, fat man, go, I will find a place for you. Without further ado, Chen Yang dragged Gao Xiong into the car. Brother Yang, forget it. They have a lot of thugs over there, and there are many people, so let's think of another way. Gao Xiong said listlessly. Who said there was going to be a fight? Chen Yang already had a plan in his mind. Wouldn't he be invincible in that respect with his talent for clairvoyance? Seeing that Chen Yang persisted, Gao Xiong couldn't resist, so he had no choice but to follow him out. Boarding. Chen Yang opened the car door. Brother Yang, where did you borrow this car from? Gao Xiong's eyes lit up when he saw it, and he kept stroking everywhere in the car with his hands. The leather seat is like a big sofa, very comfortable to sit on. This is my car. I said I will find a place for you. If you don't have any strength, how can you do it? Chen Yang turned on the music with a smile, and a familiar electronic sound beat in their ears. According to Gao Xiong's guidance, the two came to the entrance of the entertainment club. Chen Yang looked up and saw the word Big Rich written on it. The Wealthy Entertainment Club. Chen Yang smiled lightly. Whether he is wealthy or not, he will know later. On the way, Gao Xiong introduced several thugs he met in the entertainment club. Among them, the strongest one should be a high-level warrior, and he will soon break through to a great warrior. But if it's just a high-level warrior, Chen Yang doesn't care. Hello, welcome. Several beauties in burgundy uniforms stood at the door to greet him, and after entering the door, Chen Yang came to a resplendent hall. The top of the hall is decorated with an extremely luxurious diamond chandelier, and every wall column on the ground is also carved with intricate and exquisite patterns. Everything in the hall is golden. It is hard to imagine such a luxurious place in the outer city. Starting from the 4th floor is the club's entertainment items. There are various slot machines and lucky lottery. It's a bit like the Macau wind and cloud that Chen Yang has seen before. Hello, exchange 10 chips for me. Chen Yang took out his warrior card, walked to the front desk and said. The front desk clerk saw that the other party was a warrior card, and immediately accepted it respectfully with a smile on his face. A few minutes later, the service staff at the front desk brought a small golden plate full of chips with face values ranging from 500 to 10,000 yuan. Chen Yang counted, and it happened to be 10 yuan. Fatty, let's go. Chen Yang picked up the chips and walked into the main entrance of the hall together with Gao Xiong, who was wearing a mask. Let me be the gambler today. Chen Yang excitedly came to a table of poker. He casually looked at 2 rounds, and he was already confident in his mind. 10W. Chen Yang directly placed his chips in front of a pile of poker cards. This table is a match of suits. Chen Yang has already seen the suits of the cards clearly through perspective, so he naturally bets without hesitation. Brother Yang, that's not how you play bets. Gao Xiong felt a little uncomfortable when he saw that Chen Yang had put all the money away at once. It's okay, trust me. Chen Yang didn't care. The player wins. After the cards were played, Chen Yang really won the chips. Because of the multiple relationship, Chen Yang's 10 yuan has tripled. Brother Yang, why are you so powerful? Gao Xiong exclaimed, but it was only the first bet. He just thought that Chen Yang was lucky. Try another. Chen Yang came to a table of poker of different sizes. Big, all in. After Chen Yang saw the whole card, he put all his chips on it without hesitation. As soon as the cards were played, Chen Yang won all the chips again. Brother Yang, you are hanging up. Gao Xiong murmured in his heart. Chen Yang was too courageous. If he made a mistake, it would all be lost. Chen Yang's high profile caught the attention of the owner of the house. A steward looked at Gao Xiong and found it familiar. Isn't this the fat man who was beaten up a few days ago? Although Gao Xiong was wearing a mask, he was recognized by him, and he told Gao Xiong's identity to the middle-aged man in white beside him. In just 1 hour, Chen Yang has already won more than 1,000 million. I thought I would need to do tasks to earn so much money, but it turned out to be obtained in this way. Brother Yang, how did you do it? How can you win every time? Gao Xiong was already numb from looking behind. He had never seen anyone so powerful. Let's go, we've had enough fun. Since the master won't show up, we won't wait any longer. Chen Yang took Gao Xiong to exchange chips, but several big men in black suddenly blocked the way. Our boss is here, please come with me. The leading man in black said. Why, you are not allowed to leave after winning the money. Gao Xiong shouted, and the sound spread throughout the hall. Seeing this situation, many guests came to watch. The expression of the man in black changed, because Gao Xiong's words made them a little embarrassed to get off the stage now. Boss, what should I do? The man in black asked with headphones on. Let them go first. The middle-aged man in white said calmly. Even if they leave this gate, the more than 1,000 million yuan is not so easy to take away. The middle-aged man in white motioned his subordinates to follow them, all of which was noticed by Chen Yang. Seeing that the chips had been changed, Chen Yang smiled at the man in black instead. Let's go, I just happen to be very interested in your boss. He must be a smart person to be able to open such a large entertainment club. The man in black was taken aback. He thought Chen Yang wanted to leave, but the other party took the risk instead, as if he was very sure. Boss, someone brought it here. The man in black invited them to the 5th floor. The 4th floor and the 5th floor are connected together, and there are many independent boxes on the 5th floor. Most of these independent boxes are for some high-value people to play. Gao Xiong's legs were weak all the way. Although he knew that Chen Yang was a warrior now, with so many people, a warrior might not be able to deal with it. Seeing Chen Yang coming in, the middle-aged man in white showed a trace of doubt on his face. For some reason, he felt familiar when he saw this face. A man next to him recognized Chen Yang's identity. He lowered his head and muttered a few words in front of the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man suddenly realized. You are the number 1 Chen Yang in this martial artist assessment. It's a pleasure to meet you. The man in white asked the two to sit down. No one. Gao Xiong opened his mouth wide in surprise. He only knew that Chen Yang told him in the car that he had passed the martial artist examination and invited him to dinner, but he never expected that he was the number 1 in the martial artist examination. Thank you. Chen Yang sat down with a smile, and Gao Xiong's nervousness at the beginning eased a lot. My name is Zhang Hao, you can call me Brother Hao. I don't know where I offended you. Why did you come to my clubhouse to make trouble? Zhang Hao lay on the sofa smoking a cigar and asked. How can you call it a disturbance? I won the money through legitimate channels. I didn't steal or rob it. There shouldn't be any problem. Chen Yang explained. But as far as I know, your brother just lost hundreds of thousands in my clubhouse. Do you dare to say that you didn't come to avenge him? Zhang Hao said slowly. Brother Hao, it's okay if you want to understand it this way. This only shows that I am lucky. After all, if I lose, I will definitely win. Such a big club can't afford to lose, right? What do you want? Zhang Hao asked impatiently. Let the person who cheated my brother apologize to him, and take the 1,000 million as an apology. Chen Yang said bluntly. You don't have to drink a toast, you don't eat fine wine, don't you think that getting number 1 in the exam is just for yourself to be invincible? Third, teach me a lesson and let him know what society is. Zhang Hao said to another man sitting on the sofa. It's not good to fight too much, but I'm quite interested in his gambling skills. The man on the sofa stood up, and Chen Yang glanced at him. This should be the high-level martial artist Gao Xiong was talking about. Check the talent. Human, Zhang Xiongling. Cultivation talent, inferior talent. Special talent, super pitch, medium. It's kind of interesting, there is actually a special talent. Chen Yang thought in his heart. I won't embarrass you either. Compete with me and win 2 out of 3 games. If you win, you will take away the 1,000 million yuan. If you lose, keep the money, and I will also have one of his arm. Zhang Xiongling pointed at Gao Xiong and said arrogantly. The more than 1,000 million yuan was won by my own ability, why should I agree to you? Chen Yang replied without raising his head. Then what do you want? Zhang Xiongling frowned and asked. If I win, I'll make the guy who tricked my brother last time kneel down and apologize. Oh, by the way, I want his arm too. Hee, shameless. Zhang Xiongling laughed. Why, don't you dare? Chen Yang asked. I dare not. Ha ha ha. Okay, I promise you. Prepare a room for me. Zhang Xiongling said loudly. Third, are you okay? Zhang Hao asked. 1,000 million is the monthly income of the clubhouse. If it loses, how can Zhang Hao be reconciled? Brother, don't you know me yet? When did I ever lose when I played dice? Zhang Xiongling believed in herself. Soon, several people came to a VIP room. There is a table in the middle of the room, and 2 beauties are standing beside the table with red wine. There are 2 dice cups on the table, and 6 dice are placed in each dice cup. How would you like to play? Chen Yang sat on a chair and asked while playing with dice. Let's make it simple, guess the size. You shake and I guess, and then I shake and you guess. Whoever guesses wrong loses, and 2 wins out of 3 games. Zhang Xiongling picked out 3 dice and said. No problem. Chen Yang also took out 3 dice, and he motioned for Zhang Xiongling to roll first. Zhang Xiongling casually picked up the dice cup and spun it a few times in the air, then pressed it on the table. Big. Chen Yang only glanced at it and said the result. Zhang Xiongling glanced at Chen Yang with a smile, opened the dice cup. 4, 6, 6. It really is big. It's your turn. Zhang Xiongling gestured. Chen Yang also swayed casually, and the other party had a super sense of pitch. Since Zhang Xiongling chose the game of dice, it proved that he must be able to hear the points of the dice. Sure enough, when Chen Yang put it down, Zhang Xiongling said big characters without hesitation. It's a bit tricky. Chen Yang's heart moved, and he thought of a solution. It was Zhang Xiangling's turn to finish shaking. 3, 3, 1 small. Chen Yang quickly reported the number. Zhang Xiongling paused. He doubted that the other party could also hear the number of dice. It's my turn. Chen Yang raised the dice cup and shook it at will, but Zhang Xiangling's face changed greatly because he only heard the sound of 2 dice, and the other one was totally deaf. Guess. The dice cup fell, but Zhang Xiongling fell into thinking. He knows that the points of 2 of the dice are 3, 3, and if the other one is greater than 3 points, the sum is large this time, and if it is less than or equal to 3 points, the sum is small. What happened? Zhang Hao picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip. Seeing his third brother frowning, he immediately felt something was wrong. Big. Zhang Xiongling no longer hesitated, and directly guessed. Good luck, it's big. Chen Yang opened the dice cup. Zhang Xiongling guessed right this time. What's going on? Why did one of the dice lose their sound? Zhang Xiongling was shaking and thinking. He used a unique skill to stand up 3 dice in a row. 2, 3, too small. Chen Yang still called out the points quickly. Unwillingly, Zhang Xiongling opened the dice cup, and saw 3 dice stacked together. When she picked it up, she saw that it was 2, 3, and 3 small. Brother Yang, are you okay? Gao Xiong asked in a low voice. No problem, look at me. This time Chen Yang shook the table from side to side. Zhang Xiangling's expression turned ugly again. He still only heard the points of the 2 dice. Big. Zhang Xiongling could only rely on luck again. He couldn't imagine what method Chen Yang used to make the dice disappear silently. Sorry, I guessed wrong. Chen Yang opened the dice cup, and the points inside were 1, 6, and 3. Yeah, Brother Yang is amazing. Gao Xiong cheered, but Zhang Xiongling was a little nervous. Don't worry. Zhang Hao wanted the third brother to calm down. This was the first time he saw anxiety when the third brother was playing dice. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Is it even better? Chen Yang asked. The reason why he was able to make the other dice shake silently was because he controlled the direction of the dice by using his talent of mind power. Zhang Xiongling was caught in a dilemma. The other party saw through her own advantages at a glance and found a way to break through. If she continued to play, not only would she lose all face, but she would also let others take away more than 1,000 million yuan. Zhang Xiongling thought for a long time and didn't know how the other party did it, but if the other party could change the dice points without making a sound, then no matter how he guessed, he would be wrong in the end. This is wronging Chen Yang, and Chen Yang can make the dice silent when rolling the dice. If he just left it like this and asked him to change the points, although he could do it, Zhang Xiongling would definitely hear the moment the dice landed on the table. You're out of luck. Zhang Xiongling suddenly shouted. As soon as Zhang Xiangling's words came out, everyone in the room turned their attention to Chen Yang. There must be evidence in everything, otherwise I will sue you for slandering me. Chen Yang was not in a hurry, but Gao Xiong shivered a little when he saw this scene. You can control the dice, even if I say the correct number, you can change it. Zhang Xiongling made sure, regardless of whether it was true or not. Let's get back the face we lost first. It's not like you're going to lose. Are you playing a rogue? If you're worried, you can let these 2 beauties shake. I promise, you must be the one who loses. Chen Yang said with confidence. With the 2 great cheating tools of mind power and perspective, there is nothing he can't win. Why are you talking so much? If you dare to cheat on my territory, hit me. Zhang Hao obviously didn't take Chen Yang seriously. In his perception, he was just a martial artist in a slum area, and there was nothing he couldn't offend. Zhang Xiongling also felt aggrieved by the loss. He lifted the table and kicked Chen Yang. Fatty, protect yourself. Chen Yang punched through the table, and the fist hit Zhang Xiangling's soul like a bamboo shoot. Copy. There was only a click, and the moment Zhang Xiongling succeeded in copying her talent, Zhang Xiangling's right leg was also broken by this punch. Copy succeeded. In addition to Chen Yang's special talent, there is another talent of super pitch. Do not move. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhang Hao took out his pistol and pointed it at Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked at the pitch-black muzzle, and his heart tightened. He didn't know whether his body could withstand the bullet. The surrounding bodyguards also pulled out their pistols, scaring the 2 beauties into hiding in the corner of the wall and not daring to make a sound. I hate it when people point guns at me. Chen Yang calmly said, it is really impossible. He can also condense water shield with water elements to resist bullets. Gao Xiong didn't know that Chen Yang had a solution, and he already regretted coming to find fault. Hey, big brother, if you have something to say, talk about it. If Chen Yang dies, your club will not be able to continue. Gao Xiong said quickly. Are you afraid now? Zhang Hao pulled Zhang Xiongling up, only to see Zhang Xiangling's face was ferocious, and her thigh was very painful. Zhang Xiongling snatched Zhang Hao's pistol, and pulled the trigger at Chen Yang without saying a word. Court death. Chen Yang's super sensor is so fast, the moment Zhang Xiongling raised killing intent towards him, he had already made dodge movements. Chen Yang rushed towards Zhang Xiongling like a cheetah. He raised his hand and swung his Yuan Qi fist. Zhang Xiangling's body was immediately sent flying like a bullet out of the chamber, even smashing through the wall behind. A woman's scream and a bodyguard's gunshot came from the room. Chen Yang seemed to be able to predict the location of the bullet. He made a series of dodges, and several bodyguards were quickly eliminated by him. In just 10 seconds, Zhang Xiongling lay on the ground uncertain of life or death, and the other bodyguards also lost their ability to fight, lying on the ground and crying. Only Zhang Hao was left standing in front of the flying table, at a loss. Third brother, are you okay? Zhang Hao finally came to his senses. He hurried over to check, but he was exhaling more and taking in less. Boss Zhang, you are threatening military personnel with guns. It seems that your wealthy entertainment club is closed. Chen Yang took out the ID of the joint team and said to Zhang Hao regardless of whether he understood it or not. Zhang Hao's face changed. The other party has such strength, so the certificate will not be falsified. Now he is really in trouble. My lord, please spare us a lot. This time it's my fault. You can take the money as you please. I will never ask for another cent. Zhang Hao quickly apologized. Fatty, what do you think? Chen Yang asked. I can do anything. Gao Xiong was stunned by this reversal. The moment he drew his gun just now, he thought he was about to die. That's it. If my brother meets you again next time, I will tear down your store. By the way, the person who fooled my brother, how to punish you is up to you. Chen Yang kicked open the VIP room door and walked out swaggeringly. Seeing Chen Yang walking away, Zhang Hao angrily punched the wall with his fist. Come on. Send me to the hospital. Zhang Hao roared. This time it was entirely because he didn't care about the headlines, otherwise he should have known that Chen Yang's strength was comparable to that of a junior martial artist, and his strength was almost 3,000 kilograms. After solving Gao Xiong's matter, Chen Yang took Gao Xiong to the tavern for a few drinks. Brother Yang, am I useless? You have only been practicing for a month and you have become a great martial artist, while I have been practicing for a year, and I am still a martial artist. Seeing Chen Yang stealing the limelight, Gao Xiong looked extremely disappointed. Chen Yang knew that Gao Xiong's talent was not that great, and that Zhang Xiongling looked 27 or years old. After practicing for so long, he was still only a high-level warrior, and his limit in this life was estimated to be a great warrior. Gao Xiong's talent is also very poor. If you want to improve your cultivation speed, unless you use gene potions and primordial stones, you may be a warrior for the rest of your life. Don't be sad, I will help you find a way. Chen Yang looked at the wine glass in front of him, and suddenly thought of Yuan Li's control. Fatty, I'll give you an advanced combat skill when the time comes. If you practice according to the body tempering technique above, you will definitely be much faster than you are now, Chen Yang said quickly. Really? Gao Xiong raised his fighting spirit again, and he began to look forward to the advanced body tempering technique. There will be a banquet outside my house at noon and evening tomorrow, and you must come to attend. Chen Yang invited. Okay, Brother Yang, I'm sure I won't be late, come on, Brother Yang, do it. Gao Xiong clinked his glass and agreed. When returning home, Chen Yang transferred 200 million to Gao Xiong, and the remaining 1,000 million was just a thank you gift for inviting the great martial artist. Third brother, how are you doing? In the hospital ward, Zhang Xiongling just came out of the emergency room. His legs were covered with white gauze, and half of the meridians in his body were destroyed by Yuan Qi fist. Now he is not even as good as a warrior. Brother, I'm useless, I feel like I can't practice anymore. Zhang Xiongling stared at the ceiling of the ward in pain. He who had hoped to break through to become a great warrior suddenly became an ordinary person. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Looking at his younger brother's desperate eyes, Zhang Hao felt extremely painful in his heart. We must make him pay the price. A young woman beside the bed said with vicious eyes that Chen Yang is a member of the United Force, and is now a great warrior. Unless a high-ranking warrior is called to take action, he will definitely not be able to deal with the opponent. And even if he is really abolished, the people of the United Forces will not let us go. Your third brother has stumbled this time. Zhang Hao also wanted revenge, but was afraid of being found out by the joint forces. There must be a way, brother. I know an assassin, he is a martial artist, as long as he is willing to pay a high price, he can definitely kill Chen Yang. The young woman planned. I know about the joint forces. They often go out of the city to perform missions. When the order is placed, let the assassin take action, so that even if we suspect it, we can't find evidence. Is this thing reliable? Zhang Hao asked. Definitely no problem, said the young woman. Okay, you can contact him to see how much it costs. We can't let it go like this. Zhang Hao said fiercely. He also realized how important it is to have a great warrior as a bodyguard. Master, hello, I have a goal and I want you to take it. On the hospital roof, Zhang Qian took out her mobile phone and dialed a number. This number was overheard in a bar once, and Zhang Qian usually just kept it in her heart, and would not use it unless there were special circumstances. It has been more than a year since she made this call last time, and it was because of this call that all kinds of troubles in the wealthy entertainment club were resolved. Name, identity. There was a voice processed by a voice changer on the phone. Although Zhang Qian had cooperated many times, Zhang Qian didn't even know whether the other party was a man or a woman, and the confidentiality measures were very good. Chen Yang is number 1 in this martial artist assessment. His strength is at the beginning level of a great warrior, but he should be far behind the middle level. Each stage of a cultivator is divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced. The physical fitness standard for a great warrior is 2,000 kilograms of strength, which is 1 ton. The strength of a martial artist is 10 tons, so the cultivation system defines 1 to 3 tons of strength as an elementary warrior, 4 to 6 tons of strength as a middle-level warrior, and 7 to 9 tons of strength as a high-level warrior. But the breakthrough is the martial artist, Chen Yang. If it's him, it's very troublesome. He has already joined the joint team. Is the joint team very powerful? Zhang Qian was puzzled. Ignorance, the joint team is the most powerful team in Yanqing, and only the city lord of Yanqing can hold them down. Only a master can. Zhang Qian opened her mouth, She knew that the Lord of Yen City was a grandmaster. The grandmaster is an existence that ordinary people need to admire. It is said that the grandmaster can destroy the city wall with one punch, and is extremely powerful, but the joint team is actually just under the grandmaster. After all, he just joined the joint team. Master, you should have a solution. Zhang Qian said unwillingly. Well, you can try it. The other side was silent for a while, then responded. Thank you, master. No matter how much money it is, I am willing. That guy made my younger brother a useless person. I just ask the master to let him die in pain. Zhang Qian said happily. Ordinary great warriors only have tens of millions, but if it's him, you have to add money, maybe dash million. 100 million, good. Zhang Qian bit her lip and agreed without hesitation. Old rules, put the deposit in that position tomorrow, I just want cash. Okay, the deposit must be delivered tomorrow. Zhang Qian hung up the phone excitedly. Although the price of killing Chen Yang was very high, she still agreed. In the ward, Zhang Hao saw his sister coming in, and hurriedly asked how the situation was. It's been arranged properly, but the asking price on the other side is a bit high, dash million. Zhang Qian said. 100 million. That kid can't be made of gold. Zhang Hao was startled. Zhang Qian quickly told about the joint team. I actually provoked the wrong person this time. But even if it's for extra money, I want him to die. Zhang Hao looked at his younger brother's miserable situation, but still became ruthless. Is it reliable? Zhang Hao asked. Because once they fail, they are likely to be retaliated wildly by the other party. Don't worry, he has been the one who solved our troubles all these years. His methods are clean and neat, as you have seen. As long as we die on the way to carry out the mission, there will be no doubt about us over there. Zhang Qian said confidently. That's good, I'll go raise money now. Zhang Hao turned on the phone, already condemning Chen Yang to death in his heart. Why do you feel a little flustered? In the middle of the night, Chen Yang woke up. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, it must have been a nightmare. After washing his face, Chen Yang didn't feel sleepy at all. He returned to his room and began to practice Yuanli control. With the talent of deep learning, he understood many things that he didn't understand at a glance. What a talent! Chen Yang felt like he had turned on an accelerator. With this in-depth study and low-level comprehension cultivation talent, half of the content controlled by Yuanli was printed in his mind for a few hours. It was only at this time that Chen Yang realized that she possessed a photographic memory and a comprehension ability comparable to a computer. No wonder Guo Yu was able to become a professor of human body research at such a young age. Knowledge should be at her fingertips. Chen Yang felt that his perception of vitality was becoming more and more cordial. Through the talent of perspective, he could even see through the air and separate the vitality. In this state, Chen Yang absorbed vitality 2 or 3 times faster, and his body was quickly filled with vitality. Next is the limbs. Chen Yang began to use his limbs as containers, and as the vitality filled his arms and legs, he felt his strength had improved dramatically. When the sunlight hit the head of the bed, Chen Yang finally opened his eyes. A foul smell emanated from his body, which was the result of a body-quenching breakthrough. Chen Yang's body became tougher, and now even if ordinary bullets hit his body, they would be stopped by his muscles. After several times of tempering, all the impurities in his body were excreted. Although he had only practiced for 2 days, he could clearly feel that his strength had reached 2 tons. After getting up and taking a shower, Chen Yang opened the door. The banquet in the slums is very similar to the countryside on the earth. The street in front of the house is already full of tables and chairs, and many middle-aged women are cleaning vegetables beside them. His parents were also busy downstairs preparing the drinks on the table. Seeing that he had nothing to do today, Chen Yang prepared the banquet together after breakfast. At noon, it was overcrowded, and many neighbors who were not very familiar with the Chen family also came over to grab a meal. Chen Yang smiled and didn't say anything. He will leave here tomorrow. After living here for so long, he actually misses it a little. Fatty, I'm moving tomorrow. This is my phone number. If you need anything, please remember to call me. At noon, Chen Yang and Gao Xiong toasted and said, Brother Yang, I also have a little money now, and I also want to take my mother to the inner city. Gao Xiong said. That's right. A villa is only about 10 million yuan. You must have no problem buying a community house. Chen Yang thought for a while and said, I'll take a look for you at that time, and if possible, I'll transfer you to the army. The joint team Gao Xiong is definitely useless, but if Gao Xiong becomes a warrior, joining the joint team should not be a big problem. Then thank you Brother Yang. Gao Xiong gulped down a meatball. As long as it was Chen Yang's arrangement, he was willing to accept it. After working all day, Chen Yang fell asleep exhausted. Although he didn't worry much, neighbors whom he didn't know came up to talk to him all day long, and just dealing with these people made Chen Yang flustered. The next morning, Chen Yang called a truck for moving. But Chen Yang and his sister had nothing, except for a few clothes. There was only one unicorn left. Mom, we're going to buy new home appliances, so we don't need these. Seeing that his mother was planning to pack the pot that had been used for 10 years, Chen Yang couldn't help feeling a headache. Let's put these things here. Taking them over will make the house dirty. When Mother Chen heard this, she could only put down her things reluctantly. Oh, I didn't expect to leave here. Mother Chen looked at the deserted room with emotion. Life is always getting better and better. Let's go. It's time for my mother to enjoy the blessings. Chen Yang pushed Chen's mother into the car, but Chen's father didn't miss it. He was already waiting in the car. Goodbye. Chen Yang looked back at his old home. From now on, he will start a new life. Driving the SUV, Chen Yang came to his villa for the first time. The villa is located in a high-end community. After passing through the exquisite gate and the neatly trimmed green belt, Chen Yang finally saw the villa assigned to him. There are not many villas in the community. Most of the people living here are family members of the army, and there are some leaders and so on. Chen Yang's villa is backed by a large lake with lawns and green belts in front, and the air is very fresh. Chen's father, Chen's mother, and younger sister were stunned. They had seen such an exquisite residence there, and pinched themselves to see if they were dreaming. Brother, will we live here from now on? The younger sister looked at the three-story villa with dull eyes. They are the only ones who are completely dissatisfied with such a big house, right? Let's go in, let's see what we need, and we have to go to the supermarket in the afternoon. Chen Yang took out the key and walked into the door. The decoration inside the house is simple but not simple. To Chen Yang's surprise, the home appliances and furniture are all arranged, and he doesn't need to do anything at all. Before Han Chen told him that he could move in directly, he still didn't believe it, but looking at it now, he was really considerate. Sister and I live on the first floor, she is inconvenient to move, so I can take care of her. Chen Yang thought about it and allocated the room. Parents had no objection, feeling the touch of high-end quilts and air conditioners of big brands. Chen's mother fell in love with this place instantly. It was another busy day. Apart from teaching his parents how to use home appliances, Chen Yang also accompanied them to buy many sets of new clothes. Of course, his happiest thing is to fill up the refrigerator with all kinds of drinks. If he is not a cultivator, he would like to become an otaku. After staying at home for 2 days, Chen Yang came to the warrior building again. His sister's paralysis has always been his heart trouble. Looking at the balance on the card, he decided to invite that Zhou to try. The elevator door on the 18th floor opened, and Chen Yang walked over nervously. Aunt Zhou, Chen Yang greeted. I haven't seen you for a few days, you have become different. Zhou put down the book in his hand, looked at Chen Yang Dao. Chen Yang felt a little nervous in Zhou's eyes. In just a few days, you have learned the body tempering technique controlled by Yunli. Your cultivation talent should be the best I have ever seen. Thank you, Aunt Zhou, for your compliment. Chen Yang was a little helpless, he really had no secrets in front of this woman. Tell me, what's the matter with me? Zhou asked. I want to ask Aunt Zhou for help. Chen Yang told about his sister's situation. Oh, there is such a thing. After Zhou heard Professor Guo's guess, a strange expression appeared on his face. What are you going to use to ask me for help? Zhou asked. A high-level primeval stone, I don't know if it's okay or not. Seeing that there was something going on, Chen Yang hurriedly said. You are really willing, but I don't need that kind of thing. I have a commission. If you finish it, I will help you cure her. Zhou said. What commission? Chen Yang asked. I need the blood of the spirit fox. Zhou Dao. Spirit fox. Chen Yang quickly recalled that after possessing the talent of deep learning, Chen Yang recorded the information of many fierce beasts in his mind to avoid unforeseen needs. The information about Linghu was quickly searched out by Chen Yang. This is a third-order ferocious beast, the number is very rare, and the place where they appear is also a certain distance from Yanchinj. Chen Yang was a little embarrassed, and even thought of giving up. Your sister's situation is very special. Her awakened talent is related to the brain. If Linghu's blood essence is used as a medicine, she is likely to awaken top talent. Zhou seemed to see through what Chen Yang was thinking and said slowly. Chen Yang was taken aback, this entrustment was actually for his own sister? He really couldn't think of a reason for Zhou to do so. Aunt Zhou, don't you want to pay? Chen Yang was puzzled. Treating her is the best reward. Although Zhou said something that Chen Yang couldn't understand, Chen Yang had already decided to hunt a spirit fox. If Linghu's blood essence can really help my sister awaken her talent, then she should get it no matter what. After Chen Yang thanked Zhou, he drove to the base of the joint team, rested for a few days, and it was time to go to work now. After calling Han Chen brought Chen Yang to the team's conference room. You came just in time, and now there is a task that just serves as an assessment for you to join the team. Han Chen pointed to the screen in the conference room and said, What mission? Chen Yang looked at the strange faces in the meeting room. These were all team fighters who joined the mission together. This time, Yanchinj has a batch of equipment that needs to be transported to the Guanghui base next door. It is inconvenient to disclose the contents of the goods. Because I am afraid of being attacked by flying beasts, I chose land transportation. Han Chen opened the map and drew out the walking circle. When Chen Yang looked at the road map, he happened to pass Linghu's territory. In addition to transporting goods, this mission also requires several researchers to go together. On the way, we need to pass through the territory of the Corruptor and the Spirit Fox. Both the Corruptor and the Spirit Fox belong to the third-tier fierce beasts, so we decided to send 5 great fighters and a mechanized unit. Apart from Chen Yang, is there anyone else who wants to take on this mission? Chen Yang looked at the others, they didn't seem to have any extra doubts about this task. I go, a short-haired beauty said. Chen Yang checked the talent of this short-haired beauty. Human, Lushan. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talent, speed, top, clone, advanced. It's amazing, it's actually able to clone. Chen Yang became very interested in this talent. Soon, the other three also chose to participate in the mission, and Chen Yang checked their talents one by one. Human, Choi He. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talents, strength, medium, water elemental, high. Human, Zhang Yu. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talent, strength, advanced, petrochemical, advanced. Human, Sun Qian. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talent, strength, medium, fire element, advanced. Hello, my name is Chen Yang, and I'm a newcomer. Chen Yang stretched out his hand and introduced. Soon, Chen Yang took this opportunity to copy all the talents of several people. Copy succeeded. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, low-level comprehension. Special talent, copy. Speed talent, low-level comprehension, there is a chance to comprehend the speed force. Strength talent, advanced. Ice talent, advanced. Water elemental, advanced. Fire elemental, higher. Bloodthirsty, top. Toughness, medium. Plant control, moderate. Coercion, low. Wind elemental, medium. Mindfulness, medium. Perspective, advanced. Teleportation, advanced. Super sensing, advanced. Space force, advanced. Deep learning, advanced. Super pitch, medium. Petrochemical, advanced. Clone, advanced. Well, I'll leave this task to you. After the task is completed, the task reward will be directly credited into your account. We're leaving tomorrow. Before that, you'd better get ready. Han Chen said to Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded. As a rookie, he doesn't even have a weapon now, and even the battlesuit he bought last time was destroyed by the bloodthirsty mad wolf. Brother Chen, does the team have any equipment that can be purchased? Chen Yang asked. Of course, I know that you have several million now, come on, I'll take you to pick out weapons. Han Chen patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and led him to the special equipment warehouse. Master Fei, I'll bring the newcomer over to do some shopping. Han Chen shouted to the man on the chair who was scrolling through the video. Go in and pick. The man glanced at Chen Yang, and pressed the password to open the arsenal. That is Zhang Yifei who manages the armory. We all call him Master Fei. If you have a good relationship with him, maybe he will give you special equipment in the future. Han Chen knew these people very well, and introduced them to him as he walked. This gun is called Kylin AK. It can be loaded with ordinary bullets or special bullets. The special bullets are more expensive, usually 201 rounds, and can cause damage to second-order beasts. Chen Yang took the Kylin AK. This gun had a fierce shape, and the dark red gun body seemed to be stained with blood. Vulcan, a heavy weapon, capable of killing third-tier ferocious beasts, with dash rounds of bullets. Han Chen grabbed a weapon similar to a heavy machine gun and threw it to Chen Yang. Chen Yang caught it and found that the heavy weapon was really heavy. He weighed it casually and weighed about 500 kilograms. By the way, can you use a gun? Han Chen asked suddenly. He almost forgot that Chen Yang was from a slum area, and he might never have touched it in his life. A little bit. Chen Yang recalled that when he had not become a firefighter and joined the army before crossing, he was most familiar with sniper rifles. Do you have a sniper rifle? Chen Yang asked. Yes, it is more expensive. Han Chen took out a black sniper rifle with a touch of technology. MS-24, we call it a heart hunter. It can take away a tier dash monster with one shot, and the price is dash million. Forget it, I can't afford it. Chen Yang quickly shook his head. Good things are really expensive. Forget it, I'd better get a combat uniform first. That's easy to say. We have tier dash team uniforms specially prepared for great warriors. These clothes are almost impenetrable to beasts below tier dash dot. Han Chen pointed to a set of grey team uniforms on the wall, and Chen Yang touched it with his hands. The material should also be extracted from ferocious beasts, and it is very resilient. How much is this? Chen Yang asked in a low voice. 100 million. Han Chen replied indifferently. Fortunately, I can accept it. Chen Yang chose this team uniform. For weapons, I'd rather use a knife, I'm more used to it. Chen Yang thought for a while and said, although some thermal weapons are powerful, they are also very expensive. On the contrary, cold weapons can combine vitality to erupt even more terrifying power, which is incomparable to hot weapons. If you don't think it's expensive, you have a good weapon. Han Chen thought for a while, and brought Chen Yang to a red and black alloy knife. This knife is called Poison Stinger. It is forged by combining the alloyed elemental stone and the tail thorn of the elite corroder. It is not only sharp, but also has a corrosive effect when it is injected with vitality. It can almost kill beasts below the 3rd level in seconds. Han Chen caressed the knife fondly. Before he became a martial artist, he was also a loyal user of this knife. From your description, isn't it cheap? Chen Yang muttered. It's only 500 million. If you really can't afford it, I can lend you some. Han Chen laughed. This price is indeed much cheaper than thermal weapons, and the price-performance ratio is super high. It can even fight against 4th-order beasts if used well. Okay, this is the knife. Chen Yang took the stinger. The 1.4-meter knife length is very suitable for his height. 1/3 of the surface of the blade is plated with primordial stone, and after the vitality is injected, the blade glistens with a dark green light, which is very oppressive. Holding the handle of the knife for a while, Chen Yang was very satisfied, and then he picked out a team backpack and a few fog grenades. Master Fei, I have chosen. Chen Yang put the equipment on the table. Zhang Yifei glanced at it and nodded. Swipe your card. Are you going out to do a mission? Well, I took an escort mission just now, and I have to go through the territory of the third order beast, so come here and choose some equipment. Chen Yang replied truthfully. That's right, it has great potential. Generally newbies don't dare to fight against ferocious beasts. Seeing how brave you are, I'll give you a thunderbolt grenade, maybe it will be useful. Zhang Yifei took out a blue grenade from under the table and said, Thank you, Master Fei. Chen Yang accepted it happily. Tomorrow's task must be careful. Seeing that Chen Yang had brought all the equipment with him, Han Chen told him. What happened? Chen Yang asked in puzzlement. There used to be a passage between Glorious Base and Yanchinj, but some time ago, the stations in the middle suddenly lost contact. We only know that the corruptors attacked the station, so we sent you to escort this time. In short, life comes first. If you encounter something force majeure, you must protect yourself first. Han Chen patted Chen Yang on the shoulder. Okay, brother Chen. Chen Yang smiled. With the talent of space power, his escape would definitely not be a problem. Seeing Chen Yang walking away, Han Chen shook off the unease in his mind. I hope I'm overthinking it. Han Chen Nanan said. Back at the villa, Chen Yang packed up everything. I don't know how long it will take to go, but when I come back from this mission, my sister's leg will be healed. I have to try my talent. I have copied too much recently, and I don't have time to master it. Chen Yang thought about it. Among the talents copied so far, there are power of space, teleportation, clone, and petrification, which he has never tried. Fortunately, he has deep learning, and it shouldn't take too much time to master these talents. Try petrification first. Chen Yang activated his petrification talent, and a thick layer of rock suddenly appeared outside his body. In this rocky state, he felt that he was extremely powerful, but his speed had dropped a lot. He then attempted to control the rock to do more manipulations, eventually learning the ability to partially petrify. Part of the petrification can protect various places such as the chest, which is harder than the team uniform. Next, try to clone, Chen Yang muttered in his heart, and when he opened his eyes, another Chen Yang appeared in front of him. Chen Yang felt that he could control two bodies at the same time without distinguishing between them. This state is very strange. Chen Yang wanted to control more clones, and finally set the number of clones at 5. The time to control the avatar is related to the vitality. Once the vitality is exhausted, the avatar will disappear. This is a good thing. Not only can it be used to save lives, but it can also accomplish more unexpected things. Chen Yang began to think about whether that Lu Shan was himself or a clone. It only took Chen Yang 3 hours to learn the two talents. After dinner, Chen Yang began to practice the power of space. Chen Yang stared at the lawn in front of him and teleported silently. Soon he felt that he had entered a wonderful realm. When he came back to his senses, his body had already appeared on the lawn. It took 1 second. Chen Yang looked at the time, and he was quite satisfied with the result. In order to avoid being detected by the camera, he found an empty space. Teleportation is just a usage of the power of space. Chen Yang quickly learned to control the disappearance and appearance of objects, and even caused space cracks to tear the surrounding objects apart. This ability is too strong. Currently, Chen Yang can only manipulate space cracks of tens of centimeters, and doing so consumes extremely fast vitality, and the vitality in his body is completely sucked in a few seconds. Half an hour later, Chen Yang had almost recovered, and finally only the talent of teleportation remained. Mind teleportation and the power of space have the same effect. Both can teleport objects. The difference is that one relies on mental strength and the other relies on vitality. Chen Yang constructed the scene he wanted to reach in his mind, and with the faint tingling of his brain, Chen Yang appeared in the bedroom of the villa. Try again. Chen Yang was constructing his old home in his mind, and he raised his finger, and a circle appeared in front of him. The circle is like a portal, with the bedroom of the villa on one side and the living room of the old home on the other. 10 seconds later, Chen Yang felt extremely tired. He waved his hand to make the circle disappear, and sat down on the bed. With this teleportation, can't you go wherever you want? Chen Yang thought excitedly, this talent and the power of space are a perfect match. This night, Chen Yang was still practicing. The speed dozens of times faster than other practitioners allowed Chen Yang to see the growth of his strength every day. Early the next morning, Chen Yang informed his family that he was leaving. The parents didn't feel anything, but the younger sister was a little worried. I'll be back soon, and your leg will be healed by then. Chen Yang comforted him. Brother, be careful. Chen Yuling hugged Chen Yang. Haha, I'm not bragging, it's hard for your brother to die even if he wants to. Chen Yang waved to his sister, and then drove to the army. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the gate of the joint force was already full of soldiers. There were dash soldiers and 10 armored vehicles accompanying them this time. Each armored vehicle was equipped with a heavy machine gun. It was the Vulcan that Chen Yang saw yesterday. The government pays for all the weapons consumed by the troops, except for the warriors of the joint team who need to purchase their own equipment. Everyone is here, everyone should be clear about this mission. In addition, I will say a few more words. At the entrance of the troops, an officer in dark green military uniform stood in front of the mechanized team and explained the goal of this operation. Chen Yang took a look, his position was quite high, he was actually a colonel? Huaguo's military ranks are divided into 9 ranks. From bottom to top are second lieutenant, lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, major general, lieutenant general and general. There are only 4 colonels in the entire Yanqing. The mission can be arranged by the colonel. Chen Yang suddenly feels that it is not as simple as he thought. Not even sending a martial artist, is it really a test? Chen Yang was a little puzzled. If there were 4th order ferocious beasts, with their strength, they could barely deal with one. The only thing that comforted Chen Yang was that only tier-beasts had appeared in the passage between Yanqing and Guanghui base. Maybe this is also the reason why only 5 great fighters were sent. Your first task is to escort the convoy's items and the 3 researchers to the glorious base, and the second task is to investigate as much as possible the reason for the loss of contact at the 3 sites. The colonel spoke for about half an hour, and when Chen Yang was drowsy, he finally finished speaking. Set off. The colonel gave a military salute, and Chen Yang and others followed suit, and then the team began to move towards the south gate of Yanqing. The road from Yanqing to Guanghui base is very solid, but there will still be fierce beasts accidentally destroying it, and it is inevitable to encounter potholes on the road. The marching speed of the mechanized troops is not fast. The Guanghui base is more than 200 kilometers away from them. According to the current speed, it will take at least 4 to 5 hours to reach them. Chen Yang was resting on an off-road vehicle. The occasional bumps made Chen Yang very uncomfortable. Kuishi, can I ask how many times you participated in the mission? Chen Yang asked boredly. This road is very long. If no one chats, it will probably be boring to death. This is the 8th time. I joined for half a year. Kuishi didn't seem to like chatting very much, and stopped talking after answering Chen Yang's question. It's boring. Chen Yang regretted riding in the same car with her, and he was so indifferent to answering. Chatting is not as good as practicing. Kuishi felt Chen Yang's dissatisfaction. She took out a military tablet and handed it to Chen Yang. If you are bored, you can take a look at this. There are drones patrolling on it. You can observe the road conditions by controlling it. But be careful, you can't fly more than 10 kilometers. It was very interesting for Chen Yang to take over the tablet. Military drones, playing with this kind of thing is much more interesting than practicing. Have you never liked to talk? Chen Yang opened the tablet and asked. It should be. I don't have many friends. Kuishi thought for a while and said. Chen Yang glanced at Kuishi. This girl with shoulder-length short hair was beautiful, and she looked very energetic in the women's team uniform. Chen Yang guessed what happened to her, otherwise she should be a very popular beauty. The military unmanned reconnaissance aircraft can fly for half an hour. Chen Yang controlled it to the sky above the off-road vehicles, and the entire convoy came into view immediately. Chen Yang controlled the drone to overtake the convoy, and it found a few small black spots in the distance in the sky. After a closer look, it turned out that other people were monitoring the road. It seems to be approaching the site. Chen Yang saw a few houses, surrounded by iron railings, and many places had been torn apart. Everyone is ready to get off the car and investigate. The armored vehicle at the front also found a distant site, and the commander notified all soldiers and team members by radio. After a few minutes, the team stopped. Chen Yang jumped out of the car and took a look. The site was dilapidated. As Han Chen said, it had already been attacked by fierce beasts. This road should be the safest road. How could it be attacked like this? Zhang Yu took out a map, and he measured it. It was less than kilometers away from the corruptor's territory. Besides the corruptor, there are other beasts who have been here. The 3 researchers inspected every detail under the protection of the soldiers. The strange thing is that the blood left by the battle is pitifully small. I don't know if it is because of the time that it has faded. Okay. Chen Yang found a strange spider foot on the ground, and searched for information about the beasts he had seen, and the word poisonous mountain spider emerged. Come and take a look, there seems to be traces of poisonous mountain spiders here. Chen Yang shouted to several researchers. It's really a poisonous mountain spider. The 3 researchers analyzed the information on the spider's legs, and they were amazed. The place where the poisonous mountain spider lives must be hundreds of kilometers away, because the nearest nest has long been cleared by the army. The poison ridge spider is an ordinary tier-ferocious beast. Although its level is not high, its characteristics make the enemy suffer frequently. The tails of the poison ridge spiders store a large amount of toxins, and they often commit suicide by exploding the poison sacs on their tails, and eventually corrupt their opponents with the toxins, making them hard to defend against. There are still traces of the gold-eating insects gnawing on them. The soldiers stationed here may have all entered their stomachs. After listening to the discussion of the 3 researchers, Chen Yang seemed to feel nauseous. That is to say, there are 3 kinds of fierce beasts, gold eaters, corroders, and poisonous mountain spiders gathered here. How is this possible? The beasts will not cooperate with each other. Lu Shan expressed her opinion. Let's go, I always feel a little unsafe here. Sun Qian looked around. Surrounded by mountains, no one knew if there were any beasts hiding behind the hills. Unless it's a beast tide, this kind of situation has happened, but the beast tide has only passed for more than a year, so it shouldn't be so fast. The 3 researchers discussed and seemed not to want to leave immediately. Let's take pictures first and keep them. There are 2 more sites behind. It's not too late to stop by then. Sun Qian suggested. If this is the case at the latter 2 sites, I think it's better to figure things out at the first site. It will be more dangerous to be caught between the territories of the corruptor and the spirit fox. The commander of the convoy analyzed. Well, I know it's not that simple. Lu Shan sighed. Studying the situation here is not something that can be completed in a short time. If the speed is fast enough, it may be possible to reach the glorious base later. Did you hear anything? Chen Yang pricked up his ears, and various viscous breathing sounds from the mountains came into his ear holes. There's no sound. Lu Shan looked around suspiciously. Chen Yang forgot that they did not have a super sense of pitch, and only he could hear them clearly at such a long distance. Leave quickly. I also feel that it is not good to stay here. Ever since hearing that breathing sound, Chen Yang had an ominous premonition. But researchers disagree, finding a strange cloud of fluid that doesn't belong to any of the beasts. This discovery is very likely to solve the reason why the site was attacked, and the commander agreed to stay. Don't worry, even if there are gold-eating bugs, our Vulcan is not a vegetarian. The commander is very confident in his equipment. He feels that even if there is no great warrior, the tier-beast is no match for him. Fine. Chen Yang decided to control the drone to search for it along with the sound. He wanted to see what was in the mountains. The drone can't fly halfway, the ground is full of bushes, and the trees are densely packed, and the drone can't come back when it flies forward. Damn, just a little bit. Chen Yang looked at the screen annoyed. At this distance he could only see the top of a tree, but all the scenes under the tree were blocked. After more than an hour, the researchers finally collected various clues and unknown liquids. We'll set off after dinner. If we're lucky, we should be able to arrive at the base before 6 in the afternoon. The commander arranged the itinerary. Chen Yang and the others had no objection. They ate a bowl of compressed rice indiscriminately, and everyone went on the road again. Sir, the front is blocked by a boulder. 10 minutes later, another unexpected situation occurred on the road. Chen Yang got out of the car and took a look. It was not blocked by boulders. This was simply a mudslide. The road was full of large and small stones and mud. What about this? The commander also ran into a problem. The boulders could be blasted with explosives, but the large and small rocks were not easy to clean up. Within 2 hours, the road could not get out at all. Clear the roadblock. Commander ordered. It's over, it will take another 2 hours. Chen Yang lamented that it was a bad start. No wonder no news reached the base and Yanchinj. It turned out that the road had been completely blocked. A few minutes later, the bomb exploded the boulder, leaving a field of stones waiting for soldiers to clear them. They just have to be able to let the convoy through, and it's not particularly difficult to clean up. After more than an hour of cleaning, the road surface is finally much smoother, and after a while, the convoy will be able to pass. We seem to be surrounded. Chen Yang suddenly felt something was wrong. There was also a viscous breathing sound in this mountain range, and this sound became more and more clear, as if it was approaching the entire convoy. Where are the beasts? The commander picked up the binoculars and looked at the hillside, but found nothing but thick leaves. Sir, look here. The team's infrared system suddenly found countless small red dots around them. They quickly approached, and soon they were only a few hundred meters away from everyone. Monster, get in the car, get in the car. Prepare to defend. The commander yelled, and he climbed onto the roof himself to unleash the Vulcan. It's the poisonous mountain spider. Chen Yang saw the enemy clearly. The poisonous mountain spider was the best beast to kill, provided they were not allowed to approach. Chen Yang finally knew why there was a sound of breathing behind the hillside. The poisonous mountain spider was probably behind this mountain range? Commander, there are too many poisonous mountain spiders. I suggest using fire to attack. Chen Yang shouted. Thick smoke billowed from the muzzle of Vulcan's gun, and the bullet exploded on the poisonous mountain spider like a bamboo. Many poisonous mountain spiders died on the way before going down the mountain, and even those that slipped through the net were wiped out by other soldiers. A few minutes passed, and the poisonous mountain spiders did not seem to decrease at all. The commander understood the importance of the bullets. If all the bullets were used on the poisonous mountain spiders, the fierce beasts behind might not be able to deal with them. Use petrol bombs. Soldiers fired a volley of petrol bombs, and many trees were set ablaze in an instant. Chen Yang and the others didn't do anything, but looked at the poisonous mountain spiders. The flames burned quickly when they met the trees, but the poisonous mountain spider still rushed towards the fire without hesitation. Soon everyone smelled a smell of burning corpses. Split half of the people to open the way, and the others to be vigilant. The commander felt more at ease looking at the raging fire, but soon the back of the road was also full of poisonous mountain spiders, and this time the effect of the petrol bomb was much worse than before. Many poisonous mountain spiders braved the fire and rushed to the front of the cordon, and the commander had to order the use of Vulcan again. Otherwise, when the poisonous mountain spider exploded, the cordon would collapse in an instant. Where are there so many poisonous mountain spiders? Sun Qian casually took a gun and fired non-stop at the back of the road. The barrel of the gun was so hot that it was smoking. I suspect that there is a nest of poisonous mountain spiders in this mountain range. The army must burn this mountain. Zhang Yu said. Crazy, this is dozens of kilometers. Are you going to destroy everything you can see? Lu Shan disagreed. These things are the military's business to worry about. Now our mission is to stop these spiders and buy time for other soldiers. Kuishi also took a gun from the convoy, and they quickly cleaned up the approaching poisonous mountain spiders. The gold-eating bug is here. When Chen Yang heard a familiar voice, he fixed his eyes and saw that there was darkness behind him, and it was the carapace of the gold-eating bug. How much longer? Chen Yang asked anxiously. To be attacked by so many ferocious beasts in such a place, the ammunition brought by this mechanized convoy may not be able to last to the glorious base. I'm going to help. Zhang Yu dropped his gun and rushed behind him. He jumped high from the roof of the car and petrified his body in midair. After petrification, he was so powerful that he swept many stones to both sides, and after a few minutes, a passage was cleared. Everyone get in the car, petrol bombs are waiting in the rear. The commander ordered, and soon the rear of the convoy was ignited again. 10 Vulcans opened the way, and all poisonous mountain spiders and gold-eating insects that approached were all pierced. The convoy increased its speed to the fastest, and was about to escape the encirclement, but a tier-beast corruptor appeared in front of it. Does the beast have wisdom? How can they cooperate so tacitly? Chen Yang looked at the corruptor who forced the convoy to stop in surprise, and he began to suspect that the roadblock was caused by a ferocious beast. This was the first time Chen Yang saw the corruptor with his own eyes. The corruptor has a monstrously shaped head. Many parts of its body seem to be stitched together from charred organs. There are many tentacles on its body, and each tentacle can release a gas that corrodes metal. But the most dangerous thing is its tail thorn, which is extremely sharp, and the prey that is stabbed will be injected with a more toxic liquid. Once contaminated with this liquid, the flesh and blood will corrode and melt in an instant, which is also the origin of the name corruptor. It's time for us to do it. Lucian took out a sniper rifle from the car. Chen Yang didn't know how much this gun cost, but just by looking at the bullets of the sniper rifle, he knew it was definitely not cheap. Boom. Lucian aimed quickly. Although she had the physique of a great warrior, her shoulders still trembled slightly. The targeted corruptor was shot in the head, and even if his body fell down, more than a dozen tentacles were still moving forward. Great. Chen Yang praised that this weapon is really worthy of its price because it can kill a tier-beast with one shot. These are ordinary corroders. Their strength is around the level of elementary and middle-level warriors. They can be killed directly with special bullets. Lucian explained. How much is this special bullet? Chen Yang couldn't help asking. 100,000. Lucian aimed and fired again, and the corruptor was headshot to death before he even had time to react. The corpses of the corruptors must be burned, otherwise their tentacles will absorb the power of their companions, and they may evolve into elite corruptors. Lucian shouted to Sun Qian. Okay, leave it to me. There was an extra flame in Sun Qian's hand. When he blew on the corpse, the flame immediately turned into a pillar of fire and wrapped the corpse inside. Zhang Yu is also unscrupulous after petrification. Although the attack of the corroder can cause damage to the rock, Zhang Yu can replace the corroded part at any time. He rushed forward and punched one by one. Although he didn't kill him, the corruptor's body was also thrown flying. Fire. The commander controlled the Vulcan heavy machine gun to shoot non-stop at the corruptors. The newly replaced special bullets beat the corruptors' bodies to pieces. Before Chen Yang could make a move, half of these corruptors were killed. It's time for me to make a move, or I will be said to be lazy. Chen Yang took out the stinger, and his body rushed in front of the corruptor in an instant. Without extra movement, under his 2 tons of strength, the stinger easily cut through the corruptor's tentacles. Chen Yang, who fell into the swarm of corruptor beasts, should have been the most dangerous existence, but the super sensor made Chen Yang seem to have eyes around him. No matter where the corruptor attacked him from, Chen Yang was able to save the day, which surprised people. Kuishi looked at Chen Yang wandering among the beasts with a hint of surprise on her face. She knew that Chen Yang was just a rookie, but she didn't expect this rookie to be so courageous. Almost forgot to check the talent. Chen Yang only cared about dealing with the corruptors, but forgot that fierce beasts could also be copied. Check talent. Beast, corruptor. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talent, fusion, advanced, decomposition, advanced. Copy talent. Chen Yang grabbed a tentacle, and just as he copied his talent, the corruptor's tentacle emitted a thick poisonous mist. Copy succeeded. Chen Yang quickly retreated, and in just a second or two, the corruptor was shrouded in poisonous mist. I can't see. Lucian put away her sniper rifle, and the road ahead turned into a green poisonous mist, and this poisonous mist was still extending over. Retreat, retreat. The commander was a little flustered. The muzzle of Vulcan's gun swept the poisonous fog in a flurry. Many corruptors were shattered by special armor-piercing bullets, but soon the wreckage touched by their tentacles gradually merged with the corruptors. Chen Yang was able to clearly see the situation inside through his talent of perspective. Only then did he realize that the power of the corruptor lies in its fusion and its poisonous mist. With this layer of poisonous fog, it is difficult for even great warriors to get close to them. It's careless. Chen Yang discovered that the best way to deal with corruptors is flames, but ordinary flames cannot burn corruptors to death. Only the fire element of practitioners can do it. Those dead corruptors were absorbed and fused by other corruptors, and the remaining corruptors became bigger. If it wasn't for maintaining the poisonous mist, their speed would not be weaker than the great warrior. Sun Qian, you have to use the fire element to inflict damage on them. Chen Yang shouted to Sun Qian. After hearing this, Sun Qian felt a lot of pressure. His vitality could only last for half an hour. If these corruptors could not be dealt with in half an hour, the entire team would be in trouble. Me and you together. A ball of flames also burst out from Chen Yang's hand. Sun Qian was overjoyed when he saw it, and he sprayed the pillar of fire into the poisonous mist without hesitation. The poisonous mist was actually released by the corruptor's decomposition talent. Although ordinary flames could not break through the area of the poisonous mist, with Chen Yang's fire element, most of the poisonous mist disappeared in a short time. Lucian hurriedly set up the sniper rifle. The corruptor's body was huge, and every bullet Lucian fired could accurately hit the corruptor's body. It's a pity that the corruptor's tentacles blocked the sight of the sniper rifle. After merging with the bodies of their companions, their reaction speed has also been greatly improved. Oh, the bullet passed through the tentacles and exploded on the corruptor's body. The strength of the tentacles became so great that the special bullets of the sniper rifle were deviated from the track by the impact of the tentacles, causing no fatal damage. After finally getting rid of the two corruptors, Lucian put away her sniper rifle with an ugly face. She was running out of bullets. The fire element burned all the corpses on the ground, and the corruptor's body, which could not be integrated with its companions, became irritable. They stretched out their tentacles and entangled with the armored vehicle, and the huge force actually lifted the tail of the armored vehicle high. Can't give them up? Brothers, use grenades. The armored vehicle at the rear of the convoy was stuck in place, and the commander quickly adjusted his strategy. Various high-explosive grenades exploded the tentacles, but more disgusting tentacles emitted poisonous fog and enveloped the armored vehicle. What? The armor of the armored vehicle was decomposed by the poisonous mist, and several soldiers inevitably came into contact with the poisonous mist. Their battle uniforms were corroded, and their flesh and blood were soon separated from their bodies. That armored vehicle was completely surrounded by corruptors, even the bones melted into bone water. Chen Yang couldn't bear to see the soldiers die tragically. He used his fire element talent to the extreme. Although he repelled the corruptor, the lives on that armored vehicle could no longer be saved. Hateful. Chen Yang regretted why he hesitated to use teleportation to send the armored vehicle away. Originally, these soldiers would not have to die. Sorry. Chen Yang and Sun Qian finally burned most of the tentacles, leaving only a few corruptors still chasing after them. They evolved. The last few corruptors became even more ferocious after merging with the bodies of their companions. The tentacles were like ferocious giant snakes, and each attack could punch a big hole in the road. The Poison Ridge Spider and Gold Eater are catching up. The front of the convoy was forced to stop. Chen Yang looked behind him, and sure enough, countless gold-eating insects were rushing towards the convoy like ants. Chen Yang realized something was wrong, and now the team was surrounded again. They are about to evolve into the strength of high-level warriors. Lucian looked anxiously at the remaining corruptors. We need to lure the corruptors away, or they're too much of a threat to the convoy. Chen Yang shouted. Then let's separate from the convoy. Kuishi decided. Okay, Commander Yang, let's deal with the corruptor, and I'll leave the rest of the beasts to you. Zhang Yu quickly made a choice. He entered a petrified state, and his whole body was like a huge wall blocking the corruptor's path. Eat my punch. Zhang Yu raised his giant rock hand and slammed it at the corruptor, but this time, he clearly felt the resistance on the other side. More than a dozen tentacles blocked Zhang Yu's giant fist together, and Zhang Yu's petrified blow only repelled the corruptor more than 10 meters away. Be careful of tail stabs. Lucian quickly reminded. The current corruptors are no longer as vulnerable as they first appeared. After evolution, they seem to have changed their bodies. Lucian doubts whether Zhang Yu's petrification can block the tail thorns. Zhang Yu also felt the crisis. He also didn't dare to try easily, so he retreated quickly to avoid the attack of the tail stab. The tentacles of the other corruptors took this opportunity to entangle Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu felt bad, and it was difficult to break free with his strength. Hurry up and help. Chen Yang grabbed the stinger and rushed towards Zhang Yu. The stinger injected with vitality was extremely sharp, and he cut off the tentacles without expending too much effort. At this time, a few tail thorns came over again, Kuishi's face turned cold, and a wall of water suddenly appeared around Chen Yang. A drop of water wears a stone. For the first time, Kuishi used his water element to the extreme in front of everyone, and tens of thousands of water droplets suddenly condensed in the air, and they turned into water needles and pierced the corruptor. The water wall blocked the attack of the tail thorns. Chen Yang and Zhang Yu retreated to the side, only to see countless water needles piercing the corruptor's body into a hedgehog. The evolved corruptor was also pierced by the little water needle, and Chen Yang quickly threw a ball of flames to burn the body. 5 more. Chen Yang quietly used the wind element and the power of space. A corruptor wanted to attack him, but the tentacles and tail needles on his body suddenly stopped in the air. Chen Yang's poisonous sting cut the corruptor in two, and the ugly head rolled in front of Zhang Yu and was crushed by his foot. The attack of the wind element and the short-term imprisonment of the power of space made it difficult for the corruptor to threaten Chen Yang. Although it looked easy, Chen Yang's vitality was also consumed extremely quickly, and this attack method would be repeated 7 or 8 times at most. The vitality is enough. Chen Yang calculated that the remaining 4 corruptors were already corpses in his eyes. Just when Chen Yang was about to deal with the next corruptor, he suddenly stood on his head, his back was pricked like a needle, and a pair of extremely terrifying eyes stared at him. Chen Yang looked up, and there was a black figure far away on the top of the hillside. Its demeanor was very similar to that of humans, but Chen Yang would never believe that there were humans in this kind of place. What happened? Seeing that Chen Yang was frozen in place, Zhang Yu wondered. Chen Yang blinked, and when he looked again, the figure disappeared. Super musical. Chen Yang took the initiative to use this talent. He was absolutely right just now. There must be something on the mountain. This is very likely the reason why the site was attacked. Just when he was about to look for the traces of the black shadow, he heard a loud noise from the hillside. Based on the sound analysis, this guy is probably an enhanced version of the corruptor. The corruptor suddenly became extremely violent, and Chen Yang finally saw who it was, a fourth-order ferocious beast, an ancient one? How could such a guy appear here? Lu Shan and Kui Shi exclaimed. This strange creature with a height of 5 or 6 meters has a huge eyeball on its star-shaped head, and its pupil-like body is covered with dense pores. Chen Yang thought of something about the relationship between the corruptor and the ancients. The ancients are a group of fierce beasts with some wisdom. Their mucus can emit inexplicable viruses. It is said that the corruptors were once controlled by the ancients. Is it true that the corruptors are just parasitic beasts controlled by the ancients, and there is actually a lair of the ancients behind this mountain range? Chen Yang was even more curious about the black shadow just now. What was that black shadow? It was able to travel freely in this mountain range, and even fourth-order ferocious beasts were not hostile to it. Shall we run? Sun Qian was out of breath, and after using the fire element for a long time, only 1/5 of his vitality was left. Where are we going? On one side are gold devourers and poisonous mountain spiders, and on the other side are corroders. Could it be that we are going to run up the mountain? Lu Shan said angrily. Let me deal with the ancient one. I have the top speed talent, so I should be able to get rid of it. The rest of the corruptors are left to you. As soon as Chen Yang finished speaking, the corruptor let out a roar, and at some point, they merged into the same living body. Elite corruptor. Chen Yang clenched the stinger in his hand. His weapon was forged from the stinger on the body of the elite corroder. Can you do it? Kui Shi said uneasy. Or let me go, I have a clone. Lu Shan spoke out about her talent. Of course, Chen Yang knew that Lu Shan had the talent of doppelganger, but he couldn't express it directly. There are several hoses on the ancient man's body. Each hose has a diameter of tens of centimeters, and the inside is full of sharp white teeth, which should be where it absorbs energy. The lower body of the ancient man grabbed the ground like a tree root. Chen Yang did not hesitate. He threw a fireball provocatively, and the attention of the ancient man was immediately attracted by Chen Yang. Lu Shan, use your avatar to deal with this elite corruptor, I'm sure. Speaking of which, Chen Yang ran up the mountain. His goal was the direction where the black shadow disappeared. Seeing that Chen Yang had left, Lu Shan was no longer pretentious. Her avatar was indeed not very useful, but it was quite useful for entanglement with the corruptor. Lu Shan turned into 5 clones, and saw that each clone had an extra high explosive grenade in her hand. She planned to use suicide to cause damage to the corruptor. 5 clones rushed towards the elite corruptor from different directions. Its IQ was not high. When it saw a prey coming to its door, a tail thorn stabbed at one clone without hesitation. The avatar barely avoided the tail thorn, and the tail thorn rolled back, but the avatar couldn't dodge in time, and was still caught. Lu Shan's expression remained the same. She was the clone who was going to die anyway. She opened the high explosive grenade, and the high explosive grenade exploded in front of the tail thorn a second before her body was disintegrated by the tail thorn. The elite corruptor was in pain. Half of its tail exploded, and many tiny tendrils came out of the wound to connect the broken tail together. In just a dozen seconds, more than half of the broken place was stitched up. Difficult. Zhang Yu immediately realized that the body and strength of this elite corruptor had surpassed them by a lot, and it would not be easy to defeat it. The suicide attack caused the corruptor to take precautions, and its tentacles emitted a more intense poisonous mist. After a while, the surrounding area within 20 meters fell into the range of the poisonous mist. The gunshots became farther and farther away, and Chen Yang had already entered the mountains. For others, this behavior is tantamount to death, but Chen Yang is confident. Whether it is teleportation or teleportation, he is sure to escape from here. But these are not Chen Yang's goals. He knows that it is very difficult to kill this ancient man with his teammates, but the combination of his multiple talents may be able to deal with this terrifying beast. The ancients chased Chen Yang in a jumping way. Chen Yang saw that he was far enough away, and no one would have seen him using his talent at this time. Teleport. After Chen Yang filled the poisonous thorns with vitality, his whole body disappeared from the sight of the old man. The old man was stunned, and a blade emitting dark green light pierced the heart of the old man. The blade seemed to be piercing the steel. Fortunately, the tip of the blade was forged by the elite corruptor's tail thorn. Under Chen Yang's unexpected attack, the blade still pierced the body of the ancient. Breakdown. Chen Yang used his decomposition talent at the same time. The venom's corrosion and decomposition talent double destroyed the internal organs of the ancient. The ancient screamed in pain, and his 5-star-shaped brain kept opening and closing. I'm amazing. Chen Yang just had the attitude of giving it a try, but he didn't expect the ancient man to be seriously injured with one blow. It's like stabbing a cow to death with a utility knife. As long as the vital points of the beast can be destroyed, killing them will become easy. The ancient man's huge eyeball was bloodshot. Apparently the poisonous thorn's corrosive effect and decomposition talent made the ancient man very uncomfortable. The old man used the hose to attack Chen Yang indiscriminately. Chen Yang teleported away, and the whole person fell on the tree and fell from the sky. The wind element made Chen Yang as fast as a sword, and he used plant control and the power of space to imprison the ancient. Although the ancient's strength reached more than 20 tons, his body was still deadlocked for more than a second. Taking advantage of this second, Chen Yang unleashed a blow with all his strength, and the poisonous stinger pierced the ancient man's eyeball, and the ancient man's head exploded under the pressure of the force of space and the huge impact from the sky. That's all. At first, Chen Yang felt that the ancients were particularly terrifying, but as a result, the opponent didn't even have room to play, and was dealt with by Chen Yang's 2 teleportation. Check talent. Beast the Elder. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, strength, top, speed, top, coercion, top, spiritual pollution, top. Seeing the information of the ancient, Chen Yang was secretly amazed. It turns out that I blamed you wrongly. You actually have the top-level coercion talent, and the most powerful talent is actually mental pollution. Fortunately, I didn't give you a chance to make a move. Chen Yang touched and copied without hesitation. Copy succeeded. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, low-level comprehension. Special talent, copy. Speed talent, low-level comprehension, there is a chance to comprehend the speed force. Strength talent, top level. Ice talent, advanced. Water elemental, advanced. Fire elemental, higher. Bloodthirsty, top. Toughness, medium. Plant control, moderate. Coercion, advanced. Wind elemental, medium. Mindfulness, medium. Perspective, advanced. Teleportation, advanced. Super sensing, advanced. Space force, advanced. Deep learning, advanced. Super pitch, medium. Petrochemical, advanced. Clone, advanced. Mental pollution, top level. Strength talent is also top-notch. Chen Yang clenched his fist excitedly. Every upgrade of strength talent can bring Chen Yang an increase. Now Chen Yang's full blow should be able to cause about 4 tons of force. Chen Yang wanted to take a deeper look. Ordinary ferocious beasts could no longer threaten him, but it was the black shadow that aroused Chen Yang's strong interest. I don't know where it went. Chen Yang regretted that he didn't have the talent to check the black shadow, otherwise he would have known what it was. Is something coming? Chen Yang quickly hid. He heard the sound of tree branches trembling from another direction. The sound was getting closer and closer, and it was obviously coming towards him. Is that black shadow about to appear? Chen Yang clenched the stinger tightly, and then activated the talent of perspective. With the talent of perspective, the trees in the entire mountain range turned into transparent lines. Chen Yang ignored all the complicated lines, and soon saw a figure running on the tree. It's actually a human. Chen Yang was puzzled. Through the brightness of his dantian, he could be sure that the human being in front of him should be a martial artist, but how could the martial artist appear here? Could it be that the team sent martial artists to protect themselves? Chen Yang didn't dare to express his anger. He was afraid that the fact that he had killed the ancient man would be discovered. It would be too exaggerated if it was spread that a great junior martial artist killed a 4th-rank ferocious beast comparable to a junior martial artist. The martial artist running up the tree finally stopped above Chen Yang. He looked at the corpse of the ancient man on the ground with a surprised expression. Damn it, who killed the ancient? Could it be that there are other martial artists here? The visitor was wearing a mask, and Chen Yang only needed to raise his head to see through the face behind the mask. But he didn't do this. The ghost knows how alert the martial artist is. If he feels his gaze from such a close distance, it will be uncomfortable. We have to find that kid quickly, or we may not have a chance to kill him later. Although the masked man was talking to himself, his voice was very small. Chen Yang could tell it was a woman. Although the mask had a voice changer, he recognized it quickly with super pitch. This person is not the black shadow I saw before. Chen Yang still remembered the cold sweat on his back when he was stared at by the shadow. In just a few words, Chen Yang couldn't get too much information. But what the masked woman said made him uneasy. Kill that kid. Who is that kid? Could it be me? Chen Yang didn't know when he had offended a martial artist, but the masked appearance of the other party obviously didn't want others to know his identity. No, I have to test her. Chen Yang walked out and looked up at the masked woman. Who are you? The masked woman was startled, her eyes were sharp, and she was overjoyed when she found that Chen Yang was under the tree. Ha ha ha, it doesn't take much effort to get here. Did you kill this ancient man? The masked woman didn't make a move immediately. She was worried that another martial artist was also nearby. The monster? Yes. Chen Yang nodded in recognition, but all his energy was focused on this woman. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. The masked woman suddenly launched an attack. She held a dagger on the right side and cut at Chen Yang's neck. Chen Yang kept staring at the woman's movements, and a second before she launched an attack, he felt a great sense of crisis in his body. Chen Yang narrowly dodged the dagger. He took a few steps back, and looked at the woman puzzled. Why are you killing me? The woman was surprised that Chen Yang dodged her blow. She turned around slowly and looked at Chen Yang. You have some skills, but you can escape my blow. I am surprised by your talent. But you have to complete the commission after receiving it. Let you be a fool. You were too presumptuous a few days ago. Before the woman finished speaking, she threw the dagger out, and the dagger faced Chen Yang's heart. This time, Chen Yang was negligent for a moment. His attention was attracted by the woman's words, and he hadn't reacted when the dagger flew towards him. Petrochemical. Chen Yang hurriedly used rocks to protect his heart, only to hear a loud bang, and the dagger plunged into Chen Yang's petrified chest. Little brother, my sister can't bear to kill you. Seeing that Chen Yang hadn't died after being knocked to the ground by the remaining force of the dagger, the woman felt a little appreciation. Why don't we make a deal? I kill your employer, and you act like nothing happened. Chen Yang spat out a mouthful of blood and said hee. That's a good idea, but unfortunately you know my gender, so I can only kill you. The woman walked slowly. The dagger was inserted into Chen Yang's petrification and almost pierced his heart. Hearing the woman's reason, Chen Yang wanted to spit out another mouthful of blood. She was the one who exposed it herself, so how could it be blamed on him? But my sister has another way. I will give you two choices. I have a bottle of heart-biting pill. You can either eat it and become my puppet, or be killed by me. To be honest, a genius like you, it's a pity to die. You might as well take my heart-biting pills and work hard for my family in the future. When you want money, you have money, and you want status. You can choose even women. The woman walked up to Chen Yang and said while playing with the other dagger, how about I give you two choices? Chen Yang suddenly laughed. Oh, the woman wondered. The first choice is death, the second choice is death. Chen Yang, who fell on the ground, suddenly jumped up. The woman felt a sharp pain in her brain, and her eyes began to blur. Damn it, mental attack, you can't keep it. The woman closed her eyes and stabbed at Chen Yang with all her strength. This time, the dagger finally penetrated into the heart, and the blood was all over the woman's mask. I really can't keep you. Chen Yang in front of the woman disappeared, and a knife blade glowing with dark green light pierced the woman's chest. Space confinement, coercion, mental pollution, corrosion, decomposition. Chen Yang's figure appeared behind the woman, and as the internal organs were pierced by poisonous thorns, the battle was over. It turned out that Chen Yang used his avatar talent when he heard a woman talking to herself, which is why he chose to show up and talk routinely. If the woman's target is not her, then everyone is happy. If it is really him, then she has to accept the price of being killed. Copy talent. Human, Xiaoling. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, speed, high, gravity, top, looting, top. Copy succeeded. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately checked the woman's talent. To be conservative, he manipulated the avatar step by step to let the woman relax her vigilance, and the final blow would kill her. It was within Chen Yang's plan for a woman to die before she could even use her talent. Chen Yang found a clean place and sat on the spot to recover his vitality. The continuous fighting made Chen Yang's vitality almost dry up. If he hadn't practiced Yuan Li control, Chen Yang would have used his teleportation ability to escape long ago. I don't know what's going on with Kui Shi and the others. The four great warriors should be able to deal with an elite corruptor, right? Chen Yang hurriedly cultivated. If any new situation appeared at this time, he probably couldn't face it. After more than half an hour, Chen Yang opened his eyes. At this time, the vitality in his body was almost full. He looked at the direction, and there was no hope of chasing that black shadow. Chen Yang quickly returned along the way he came. The talent of gravity makes Chen Yang as light as a swallow. He only needs to use a little force, and with the acceleration of the wind element, Chen Yang quickly returns to the previous battlefield. There were more than a dozen corpses of soldiers left on the road, but more were the remains of ferocious beasts. The army should be full and left, otherwise there are so many wreckages. Just picking up a little bit and putting it on the car is equivalent to a huge sum of money. Chen Yang tried to use his space talent to store the wreckage of the beast, and it took almost an hour until there were very few wreckage left on the ground. According to the traces of the convoy's departure, Kui Shi and the others should have defeated the elite corruptors and headed towards the glorious base. Chen Yang packed his luggage and chased after him. It was almost 6 o'clock at this time, and it seemed that it would be very difficult to reach the Guanghui base today. Coupled with the continuous battles, everyone must have a rest. Chen Yang guessed that the convoy must be camping at the second site. After chasing for half an hour, Chen Yang finally saw the shadow of the convoy. As he thought, the team chose to settle at the second site. There are still 2 hours away from the glorious base. After passing through the last Linghu territory, the escort mission will be completed. Chen Yang. Lu Shan noticed Chen Yang's appearance immediately. She rubbed her eyes. It was really him? Hearing Lu Shan's voice, the other teammates ran out of the house at the station and waved their arms happily when they saw Chen Yang come back safe and sound. Are you okay? Lu Shan was the first to run in front of Chen Yang. She looked around and found no scars. Other team members also ran over to watch. Seeing that Chen Yang was fine, Sun Qian punched Chen Yang in the chest. You boy, worry about us to death. Sun Qian said gratefully. I said, I run very fast. Chen Yang rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. He couldn't tell his teammates that he had many talents and killed the ancient, right? How did you escape? Kui Shi asked excitedly. That's it, I have a few fog grenades. I chose a place with a cave, and sneaked away with the fog grenade. And during the escape, because of the great mental pressure, I seemed to have some breakthroughs. Chen Yang found an excuse to explain. It can't be like this next time. We are teammates, and we should discuss things carefully. Kui Shi choked up a little. Okay, next time for sure. Chen Yang said foolishly. By the way, why didn't you see Zhang Yu? Chen Yang looked at the people in the site, but did not find him. Zhang Yu is dead. Sun Qian and the others showed sad expressions, and Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment. Although it was only the second time they met, Zhang Yu's character of being ready to go to trouble still left a deep impression on him. Isn't he talented in petrification? How come? Chen Yang was puzzled. The elite corruptor is too powerful. Zhang Yu sacrificed himself to create a chance for us to kill. Poor him, he didn't even leave his body. Lu Shan shed a few tears and explained. Chen Yang probably guessed the cause of Zhang Yu's death. Although the petrification is powerful and the defense is extremely high, the elite corrodors have surpassed them by too much power. Even the petrified Zhang Yu may not be able to prevent the tail stabs of the elite corrodors. Condolences. Chen Yang lowered his head sadly. Actually, he has a chance to kill the elite corruptor so that Zhang Yu doesn't have to die. But in this life, he is carrying a family on his back. He dare not take the risk of becoming a different kind. He is afraid that his family will be threatened. He had also sacrificed for the people before, but this time, he wanted to be selfish once. Am I wrong? Chen Yang thought in confusion. Maybe everyone can get through this mission safely if he tries his best, but his family will definitely be threatened in the future. Because his talent is too perverted, people will always be jealous of people who live better than themselves, and he dare not take risks. Only by becoming stronger can I protect everything. If I have the strength of a master, so what if I am an enemy of everyone? Chen Yang is eager to improve himself at this moment. He needs to copy more talents, and he needs to practice faster. Oh, let's not talk about it. You haven't had dinner yet. Go in quickly, we just have dinner. Lu Shan forced a smile and said. Chen Yang nodded and walked into the site. He saw the tired eyes of the soldiers, and his heart was touched again. The higher the cultivation level, the more talents the cultivator will have. When he breaks through as a martial artist, Chen Yang can reveal another talent he copied. Only then can he hide himself better and protect those around him better. After dinner, the commander decided to rest for the night and set off tomorrow. It is difficult to detect danger in time when driving at night, and practitioners also need to recover, so the troops set up tents on the spot. Chen Yang sneakily found the body of the elite corruptor. Check talent. Beast, elite corruptor. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, strength, top, speed, high, fusion, top, decomposition, top. Copy talent. The copying was successful, and the fusion of strength and talent was successful. Chen Yang trembled all over, and he felt that his physique had improved rapidly again. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, low-level comprehension. Special talent, copy. Speed talent, low-level comprehension, there is a chance to comprehend the speed force. Strength talent, low-level comprehension, there is a chance to comprehend the field of power. Ice talent, advanced. Petrochemical, advanced. Clone, advanced. Mental pollution, top level. Decomposition, top level. Fusion, top level. Strength field. Chen Yang discovered a new word appeared on a virtual light curtain. It turns out that once the talent breaks through the top level, one can comprehend the power of the field. He didn't know what the speed force was at the beginning, so it seemed that the speed force existed like a domain. Chen Yang, what are you doing here? As soon as Chen Yang walked out of the place where the elite corrodors were stored, Kui Shi came face to face. I'm curious, so come and have a look. Chen Yang explained that he couldn't say that he came here to steal talent. Aren't you going to sleep tonight? Kui Shi said. I can't sleep, I'll watch the meeting tonight and then go to sleep. Chen Yang responded. It's okay, let's talk. I thought you didn't like chatting. Chen Yang showed an exaggerated expression. No, I just don't know what to say. Sometimes I feel like I'm alone. Maybe it's because of my talent. I prefer to be quiet. Kui Shi laughed. What about now? Chen Yang asked puzzledly. I'm curious, why did you dare to stand up alone at that time? Chen Yang finally knew what Kui Shi wanted to say. Maybe I'm more confident. Chen Yang found a simple excuse. You are not like a great warrior who has just broken through. Your strength and courage are stronger than the soldiers of the army. Really? Thank you, beauty, for your compliment. Chen Yang laughed. Let's move somewhere else, it's weird standing here. Chen Yang looked around. Would others think that the two of them were having a private meeting later? Kui Shi nodded. She rarely talked to boys, but facing Chen Yang, she didn't have any resistance for some reason. Can you tell me why you joined the team? Chen Yang asked curiously. It was an accident. A group of soldiers just saved me when they were on a mission. I later found out that it was a joint team, so I swore that I must join the team. Kui Shi recalled. Did something bad happen to you as a child? Chen Yang glanced at Kui Shi, and there was an inexplicable sadness in her eyes. It's all in the past. In this era, many practitioners have done some illegal things for resources, and our family has unfortunately encountered it. So, you want revenge? Just live like this. I'm quite curious about you. You are the first great warrior who dares to face the fourth order beast directly. Aren't you afraid of death? I'm afraid. Chen Yang pursed his lips. But isn't Zhang Yu too? He also saved everyone. What if I say, I saw someone chasing you? Kui Shi suddenly changed the subject. Hearing these words, Chen Yang's body trembled. Kui Shi was also there at the time. Everyone has secrets. If you don't want to say it, I'll pretend I didn't see it. Kui Shi said lightly. Chen Yang was silent. It must be that after killing that woman, his vitality was exhausted, so he didn't notice someone approaching him. Please help me keep it a secret. I don't want people to know that I have multiple talents. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Kui Shi looked up. Chen Yang chatted with Kui Shi for a few words without end. This was the worst news he had heard, but Chen Yang didn't know how to keep this secret. How did she know? Did she follow me all the time? Chen Yang never thought that Lu Shan let Kui Shi follow him because she was worried after seeing Chen Yang lead the ancient away alone. Because of the distance, although Kui Shi saw what happened, Chen Yang didn't perceive it either. She didn't choose to say anything, but quickly returned to the convoy, and Zhang Yu's tragic death followed. Chen Yang didn't know what Kui Shi wanted to express in the conversation with him tonight. He shook his head, and he forced himself not to think about Kui Shi's words. In the middle of the night, except for the soldiers on guard, everyone else fell asleep. Chen Yang opened his eyes. This place is not far from Ling Hu's territory. He wanted to get Ling Hu's blood essence at night. Without further ado, Chen Yang teleported and disappeared at the site. The second site is about -kilometers away from Ling Hu's territory, and it only takes half an hour for Chen Yang to reach it. The talent of gravity acts on the whole body, and Chen Yang rushed to the location drawn on the map like a feather in the darkness. In order to save energy and vitality, he spent an hour looking for the spirit fox. Spirit foxes are ferocious beasts with relatively strong mental power, and it is very easy for Chen Yang to kill them. With just one teleport, he can take the heart of Ling Hu. Just when Chen Yang had identified the target and was about to strike, a group of spirit foxes made strange movements. Chen Yang held back for a while. He found Ling Hu running up the mountain one after the other, as if they were queuing up. Surprising? Chen Yang was frightened by this scene. Could it be the legendary Huang Pitzi? Seeing Ling Hu running away gradually, Chen Yang hurriedly followed. After about 10 minutes, Chen Yang saw a strange cave. The reason why it is strange is that there are flickering lights in that cave, and a human-shaped shadow sways left and right on the stone wall. Why is there anyone here? Chen Yang was startled. He turned on the talent of perspective, and the lights in the cave turned out to be flames. Damn it, the beast will still use flames for lighting. Chen Yang looked along the figure, and when he found the appearance of the figure, his body was struck by lightning. That figure was exactly the black figure that disappeared on the hilltop during the day. Chen Yang carefully confirmed that this black figure had a face that looked exactly like a woman's. Chen Yang quickly searched for monsters with human faces in his mind, but he searched left and right several times, but he couldn't find any information about monsters with human faces. What a fool! If you check your talent, you will know whether it is a human or a ghost. Chen Yang scolded himself for being clumsy for being so flustered in the face of this black shadow. Check the talent. The black shadow information suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yang. Fierce beast, Tanro. Cultivation talent, intermediate comprehension. Special talents, strength, intermediate perception, power field, low level, speed, intermediate perception, super speed force, low level, mind control, top level, coercion, top level. What? Why is the fierce beast the name of a human being? Chen Yang was shocked. What's even more incredible is that this fierce beast actually has the talent of intermediate perception. Chen Yang couldn't help but check Tanro's skeleton. At first glance, it was indeed human, but there were a few bone spurs on her arms and back. And the strange thing is that it has the same danshan as a human, but inside the danshan is a gleaming golden elixir. This is definitely a fifth-order beast. Chen Yang judged in his heart that although the other party looked very similar to humans, only ferocious beasts above the 5th level would have golden elixir, and the danshan of humans would only form a lake of vitality. The system won't go wrong. This is a humanoid monster. Could it be that the attack on the site is related to this humanoid monster? Chen Yang recalled that the ancient man also appeared near Tanro. If you guessed right, that ancient man was brainwashed by Tanro with his talent? This makes sense, why the fierce beasts cooperate, because there is a guy behind them who controls them, and this guy is Tanro. Chen Yang avoided carefully. He hesitated whether to go back first, and try to get Ling Hu's blood essence tomorrow. If only I could get its talent. Chen Yang felt a little restless in his heart. He thought, if he sent his clone to contact that beast, would there be a chance? After having this idea, Chen Yang was unwilling to leave without saying anything. This is the first time he has come into contact with talents above the domain and above the top level. No matter what the origin of this beast is, its talent must be the strongest existence that Chen Yang has seen so far. Try it, at worst, I'll stay away. Chen Yang still didn't restrain the little devil in his heart. He summoned 2 clones, and the main body fled a few kilometers away. This distance should not be a problem. Chen Yang controlled the avatar to approach slowly, and he planned to use the avatar to control the teleportation to touch this beast named Tanro. The opponent has super speed, and his speed must be several times faster than Chen Yang. Although he didn't know how fast the speed force was, only great martial artists had the opportunity to possess domains. Chen Yang thought it would be difficult for him to touch Tanro before she could react. But after all, he had to try. Chen Yang decided to attack from both sides, and the 2 avatars disappeared in place instantly when they saw the right time. Chen Yang controlled the avatar to appear beside Tanro. In order to be able to touch it, Chen Yang used gravity and wind elements to the extreme. Puff. 2 bone spurs suddenly appeared on Tanro's body, and these 2 bone spurs pierced through Chen Yang's avatar effortlessly. When it saw Chen Yang's severely injured body, it tilted its head in doubt, as if thinking about something. Humanity. Chen Yang's hairs burst when he heard these 2 words. The beast could actually speak. What are you? The avatar spat out a mouthful of blood in pain and asked, and because of the bone spur contact, Chen Yang started the copy. Copy failed, target not within range. Damn, what a pity. When Tanro heard the question from the avatar, it fell into deep thought. 1 minute later, when Chen Yang's avatar disappeared, it finally remembered something. I am the queen. Queen. 1 second before the clone disappeared, Chen Yang heard Tanro's answer. He opened his mouth in surprise. Could it be that the other party is really a human? Chen Yang sent another avatar to go to Tanro's side and came near the cave. The avatar used the perspective and viewing talents, and Tanro's information appeared in front of Chen Yang again. Alien species, Queen of Beasts, Tanro. Cultivation talent. Special talent. System, are you broken? Chen Yang rubbed his eyes. He was right. The information about the beast just now has indeed turned into a heterogeneous species. And what is this heterogeneous species? Could it be a combination of ferocious beasts and humans? Or is it a species that has never been discovered? In fact, it can be seen from the name suffix that this alien species has a human name. Chen Yang felt that he had come into contact with a big secret, the researchers, the site being raided, the escort. This seemingly ordinary task suddenly appeared a rope to connect them. What if these researchers have something to do with this alien species? At this time, Chen Yang wanted to copy the other party's ability, but also became curious about this alien species. But if he tried to copy the talent secretly, he would die for the bird if he was not careful. Chen Yang decided to approach the main body first, and sent out his clone to observe what this strange alien was doing. Seeing the body of Chen Yang's avatar disappear, the Beast Queen looked around suspiciously. After a long time, it got into the cave. Under the light of the fire, the Beast Queen seemed to be manipulating something. Turning on the perspective, Chen Yang finally saw clearly what the queen was doing. I saw a group of spirit foxes respectfully forming a circle, and the queen was waving gestures in front of the flames with her eyes closed. There is a black crystal in front of the flame. With the queen's gesture and the injection of vitality, the black crystal shone with a strange light. Then the spirit foxes poured vitality into the crystal one by one, and after a long time, the crystal fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this scene, Chen Yang became more and more strange about all this. What exactly is that crystal, and why does it need to absorb the vitality of the beast? After doing all this, the Beast Queen looked very tired. Through perspective talent, Chen Yang found that the golden core in the queen's body was much dimmer. Chen Yang guessed that the queen was nourishing the crystal. The crystal obviously needed a lot of vitality, and even the queen who was suspected of being a great martial artist could not satisfy the absorption of the crystal. That's why it gathered all the spirit foxes and helped it inject vitality into the crystal. After a while, the spirit foxes seemed to have completed their task. They turned around and left one by one, leaving only the queen sitting in front of the crystal as if guarding. Chen Yang realized that this was a good opportunity. The Beast Queen who had nourished the black crystal had fallen into a period of weakness. If Chen Yang couldn't replicate it successfully in this situation, he didn't know when he would want to find a suitable opportunity again. Gamble. Chen Yang's body slowly approached, and finally stopped about 200 meters away from the cave. He controls the avatar, hoping to successfully replicate it within this range. This time, Chen Yang first let a clone teleport again, and covered the whole body with the wind element before that, increasing the speed by a large amount. Because the bone spur is also a part of the queen's body, Chen Yang's purpose is very clear. He only needs to touch the bone spur. The clone teleported to the queen's back, and with the help of the wind element, his hand touched the queen's back as quickly as an afterimage. The queen sensed Chen Yang suddenly appearing behind him, and there was a hint of anger on his face. He wondered why this human being died and came back to life, and appeared here again to disturb her. The bone spur aimed at the chest of Chen Yang's avatar without hesitation, and this move was just as he wished. The avatar suicidally held the stabbing bone spur. Copy. Copy succeeded? Brother Chen was overjoyed. It seems that the duplication talent can be used at a distance of 200 meters, so that his second clone does not need to use Plan B. In order to be more cautious, Chen Yang manipulated the second clone to escape in the opposite direction of the main body. Sensing the existence of the second clone, the queen got up and wanted to chase after her. She glanced back at the black crystal, and she gave up the idea of rising again. Pity. Chen Yang thought that the queen would chase after him, so that he would have a chance to steal the black crystal, and then take it back to observe slowly. The vitality that has absorbed so many spirit foxes and beast queens has not yet reached a saturated state. This thing must be more precious than the top-grade primordial stone. With a trace of regret, Chen Yang sneaked away from the vicinity of the cave. Taking advantage of the fact that Linghu's vitality was almost exhausted, Chen Yang chased after Linghu along the route he left. 10 minutes later, Chen Yang found Linghu's lair. With the talent of clairvoyance, Chen Yang found that all the foxes had fallen into a deep sleep, probably because they had consumed too much energy to restore their spirits through sleep. Check talent. Fierce Beast, Spirit Fox. Cultivation Talent, Advanced Talent. Special Talent, Speed, Advanced. Phantom Sound, Advanced. Thank you for that crystal. Chen Yang smiled. He took out the stinger, and a teleportation appeared next to a Spirit Fox. The poisonous sting pierced Linghu's brain effortlessly, and the blood stained the white fluff red. Smelling the bloody smell in the air, the Spirit Foxes gradually realized that something was wrong. By the time they were fully awake, Chen Yang had already dealt with 4 or 5 of them. There are more than 20 third-order spirit foxes in the lair. Seeing that they are all awake, Chen Yang is no longer hiding. He sprayed 2 pillars of fire into the lair with both hands, and many spirit foxes couldn't dodge in time, and were set ablaze. Squeak. The surviving spirit fox screamed piercingly, and Chen Yang's brain hurt, and his vision began to blur. Chen Yang realized that he had been caught by Ling Hu's phantom sound. Instead of panicking, he used coercion and spiritual pollution talents. Ling Hu's vitality hadn't recovered much, although she had the upper hand in numbers, but the top coercive talent from the Beast Queen made Ling Hu's attack collapse instantly. Just try the field. Chen Yang used the talent of ecstasy, and he found that the surrounding space seemed to freeze, and Ling Hu's movements slowed down 10 times in his eyes. It's an exaggeration, is this the domain? Chen Yang observed the vitality in his body. In just 1 second, half of the vitality in his body had been consumed. Chen Yang didn't dare to ink. In Ling Hu's eyes, he turned into an afterimage. After Chen Yang ended the speed force, Ling Hu still retained the thoughts of the previous second. The difference was that they had a blood hole the size of a knife tip on their foreheads. The more than 20 spirit foxes in the lair were all killed. Except for wasting a little time at the beginning, it took only 2 seconds for Chen Yang to deal with the next dozen spirit foxes. Chen Yang sat paralyzed on the ground panting heavily. The 2-second speed force field drained all of Chen Yang's vitality. Fortunately, he killed all the spirit foxes, otherwise he would be the unlucky one. Because it was the first time to use the speed force domain, Chen Yang didn't understand the exaggerated vitality required by the domain. With this experience, Chen Yang will never use the speed force at will in the future unless it is a critical time. Fusion. Chen Yang put his palm on Ling Hu's fallen body. Fusion belongs to the talent of transforming matter into vitality and energy. As long as there is a suitable substance, it can be used without consuming vitality. Ling Hu's blood essence was absorbed by Chen Yang, and soon the vitality in Chen Yang's body became saturated. But it's not over yet. How can Ling Hu, who just died, be so wasted? Eating the flesh and blood of many ferocious beasts can help practitioners strengthen their physique. Chen Yang, who has the fusion talent, doesn't need to be so troublesome. It only takes about 5 minutes for him to digest the essence of a spirit fox. After more than an hour, Chen Yang woke up from the fusion state. Of the more than 20 spirit foxes, only 3 of the corpses remained intact. The other spirit foxes were all transformed into the vitality and essence of Chen Yang's quenched body. Chen Yang ran the body quenching technique controlled by Yuan Li. His 5 abdomen and 6 viscera were filled with Yuan Qi, and the meridians of his limbs were all opened up. The only place without Yuan Qi was the brain. Vital Qi fist. Chen Yang punched a tree, only to hear an explosion, and all the trees within 10 meters in front collapsed. This punch does not contain any natural strength, but pure physical strength and vitality. I'm afraid it has a force of 8 or 9 tons. Chen Yang was dumbfounded. After absorbing and merging 20 spirit foxes, he suddenly broke through to the realm of a high-level warrior. After I fill my brain with vitality, I should be able to break through to a martial artist. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. The effect of this fusion talent is surprisingly good. No wonder the low-level corruptor can quickly grow into a high-level one. After saving the rest of Ling Hu's blood essence, Chen Yang copied Ling Hu's talent. The copying was successful, the fusion was successful, and the phantom sound talent was raised to the top level. After copying Ling Hu's talent many times, Chen Yang obtained a top talent again. At this time, Chen Yang checked his talent information. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, intermediate comprehension. Special talent, copy. Talent can be copied by touching the target. Similar talents can be fused. There is a chance to evolve into a higher talent. Unawakened talents cannot be copied. Speed talent, intermediate comprehension. There is a chance to comprehend the speed force. Speed force, low level. Strength talent, intermediate perception. There is a chance to comprehend the field of strength. Field of strength, lower level. Ice talent, advanced. Water elemental, advanced. Fire elemental, higher. Bloodthirsty, top. Toughness, medium. Plant control, moderate. Coercion, top level. Wind elemental, medium. Mindfulness, medium. Perspective, advanced. Teleportation, advanced. Super sensing, advanced. Space force, advanced. Deep learning, advanced. Super pitch, medium. Petrochemical, advanced. Clone, advanced. Mental pollution, top level. Gravity, top. Looting, top level. Decomposition, top level. Fusion, top level. Mind control, top level. Phantom sound, top level. At the same level, I am invincible. Chen Yang looked at his dazzling talent. His expression was as sweet as eating honey. Not to mention the same realm, even low-level martial artists may not necessarily be his opponents. Moreover, he also possesses the power of 2 domains. Once he masters it proficiently, martial artists will not be able to pose a threat to him. Looking at his talent of mind control, Chen Yang thought about whether to use it on Kuishi. If he can make her forget that she has seen her secret, he doesn't have to worry about anything. Give someone a try tomorrow. Chen Yang thought about it and decided. After the fusion talent absorbed the flesh and blood of Ling Hu, there was a lot of fur left. Chen Yang collected them all. These things should be sold at a good price in the inner city. Even a tier-beast can sell for -to-yuan, so how can a tier-beast cost hundreds of thousands? Throwing the fur and the remaining 3 spirit fox corpses into the self-made space, Chen Yang quickly returned to the site. Linghu has been cleaned up by him, and everyone can reach the glorious base safely tomorrow. Thinking of this, Chen Yang became happy. The only thing he had to beware of was the Beast Queen, and he didn't know what kind of connection it had with humans. After returning to the site, it was past 3 o'clock in the morning, and Chen Yang found that 3 researchers in a certain room of the site hadn't fallen asleep. What they were discussing in front of the computer seemed to be related to this escort mission. Chen Yang curiously used the super sound sense to hear what they were talking about. After listening for half an hour, Chen Yang showed an unbelievable expression on his face. The 3 researchers chatted a lot about human experiments, and there was a word that surprised Chen Yang. They actually knew the existence of alien species. It should be similar to the previous conjecture. That alien species has already started to act. We have to speed up the progress. So far, although no alien has been found, it has already shown extraordinary talent. Yes, I think the cooperation of the beast must have something to do with it. We'll know when we get to the base, but there's still too much data that we can't see. It's a pity that the crystal is missing. Through the dialogue between the 3, Chen Yang probably knew the cause of the alien species. Decades ago, the world changed drastically, and several cracks suddenly appeared in the sky, and the fierce beasts came out of the cracks. Humans later discovered that there was a strange black crystal in the crack, and whenever the beast appeared, there would be a black crystal in their lair. Humans began to study this crystal, and it took decades for researchers to understand the purpose of this crystal. The black crystal can store a large amount of energy, and whenever the black crystal is filled with energy, it can summon higher beings. According to the high-level judgment, the alien species like the fierce beast wanted to use the black crystal to summon a demon-like existence. This point can be proved by some traces in the beast's lair. Whether it is true or not, human beings are very afraid of this kind of black crystal. By studying the use of black crystals, the researchers discovered that there is a strange liquid in the black crystals. Taking out this liquid and injecting it into the human body will cause the body to mutate. The Brilliant Base has a team that specializes in this research, and that alien species may have a lot to do with the Brilliant Base. Chen Yang, who has been eavesdropping for a long time, only knows this information for the time being, and the rest are technical terms such as data. The 3 discussed for another 10 minutes, and a researcher said that he had to go to the toilet. When Chen Yang heard this, he thought it was a good opportunity. If mind control could brainwash the researcher, he would be able to know all the secrets of the alien species. Chen Yang followed the researcher secretly, and when he saw the researcher came out of the toilet, he immediately used the talent of mind control on him. The researcher was in a trance on the way back, and then his body stopped moving, as if waiting for an order. Come over. Chen Yang gave an order in his heart, and the researcher actually obeyed his command and walked down from upstairs. Success. Chen Yang felt the beauty of mind control. The researcher's thinking was like a computer waiting for him to program. Soon, the researcher walked in front of him with blank eyes. What's your name? Chen Yang asked tentatively. My name is Lu Qing. Lu Qing still kept his brain thinking, and the interval between answers only took 2 seconds. What were you talking about just now? We are talking about the escape of the alien species from the glorious base. The alien species escaped? What is this alien species? Alien is the product of black crystal catalysis. There is a liquid in it. The liquid in each black crystal is different. After injecting the liquid in the black crystal into the human body will undergo a mutation reaction, and some will directly become fierce beasts, some will evolve thinking and rationality, and we call the latter species aliens. After listening to Lu Qing's explanation of the alien species, Chen Yang suddenly realized that he finally knew why the system went wrong. It wasn't a system error, and the queen of the ominous beast had a thought evolution after meeting him, and then evolved from an ominous beast to a heterogeneous species, which is why the information was completely different after checking the information twice. What is the name of the human being injected with the liquid? Chen Yang continued to ask. My name is Tanro, she's a woman. Why study these? Because when studying the black crystal, it was discovered that the liquid inside can gain the ability to control fierce beasts after being absorbed. The government wants to make a big killer against fierce beasts. This liquid is one of the directions of research. Sure enough, just as Chen Yang thought, that alien queen is a human being? Okay, go back. Remember to forget the conversation just now, you have never seen anyone. Chen Yang asked Lu Qing to leave quickly, fearing that it would draw attention after a long time. After Lu Qing went back, nothing happened. Chen Yang understood the horror of mind control. Mind control can modify a person's thoughts at will. If it is the same for practitioners, that queen may not be easy to deal with in the future. Chen Yang shook his head and decided not to think about these things anymore. Since the alien species was produced by the Guanghui base, let them solve it. This queen is already at the level of a great martial artist, and even if she wants to control her, she doesn't have the strength. Chen Yang quietly found a place to lie down and rest, and it would be dawn in 2 or 3 hours. He squinted his eyes and didn't know what he was thinking. The next day, after breakfast, everyone packed up their equipment and set off immediately. Only then did Chen Yang notice that only 7 of the 10 armored vehicles remained. All the soldiers watched the road vigilantly, only Chen Yang knew that the spirit fox near the road was dead. The only thing he was worried about was the Queen of Beasts, but after what happened yesterday, Queen of Beasts should not leave easily. An hour later, the convoy arrived at the 3rd site. After a random inspection, Commander Yang let the team move forward quickly. After about 10 minutes, the team could see the shadow of the Guanghui base. The task is finally completed. Lu Shan's nervousness was released. During the second half of the journey, she was always ready to fight at any time, especially when passing through the Linghu territory. She was highly concentrated. Unexpectedly, nothing happened in the second half of this period, and the convoy arrived at the Guanghui base safely. What should I do after the mission is completed? Chen Yang asked. This is your first time participating in this kind of mission, right? After completing the mission, you can choose to stay in the glorious base. There are also members of the joint team here. You can see whether you want to take the mission here according to the situation. After completing the mission, there will be rich rewarded. If you want to rest, you can ask Sun Qian to take you to experience the customs of the base. He knows these things best. Where is it? Don't bring bad children. Old Sun Qian blushed and argued. Seeing Sun Qian like this, Chen Yang immediately understood what the relaxation Lu Shan was talking about. If you want to go back to Yanqing, you can go back alone or with us. Anyway, you don't need to wait for the convoy. If you go all out, you should be able to go back in 4 hours. After Lu Shan explained in detail, Chen Yang probably understood the meaning. If you want to go back, you have to figure out your own way. Generally, the practitioners of the team will choose to go back together. This depends on Chen Yang's thoughts. Then what are your plans? Chen Yang asked. I'll stay here for a few days. If you're okay, I'll take you to visit. Sun Qian laughed. I'm waiting for the task. Kui Shi said. Chen Yang looked at her. He was hesitant to use mind control on Kui Shi. Me too. Anyway, it's pretty much the same everywhere. There are joint forces preparing for us where we live. Lu Shan didn't care. Okay, then I will stay for 2 days. Chen Yang thought about it. He couldn't come to the glorious base in vain. It's just that Lu Shan seemed to misinterpret Chen Yang's meaning. She looked at Chen Yang and smiled meaningfully. The glorious base is located closer to the crack, so soldiers and mercenaries in the base account for 1/3 of the population. Most of the rest are women, and Guanghui base is also one of the largest red light districts in China. Of course, Chen Yang didn't want to experience the happiness of a man. He found that there were many chambers of commerce in the Guanghui base, and the ferocious beasts he kept could be sold for a good price here. From the very beginning, Chen Yang planned to sell the corpse of the beast to the glorious base, even if the price was cheaper. After all, if they were sold in Yan City, such a large number of beasts would easily attract the attention of others. When Chen Yang came to the trading market, the light sign of one of them called Guanghui Exchange attracted him. Chen Yang put on a mask, and then walked in, probably because he looked too young, but no one greeted him after he entered. Chen Yang wandered around indifferently, and then came to the counter. Do you collect the corpses of beasts here? The clerk at the counter glanced at him, and heard the voice was a young guy with a little impatient eyes. You can go outside and ask about the beasts of the first rank. We only accept the ones above the second rank. Beauty, what I want to sell is not a first-order beast. Chen Yang explained. Oh, hearing Chen Yang call her beauty, a smile appeared on her face. Your voice is so soft, you should be around 20. What beast can you sell? Chen Yang smiled. It's not convenient to display here. What is the price of the third-order beast? Tier 3. The clerk looked at Chen Yang suspiciously, wondering if he was asking for the person behind him. If you really have the corpse of a tier 50 beast, we are willing to buy it at a price of 100 to million. It mainly depends on the type and quality of the beast. Chen Yang nodded. The beasts I want to sell are corruptors and spirit foxes. After hearing what Chen Yang said, the clerk's complexion softened a lot. If what you said is true, our store is willing to buy it at a high price. Chen Yang was about to ask the clerk to prepare a room after hearing this, when 3 men broke into the Chamber of Commerce carelessly. Zayawai, buddy is here to sell the beast. Oh, it's Brother Yang? What kind of beast did you kill today? The clerk's attitude became very enthusiastic. It seems that this young brother is a frequent visitor of the Chamber of Commerce. Chen Yang checked the man's talent. Human, Zhang Yang. Cultivation talent, medium talent. Special talents, strength, medium, fire element, medium. Several people behind Zhang Yang surrounded the counter, and one of them was carrying a huge storage bag. Judging from his appearance, the corpse of the beast inside was not light. Brother Yang, what is this? Zayawai asked curiously. Lovebird? This is the most difficult to kill among the second-order beasts. Zhang Yang said proudly. Chen Yang was secretly surprised when he heard this. Lovebirds are special beasts. Because of their high speed, most of them can only be killed with guns. Sure enough, when the man opened the storage bag, Chen Yang found that the wings of the lovebirds were full of bullet holes. Congratulations, Brother Yang, this beast can be sold for more than 20 yuan. Zayawai smiled and turned on the computer to help Zhang Yang calculate. What's the matter with you, kid? Stay away. Seeing Chen Yang standing in front of the counter with a curious look on his face, Zhang Yang was very disgusted. I came before you, Chen Yang said lightly. So what if you come first? Didn't you see that Brother Yang is talking about big business? The man next to him shouted loudly. Chen Yang glanced at him, seeing his cultivation talent, he was just inferior. Sister Hui, I'm also here to sell fierce beasts. You can't drive me away because of others, right? Zayawai looked at Chen Yang and then at Zhang Yang, her face turned cold. I don't have the authority to buy the third-order beast. You need to call our store manager to buy it. If you don't bring the beast, I trust you. Our store manager is very busy. Third order ferocious beast, is he the only one? Zhang Yang and the two men next to him laughed, as if they had heard something funny. Xiaowai, when did your eyesight get so bad? Could it be that you fell in love with this kid and want to have a good night? Zhang Yang laughed out loud. After hearing this, Xiaowai's face was very ugly. If you want to come here for entertainment, there will be a price to pay, Xiaowai said with a gloomy expression. It turns out that this is how the Guanghui Chamber of Commerce entertains guests. Since you don't like third-order beasts, I'll go to other houses. Chen Yang turned around and was about to leave. Seeing Chen Yang's attitude, Zhang Yang was very unhappy, so he reached out and stopped him. Boy, if you don't speak clearly today, don't even think about leaving. What? Are you afraid that I really have a third-order beast? Chen Yang looked at Zhang Yang playfully. Do you dare to make a bet? Hehe, it's just you? What are you betting on? Zhang Yang laughed angrily at Chen Yang's words. If I have the corpse of a tier 50 beast, you will give me 100. If I don't, I will give you -1,000,000. Chen Yang stared at Zhang Yang's eyes and said, Boy, do you have so much money? Zhang Yang questioned. Without further ado, Chen Yang took out the warrior card. Swipe the card, you can check the balance. Zhang Yang glanced at the warrior card that Chen Yang took out, and he was even more sure that the other party was talking big. A warrior can at most deal with a tier-beast, unless he uses military firearms. Zhang Yang doesn't think Chen Yang has the strength to defeat a tier-beast at such a young age. How did he know that Chen Yang has never been certified as a great warrior, and Chen Yang's current strength is far superior to that of a great warrior, and he will be able to break through as a martial artist in a short time. Hehe, a martial artist who has just stepped into cultivation really thinks that he can kill a third-order beast. You won't recognize a first-order beast as a third-order beast, right? A man next to him laughed loudly, and many guests also surrounded him. Seeing that Chen Yang took out a warrior card, he couldn't help shaking his head. Zhang Yang, there's no need to embarrass others so much. 1 million is not a small amount for a warrior, just ask him to kneel down and apologize. A man suddenly walked out of the crowd watching. Chen Yang looked like a young man. Mr. Lin, why are you in the mood to come here today? Zhang Yang recognized the person. This is the young master of the Lin family from the Guanghui base, who is quite influential in the base. Did you hear that, kid? Mr. Lin told you to kowtow to admit your mistake, so let's forget about it this time. Zhang Yang shouted, reaching out his hand to make Chen Yang kneel down. I really don't know how such a person survived. Chen Yang felt helpless. It seemed that his age was really in the way, and he had to put on a disguise next time. Seeing Zhang Yang stretching his hand towards his shoulder, Chen Yang sneered and concentrated his vitality on his shoulder. When Zhang Yang touched Chen Yang, his hand seemed to be grasping a stone. Chen Yang clasped Zhang Yang's wrist with his backhand, and with a slight force, Zhang Yang screamed in pain, and tears flowed out. Let him go. Mr. Lin's face darkened. In this base, there was a small martial artist who didn't know the heights of the sky and the earth dared to ignore him. He had already developed malice towards Chen Yang in his heart. Chen Yang ignored Mr. Lin. He pushed Zhang Yang to the ground. Zhang Yang felt a mountain pressing on his shoulders, only heard a click, and Zhang Yang knelt on the ground. Zhang Yang knelt on the ground and yelled, and the two men beside him rushed to save him. The two men are just beginner warriors, and their strength is less than 1,000 catties. How can Chen Yang be shaken by this little strength? Chen Yang dodged the attacks of the two men, flung his legs and kicked the two men's calves. Pfft. The two men knelt down one after another. They wanted to get up, but their legs seemed to be filled with lead. Chen Yang manipulated his thoughts to press on the two of them, and they couldn't even raise their heads. Little brother, you are a bit too much. Seeing that Chen Yang suppressed the three of them so easily, Mr. Lin immediately understood that he might be a great warrior. Master Lin, we. Zhang Yang wanted to ask Mr. Lin for help, but his mouth was suddenly sealed by an invisible force. What? Don't you want me to kneel down and apologize? Chen Yang looked at Mr. Lin with a smile and said, shouldn't you apologize for making trouble at the Guanghui Chamber of Commerce? Mr. Lin narrowed his eyes and threw over a piece of evidence. Mr. Lin is blind, it doesn't matter, there is surveillance here. Chen Yang pointed to the camera in the corner. Who is this guy? Even Mr. Lin dares to charge. It must be an outsider. I don't know how powerful Mr. Lin is. Now it's a good show. Let me tell you, this kid can't get out of this Chamber of Commerce. People around talked a lot, but Chen Yang was unmoved. Everyone saw this kid making trouble. It seems that I have to teach him a lesson for the law enforcement team. Mr. Lin smiled sinisterly. Boy, quickly apologize to Mr. Lin. Xiaowai also scolded. It's really interesting. I'm here to make a deal. I didn't expect that your Guanghui Chamber of Commerce not only won't let you do business, but also wants me to go out on my knees. This Guanghui Chamber of Commerce is nothing more than that. Chen Yang said without fear. Anyway, he is not from the Guanghui base, and how powerful this Mr. Lin is has nothing to do with him. Could it be that you think I can't take out the corpse of a tier-beast? Chen Yang asked. When Mr. Lin heard this, his expression changed. Judging from the strength that Chen Yang showed just now, it is obvious that he has the strength of a high-level warrior. Xiaowai, what beast did he say he wanted to sell? Mr. Lin blinked his eyes and asked Xiaowai. Xiaowai understood Mr. Lin's intention. He said that he has a large number of tier-ferocious beast corpses for sale. I'm dealing with Brother Yang. He will be angry if he bumps into Brother Yang accidentally. Mr. Lin laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, if you can't produce a large number of tier-ferocious beast corpses, does it mean that you are making trouble on purpose? Do you want to gamble too? Chen Yang said lightly. Just you? Mr. Lin said disdainfully. Don't you dare? Since you dare not, how can you doubt my courage? Chen Yang also looked down upon Mr. Lin. He, good, good, good. Today I will educate you for your family, and tell you what it means to have someone beyond others, and there is a sky beyond the sky. Tell me, what are you betting on? Mr. Lin laughed angrily. Mr. Lin is so rich and powerful, so we won't gamble. Whoever loses should call himself a puppy in front of everyone. Chen Yang pretended to think. Okay, it's up to you. I won't make it difficult for you. As long as you can take out the corpses of 5 third-level beasts, you will win. How about it? Mr. Lin said a number. Of course he didn't believe that Chen Yang could come up with 5 third-level beasts. No problem, with so many witnesses present, I believe Mr. Lin will not break his promise. Chen Yang agreed. Then hurry up, I'll give you an hour. If I find out that you buy from someone else, don't blame me for doing something out of the ordinary. Mr. Lin said confidently that he is a mid-level martial artist, even in the entire glorious base. He is also a genius in the top 10. Although Chen Yang showed good strength, Mr. Lin didn't think he was his opponent. It won't take an hour, it can be done now. Chen Yang stepped forward and signaled everyone to take a few steps back. Everyone didn't know what to say, but they still gave up a place. Seeing this, Mr. Lin suddenly felt a little uneasy in his heart. He shook his head, thinking that he was thinking too much. Seeing that the space was about the same, Chen Yang slipped his hand, and a corpse of a corruptor appeared on the ground. It's really a tier-beast. Mr. Lin's pupils dilated. Fortunately, only one of them appeared now, and there were 4 left, so the other party might not be able to take them out. But Chen Yang's hand really frightened him. Space talent is a super rare talent. Even if the practitioners with space power talent in the entire glorious base can count them with one hand, Mr. Lin doesn't remember such a person in his impression. Others were secretly amazed when they saw Chen Yang using his first-hand space talent. It turns out that this young man is not a small character who can be manipulated at will. Xiaowei also felt a little regretful. Regardless of whether Chen Yang had 5 third-tier beasts for sale, she did turn away customers. If the president finds out, her work will be over. Now she only hopes that Chen Yang is talking big, and only Mr. Lin can keep her. Do you want me to give you a chance? Admit defeat now, and I will save you from punishment. Chen Yang asked Mr. Lin with a smile. Mr. Lin's face changed. He was a little moved when he heard this, because he was not sure whether Chen Yang was just talking big. But if he let out his words in front of so many people, if he really admits defeat, where will he put his face in the future? You have 59 minutes. Mr. Lin said coldly. Those who didn't know thought he was just angry. Okay, since Mr. Lin is so determined to continue the bet, I don't want to disappoint everyone. Chen Yang stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers, and 4 more beasts appeared on the ground again. The people around were in an uproar. They looked at Mr. Lin excitedly, wondering how he would choose. Mr. Lin's face turned pale now. He didn't expect that he would really lose. Now that so many people are watching, if he really acts according to the bet, he will become the biggest laughing stock of the glorious base tomorrow. Mr. Lin, please. I heard that Mr. Lin is also a respectable person in the Guanghui base. What you say will not be a fart. Chen Yang said helplessly, as if he was saying that I have let you go once, and you chose it yourself. You cheat. Mr. Lin shouted loudly. How can this prove that you killed it? Chen Yang shook his head. I didn't say that I killed this beast. It seems that you didn't ask for it. I'm just here to make a deal. Who knows that I will meet a dog? Who are you talking about? Mr. Lin was furious. Young Master Lin, please don't put yourself in the wrong place. Let's complete the bet first. Chen Yang said calmly. The others nodded after listening. The content of the bet did not require him to kill the beast. Damn you! Mr. Lin's expression turned cold. He was already furious and full of hatred towards Chen Yang. Mr. Lin, do you want to go back on your word? Chen Yang pretended to be surprised. Now Mr. Lin is neither advancing nor retreating. The more he thinks about it, the more angry he becomes, and finally he can't help but attack Chen Yang. If you kill you, there will be no bet. Mr. Lin gathered his vitality in both hands, and punched Chen Yang. Seeing Mr. Lin punching him, Chen Yang dodged sideways. Then he grabbed it with his backhand and pinched his fingers on Mr. Lin's wrist. Chen Yang exerted force with his fingers. Everyone heard a cracking sound, and Mr. Lin's wrist was pinched and dislocated. Check talent. Human, Lin Bin. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, strength, advanced, speed, intermediate, wind elemental, top. Ah, you bastard. Master Lin screamed in pain, and a looming wind blade flew towards Chen Yang's forehead. Chen Yang pulled hard to avoid the wind blade, and Lin Bin's arm also hurt. The wind blade cut a big hole in the wall of the Chamber of Commerce, and then the alarm device sounded. Everyone saw it. He did it first. Chen Yangzi stomped Lin Bin on the ground. The huge pressure made Lin Bin unable to even lift his head. Lin Bin pressed against the ground in pain, and there was still dust on his mouth that had just been in contact with the floor. Let go of me, I want you to die. Lin Bin felt extremely humiliated and shouted loudly. Like 3 dog barks and I'll let you go. Chen Yang exerted more force on his feet, and the vitality that Lin Bin had just raised was trampled away. You, don't even think about it. Lin Bin gritted his teeth. He might as well kill him if he wants to bark like a dog. Chen Yang felt bored. After copying Lin Bin's talent, he threw Lin Bin's body out of the door with his thoughts. You are miserable. How dare you treat him like this? Ziyawai stammered, with a look of fear. Why, is it possible that there is no law in the Guanghui base? If you commit murder in public, even the eldest son can't be so presumptuous. Chen Yang said awe-inspiringly. Zhang Yang and the others knelt on the ground feeling a little gloating about their misfortune. If they dare to provoke the Lin family, this kid will definitely not be able to get out of the base. What happened? A beautiful young woman came down from the stairs on the 2nd floor. Everyone immediately made way for her. Chen Yang heard the voice sound familiar. He raised his head and saw that it was the proprietress who sold him the combat skill of Yuan Qi Fist last time. President, someone is causing trouble in the Chamber of Commerce. Ziyawai said quickly. Oh. The young woman glanced at Chen Yang, feeling familiar. Seeing the corpses of several ferocious beasts lying on the ground, the young woman showed a strange expression. Whose beasts belong to them? Yes. Seeing Ziyawai stammering, the young woman's face turned cold. The beast belongs to me. I originally wanted to do business, but I didn't expect the Guanghui Chamber of Commerce to bully customers. Chen Yang glanced at the young woman, wondering if she recognized him. Hello, I am Sun Lin, the president of the Guanghui Chamber of Commerce. Although I don't know why this happened, I still apologize for the Chamber of Commerce. The young woman bent down and said sincerely. Chen Yang was a little surprised. He lowered his face in front of so many guests. On the surface, he was apologizing, but in fact he captured the hearts of many guests. I also saw it just now. You are forced to fight back, customer. Don't worry, as long as you are in our Guanghui Chamber of Commerce, we will always protect you. Are you willing to continue trading with our Chamber of Commerce? Chen Yang was a little moved by Sun Lin's words. Although he knew that these words might be one-sided, he still nodded. I have a lot of beasts to sell, please estimate the price. With that said, Chen Yang showed off the corpses of the Gold Devourer, the Poison Ridge Spider, the Corruptor, and the Linghu. So much. The guests who watched the theater saw that Chen Yang had made a monster and piled up the corpses to the ceiling, and they all stared at him dumbfounded. May I ask the guest your name or code name? Sun Lin asked. Just call me Yang Chen. Okay, Yang Chen, I'll have someone count them for you. Sun Lin asked her subordinates to count the corpses of the beasts, and saw that those subordinates were busy walking around, and it took half an hour to finish counting all the beasts. President, we have finished counting. Among them, there are 437 gold-eating insects, and the body fragmentation degree is 30%. There are 360 and 2 poisonous mountain spiders, and the body fragmentation degree is 50.00%. Another 21 corruptors, 3 spirit foxes, 21 furs. Listening to his subordinates' report, the crowd outside became numb. Apart from the army, this was the first time they had seen a single person taking out so many beast corpses. How about this? We charge 60 gold-eating bugs, 75 poisonous mountain spiders, 30 corroders, spirit foxes, and furs. The total is 6150. Chen Yang reported the answer directly. Sun Lin raised her head in surprise. The calculator in her hand had just finished the calculation, and the answer was 6,150 million. More than 6,000 million. This guy got rich. Many people's eyes lit up, wishing they could swallow Chen Yang alive. Lin Bin hated Chen Yang even more when he heard this number outside the Chamber of Commerce. Just wait, all the money will go into our Lin family's pocket. Lin Bin got on the phone. Uncle Lin, I was bullied. Sun Lin put away her calculator and nodded dangerously. Okay, we will buy these corpses for 6,500 million yuan, and the excess will be an apology from the Guanghui Chamber of Commerce. Okay, President, you have the final say. Chen Yang agreed. Guests follow me upstairs. Sun Lin smiled softly, and Chen Yang met the secret goblin. Who could resist this alluring Cheongsam and charming smile? Chen Yang finally put away his mind power, and Zhang Yang and the other 3 were panting on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. The trouble will be long, I still have something to do, just wait here for you to get it done. Chen Yang was afraid that his identity would be seen by Sun Lin, so he refused. Okay, wait a minute. Sun Lin asked her subordinates to put away the corpse of the beast, while she took out a black gold card. This is a distinguished black card member of our Chamber of Commerce. In the future, all purchases in our Chamber of Commerce will be 10% off. Chen Yang took the membership card. The surface of the card was made of matte black gold, and there was a dragon claw on it, which made the card look very luxurious. There is also a code number 052 on the card, indicating that Chen Yang is the second person who has obtained the black gold membership card. 10 minutes later, there was an extra 10 million in the black gold membership card, and Chen Yang set up a password. This card is anonymous and very suitable for Chen Yang to use. Thank you, I'm leaving then. Chen Yang put away the black gold membership card and prepared to leave. Wait, that Lin Bin is the eldest son of the Lin family of the Glorious Base. Do you want me to send someone to escort you? Sun Lin asked. Is the Lin family very powerful? Chen Yang asked curiously. The head of the Lin family is a high-ranking great martial artist, and he is only one step away from the master. Sun Lin explained. Since I'm a high-ranking great martial artist, even your guild can't protect me, right? Chen Yang said strangely. Sun Lin smiled. Our Chamber of Commerce is not only in the glorious base, every city has our Chamber of Commerce. Although it is impossible to let a great martial artist protect you, it is not a problem to send a martial artist. Even the Lin family will sell our Chamber of Commerce a little bit. Chen Yang was a little surprised when he heard that. No wonder he also met Sun Lin in Yanqing. It turned out that the Chamber of Commerce in Wahi building also belonged to the same industry. Thank you. I think since the Lin family is a big family, it is impossible to send a great martial artist to deal with me. As for the martial artist, I still have the confidence to leave. Chen Yang believed himself. Since that's the case, then I won't say anything. I hope the guests will be safe and sound. Sun Lin smiled, then looked at Xiaowai. Seeing Chen Yang walking away, a butler finally couldn't help asking. President, why did you give him the black gold membership card? It's only over 6,000 million. Which of the big families doesn't trade more than him? What do you know? He is still young. Although he is wearing a mask, I can be sure that he is no more than 22 years old. Such a young cultivator is not even afraid of the Lin family. Either there are more powerful people behind him, or his talent is superior. Beyond your imagination. Sun Lin turned around and walked to the counter. You resign, I don't want to see you again. President, listen to me, it's Mr. Linear. Xiaowai anxiously wanted to explain, but was intimidated by Sun Lin's eyes. I don't want this kind of thing to happen again in the Guanghui Chamber of Commerce. Because of you, we almost offended a space talent. Letting you leave is already a reward for you. After speaking, Sun Lin left without looking back. After Chen Yang walked out of the Chamber of Commerce, he found that Lin Bin was still blocking him outside. What? Not convinced? I remember that you haven't finished the bet yet. Could it be that you are waiting outside for me to finish the bet? You fart? You wait for me, my second uncle is here. Lin Bin shouted happily when he saw a Mercedes-Benz convoy driving in the distance. Chen Yang was not in a hurry, and waited for the convoy to come to him. The convoy stopped in front of the Chamber of Commerce, and there were more than Dash mercenaries in black combat uniforms walking down from it. Chen Yang scanned them with a perspective and found that they were all great warriors. Really rich. Chen Yang sighed in his heart, the monthly expenses of so many great warriors are not a small sum. A middle-aged man came down from the front car. He had short dark hair and was wearing a white robe. His every movement could bring out the vitality around him. Check talent. Human, Lin Hong. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talents, strength, advanced, speed, medium, magnetism, advanced. Chen Yang could see that the vitality in a liquid state had condensed in the other party's body. Judging from the brightness, he should be a mid-level martial artist who had just broken through. It should be stronger than the ancient and that Xiaoling. Chen Yang judged in his heart. Second uncle. Lin Bin rushed over, seeing Lin Bin's dust and injured arm. Lin Hong frowned. Binner, who hurt you? It's that kid. Lin Bin pointed at Chen Yang and said evilly. Seeing that the matter was not over yet, the people around gathered together to watch the excitement. Sun Lin also noticed that Lin Hong had rushed over. She walked to the door of the Chamber of Commerce, wanting to see how Chen Yang would deal with it. It's because you don't take our Lin family seriously. Lin Hong's voice was not loud but exuded an invisible aura. Chen Yang felt the pressure that Lin Hong exerted on him. How could he be frightened by this kind of aura, who possessed the top talent for coercion? He secretly used the top pressure, which not only broke Lin Hong's aura, but also targeted Lin Hong. A hurricane suddenly rose from Lin Hong's body, and his robe was blown everywhere, making a rattling sound. Lin Hong was unprepared, and was shocked by this top talent and took a step back. His old face darkened, and he did not hide his gaze of wanting to kill Chen Yang. Everyone didn't understand what happened. They only saw that Lin Hong wanted to use the aura of a martial artist to suppress Chen Yang, but instead he took a step back inexplicably. Lin Hong felt a lot of pressure. This kind of pressure did not come from the body, but from the mind. He felt unbelievable that he would be repelled by a young man's aura, and the other party was just a great fighter. That's right, Lin Hong defined Chen Yang's strength as ranging from a middle-level warrior to a high-level warrior. Having suffered such a dull loss, Lin Hong felt ashamed. If you want others to respect you, you have to respect others first. But I don't think the young master of your family understands the principle of being a human being. The Lin family is so famous, but I didn't expect the eldest son to act like a woman. If he loses, he dare not fulfill the bet. Chen Yang did not show a trace of fear, but reprimanded him with a smile. Lin Hong already understood the bet between the two, and although it was embarrassing, it was impossible for him to make Lin Bin kneel down. Only by getting rid of the boy in front of him can he save some face, so Lin Hong stopped being polite. I don't know what kind of bet you made my Binner make, but since you dare to bully the Lin family, I won't keep you. Come back with me and accept the punishment. Lin Hong struck with a long robe, so fast that only after images could be seen. At first he thought he could catch it, but Lin Hong fixed his eyes and saw that Chen Yang's original position was empty, and his blow missed. Second uncle, he is a space talent, he must have teleported away. Seeing Chen Yang disappear, Lin Bin quickly reminded. Lin Hong looked around and found that Chen Yang appeared in another place. Dare to attack practitioners for no reason, and watch me arrest you and enforce the law. Chen Yang waited for Lin Hong to make a move first, and with the video to prove it, he would also be free from questioning. Knowing that Lin Hong has the talent of magnetism, Chen Yang decided to make a quick decision. He teleported behind Lin Hong, and before Lin Hong had time to react, he hit Lin Hong with both talents of gravity and mental pollution. Give me a sigh. Chen Yang shouted loudly, and 100 times of gravity instantly pressed on Lin Hong's body. After the invasion of mental pollution, Lin Hong had no time to fight gravity. When he was distracted and wanted to resist, the sudden force crushed his body. Chen Yang petrified his right leg and kicked behind Lin Hong's knee. While speaking, he brought on the talent of phantom sound, and Lin Hong was kicked to the ground immediately. Your Lin family like to pay New Year's greetings. Chen Yang laughed when he saw Lin Hong kneeling on the ground, and at the same time copied Lin Hong's talent. Copy succeeded. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, intermediate comprehension. Special talent, copy. Speed talent, intermediate comprehension, there is a chance to comprehend the speed force. Speed force, low level. Strength talent, intermediate perception, there is a chance to comprehend the field of strength. Field of strength, lower level. Ice talent, advanced. Water elemental, advanced. Fire elemental, higher. Bloodthirsty, top. Toughness, medium. Plant control, moderate. Coercion, top level. Wind elemental, top level. Mindfulness, medium. Perspective, advanced. Teleportation, advanced. Super sensing, advanced. Space force, advanced. Deep learning, advanced. Super pitch, medium. Petrochemical, advanced. Clone, advanced. Mental pollution, top level. Gravity, top. Looting, top level. Decomposition, top level. Fusion, top level. Mind control, top level. Phantom sound, top level. Magnetism, advanced. This boy is going against the sky. Several onlookers beside him exclaimed. They have never seen a martial artist deflated at the hands of a great martial artist with their own eyes, and this time they have seen it. Mind control. Chen Yang didn't finish his movements. In order to prevent Lin Hong from getting up, he continued to put pressure on Lin Hong's spirit. Lin Hong has no spiritual talent, so his mental power is far inferior to that of Chen Yang. Being manipulated by Chen Yang in this way, the inner world completely collapsed, and the spirit fell into a trance for a while. Seeing Lin Hong kneeling in seconds, Sun Lin was also taken aback. She was ready to let the housekeeper take action, but Chen Yang gave her a big surprise. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Yang decided to try the limit of mind control. He gave Lin Hong an apology command. I was wrong, I shouldn't. Lin Hong suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself twice. It was these two slaps that made Lin Hong sober. Second uncle, what are you doing? Lin Bin hurriedly wanted to help Lin Hong up, but accidentally heard a slap on his face. Everyone was dumbfounded. The situation that was originally thought to be one-sided did not expect to become like this. This time the Lin family really made a fool of themselves, and this scene will be talked about as a laughingstock by the people of the Brilliant Base for a whole year. At first, Sun Lin thought that Chen Yang was joking. Seeing that Lin Hong knelt on the ground so quickly, and even slapped herself twice, she was inconceivable. This slap woke Lin Hong awake. He saw himself kneeling on the ground, his eyes were dim, and he almost passed out. Kill him. Lin Hong stood up tremblingly. How could Chen Yang make him fulfill his wish? The talent of mind force was on Lin Hong's back, and Lin Hong's half-standing body was pressed to kneel on the ground again. Too deceiving. Lin Hong really wanted to use all his strength, but his brain was always disturbed, and even almost controlled his mind, so he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to explode now. Second uncle? Why are you standing there? Hit him. Lin Bin finally realized that his second uncle was suppressed by Chen Yang, and shouted at the great warrior behind him. The 20 or so great warriors in the back were stunned by Chen Yang's hand, and they were so embarrassed when they were usually superior. I won't play with you anymore, goodbye. Chen Yang waved his hand, and teleported away with a smile. The gravitational force on his body and the mental force that invaded his brain disappeared, and Lin Hong finally stood up. The concrete floor under his legs was cracked, and even his trousers had 2 big holes. Put a warrant and find me. Lin Hong wanted to commit suicide immediately. He finally realized what Lin Bin felt before. Seeing that Lin Hong was also deflated, Zhang Yang and the others felt much more at ease. Even a martial artist is no match for Chen Yang, so what does it matter if he kneels on the ground? Go, let's go in. Sun Lin showed a meaningful smile. She was able to turn the Lin family around, and she must befriend this practitioner in the future. The butler behind him also saw the potential of this young man, and was amazed at the president's judgment. Chen Yang didn't know where he teleported to. He found an empty corner and took off all his clothes and masks. Turning on the phone, Chen Yang inquired about the strength of the Lin family. There are dozens of great martial artists in their family on the surface, and there are 3 martial masters on the surface, and there is only 1 master of the Lin family. When I break through to become a martial artist, the Lin family should not be able to threaten me. Chen Yang was thinking about it. If you want to break through as a martial artist, you generally need to prepare genetic potions or primordial stones. However, Chen Yang's cultivation talent has reached the intermediate level of comprehension, and he can break through the bottleneck of his physique without these external forces. Let the Lin family find someone, I'll go back first. Chen Yang originally planned to play at the base for a few days, but when this happened, he was in no mood to go shopping. Chen Yang found the gathering place of the joint team and handed over the task. Hello, Chen Yang, I've heard what happened on your way from the commander. In view of the difficulty of this mission, we have increased the reward to 500 million. The reward will be credited to your card later. Thanks for your hard work. The service staff in the hall said with a smile. Chen Yang nodded, and then asked if there was any mission to Yanchinj. Wait a minute, I'll take a look for you. The service staff turned on the computer to check. There happens to be a mission here, but it's a private entrustment. It's okay, I can do it. Chen Yang replied. Okay, I'll send the task to your phone. If you decide to accept it, just confirm it on the phone. A message was uploaded from Chen Yang's mobile phone. He opened it and saw that the task required him to send a lockbox to Yanchinj. No problem, just this. Chen Yang entered the information and pressed confirm, and Chen Yang took over the private commission. Although there are a lot of team missions in the joint team, but they just don't have any right now, and it's not bad to take on a private mission, and they can get hundreds of thousands of rewards. Chen Yang waited for more than 10 minutes, and then got the password box in the mission. Looking at the time, it was already noon, so Chen Yang found a restaurant to settle his lunch first. The restaurant was very lively at this time, and many people were discussing the affairs of the Lin family. I heard that the eldest son of the Lin family knelt on the ground to apologize. Is it true? You heard it wrong, it was the eldest young master kneeling on the ground with his second uncle. I was there at the time, and that eldest young master is still barking like a dog. Really? It's a pity, I actually missed such an opportunity to watch a show. You don't know how exciting the scene was. Even the great martial artist knelt on the ground and slapped himself, and in the end he couldn't even find the shadow of that guy. No wonder the Lin family issued a wanted arrest warrant. I heard that as long as you provide clues, you will be rewarded 100 million. Many people are crazy. We definitely have no chance, don't think about it. Listening to the people in the restaurant discussing himself, he couldn't help but smile. If you let them know that 100 million is by their side, will they regret it too late? Just look for it slowly, I'll be leaving later. After eating, Chen Yang found an empty corner, and then used teleportation ability to open a channel. The farthest distance he can support so far is -kilometers. He only needs 3 transmissions, and he can return to Yanchinj. The Lin family never imagined that not long after they issued the arrest warrant, they had already arrived in Yanchinj. Chen Yang stopped after arriving at the first station. Because of his teleportation talent, he returned to Yanchinj too fast. In order to avoid too much attention, he decided to practice at this site for a while, and then go back at night. Chen Yang looked at his magnetic talent excitedly. When he was in college, he especially liked to read a cartoon, in which Magneto's ability made him envious. Now that he also has the talent of magnetism, he can't wait to try the effect. The high-level magnetic talent can control any metal. Chen Yang tried to control the broken gate of the site, and saw that the fragments of the gate gradually floated into the air, and then spun in the air. Controlling metal is somewhat similar to mental power. When the magnetic force is exerted to the extreme, it can also control everything. The two can be said to be comparable. After getting acquainted with the magnetic talent, Chen Yang manipulated the magnetic control metal to knead a skateboard, and there were 2 places to fix shoes on the skateboard. Chen Yang stood on the skateboard. The first thing he wanted to do after copying the magnetic force was this. That's right, it's flying. The magnetic talent is different from other talents. It is not only destructive, but also has many unexpected ways to use it, and flying is one of them. Chen Yang controlled the metal skateboard to rise slowly, and saw that the skateboard under his feet wobbled and finally floated in the air. Chen Yang breathed the air heavily. He was sure that he didn't have a fear of heights, but it was still his first time to fly Yujian. Trying to push the metal skateboard under his feet, with deep learning talent, Chen Yang quickly experienced the joy of flying. Oh! The moving speed of the metal skateboard changed from slow to fast, and finally broke through to 150 km per hour. Chen Yang felt that the speed could be faster, but the resistance would also increase. He manipulated his thoughts to travel a cone-shaped wall in front of him, and the resistance of the air was divided by the cone. Chen Yang continued to speed up, and when it reached 150 meters per second, it was difficult to cut through the resistance of the tapered wall. If he wants to increase his speed again, he will need to consume more vitality. Currently, maintaining 150 meters per second is Chen Yang's limit. The distance from Guanghui base to Yanchinj is only more than 280 kilometers. If he travels at this speed, Chen Yang can fly from Guanghui base to Yanchinj in only 4 to 10 minutes. Of course, unless Chen Yang is being handsome or wants to experience this feeling, his first reaction should be to use the talent of teleportation. Chen Yang slowed down and landed. His body is now filled with vitality, and even his head is shining with golden light under the nourishment of vitality. If one wants to break through as a martial artist, he needs to condense his vitality into a liquid state. The cultivation method controlled by Yuanli is much faster than other cultivation methods, and he also has the cultivation talent of intermediate level perception. I believe it won't be long before he can condense his vitality into a liquid state. Chen Yang turned to the chapter on combat skills controlled by Yuanli. There are 2 types of combat skills in it. One is the metamorphosis of vitality, which transforms vitality into various weapons. With the improvement of the realm, the weapons transformed from vitality are even stronger than those made by humans. The second is vitality possession, which can increase the practitioner's affinity for vitality. After cultivating to great success, every movement can mobilize the vitality of heaven and earth for your own use. Chen Yang tried Yuan Qi compound. Before, because the Yuan Qi in his body was too scarce, he used it up once he tried it. Now that his body is full of vitality, Chen Yang finally transformed into a sword. This Tai Dao consumed 1/10 of Chen Yang's vitality, and he saw that the Tai Dao was light golden, and when he swung it twice casually, there was a golden afterimage. Chen Yang held the golden Tai Dao and slashed at the wall, cutting through the wall like cutting tofu. Chen Yang put away the Tai Dao and looked at it carefully. The attack did not consume much vitality, but the sharpness was beyond his imagination. Chen Yang transformed into other types of weapons again, and he found that he could throw the vitality dagger casually, which can catch the enemy by surprise and is very useful in battle. Chen Yang broke through to think of another cartoon. He imitated the classic gesture and shot a thin long rope from his wrist to tie it to the tree. Then he grabbed the thin rope and pulled it hard, and his whole body floated in the air like Spider-Man. After frantically playing for an hour, Chen Yang returned to the site. The vitality in his body had been exhausted, so Chen Yang found a place to sit down and recover. Chen Yang didn't return to Yanchinj until 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. Following the above address, Chen Yang came to a big villa. To be able to use the joint team as an entrustment, the people behind must be big families. Chen Yang looked at the villa, the inside was resplendent and magnificent, and he didn't know whose property it was. Compared with this, his own small villa is nothing. Hi, I'm from the joint team. I'm here to deliver something. Please inform the owner inside, Chen Yang said to the security outside. The security guard looked at Chen Yang suspiciously. He had seen a lot of rich and powerful people, but he didn't have such a young boy in his impression. Seeing that the security guard didn't believe it, Chen Yang reluctantly took out his ID. This is my certificate. If you don't believe me, you can call the army and ask. Oh, the warrior building is also fine. The security guard quickly saluted and apologized when he saw the ID. I'm sorry, everything is for safety reasons, I will report right away. With that said, the security guard hurried to the villa. Isn't there a phone? Chen Yang saw that the security guard's operation was somewhat incomprehensible, so it would be a waste of time to run over like this. A few minutes later, Chen Yang received a message that the task was completed. At this moment, a man who appeared to be about 20 years old came out. Give it to me. The man stretched out his hand and said. Chen Yang took out the lockbox and handed it to him. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he saw a familiar figure in his eyes. What's the matter? Is there anything else? The man asked. Oh, it's all right. Chen Yang shook his head and left the villa. The familiar figure just now kept coming to mind, but he didn't see the front, and Chen Yang was not sure if it was her. What the hell am I worrying about? Others are going to get married. Chen Yang sighed, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. At the entrance of the villa, a girl dressed in simple but exquisite clothes looked impatiently at the boy in front of her. This boy was the one who took the lockbox just now. Zhao Minghui, I said I'm not in the mood today. The girl was a little irritable, but her movements were very restrained. Lu Xin, what happened to you recently? Tell me, is it because of that person? Zhao Minghui said a little angrily. I don't know, I have to think about it. Lu Xin said in a weak voice. Seeing Lu Xin's expression made Zhao Minghui very angry. Sure enough, you chose to marry me because of your ex-boyfriend. Sorry, I need some silence. Lu Xin left without looking back. I'll make you regret it. Zhao Minghui clenched his fists, with a series of revenge plans in mind. He wanted to prove to Lu Xin that ex-boyfriend was worthless. Zhao Minghui dialed a number. Lin Bing, are you interested in doing something for me? What's the matter? The other end of the phone was extremely noisy. In addition to shouting, there was also a loud DJ. Unclear, come here. Let's meet and talk. Lin Bing shouted, then hung up the phone. Chen Yang didn't know that he had somehow become Zhao Minghui's target, and he was walking alone on the bustling streets of the inner city. Looking at the people around him in pairs, he couldn't help but think of that familiar figure again. Hi. Chen Yang was patted on the shoulder. Breakthrough. Chen Yang looked back. It turned out to be Shizuya. Why are you here? Shizuya said happily. I just happened to be walking here, but you, why are you alone? Where's your best friend? Chen Yang said. Oh, I'm so annoying. Shizuya didn't answer, but looked helpless instead. What is it that can make the young lady worry about it? Chen Yang joked. It's not a big deal, it's just. Shizuya glanced at Chen Yang, her eyes lit up. Can you give me a hand? What are you busy with? Chen Yang was puzzled. You promise me first. Shizuya said coquettishly with some embarrassment. Okay, as long as it's not too difficult. Chen Yang nodded. You can be my boyfriend. Shizuya blushed. What? Chen Yang thought he heard it wrong, so he buckled his ears. I said, you come to be my boyfriend. Shizuya approached Chen Yang's ear and shouted loudly. Chen Yang looked at Shizuya in surprise. He didn't expect such a beautiful woman to confess to him. Don't be fooled. Today, my classmate invited us to a party. There is a young man who has always wanted to pursue me, so I would like to ask you to do me a favor. Shizuya explained, but that expression did not appear to be unhappy at all, but instead contained some anticipation. It's not appropriate. Chen Yang said speechlessly. This kind of thing that only exists in novels actually happened to him. Just help me, Shizuiwai said coquettishly. Chen Yang shivered, but finally nodded. Great, let's go then. Shizuiwai pulled Chen Yang away. Where are we going? Chen Yang was puzzled. Go to the bar, Wu Ying and the others are also there. Shizuiwai's complexion was ruddy, but Chen Yang didn't notice anything unusual about her. The bar is not far away. Chen Yang looked up and saw that the bar was very luxuriously decorated and its name was Jin Yuan. Ziawai, where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. Wu Ying stood at the door and hurried over to complain. Hey, Chen Yang, why are you here? Wu Ying saw the surprised expression of the boy next to her. She looked at Shizuiwai, then at Chen Yang, and seemed to have discovered that the two had an ulterior secret. Shizuiwai knew what Wu Ying was thinking when she saw Wu Ying's expression, so she quickly explained. That Lin Bing was always chasing me, and I couldn't refuse, so I said I had a boyfriend. It's not like you don't know, I don't have one at all. I happened to meet Chen Yang, so I called him to the rescue. Really? Wu Ying had a look of disbelief. How could such a coincidence happen? It looked like it had been planned for a long time. In fact, Wu Ying did not guess wrong. Shizuiwai had been debating whether to call Chen Yang outside, not to mention how pleasantly surprised she was when she met Chen Yang. Really, I met Shizuiwai just after I came back from Guanghui base. Chen Yang also explained. You have to pretend to be a little more like it. You can't call her by her full name later. You have to call her Ziawai kindly. Wu Ying said jokingly as if joining in the fun. It seems to make sense. Shizuiwai nodded and said. No way. Chen Yang felt dizzy for a while, and it seemed that this favor was not as helpful as he imagined. Sakura is right, if she pretends to be a little later, that Lin Bing will give up. Shizuiwai said as if there was something wrong. Okay, listen to you? Chen Yang raised his hands in surrender. After several people walked into the bar, the loud music stimulated the nerves of the three of them. Chen Yang felt as if he had returned to his college life before time travel, when he occasionally had fun with his classmates on such occasions. It's a pity that he was too thin-skinned at that time, and he didn't even touch a girl's hand, so he would drink boring wine there. Shizuiwai is here. A familiar figure stood up and greeted them. Chen Yang saw that it was Maji. A boy next to Maji picked up his wine glass and killed him in one gulp, then turned around and greeted the three of them. Yaziang, you are here too. Chen Yang said hello. Chen Yang, why are you here? Yaziang was a little surprised, looked at Shizuiwai, and he showed a meaningful expression. Hey, aren't you the mysterious boyfriend Shizuiwai was talking about? Chen Yang nodded awkwardly. Forget it, don't expose it later. Okay, I understand. Yaziang picked up a glass of cocktail and handed it to Chen Yang. Hi everyone, I picked up my boyfriend just now. He is not very familiar with this place, it's his first time here. Shizuiwai said with some embarrassment. This is your boyfriend. A handsome boy raised his head to look like Chen Yang, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Who is this? Why have I never seen it before? Ziawai, where did you find the counselor? Lin Bing? How did you talk? Please be more polite. Also, I don't know you well, please don't call me so intimately. Shizuiwai resisted. Chen Yang understood that it was time for him to play a role, so he stepped forward and hugged Shizuiwai. Lin Bing, right? This is my girlfriend. She said that someone has been harassing her. Remember, this is my woman, stay away from her in the future? Understand? Chen Yang imitated the tone in the movie and said arrogantly. Shizuiwai blushed when she heard this, and the small hands behind her squeezed Chen Yang's waist fiercely. Chen Yang was in pain, but there was a smile on his face. What a soft waist. Chen Yang shouted in his heart, and a trace of a girl's fragrance penetrated into his nostrils, causing his thoughts to fly wildly. Shizuiwai was originally a beautiful woman. When Chen Yang saw her for the first time, she was amazed by her appearance. Under the blurred light, Chen Yang also entered the role. What did you say? Lin Bing stood up abruptly, seeing Chen Yang's small hands restlessly moving around Shizuiwai's waist. He was furious. He had never even touched Shizuiwai's hand, yet he let this kid who appeared out of nowhere get ahead of him. What? Not convinced. Chen Yang took a step forward, and the aura on his body also radiated out. People who didn't know at this time really thought that Chen Yang was protecting Shizuiwai, and Yaziang and Maji, who knew Lin Bing's personality, couldn't help but sweat for Chen Yang. Ziawai, if I remember correctly, we were engaged to be married, right? You were my fiancé before the divorce. Lin Bing's eyes froze, and he wanted Shizuiwai to give him an explanation. Shizuiwai's eyes were flustered, as if she didn't know what to do. Chen Yang didn't expect that there was such a relationship, but he had already rushed the ducks to the shelves, so he had to continue pretending. What age is it now, and you are still talking about marriage? This kind of thing is just a verbal talk, and it is not counted. Ziawai and I are lovers of each other. I will never allow her to marry anyone else. Uncle, I'll go over and explain it myself, and I'm sure he'll agree. Chen Yang made up a set of rhetoric, which made Shizuiwai's cheeks even hotter. Good. Lin Bing wanted to punch Chen Yang in the face at this moment. What kind of conditions did he have? He dared to rob him of his girlfriend. Ziawai, I will not give up on you. Lin Bing drank a large glass of cocktail in one gulp, then sat down with a gloomy face. Come, drink. Maji hurried over to ease the atmosphere. Dry. Chen Yang took the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Binga, do you want to kill him? A boy next to Lin Bing asked. Don't worry, investigate his identity first. If he doesn't have any background, then I will abolish him. But I still have to save face for Shizuiwai and save his life, Lin Bing said harshly. Chen Yang's sense of hearing is very sensitive, he naturally heard what Lin Bing said. At this moment, he was not in the mood to hug Shizuiwai anymore, his mind was full of thoughts on how to solve this trouble. Can you play dice? Wu Ying took out 2 dice gu and asked. Did you say me? Chen Yang pointed to himself. It's not you, who else can't play at first glance, just to teach you. Wu Ying talked about teaching him, but her face was involuntarily excited. How could Chen Yang not know her intention? It must be to see if he can't, and she wants to use the dice to pour him wine. Chen Yang smiled and decided to trick her. I don't know how to do it, so I won't come. How can I do that? Don't lose face in front of Ziawai, you are her boyfriend now, you must know this game. Wu Ying briefly explained the rules. Let's play a round first. There is no penalty for this round. If you lose later, you will have a drink. Alright. Chen Yang pretended to reluctantly accept the dice gu, but in his heart he was thinking about how to trick this woman. There is no penalty in the first game, I will teach you how to play first. Wu Ying picked up the dice gu and shook it casually twice. A total of 12 dice, the rule is what I just said, I come first, 3 ones. Wu Ying looked at her dice gu and said. Chen Yang turned on his perspective talent and saw that there were 2 ones in Wu Ying's dice gu. His own dice gu has 1 1, 3 5s, 2 6s, and if he wants to win, he has to shout 4 5s. 4 6. Chen Yang called out the number casually. He knew that Wu Ying didn't have it in the dice gu, so he said it on purpose. Go, I don't. Wu Ying opened the dice gu, and Chen Yang lost. Wu Ying laughed, she felt that she had a chance to win, and she must get Chen Yang drunk today to show her strength. The next round, we'll be drinking at the beginning of this round. Wu Ying picked up the dice gu and said. Chen Yang glanced at her meaningfully, this Wu Ying didn't know that the time when she doubted her life was coming soon. 3 6. Yes, I don't. Why don't you follow me? You are too honest, you have to learn to deceive people when you play this game. Wu Ying puffed her cheeks and took a drink. 4 5. Go, I'll be alone. Why did you lose again? You are so lucky. Wu Ying lost 2 games in a row, and attributed all the reasons to luck. Little did he know that Chen Yang could see her dice points clearly, so she had no chance of winning at all. Why is it like this again? 10 minutes later, Wu Ying, who had lost 10 games in a row, slapped the table angrily. I don't play anymore, you lied to me, you are obviously very good. Ziawai, he bullied me. Wu Ying grabbed Shizuiwai's sleeve and said coquettishly. Obviously you asked to play, you can't play tricks if you lose. Shizuiwai ignored Wu Ying's actions. I misread you. I don't even want friends when I have a man. Wu Ying turned her head pretending to be angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Shizuiwai and Wu Ying were fighting together. At this time, 2 men in casual clothes came to their side, and Lin Bing immediately went to greet them. Chen Yang looked up, and it turned out to be the person who took over the lockbox just now. Minghui, sit here. Lin Bing walked up and said. Zhao Minghui nodded. When he saw Chen Yang sitting here, his expression changed. When he was in the villa before, Chen Yang wore a mask, so Zhao Minghui didn't recognize him. Who is he, and why is he here? Zhao Minghui asked deliberately, but he had already confirmed Chen Yang's identity in his heart. Although Zhao Minghui had never met Chen Yang, he had already found out Chen Yang's identity after getting in touch with Liu Xian, and he had even seen the photos many times. Speaking of it, I get angry. Shizuiwai did not know where to bring a brat who said he was her boyfriend and wanted to break off the engagement. If Ziawai wasn't here, I would definitely let him suffer. Lin Bing clattered what happened just now. Zhao Minghui's eyes lit up, and he thought of something. You are really my good brother. Zhao Minghui patted Lin Bing on the shoulder, and then he took out his phone and sent Liu Xian a message. Chen Yang is at Jinyuan Bar, come over here. After sending the message, Zhao Minghui took Lin Bing to a corner. Minghui, what are you doing? Lin Bing was puzzled. Didn't I just ask you for help on the phone? I just want you to deal with that guy, Chen Yang. Yes, it's him. This kid not only provokes your fiancé, but also wants to take my fiancé away. I really can't swallow this. We must educate him, Zhao Minghui said. Chen Yang listened to the conversation between the two with his super sense of hearing. He was a little puzzled. When did he provoke this Zhao Minghui again? Is Shizuiwai the fiancé of the two of them? Isn't this too strange? Chen Yang felt dizzy for a while, and he never expected that the men whom he met for the first time wanted to partner up and fuck him together. We're like this, I'll toast him when the time comes, you put some mustard in his wine, and punish him first. Zhao Minghui planned. Okay, let him embarrass himself first. Lin Bing agreed. I'm going to get the mustard right now. Lin Bing called the waiter and asked him to bring some mustard. A few minutes later, Zhao Minghui and Lin Bing walked back, smiling as if nothing had happened. Ziawai, who is this? Zhao Minghui stepped forward and asked. Lin Bing behind him picked up a wine glass and started their plan. Although Chen Yang couldn't see Lin Bing's small movements, since he knew their plan, Chen Yang also had a smile on his face. This is Chen Yang, my boyfriend. Shizuiwai stood up and introduced. Chen Yang, it's a pleasure to meet you. It's the first time we meet. My name is Zhao Minghui. I heard that you and my brother have some misunderstandings. Let's not talk about anything else. Come on, let's have a toast. Zhao Minghui took 2 wine glasses from Lin Bing, handed one to Chen Yang, and held the other in his hand. From the corner of his eyes, Chen Yang found a ball of green mustard under the ice cubes in Zhao Minghui's wine glass. He smiled and picked up the glass. Okay, as long as he doesn't pay attention to my girlfriend in the future. Chen Yang drank the wine in one gulp. Zhao Minghui stared at Chen Yang's wine glass, seeing that there was not a single drop left in the wine glass. He started to chuckle inwardly. I did too. Zhao Minghui drank his wine in one gulp, and in the next second, his face turned the color of a pig's liver. Cough cough, cough cough. What's the matter? Are you all right? Chen Yang hurried forward and said with concern. Vomit. Cough cough. Zhao Minghui opened his mouth wide in pain. He pushed Chen Yang away and ran to the toilet. Is he all right? Chen Yang asked Lin Bing suspiciously. Lin Bing was completely confused. He looked at his left and right hands and didn't know what happened. Are you all right? Lin Bing asked Chen Yang. I'm fine. Does your friend not drink alcohol? Chen Yang asked, pretending to be concerned. I'll go see him. Lin Bing hurriedly chased after him, seeing that Shizuiwei and the others were puzzled. When he came to the toilet, Lin Bing saw Zhao Minghui washing his mouth non-stop, and making a gesture of vomiting from time to time. Minghui, are you okay? Lin Bing patted Zhao Minghui on the back and asked. Zhao Minghui couldn't speak, and kept drinking the tap water. After a long time, he felt a little better. At this time, Zhao Minghui's face and head were all wet, his eyes were already hot and red, and tears kept flowing out. Are you fucking trying to kill me? I'm not. Lin Bing didn't know what Zhao Minghui was talking about, so he quickly explained. I didn't. Did you make a mistake? Can I give it wrong? I clearly saw you put it in that cup. Zhao Minghui cried out in pain, not to mention how ugly his face was. You must have taken it wrong, I can still cheat you. Lin Bing denied it. Even if he really made a mistake, he would not admit it. What the two of them didn't know was that Chen Yang used the power of space to replace the 2 wine glasses a long time ago, but unfortunately they were still kept in the dark. Zhao Minghui and Lin Bing only thought it was their own mistake, and they regretted it now. No, we can't just let it go, let's find a way to get him. Zhao Minghui grabbed a handful of paper towels and wiped his face, saying unwillingly. Zhao Minghui thought of another bad idea reconciledly. Lu Xian will come later. If he can't take advantage of this opportunity to make Chen Yang lose face, then his arrangement will be in vain. What else can you do? Lin Bing asked curiously. I'm going to get an ecstasy, and I'll sprinkle it into his wine glass later. Zhao Minghui suddenly thought of an idea. Ecstasy? Is it reliable? Lin Bing asked curiously. Of course, I tried it last time, and guess what? The effect is amazing, he. Thinking of the effect of the medicine, Zhao Minghui slapped his thigh excitedly. After hearing this, Lin Bing imagined that scene with Zhao Minghui, and laughed from ear to ear. This stuff is good. Hurry up and get some. Later, when Chen Yang eats it and gets angry in front of Shizuiwei won't have to slap him twice. At that time, we'll call a woman to send it up, and I'm sure he won't be able to stand it. Lin Bing planned. I'll get it right away, you wait for me here for a while, I'll send someone over now. Zhao Minghui quickly made a call. He calculated that Chen Yang would be seen by Lu Xian after drinking the ecstasy, and Lu Xian would definitely be extremely disappointed in him by then. Chen Yang knew that these 2 people would not give up so easily, and when he heard that they were going to use ecstasy, he already had a plan in mind. You are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. We will see who gets embarrassed later. Chen Yang muttered, wondering if that Zhao Minghui would be so ashamed that he would commit suicide if he had a tantrum in the bar. After playing for a while, Zhao Minghui and Lin Bing finally came back from the toilet. Looking at Zhao Minghui, his eyes were red, as if he had just experienced a funeral, and his eyes were red from crying. What's wrong with you? If you can't drink, then don't drink. Do you want me to take you back? Chen Yang stood up and asked. It's okay, no problem. Zhao Minghui quickly shook his head. I choked just now. I haven't had a drink for a long time. How can I go back just now? Come on, let's continue drinking. I will punish myself with a glass. How could Zhao Minghui let Chen Yang go? He picked up a cup and filled it up, and told Chen Yang that he was fine. A few people played games casually, and the scene gradually became lively. Lin Bing sat in the corner and looked at Chen Yang coldly. He couldn't wait to make Chen Yang the laughing point of the audience. It won't take long before his wish will come true. A few minutes later, a man leaned over and chatted with Zhao Minghui while laughing. Through his clairvoyant eyes, Chen Yang discovered that this man stuffed a small glass bottle into Zhao Minghui's arms, which should be the ecstasy he was talking about. Chen Yang, let me introduce you. This is my friend Li Peng. Come and have a drink. Zhao Minghui handed over a glass of freshly mixed wine, and Chen Yang took it with a smile. Hi, my name is Chen Yang. Chen Yang stretched out his hand and said in a friendly way. Li Peng also had a smile on his face, but his smile was more gloating. Come on, cheers. Li Peng and Zhao Minghui raised their wine glasses, but their eyes were all on Chen Yang. They didn't know that Chen Yang had already changed the wine glass one step ahead, and the wine glass in Zhao Minghui's hand was the one that was drugged with ecstasy. Dry. Chen Yang drank it all in one go. Ha 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 ha. Lin Bing burst out laughing suddenly after seeing Chen Yang finished drinking. Ye Ziang looked at him puzzled and didn't know what he was laughing at. What, are you drunk and crazy? Chen Yang asked knowingly. It's nothing, I just feel that the weather is fine today. Lin Bing lit a cigarette and counted the time silently. The onset of the ecstasy took about 5 minutes. If possible, he would not wait a second longer. Zhao Minghui also put down his finished wine glass, the corners of his mouth gradually turned up, and his heart began to look forward to it. Minghui, is that your fiancé? Li Peng put down and pointed to a beautiful woman in the aisle and asked. Oh, here she comes. Seeing Lu Xian looking around anxiously as if looking for Chen Yang, Zhao Minghui snorted coldly. I'll let you see what Chen Yang will do later. Zhao Minghui thought to himself, Lu Xian will be disappointed in a short time. Since you like him so much, I will ruin his reputation. Lu Xian finally saw Zhao Minghui, and she strode forward with her hair fluttering. After hearing Li Peng's words, Chen Yang followed his gaze. When he saw Lu Xian, he trembled all over, his eyes full of surprise. Zhao Minghui, what do you want to do? Lu Xian came over and saw Chen Yang and questioned him. Seeing the concerned expression on Lu Xian's face, Zhao Minghui smiled out of the anger in his heart. I didn't do anything, I just saw a few friends here and had a few drinks with them, right, Chen Yang? Zhao Minghui looked at Chen Yang with a sneer, and calculated the time. It was already 3 minutes. He waved, and a glamorous salesman came over. Give this handsome guy a toast. Zhao Minghui pushed the beauty marketing to Chen Yang and said. Zhao Minghui. Lu Xian shouted and looked at him questioningly. What's the rush? I'm introducing him to a girlfriend. Zhao Minghui was unmoved. This marketing was also found by him from the very beginning. It looks good on the surface, but it is actually a personal demon. Seeing the salesman coming over in a revealing short skirt with 2 wine glasses, Chen Yang was still in the shock of seeing Lu Xian, and forgot to refuse for a while. It wasn't until the marketing handed over the wine glass and put it on his shoulder that he reacted and pushed it away. Sorry, I have. Chen Yang couldn't say the last 3 words. He remembered that he was just Shizuai pretending to be. If Lu Xian really thought that he had a girlfriend, what would she think? Handsome, don't be shy, what do you have? The salesman's little hand touched Chen Yang's chest uneasily, and Chen Yang was at a loss for a while. He never thought that things would develop in this direction. Chen Yang, get out of here. Lu Xian didn't think too much about it. She grabbed Chen Yang's hand and prepared to go out. Hey, what are you doing? Sister-in-law, he has a girlfriend. Isn't it good that sister-in-law is like this? Lin Bing got up to stop him. What did you say? Lu Xian paused, looked back at Lin Bing and asked. We didn't make things difficult for him. He was brought by Shizuai. Zhao Minghui explained. Shizuai didn't know what happened yet, but the moment Chen Yang looked at Lu Xian, she suddenly felt a little uneasy. Are you Shizuai's boyfriend? Lu Xian asked tremblingly while shaking Chen Yang's hand. I heard, you're getting married. Chen Yang didn't answer, but felt the familiar touch in his heart and asked back. You'll be fine. Lu Xian saw hesitation from Chen Yang's expression. She realized that she was too excited and wanted to take Chen Yang away before she could figure it out. It's time to attack. Lin Bing muttered softly. He finally waited for this second. Zhao Minghui felt something strange about himself. Fortunately, the music was quite loud, and the people next to him didn't notice him. Lu Xian, I called you here just to tell you that Chen Yang has a girlfriend, and he is doing well now, so you don't have to worry about him anymore. You have been thinking about how to make his condition better, but what about him? He is happy and happy every day. Did he ever have you in his heart? I know that you married me because you wanted to save him with the Zhao family's resources, and now he doesn't need you to save him. Zhao Minghui rolled up his sleeves and shouted, because he was so excited that sweat broke out on his back. Lu Xian let go of her hand when she heard it. She looked at Shizuai next to Chen Yang, and then at the salesman in revealing clothes. She believed it in her heart. It turned out that the boy she was worried about all the time, now lives in an incomparably chic way, and she is simply self-indulgent. Quick attack, quick attack. Lin Bing shouted in his heart, 5 minutes has come, I believe that Chen Yang will soon expose his filth in front of everyone. What did he mean? You've been worrying about me. Chen Yang said excitedly after hearing this. It's good that you recover. I just care about you from the standpoint of a classmate. Lu Xian turned her head, as if she didn't want to see Chen Yang's cheek again. Minghui, what are you doing? Li Peng was excited to watch the excitement when a figure suddenly leaned against him. Li Peng turned around and found that it was Zhao Minghui, feeling bad in his heart. Are you okay? Li Peng pushed Zhao Minghui, seeing that his eyes were a little erratic, he quickly got up and pushed him away. Sister-in-law, get out of the way first, I'm afraid he will. Lu Xian, you are mine? No one is worthy of you. Zhao Minghui got up suddenly and rushed towards Lu Xian. Chen Yang stretched out his hand and pushed him towards Lin Bing. His strength had reached the level of a high-level martial artist. Even if he pushed casually, his strength was much greater than that of a martial artist. Hey, Minghui, what are you doing? Let me go. Lin Bing had goosebumps all over his body. Seeing Zhao Minghui's appearance and Chen Yang's lack of reaction, he immediately felt bad. He quickly got up and bounced away, then grabbed the salesman and pushed him to Zhao Minghui. Zhao Minghui lost his target and was about to go crazy when a limp body fell into his arms. Lu Xian, you can't leave, you are mine, and now I will take you. Zhao Minghui started talking nonsense, and Lu Xian's face turned as black as carbon when he heard the revealing words. Marketing realized that something was wrong, and he wanted to escape, but his little strength was no match for Zhao Minghui. Seeing Zhao Minghui using his hands hard, the scene was extremely embarrassing. I'm leaving. Lu Xian couldn't stand it anymore. She was extremely disappointed with Chen Yang just now, but Zhao Minghui did even more embarrassing things in front of her. Wait for me, Lu Xian. Chen Yang quickly chased after him. Ma Ji and Yaziang looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Slow down, I'm a man. The salesman was about to cry. What kind of medicine did Zhao Minghui take? And he couldn't even tell the difference between a man and a woman. What? Shall we pull him away? Lin Bing asked anxiously. I can't beat him. If I don't let him vent now, I won't be able to do that in the future. Li Peng shook his head. No way, is there no other way? Hurry up and find him a girl. Li Peng said. Then how long will the effect of your medicine last? Lin Bing asked helplessly, facing such a sudden situation, she really didn't know how to deal with it. I don't know, this varies from person to person. But he asked me to take the one with the best effect, you know, so, probably at least 2 or 3 hours. Li Peng whispered in Lin Bing's ear. Shi Ziyawei looked at Lin Bing, she still couldn't guess what he did. From the expressions of the two of them touching each other quietly, it can be seen that they were not surprised by Zhao Minghui's behavior at all. They obviously did some tricks, and as a result, their own people suffered. Lin Bing, don't let me see you again. Shi Ziyawei chopped off her feet, pulled Wu Ying and left. Let's go too. Ma Ji said. It's really an enemy. I should have told him about this at the beginning. Now it's troublesome. I've provoked 2 big forces, the Lin family and the Zhao family. I'm worried that Chen Yang's life will be difficult in the future. Yaziang regretted a little. Who would have thought that Chen Yang could break through the limit and become a great warrior? If Lu Xian knew, the two of them would not be separated. Ma Ji said and left the bar. Lu Xian, wait for me. Chen Yang chased out the gate and grabbed Lu Xian's little hand. Why, your girlfriend is still inside. Lu Xian wanted to break free, but Chen Yang couldn't do what she wanted. She's not my girlfriend, listen to me. There's nothing to explain, it's all my fault for bothering you. Lu Xian turned her head away, not wanting Chen Yang to see the tears on her face. I'm really not Shi Ziyawei's boyfriend. It was a misunderstanding to come here today. If you don't believe me, I can ask her to explain to you face to face. Chen Yang said hastily. You don't need to explain, we have already broken up. Lu Xian was a little choked up, but Chen Yang still couldn't hear it. I can prove it. Shi Ziyawei came out from the door. It's because that Lin Bing wanted to pursue me, so Chen Yang was asked to pretend to be my boyfriend. It's my fault that he didn't answer you just now, and it has nothing to do with him. Besides, I believe you know Zhao Minghui's character. He can do everything, and even use extraordinary means to misunderstand you. You don't really want to choose such a person, do you? Hearing Shi Ziyawei's explanation, Lu Xian's mood calmed down a little. Yes, back then I was afraid of dragging you down, so I chose to break up with you. Later I became a cultivator, but when I heard that you were getting married, I didn't dare to come to you. But love doesn't mean that you can let it go. It's been almost 2 years since we broke up. During this time, I miss you every day. I want to know now, are you really going to marry that man? Chen Yang asked in a low voice. If I don't marry him, are you willing? Will you take me away? Lu Xian turned to look at Chen Yang and asked. Of course I would. Chen Yang looked into Lu Xian's eyes, those teary eyes were so touching. Lu Xian lowered her head, as if forgiving Chen Yang. But Zhao Minghui won't let you go. Fool. Chen Yang hugged Lu Xian into his arms. No one in this world can snatch you from my arms, only he, Zhao Minghui, is not worthy. Stop crying, your makeup is all gone. Chen Yang gently wiped this shatterable cheek. His heart was already on the lovely face in his arms. What he didn't know was that there was a pair of lonely eyes watching him quietly behind him. Chen Yang. A sudden sound broke the silence. Chen Yang turned his head, and it was Lin Bing who shouted angrily. Ziyawei, I knew you were lying to me. You actually found such a man to lie to me. Why should he? Lin Bing strode up to Shi Ziyawei and questioned her. This is my business and has nothing to do with him. Just because I don't like you, is this reason enough? Shi Ziyawei said coldly. Hehe, you don't really have this man in your heart, do you? Lin Bing sneered. Yes, I would rather marry him than choose you. Shi Ziyawei replied. Okay, if you dare to bully my Lin family, I will make him pay the price. Lin Bing stared at Chen Yang with staring eyes, and raised his eyebrows one by one. I saw a mass of vitality gathered in his fists, and his body rushed towards Chen Yang like a swallow. You stop. Shi Ziyawei blocked it quickly, but Lin Bing was too fast before she could make a move. Lin Bing's palm was already close to Chen Yang's back. Chen Yang felt a dull pain in his ears when he heard the palm wind whistling behind him, and he immediately understood that this Lin Bing was also a great warrior. Petrochemical. In order to protect Lu Xian in his arms, Chen Yang chose to accept the palm forcefully. The vitality gathered instantly, and a layer of rock covered the entire back in the blink of an eye. Oh, there was a muffled sound from behind, and Chen Yang made a low sound, but his body remained motionless on the spot. Chen Yang. Lu Xian exclaimed for a while, seeing that Lin Bing was about to attack. Shi Ziyawei had already rushed to the front and slapped Lin Bing away. Are you okay? Shi Ziyawei said worriedly. I am fine. Chen Yang let go of Lu Xian, and he turned to look at Lin Bing, with a trace of anger in his eyes. You almost hurt her. The palm just now didn't have any force, and it was obvious that he wanted to kill Chen Yang. If it wasn't for Chen Yang's talent for petrification, this palm could seriously injure him. Lin Bing laughed out loud. So what if I hurt her? I have long disliked her. She is a slut who seduces my brother with her face. I don't know how to cherish the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. Now that you are about to get married, you dare to cheat. You might as well die sooner. I'm solving some troubles for my brother. If you're a man, don't stand behind a woman. You don't think Xiaowai can stop me, do you? You think I need to hide behind women? Chen Yang heard Lin Bing's words, and the anger in his eyes reached its peak. His right fist ignited a flame, and just when Lin Bing was about to continue mocking Chen Yang's body disappeared. So fast. Xiaowai only felt a gust of wind blowing behind her, and a black shadow rushed towards Lin Bing. Lin Bing's pupils widened. He actually didn't like Chen Yang's things. Seeing a ball of flaming fists smashing towards him, Lin Bing raised his hand to block, but ended up missing nothing. Chen Yang punched Lin Bing in the face, and a smell of burnt barbecue spread to his nostrils. Lin Bing flew more than 10 meters away, and half of his cheeks were scorched black. Lin Bing spat out a mouthful of blood in pain, and half of his face was completely numb, followed by burning pain. You dare to slap me in the face. Lin Bing stretched out his left hand tremblingly to caress the injured area, and when he felt the scorched flesh, Lin Bing yelled like crazy. I'm going to kill you? Earthquake storm. Lin Bing roared angrily and exerted his natural ability to the extreme. Chen Yang felt a violent tremor from his feet, and then an invisible sound wave shook Chen Yang away. Chen Yang quickly controlled gravity and magnetism to stop his body. He checked Lin Bing's talent and was shocked. Half alien, Lin Bing. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talents, strength, medium, speed, medium, earth element, top, resonance, top. This was the first time Chen Yang saw the three words half-species. He recalled Tan Ro who guarded the black crystal. Obviously, Lin Bing and Tan Ro belonged to a similar situation. You are the Lin family of glorious base. Chen Yang said in surprise after landing. I know now, it's too late. Lin Bing activated his talent again, only to hear the ear-piercing sound of the earth trembling and the mountains shaking, and the land where Chen Yang was fell into landslides and cracks. After this blow, Lin Bing lowered his body and panted heavily. In a dark place where no one could see, the blood vessels all over his body were bursting, and a ball of black liquid surged back and forth in the blood vessels. The cement floor under Chen Yang's feet was completely cracked, and a wall around him was erected on the spot. Accompanied by the ear-piercing resonance, Chen Yang seemed to be under attack from all directions. Teleport. Chen Yang didn't dare to neglect. He hurriedly left the spot, and when he looked back, the original area formed a big crater as if it had been hit by a meteorite. Chen Yang, Lu Xian and Shi Xiaowai exclaimed at the same time, and the surrounding guests also screamed and left. Fortunately, Chen Yang quickly avoided the range attack surrounded by the rock, otherwise it's hard to say what the result will be. Why is this guy a different species? Chen Yang turned on the talent of perspective, and he carefully observed Lin Bing's body. I saw that most of Lin Bing's body was covered with black blood vessels, and with the passage of time, these blood vessels quickly returned to normal. Half alien, that's it. Chen Yang understood Lin Bing's state at this time. He must have injected the liquid in the black crystal, just like that Tan Ro. It turned out that your family made something just right. I want to catch you and use it as an apology to the dead soldiers. Chen Yang exerted force on his heels, and his body rushed towards Lin Bing like a swift arrow. Lin Bing showed an inconceivable expression. He never imagined that a practitioner of the same realm could come out alive under his unique skills. Because the rock formed a nearly closed enclosure, when the resonance talents worked together, it was like being bombed inside. Every corner has to bear 100 times the force of resonance. No matter how hard the skin is, the internal organs will be shaken to pieces. It's a pity that Lin Bing chose the wrong opponent, and Chen Yang escaped from the range attack without any effort, which made Lin Bing's fusion combat skills almost useless. When facing Chen Yang's quick counterattack, Lin Bing had to raise his arms to block. But this time he was facing Chen Yang, who was full of anger. The four forces of bloodthirsty, wind element, thought power, and gravity were superimposed together. Chen Yang's punch was almost unbeatable at the same level. Lin Bing only felt that his body was about to be crushed, and a simple fist greeted his chest. This punch broke 4 of his ribs. Chen Yang, are you okay? Seeing Lin Bing lying on the ground, Lu Xian didn't know whether he was alive or dead, so she hurried forward to check the wounds on Chen Yang's body. I'm fine, it's him. Chen Yang patted the dust on the corner of his clothes. Lin Bing was knocked out by such a powerful blow from Chen Yang, and the black blood vessels on his body gradually returned to normal. If it wasn't for Chen Yang's own system, no one would be able to tell that this boy who is a little over 20 years old is actually a great martial artist. No, it must be because of the black crystal. Half of his body doesn't belong to humans anymore. Chen Yang judged in his heart. Half alien, Tan Ro, Lin family. This series of information made Chen Yang understand the secret. However, why didn't Lin Bing become a real alien? Did their experiment succeed? Chen Yang didn't know whether he should report to the team, because these things were not within his scope of responsibility. Should we take him to the hospital? Ma Ji ran forward and asked. Ye Ziang looked at the surrounding stone piles in surprise. This level of destructive power was obviously beyond the capabilities of the warrior. Chen Yang walked over slowly, and he put his hand on Lin Bing to feel the injury in his body. A strange energy is repairing his damaged internal organs, and it won't be long before he wakes up. He's fine, don't worry about him. Chen Yang ignored it, got up and left after copying Lin Bing's talent. Copy succeeded. Human, Chen Yang. Cultivation talent, intermediate comprehension. Special talent, copy. Speed talent, intermediate comprehension, there is a chance to comprehend the speed force. Speed force, low level. Strength talent, intermediate perception, there is a chance to comprehend the field of strength. Field of strength, lower level. Ice talent, advanced. Water elemental, advanced. Fire elemental, higher. Bloodthirsty, top. Toughness, medium. Plant control, moderate. Coercion, top level. Wind elemental, top level. Mindfulness, medium. Perspective, advanced. Teleportation, advanced. Super sensing, advanced. Space force, advanced. Deep learning, advanced. Super pitch, medium. Petrochemical, advanced. Clone, advanced. Mental pollution, top level. Gravity, top. Looting, top level. Decomposition, top level. Fusion, top level. Mind control, top level. Phantom sound, top level. Magnetism, advanced. Earth elemental, top level. Resonance, top level. Lu Xian, where do you live? I'll take you home. Chen Yang took Lu Xian's little hand and asked. There are so many people watching. I live in the school. Lu Xian said embarrassedly. Xiaowai, I'll take her back first. I'm really sorry to have caused you so much trouble today. Chen Yang scratched his head and said. I don't blame you. All these troubles are because of me. I almost misunderstood Lu Xian. Speaking of which, we are still in the same class. Shi Xiao shook her head and said softly. Yeah, so coincidental. Chen Yang recalled that the first time he saw them was Ye Xiang taking part in the assessment. It was quite normal that they were classmates. Then we'll see you next time. This Lin Bing is not a good person. You'd better stay away from him. He has physical problems. Chen Yang reminded. Okay, bye. Shi Xiaowai pulled Wu Ying away. She didn't want to continue pretending not to care in front of Chen Yang. Xiaowai, do you really like him? Wu Ying said carelessly, but there was also some inexplicable emotion in her eyes. I admit that I have a little crush on him. But as you can see, he has a girlfriend, so it's inappropriate to bother him. Shi Xiaowai didn't hide anything from her best friend, she just confessed. If it were me, I'd chase him back. Wu Ying said angrily. Really? Shi Xiaowai suddenly looked at Wu Ying with a strange expression. When, of course. Wu Ying lowered her head and said. Forget it, he is so good, maybe I don't deserve him at all. Shi Xiaowai said inexplicably. Is it really that good? Why didn't I see it? Wu Ying muttered. After Chen Yang sent Lu Xian to school, he hugged Lu Xian into his arms again with excitement when he thought that he could have this lovely person again. It's not good here. Lu Xian struggled for a while, then gave up again. What's wrong? I want everyone in the school to know that you are my woman, and I never want to lose you again. Chen Yang swore. Who is your woman? I hate. Lu Xian's pink fist hit Chen Yang's chest. But that Zhao Minghui won't just let it go like this. If he blames everything today on you, what will you do in the future? Thinking of this, Lu Xian was extremely anxious. I'm going to make it clear to him that he must never let him vent his anger on you. Chen Yang stroked Lu Xian's hair and smiled. It's okay, let him come if he dares to come. No, the Zhao family is very powerful in Yanchinj, and you, a commoner cultivator, are definitely no match for him. I'm afraid he'll call someone to trouble you secretly, and even the law enforcement team won't be able to help. As Lu Xian said, she was about to break free from Chen Yang's embrace and call Zhao Minghui. Lu Xian, trust me, Zhao Minghui can't do anything to me. If he dares to come, I'll tell him to come and go. I won't let anyone hurt you, not even the Zhao family. Chen Yang hugged Lu Xian tightly and said, I have now joined the joint team. Although I am only a newcomer, I already have the rank of second lieutenant. After successfully completing the first task of the joint team, it is considered to have officially joined the team. Even if you are a newcomer to the team, as long as you join the team, you will be awarded the title of second lieutenant of the joint team. With the increase in the number of missions completed and the breakthrough in cultivation, the title of second lieutenant will also be upgraded to lieutenant, captain, major, the highest may even become a general. Really, that's great. As a student of Wahi University, Lu Xian naturally knows what the joint team does. They belong to the army composed of practitioners, but there are also some mercenary policy fusions among them. Everyone can gain experience and improve their military rank through various tasks. Once they enter it, they will be protected by the state. If Zhao Minghui used dishonorable means to find trouble for Chen Yang, once things got serious, he would not end well. If you have a joint team behind you, then Zhao Minghui shouldn't make things difficult for you. Lu Xian said with a sigh of relief. I'm one of the most famous geniuses in Yanchinj. Don't you miss checking your phone? I made headlines a while ago. Chen Yang boasted. Who would have thought that that person was you? I thought it was just the same name and surname. Lu Xian said embarrassedly. Hey, that's necessary. Who else can be better than me? Just blow it up. I'm leaving, and I still have class tomorrow. Lu Xian looked up. Chen Yang reluctantly let go of his hands. Then you should rest early. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Chen Yang waved his right hand until he could not see Lu Xian's back, then he reluctantly put it down. Looking at the time, it was already very late. Chen Yang sneaked back to his bedroom. Brother, are you back? The slight sound still caught the sister next door, so Chen Yang had no choice but to open the door. It's already 12 o'clock, why haven't you slept yet? Chen Yang said with concern. I just feel that my brother will come back today, so I have been waiting for my brother. Chen Yuling said with a smile. Chen Yang thought of Chen Yuling's special talent. Could it be possible that an unawakened talent can have a wonderful feeling? Go back quickly. I'll take a shower and go to bed. Get up tomorrow and take you to see an ant. Chen Yang fondled Chen Yuling's head. What kind of ant is it? Chen Yuling asked curiously. Tomorrow you'll find out. In the early morning, the birds outside the villa have already stood on the branches. This was the first time Chen Yang felt this kind of natural taste. I used to live in a slum area, where apart from broken houses and smoky sewers, how could I hear such a moving singing in the morning? Walk out of the room, breakfast is ready. Chen Yang looked upstairs, but found no trace of his parents. Yuling, where are your parents? Mom and dad are going to work. Chen Yuling said while eating milk and bread. Go to work? Why did I go to work after only 2 days out? Chen Yang asked in puzzlement. It seems that I found a supermarket to work as a shopping guide, with a salary of -yuan a month. 10,000? Which supermarket's shopping guide salary is so high? Chen Yang thought for a while. Could it be someone who let them go through the back door? Chen Yang shook his head and ate all the noodles on the table. After practicing the control of Yuan Li, such a small amount of noodles was no longer enough to fill his stomach. Chen Yang took out a few more steaks from the refrigerator and fried them. Chen Yuling also drooled and clamored for a piece. Why did you eat so much this morning? You won't grow up. Chen Yang looked at Chen Yuling and said strangely. It's all because my brother's cooking is so delicious, I've gained weight. Chen Yuling puffed up her cheeks and said. Of course, I can be professional. Chen Yang said proudly. After the two finished eating, they packed up their things for a while. Chen Yang folded the wheelchair and put it in the trunk, then got into the SUV with his sister on his back. Brother, what is that triangle in front of the car? Chen Yuling asked curiously. She was very curious about this sign last time, but because she was a little nervous about going to the doctor, she didn't ask. This is called Deben, sit still, brother is going to take you racing. Chen Yang kicked the accelerator and rushed out of the garage, and drove to the downstairs of the warrior building in just 10 minutes. Is the ant I'm going to meet today very good? Chen Yuling asked with some anxiety. After being paralyzed for several years, I finally had a chance to recover. It would be a lie to say that I am not nervous. Don't worry, this ant is very, very powerful. Chen Yang stroked his sister's hair and said. Is it better than your brother? Chen Yuling smiled. Of course, but my brother will definitely be stronger in the future. Let's go up. Chen Yang pushed the wheelchair into the elevator, and soon the elevator came to the 18th floor. Ding dong. The elevator door opened, and when Chen Yang came out, he immediately saw Zhou Chu sitting in front of the desk. You came. Zhou Chu raised her head and looked at Chen Yang. She was surprised to find that the vitality in Chen Yang's body was even more majestic, and she didn't know which realm he had reached as a great warrior. Zhou Chu wondered for the second time whether her perspective talent had failed. She couldn't even see through a rookie who had just passed the martial artist assessment. Could it be that she was getting old? Well, Aunt Zhou, I've already got Ling Hu's blood essence. Chen Yang pushed his younger sister to the desk and sat down. This is my sister, I have to trouble you. Chen Yang said respectfully. Chen Yuling looked at Zhou Chu curiously. For some reason, she felt that he had an inexplicable connection. Hello, Aunt Zhou. Chen Yuling shouted obediently. Ha ha ha, what a cute kid. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised. This place is not suitable. Let's change to another place. Zhou Chu laughed and stood up. Chen Yang pushed the wheelchair and followed Zhou Chu, and soon the three of them came to a bedroom. This is where I usually rest. Generally, no one will bother me. Just treat your sister here. Zhou Chu moved the quilt away and said. Chen Yang picked up his younger sister and laid her flat on the bed. Looking at her restless eyes, he gently held her little hand. Don't worry, with my brother here, your legs will get better later. Chen Yang took out the potion that Professor Guo gave him. Aunt Zhou, let's start. Okay, this is the genetic potion, let her drink it first. After hearing this, Chen Yang opened the medicine bottle, and a fresh fragrance came out from the medicine bottle. Chen Yuling drank the potion obediently, and then closed her eyes. Aunt Zhou, these are the essence and blood of Ling Hu. Chen Yang took out a large bottle of blood essence. These are the 3 spirit foxes he specially selected, and each spirit fox's blood essence was very strong. It seems that you have put a lot of thought into it. It takes 3 spirit foxes to gather so much blood. Zhou Chu saw it at a glance. Nothing can be hidden from your eyes, you are indeed a great martial artist. Chen Yang said flatteringly. Okay, I don't know about you yet, so leave it to me. Zhou Chu nodded in satisfaction, and took the blood. Bro, I'm so hot. Chen Yuling cried out coquettishly, many beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. It seems that the genetic potion is starting to work, get ready, it might hurt a little next. Zhou Chu didn't ink any ink, and directly stretched out his hand to inject vitality into Chen Yuling's body. With the talent of clairvoyance, Zhou Chu could clearly see the meridians in Chen Yuling's body. Chen Yang was very relieved. If anyone was the best person to treat his sister, it would undoubtedly be Zhou Chu. With the talent of clairvoyance, she is more reliable and proficient in dredging meridians than anyone else. Seeing a silver needle of vitality passing through Chen Yuling's body, Chen Yuling snorted. Although it hurt a little, she still endured it. The vitality of the great martial artist quickly opened up the veins in Chen Yuling's legs, and Chen Yang felt a strange power revive in his sister's body. This should be his sister's special talent, telepathy. After the meridians in the legs were opened up, the special talent finally woke up. It ran wildly in Chen Yuling's body. Zhou Chu's eyes froze, and the vitality immediately controlled this force and began to rush to all parts of the body. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuling's clothes were completely soaked, and at this time, all the meridians in her legs finally became active. A wave of vitality belonging to Chen Yuling slowly formed in the dantian, and her calf felt a little cramp. Seeing this, Zhou Chu quickly drew out the blood. She controlled her vitality and injected the spirit fox's blood into Chen Yuling's body. The blood slowly poured in, and then protected Chen Yuling's brain to form a spiritual wall. Chen Yuling's special talent exploded at this moment, and Chen Yang, who was holding his sister's palm, felt his brain tremble, as if a spiritual force was impacting his mind. Certainly. A trace of cold sweat also broke out on Zhou Chu's forehead. Although the process of unblocking was time-consuming, fortunately there was no episode. Now he only needs to control the special talent, and the treatment is almost done. Chen Yuling's telepathy kept impacting her brain, and Zhou Chu's mental power fully protected it. After a long time, this special energy returned to Chen Yuling's dantian obediently. Linghu's blood essence slowly nourished Chen Yuling's body, and after an hour, the last drop of blood essence was also digested. Okay, now she can stand up. Zhou Chu withdrew his hands, and his vitality disappeared. Yuling, how are you doing? Chen Yang asked quickly. Chen Yuling opened her eyes, her face was a little rosy, but her lower body gradually felt tactile. Chen Yuling tried to control her legs, and under Chen Yang's gaze, she moved her toes. Brother, I can feel my legs move. Chen Yuling said happily. Come on, sit up and have a look. Chen Yang hurriedly helped his younger sister up, only to see her support her up with both hands, and then her calf also bent. Brother, I'm fine, I can really move. Chen Yuling felt like she had a dream. She had fantasized about wandering the streets and alleys countless times, and now she was finally able to realize this seemingly impossible dream. Thank you, Aunt Zhou. Chen Yang excitedly said to Zhou Chu that this time he was sincerely grateful. Hehe, I am old, and I am satisfied to see that you young people are so eager for life. But this time is also thanks to your blessing. The awakening of your sister's special talent has made me go further. I feel that my talent has also broken through. Zhou Chu smiled happily. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang quickly checked Zhou Chu's talent. Human, Zhou Chu. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, clairvoyance, top level. Teleportation, top level. Great, Aunt Zhou, today is really double happiness. Chen Yang laughed loudly, then scratched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Aunt Zhou, I was so excited that I forgot to bring you a gift. I have a high-level primordial stone, and I hope you can accept it. Okay, then I won't refuse, lest you have any lumps in your heart. Zhou Chu took the yuanqi and put it away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Yang copied Zhou Chu's talent again. Replication failed, the target has already been replicated. Chen Yang felt a little regretful. A target could only be copied once. He wanted to try it, but unfortunately it failed. Yuling, how do you feel? Chen Yang gave up the idea of copying, turned to his sister and hurriedly asked. It's good, just like when I was a child. Brother, I want to get out of bed and take 2 steps. Chen Yuling said expectantly. Okay, look at me, I forgot about this. Chen Yang hurriedly lifted his sister up, only to see her toes touched the ground and trembled slightly. Stand up. Chen Yang helped his sister and asked. Okay, brother. Chen Yuling controlled her thighs to move forward. She hadn't walked for a long time, and felt a little rusty for a while. Chen Yuling fell forward, but quickly controlled the center of gravity with his other leg. Chen Yang relievedly let go of his holding hands, and saw his sister move forward step by step, and then finally started to walk like a normal person. Brother, look, my legs are healed, my legs are really healed. Chen Yuling shed tears of happiness, and she looked back at the two with gratitude in her eyes. My brother said, my brother will definitely make you better. Chen Yang was also extremely excited. This feeling was like when he had the system for the first time. Your sister can not only cultivate now, but her special talent has also fully recovered. It won't be long before your sister can become a warrior. Zhou Chu said with a smile on his face. Of course Chen Yang knew that his sister could practice, so he checked her talent. Human, Chen Yuling. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talent, telepathy, top level. Chen Yang happily copied the talent into his hand, and now he has another talent related to mental power. Chen Yang, I have a request. I don't know if you can agree to it. Zhou Chu asked suddenly. What request? As long as I can do it, it will be done. Chen Yang replied immediately. I want your sister to be my student. What? Chen Yang didn't expect that what Zhou Chu was going to say was this. He was stunned for a while, and then quickly pulled his sister. Thank you, Aunt Zhou. Chen Yuling was also stunned for a moment. When her brother agreed, she quickly bowed and said mischievously. Please be respected by the students. Ha ha ha, good. Zhou Chu nodded in satisfaction. This is the first time we meet. I don't have anything to give you. I have a book of exercises for cultivating spiritual talent and I will give it to you. As he said that, Zhou Chu took out a book of exercises from under the bed, and Chen Yang took a closer look. The name was Xinshenju. Thank you, teacher. Chen Yuling cleverly took over the exercises. Although he didn't know what kind of book it was, the things sent from the great martial artist were definitely not bad. In this way, you still need to consolidate the vitality in your body. You go back and take a good rest. When your mental state recovers, you come here to find me. I will teach you how to cultivate and master your special talents. It will take less than 2 months. I have the confidence to make you a warrior. Zhou Chu believed it himself. Thank you, teacher. Students follow instructions. Chen Yuling saluted mischievously and said. Just like that, Chen Yang took his sister and left the warrior building. This time I came here to gain a lot. Not only cured my sister who had been paralyzed for many years, but also found her a teacher at the level of a great martial artist, which is not perfect. Go home and take a shower. Your clothes are soaked. Chen Yang threw away the wheelchair. Their family no longer needed this kind of thing. Okay, brother, I'll go back and take a shower now. Chen Yuling circled around Chen Yang like a bird. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly, and pushed his sister into the car. After sending his sister back to the villa, Chen Yang decided to take the initiative to find Zhao Minghui. He didn't want the other party to continue to harass Liu Xian. Since the two had an engagement, they just called it off. Following yesterday's mission, Chen Yang came to Zhao Minghui's villa. When he saw this villa again during the day, Chen Yang still sighed in his heart about the strength of the Zhao family. It's really rich. It seems that I have to implement that plan quickly. While thinking, Chen Yang walked to the security booth. I'm Chen Yang from the United Team, come to find Zhao Minghui. Chen Yang didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out his ID and said to the security guard. Seeing this, the security guard hurried into the gate to inform Zhao Minghui, and after a while, Zhao Minghui came out angrily. You still dare to come here? You are not afraid that I will kill you? Zhao Minghui clenched his fist with his right hand, as if he might rush over at any time. Chen Yang chuckled. He had checked Zhao Minghui's talent yesterday. The fire element was high-level talent, and the cultivation talent was also high-level, but it was too whimsical to want to hurt him like this. Zhao Minghui is only at the level of an intermediate martial artist, and now Chen Yang can completely abuse the opponent with just one hand. Look clearly, I didn't come to fight with you. Chen Yang took out his ID card and waved it in front of Zhao Minghui's eyes. United team? Do you think the combined team can protect you? As long as I say a word, there will naturally be a lot of people who will trouble you. Even the combined team can't find me. Zhao Minghui raised his head and said in disdain. Oh, since you are so confident, why don't you give it a try? Chen Yang was not intimidated by Zhao Minghui's words, nor was he overwhelmed, so how could he shrink back because of this? Frog at the bottom of the well. Zhao Minghui finally couldn't bear to make a move. He snapped his fingers, and a wall of fire suddenly appeared around Chen Yang to surround him inside. Chen Yang was not panicked. He looked at Zhao Minghui calmly, and was sure that the other party would not dare to make a real move. Think clearly, if I die here today, your Zhao family will be on the news. You. Zhao Minghui stopped for a moment. Although the wall of flames came fiercely, he couldn't let the flames approach Chen Yang's body no matter what. It seems that you haven't been overwhelmed by anger, but all this is your own fault, and I didn't do anything. Chen Yang spread his hands and said. You sure know? Zhao Minghui also understood why he was always injured. It turned out that what he did had already been seen through. You coward, even if you can hide today, you can't hide tomorrow. Aren't you going to ask me why I'm here? Chen Yang revealed a smile. What are you doing here? To laugh at me? Zhao Minghui put away the firewall and said coldly. It's not enough to laugh at me, I'm here for one purpose, to divorce. Retire? Why do you say these 2 words? Zhao Minghui said angrily. Just because she is my woman, is that enough reason? Chen Yang took 2 steps forward and looked into Zhao Minghui's eyes. In the future, don't pester her anymore. If you let me see, I won't spare you. He. Did you say this for her or did she ask you to say it? You are really audacious for robbing my woman. Zhao Minghui laughed back in anger. The guy standing opposite him really had the guts. What I said is what she meant. If you don't agree, you can come to me. Chen Yang believed himself. You really think I dare not kill you? Zhao Minghui couldn't bear it anymore. The other party challenged him again and again. If he didn't teach the other party a lesson, I really thought he was a soft persimmon. Stop. Seeing Zhao Minghui raised his palm, a figure suddenly rushed out to block him. Liu Xian, why are you here? Chen Yang said in surprise. Zhao Minghui also looked at Liu Xian in disbelief. He didn't expect Liu Xian to appear in such a place. Don't fight, I decided to be with Chen Yang. These have nothing to do with him. Liu Xian explained. You actually gave up entering my Zhao family because of this man. Do you know what an honor it is? Zhao Minghui shouted in a hiss. I know. Liu Xian answered loudly. I know it's my honor to marry into the Zhao family, but I'm sorry, I really like him. Please forgive us. What? Seeing Liu Xian standing in front of Chen Yang, Zhao Minghui shouted crazily after hearing it. Chen Yang, are you a man? It's nothing to hide behind a woman. If you have the guts to fight me one-on-one, whoever loses will stay away from her. Okay, Chen Yang agreed. What? Zhao Minghui thought he heard it wrong. I said yes, you set a time, Whoever loses will stay away from Lu Xian. Chen Yang repeated. Chen Yang, don't promise him. Lu Xian quickly shook his head to persuade. It's okay, don't worry, he is not my opponent. Chen Yang gave Lu Xian a look and said. Okay, see you at the warrior training ground this afternoon? Enjoy this morning, because you will lose badly. Zhao Minghui left without looking back. Chen Yang. Lu Xian was very worried. He was afraid that if Zhao Minghui really won against Chen Yang, wouldn't it be? This Zhao Minghui is only a beginner martial artist. He is no match for Lin Bing, let alone me. I did this to make him give up on you. Chen Yang took Lu Xian's little hand. Come on, let's go 8. Okay, we must win. Lu Xian nodded happily. The martial artist training ground is one of the entertainment places for practitioners in Yanchinj. There are competitions here every week. Residents of Yanchinj can choose to buy tickets to visit, and they can also choose to place bets. After lunch, Chen Yang took Lu Xian to the meeting street, and when he arrived at the training ground, the place was already overcrowded. Today is just the day of the competition, and there are a lot of people here. Lu Xian looked at all kinds of practitioners and said excitedly, let's go into. I don't know if Zhao Minghui has signed up. Chen Yang dragged Lu Xian into the arena, and when he saw the registration counter, Chen Yang handed over his warrior card. My name is Chen Yang, and I have an appointment with a man named Zhao Minghui. Chen Yang said. You are Zhao Minghui's opponent. The uncle at the front desk glanced at Chen Yang in surprise. He vaguely felt that the other party looked familiar. Oh, I remembered, you are number 1 in this martial artist assessment. The uncle showed a surprised expression. I asked Mr. Zhao why he came here to participate in the competition suddenly. It turns out that the opponent is you. Hearing the uncle's words, the people around gathered around. Looking at the young Chen Yang, they were discussing the odds between Chen Yang and Zhao Minghui. This warrior assessment number 1 looks so young, I heard that he is already a great warrior, said a man. I was there that day. Although I haven't participated in the test of a great warrior, his strength has reached the standard of a basic warrior. Speaking of which, I'm still a fan of him. A little girl shouted excitedly. I heard that his opponent is Zhao Minghui, the son of the Zhao family. That Zhao Minghui has been participating in the martial artist assessment for more than a year, and his strength should be a great warrior at the beginning level, said another young man. Who do you think has a better chance of winning? I think it's Zhao Minghui. He's been a great warrior for a while, but it hasn't been long since Chen Yang became a junior great warrior. In addition, Zhao Minghui has a lot of family resources. This Chen Yang is definitely not as good as the other party. Chen Yang looked at the analyzed man. He was wearing the uniform of the Warrior Academy, so he should be familiar with Zhao Minghui. Sure enough, he started talking about Zhao Minghui's advantages again. This Zhao Minghui is my senior. He is already a junior. He is a top cultivator in our school. There are not many great fighters in the same grade as his opponents. I heard that he is about to break through to the middle-level great fighters. Impossible, Chen Yang is not bad. Who can kill a bloodthirsty mad wolf at such a young age for the first time in the martial artist assessment? He is still the first. Chen Yang's fangirl said angrily. What do you know, little girl? You don't even know how big the difference is between a middle-level warrior and an elementary warrior, unless Chen Yang's special talent is very powerful, but as far as I know, he only has the fire element talent, and that Zhao Minghui is also a fire elemental talent. Chen Yang has no advantage over him at all. The man from the Martial Arts Academy said with disdain. Just wait and see, I support Chen Yang. The fangirl yelled. Chen Yang was in a cold sweat when he heard this. His girlfriend is still beside him, isn't this being heard? Chen Yang, you have quite a lot of fans. Lu Xian said with a strange smile. No, I don't know her. Chen Yang quickly explained. It's okay, I won't be jealous of her. Lu Xian pouted, looking very cute. Are you sure you want to participate in the match against Zhao Minghui? The uncle asked. Okay, hurry up and sign up for me. Chen Yang nodded. Well, 1,000 yuan for the venue fee. If you win the game, you can get an additional bonus from us. The uncle helped Chen Yang register. You mean there will be an opening game between me and him? Chen Yang said in surprise. That's right, Mr. Zhao has already ordered it. The uncle pointed to the information on the screen and said. After the information was entered, Chen Yang looked along the screen that the uncle pointed at. Sure enough, Chen Yang saw the match information between himself and Zhao Minghui in the most prominent position of the match information. Because they had just registered, the approval ratings of Zhao Minghui and Chen Yang were equal at this time. But in just 1 minute, Zhao Minghui's approval rating was already ahead of Chen Yang. 0.8 to 1.2. After the uncle puts the information at the top, he can start betting soon. Interesting. Chen Yang looked at the odds and smiled. This Zhao Minghui obviously wanted to suppress his reputation. If this match is lost, the entire Yanchinj will probably know about the bet between the two. It seems that he is very confident, and he actually chose to open the gamble. Chen Yang said lightly. Of course, I advise you to refuse. Zhao Minghui is not a rookie who has just broken through to become a great warrior. The uncle said kindly. There's no reason to quit even after you've reported your name. If you let others know, you're making fun of me. It's okay, just let it be. Chen Yang didn't care. Lu Xian tugged at Chen Yang's sleeve nervously. This simple game seemed to have become complicated. Okay, then I'll arrange it for you. Your game is in the 6th game in the afternoon. The game starts at 2 o'clock, and you can take your seats first. The uncle returned the warrior card to Chen Yang and said, "Thank you, Lu Xin, let's go in." Chen Yang took the warrior card and said, looking at the time, it was only half an hour before the game. Chen Yang bought some snacks and Lu Xin chose a higher position. You are really not nervous. Zhao Minghui is indeed like the previous student said. His strength is among the top 5 existences in the entire junior year. You must not take it lightly, Lu Xin said with concern. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. Chen Yang stuffed a mouthful of popcorn into his mouth and said vaguely, "Oh, I really can't help you." Lu Xin knew that it was useless to be anxious. The information of the competition had already been released. If she chose to retire at this time, the blow to Chen Yang's reputation would definitely be fatal. On the other hand, Zhao Minghui sent people to spread the word immediately after receiving the news that Mr. Chen was fighting. Not only did he want to win the game on the training ground, but he also wanted to humiliate the opponent severely and discredit Chen Yang. "Hey, Lin Bing, are you here yet?" Zhao Minghui shouted while holding the phone. "Come here, you really want to compete with that kid?" Lin Bing asked on the phone. "If it's not true, it's still false. You're still a genius of the martial arts academy. It's really embarrassing to me. Even Chen Yang can't deal with it. Just watch how I kill him today," Zhao Minghui said arrogantly. Lin Bing laughed dryly on the other end of the phone. He still doesn't understand what happened last night. He knew very well that he drank the experimental potion, and in terms of strength, he was much stronger than Zhao Minghui, but Zhao Minghui didn't know it. He didn't know how Chen Yang dodged his own attack. He never missed his double special talent combat skill. "No, I have to remind Zhao Minghui." Lin Bing hurriedly drove to the warrior training ground. If necessary, he had to ask Zhao Minghui to resort to extraordinary measures. As soon as 2 o'clock arrives, the match at the warrior training ground will start on time. Chen Yang looked at the 2 contestants entering the arena with great interest, and listened to the host's introduction. One was a strong man with infinite strength, and the other was much thinner in terms of stature. "Chen Yang, who do you think will win?" Lu Xian asked. "It's hard to say." Chen Yang checked the talents of the 2 of them while talking. Human, Zhang Taizu. Cultivation talent, medium talent. Special talent, strength, advanced. Petrochemical, advanced. Human, Xiao Heng. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talents, speed, medium, shadow, high. Judging from the superficial statistics of the 2, Xiao Heng's chances of winning should be higher. But when Chen Yang observed the vitality in the 2 people's bodies with the talent of clairvoyance, Chen Yang found that the vitality in Zhang Taizu's body was thicker, while Xiao Heng was weaker. Both of them should be great warriors, but Zhang Taizu is already in his 30s. Although his cultivation talent is not as good as the others, he has practiced for a long time and should have reached the middle level of great warriors. As for Xiao Heng, about 25 he has a very high cultivation talent, but his cultivation time is not as good as Zhang Taizu's, so the vitality in his body is not as much as that of the other party. This Xiao Heng should belong to that kind of explosive talent, but against Zhang Taizu, I don't know if he can break through the defense. Chen Yang guessed. Why do you think Xiao Heng can't break the defense? Lu Xian wondered. I just feel that Zhang Taizu is quite difficult to deal with. His combat experience must be richer than the opponent's. Look at his size, his talent must be related to his body. Chen Yang said nonsense. It seems to make sense. Lu Xian nodded. The game starts soon. After the 2 saluted each other, Xiao Heng immediately distanced himself. Xiao Heng probably didn't know the other party's information, otherwise he wouldn't have been so cautious from the beginning. Seeing Xiao Heng distanced himself, Zhang Taizu approached unhurriedly. He was originally a strength-type cultivator, and he paid more attention to tempering his body, so he was not in a hurry when he saw that Xiao Heng didn't attack as soon as he came up. His talent is very suitable for being beaten. There is a saying that I can make many mistakes, but you can only make one mistake. Zhang Taizu felt that once he was allowed to seize the opportunity, it would be very difficult for him to resist the convenience. Xiao Heng's speed was very fast. He walked around Zhang Taizu like a rabbit. Even though he was pressed by every step, he didn't panic. Seeing that there was less and less space behind him, Xiao Heng finally chose to take the initiative to attack. He quickly attacked Zhang Taizu's right side, showing his own weapon for the first time, 2 black daggers. Xiao Heng quickly caught Zhang Taizu's flaw, and taking advantage of Zhang Taizu's slow speed, he exerted force on his calf, half bent and attacked Zhang Taizu's waist. Zhang Taizu was wearing a pair of fist gloves. He counterattacked and blocked. Although it looked clumsy, it was very effective. When the dagger hit the glove, sparks lit up. I thought Xiao Heng would retreat, but he was so bold, he turned sideways, lowered his head, and slid past Zhang Taizu's arm. Zhang Taizu turned around and did not defend in time. Seeing Xiao Heng's dagger hit Zhang Taizu's back, he only heard a clang, and the dagger did not penetrate an inch. Zhang Taizu used his talent. Lu Xian said sharply. She saw that Zhang Taizu's back was obviously bulging, and there was obviously an extra piece. It was an exciting duel. Our player Xiao Heng seized the opportunity to give Zhang Taizu a fatal blow, but Zhang Taizu blocked it. Guess what Zhang Taizu's special talent is? The host explained passionately. Of course Chen Yang knew what was blocking the dagger, but Zhang Taizu had already shown his talent without him asking. I saw that Zhang Taizu's chest was gradually covered with a thick layer of rock, and soon his whole body turned into a rock giant. Oh my god, it's petrification talent? No wonder Xiao Hung's attack failed. If he only relied on this pair of daggers, Xiao Hung would definitely lose. The host quickly made an analysis. Now the situation is very clear. Once Xiao Hung's special talent can't pose a threat to Zhang Taizu, then the result of the game will be obvious. Xiao Hung smiled bitterly in his heart at this moment. He had used 7 levels of strength in this attack just now, but he didn't even break the opponent's defense. And because he chopped on the rock, Xiao Hung's hands were numb from the rebounding force, and even his body movements were frozen. How could Zhang Taizu let go of such a good opportunity? He burst out with the opponent's incomparable strength, and grabbed Xiao Hung's right hand. The audience present held their breath. They thought it would be a wonderful duel, but could it be over so soon? There was a trace of panic on Xiao Hung's face. He didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly used his special talent. Xiao Hung instantly turned into a black shadow and merged into Zhang Taizu's shadow. Zhang Taizu was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect the duck in his beak to fly away. As soon as he grabbed the opponent's right hand, the opponent turned into a black shadow and disappeared, which made him very uncomfortable. It's too thrilling. Luckily, Xiao Hung had a backup and used his special talent to escape Zhang Taizu's restriction, otherwise he would definitely lose. Based on Xiao Hung's talent performance, I boldly guess that it should be the shadow talent. The host speculated from the way Xiao Hung disappeared. Chen Yang listened and nodded. It was true. The host was so discerning that he guessed Xiao Hung's special talent in an instant. This time the game left suspense again. I didn't expect our first game to be so exciting. I don't know how Zhang Taizu will deal with this troublesome talent. If Xiao Hung keeps hiding, it will be very difficult for Zhang Taizu to force the opponent out. And how should Xiao Hung attack Zhang Taizu? Could it be that he wants to exhaust Zhang Taizu's vitality? You know, Zhang Taizu has practiced much longer than Xiao Hung. Let us wait and see. Zhang Taizu also found that the other party was hiding in his shadow. He was a little angry. The other party's talent was not good, but it was the most difficult talent. It is not so easy to force the opponent to come out now. After all, he cannot cause damage to his own shadow. This is the advantage of the shadow talent. Unless you encounter talents that restrain each other, it is difficult to have other ways to suppress the shadow talent. Zhang Taizu didn't dare to undo the petrification at all. Once he undoes it, Xiao Hung may sneak attack from the dark, so he can only keep it. But he is not too urgent. The opponent wants to win the game will definitely show his flaws. If you want to gain an advantage by consuming vitality, that's just wishful thinking. Xiao Hung is also very uncomfortable at this time. The petrification talent is very restrained by his shadow talent. Xiao Hung didn't have much means to break through Zhang Taizu's defense. The attack of the shadow talent was not strong in the first place. It was mainly because of its weirdness and changeability. After a stalemate for a while, Xiao Hung felt that he could not continue like this. He intends to take the risk. If he doesn't think of a way, he will be the one who admits defeat in the end. Xiao Hung controlled the shadow to erode Zhang Taizu's body, and saw a group of black shadows gradually crawling up his thighs. Zhang Taizu's petrified body turned into pitch black, and he would be surrounded by shadows in a short time. The vitality in Zhang Taizu's body was suddenly consumed, and he needed to resist the invasion of the shadows all the time. Xiao Hung obviously planned to fight with all his strength, and the two accelerated the consumption of each other's vitality. After 10 minutes, Zhang Taizu's petrification obviously couldn't last. Xiao Hung continued to attack Zhang Taizu's body with red and black shadows, and he was no better than Zhang Taizu in doing so, and soon the two of them would see the real chapter under their hands. Xiao Hung used this method to continuously consume Zhang Taizu's vitality. The majestic vitality in Zhang Taizu's body was actually at the same rate as Xiao Hung's consumption rate. The two gave up the incarnation of maintaining special talents almost at the same time. The moment Xiao Hung appeared, Zhang Taizu punched him. Xiao Hung quickly dodged, but his arm was still rubbed. The force of 4 or 5 tons almost crippled Xiao Hung's left hand. Fortunately, he reacted in time and did not cause extensive injuries. Xiao Hung distanced himself from Zhang Taizu again, and the two looked at each other panting heavily. After 10 seconds of relaxation, Xiao Hung moved again. He couldn't give Zhang Taizu a chance to recover, so the dagger cut Zhang Taizu dangerously. Zhang Taizu's right hand was bleeding profusely. Fortunately, he has a strong physique and the bleeding stopped quickly. Another cut was made, and Zhang Taizu received the knife with his body without saying a word. He backhanded hard, and finally caught the loach in his hand. Ended. Chen Yang said. Xiao Hung had lost his vitality and entered the shadow state. After being grabbed by Zhang Taizu and then thrown over his shoulder, Xiao Hung finally shouted to admit defeat. It's a pity. If he had more vitality in his body, he should be able to win. Chen Yang analyzed. Thank you to the two contestants for giving us a wonderful match, and I announce that the winner of this match is Zhang Taizu. As the host's voice fell, there was a burst of cheers from the scene. Xiao Hung shook his head and left the competition platform, and soon the second competition began. Chen Yang thought about what to do if he encountered petrification talent. He will choose to use the simplest method, using the ability of teleportation to send the opponent into the air and then let him fall to do free fall. It's just that I don't know how much vitality it takes to do this, and Chen Yang hasn't tried it. Most of the next matches will be duels at the realm of warriors. After watching a few matches, Chen Yang loses interest. Either the special talent restrains the end of the game quickly, or it is just chopping around with a weapon. It will inevitably be boring to watch too much. Lu Xian, I'll go out for a while. What's the matter? It's your turn soon. Lu Xian asked. I'm going to the toilet. Chen Yang replied. He got up and left. After leaving the audience stage, he walked towards the front stage. Chen Yang, what's the matter? I remember your game is about to start. When the uncle saw Chen Yang approaching, he thought he was going to retire. It's okay, I'll take a look at the betting odds. Chen Yang looked at the information on the screen. At this time, Zhao Minghui's supporters left him far away, and the ratio also reached an exaggerated 2.8 to 0.4. Can this press yourself? Chen Yang asked. Huh? Of course. The uncle was confused by Chen Yang's words. Then I will pressure myself 6,500 million. Chen Yang handed the uncle a VIP card and said. You sure? The uncle took the card and asked in disbelief. Well, press it. Chen Yang nodded without hesitation, and soon, all 6,500 million was bought by himself. Looking up at the screen again, the odds have become 2.2 to 0.6. Are you so confident in yourself? After the operation, the uncle asked suspiciously. That must be, this game, I will win. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he walked into the preparation room. Don't lose, this is my wife's money. The uncle murmured a few words, but in the end he unexpectedly put his own money on Chen Yang. The sixth game will start soon. Chen Yang sits in the background and waits quietly. On the other side, Zhao Minghui was already eager to try, but Lin Bing was a little worried beside him. Minghui, I suspect that Chen Yang has other hidden talents. I was really not careless that day. How could I lose to a junior warrior? No, his strength must have surpassed that of a junior warrior. Among the super warriors, there are also outstanding existences. After listening to Lin Bing's words, Zhao Minghui's heart suddenly became agitated. Lin Bing, you didn't lie to me, Zhao Minghui said suspiciously. Why am I lying to you? There is no need to talk about the relationship between our two families. Let me tell you the truth. I have already taken the medicine, and my strength is no less than that of a high-level warrior. Lin Bing ruthlessly said it out. The potion was still in the experimental stage, and it was forbidden for Lin Bing to take the potion. But if he took the potion, Lin Bing would definitely be stronger than Zhao Minghui. Even Lin Bing lost to Chen Yang inexplicably. Wouldn't Zhao Minghui be even more vulnerable? Zhao Minghui looked at the odds after listening, and Chen Yang's side has reached an astonishing 2.1. Seeing such a high magnification, Zhao Minghui became more and more uneasy. Okay, I'll trust you again. Zhao Minghui forgot what happened last night, thinking that Lin Bing was too stupid, but later he realized that Chen Yang had seen through everything, and he was still kept in the dark. If you, who have taken the potion, are no match for him, then I will definitely lose. Seeing that the game time was getting closer, Zhao Minghui was anxious and at a loss. Don't worry, there is still a way. If it doesn't work, you can also take medicine. Lin Bing said quickly. Is that thing reliable? Zhao Minghui said worriedly. I've tried it for you, absolutely no problem. By the way, is that potion on your body? Lin Bing asked. I'll ask someone to bring it here. Zhao Minghui quickly took out his mobile phone, and 10 minutes later, a lockbox was delivered to him. If Chen Yang was here, he would definitely recognize that this is the lockbox he took over. Go, it's your turn. Lin Bing patted Zhao Minghui on the shoulder. Humph, this kid is dead. Zhao Minghui opened the lockbox and took out a black potion from it. The black potion exudes a faint light, and even with the naked eye, one can find the huge energy contained in it. Coming to the sixth game, Chen Yang got up and walked to the training ground. He looked at Zhao Minghui on the opposite side, and saw that the other party had a ferocious expression and made a neck-cutting motion to Chen Yang. Welcome to our sixth match. I believe that all the audience present have been looking forward to this match for a long time. Let me introduce the players on both sides. The host mobilized the atmosphere of the audience. The one on my left is Zhao Minghui, the son of the Zhao family that everyone is familiar with. He comes from the Martial Artist Academy. He has a very high talent for cultivation. He is ranked among the top 5 cultivators in the entire third year. He has already stepped into the realm of a great warrior a year ago. With the great resources of the Zhao family, it is hard for us to imagine what kind of power Zhao Minghui has now. On the other side, I believe everyone has heard about it. He is the number 1 of our martial artist assessment, and he joined the elite of the joint team, Chen Yang. Chen Yang's cultivation talent is not weaker than Zhao Minghui's. According to reliable sources, he has only cultivated for a year, and he is now in the realm of a great warrior. Many people are curious about why 2 elite cultivators collided, so I'm going to introduce a beautiful woman. She is Zhao Minghui's fiancée, Miss Lu Xian. The so-called hero is sad, and Chen Yang has been Lu Xian's boyfriend since high school. Therefore, in this match, the loser will lose the right to pursue Lu Xian forever. Our competition will start soon. Whether Zhao Minghui will be better at protecting his fiancée, or whether Chen Yang will surprise and win the beauty, let us wait and see. Oh, the audience at the scene stood up and cheered completely. No matter who wins or loses today, such a big news will definitely attract many reporters to report first. The host's words pushed the game to a climax. Whoever shouted first, cheered for Zhao Minghui resounded throughout the arena. Young Master Zhao must win. Victory, victory, victory. The cheers and cheers were deafening, but Chen Yang was much weaker. No matter how good a rookie who has just passed the assessment is, how can he beat the best of the martial arts academy? I think the outcome of this match is already doomed. A middle-aged man next to Lu Xian said disdainfully. That's right, who doesn't know that the Zhao family is one of the 4 major families in Aryanchange, and if they dare to rob women with Zhao Minghui, they will be tired of life. A few people next to him echoed. Listening to the words of the people around her, Lu Xian's face was very ugly. She could only pray silently in her heart, hoping that Chen Yang could defeat Zhao Minghui smoothly. How about it? Do you regret it now? If you want to abstain, as long as you kneel down and apologize, I will give you this chance. Otherwise, I won't even recognize your mother when I hit you later. Listening to the cheers from the audience, Zhao Minghui burst with confidence. Stop talking nonsense, let's get started. Chen Yang signaled the host to be ready. Hehe, I hope you can still be so calm later. Seeing Chen Yang's indifferent expression, Zhao Minghui became even more angry. He threw away his coat and nodded to the host. As the host started shouting, the two rushed towards each other at the same time. Zhao Minghui and Chen Yang's right hands burst into flames at the same time. Before the audience could react, their fists collided. The two flames intersected each other, and the entire training ground seemed to become a stage for the two. In the first confrontation, the two were evenly divided. Zhao Minghui didn't retreat, he attacked quickly, and threw 5 or 6 punches in just 1 second. Chen Yang was not inferior at all, he was fist to fist, every attack of Zhao Minghui was perfectly received. The brutal violence of the two amazed everyone. Although they knew that Chen Yang was very good, they never expected that they could resist Zhao Minghui's attack in this way. This Chen Yang is so powerful. Zhao Minghui should have already stepped into a high-level martial artist. I didn't expect to be able to deal with him. Several young people in the background were surprised. What are you talking about? Zhao Minghui is the top 5 in our grade, he must not have used his full strength, otherwise this competition will not be worth watching. A white-haired student said. Although this is the case, being able to keep up with Zhao Minghui's speed shows that this Chen Yang is not easy. Such a high-intensity collision is a great test for the strength and mentality of the two. You see, this Chen Yang has not yet revealed tired gesture. A long-haired girl sat on the sofa and analyzed the screen. Sister Qian, you are right, but this is just the beginning. I still don't think this Chen Yang can last long. White-haired student sticks to his mind and says, why don't we make a bet? I bet on Zhao Minghui to win, and just bet on a high-level primeval stone. How about it? Okay, it's boring anyway, it's up to you, I'm quite interested in this Chen Yang. The long-haired girl smiled and agreed. After 1 minute of fierce battle, the two retreated and stopped at the same time. Chen Yang looked at Zhao Minghui and found that Zhao Minghui was panting heavily, but only 1/5 of the vitality in his body was consumed. It seems that you are not an ant to be slaughtered, but I only used 5 points of strength just now. I wonder how many moves you can catch me next. Zhao Minghui was secretly startled, but the momentum on his mouth was not weak at all. Really? I used 3 layers of strength just now, it seems that I will be more serious later. Chen Yang looked at Zhao Minghui with a smile. Chen Yang is now able to reach 10 tons of strength with a full blow. If he cooperates with other special talents, even a martial artist can't bear to walk around in his hands. Okay, now you are stubborn, let me see what you do next. Zhao Minghui snapped his fingers, and Chen Yang was surrounded by a wall of fire. It's this trick again, isn't there anything new? Chen Yang sighed, imitating Zhao Minghui's gesture and popping up a circle of firewalls. Now everyone can see that the attack methods of the two are exactly the same. It seems that they want to use the same means to win the victory. I wonder if they can tell the difference. Seeing this, the host quickly explained. Go with. Chen Yang and Zhao Minghui compressed the circle of fire towards each other at the same time, but Chen Yang did not choose to sit still. The same attack method was just a means to consume the opponent's vitality. Chen Yang covered his whole body with vitality, and stabbed the opponent with an extra dark green long knife in his hand. Chen Yang planned to make a quick decision, and used the most direct way to break through the opponent's circle of fire and slash at him. Zhao Minghui didn't expect Chen Yang to be so fierce, and his circle of fire didn't stop Chen Yang at all. The long knife appeared from the flames, Zhao Minghui was shocked, and quickly rolled on the ground to escape from the fire circle set by Chen Yang. Because he didn't take too much precaution, Chen Yang's ring of fire burned Zhao Minghui very hot. Zhao Minghui held up the vitality wall to resist this round of attacks. Facing Chen Yang's continuous saber techniques, he hid left and right in a panic, and managed to get out of Chen Yang's attack range. Taking advantage of the victory, Chen Yang chased after him, his speed reached the 7th floor, and he attacked Zhao Minghui again in an instant. Too deceiving. How could Zhao Minghui bear this kind of anger? He also took out a long sword, gathered all the energy in his body, and met the long sword fiercely. The powerful impact made a loud bang, and the friction between the knife and the sword burst out huge sparks like lightning. Break. Chen Yang injected vitality into the stinger, and secretly invaded the opponent's weapon with his disintegration talent. He only heard a clang, and Zhao Minghui's long sword shattered. Zhao Minghui was pushed back more than 10 meters by the back of Chen Yang's knife. He half-propped himself on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wow, it seems that Chen Yang has brought us a huge surprise. I didn't expect Zhao Minghui's strength to be weaker than the opponent's. Even the weapon was broken in this contact. If it wasn't for Chen Yang's mercy, Zhao Minghui might be seriously injured. Could it be will the winner this time be Chen Yang? The host was also surprised by the state of the two of them. No one could have imagined that a rookie who had just stepped into the realm of a great warrior would win in terms of strength against Zhao Minghui, who had been in the realm of a great warrior for more than a year. Seeing that Zhao Minghui almost lost the game, the audience burst into sighs. Zhao Minghui's cheeks were flushed, and he felt that his face was thrown on the ground and was trampled on several times by the opponent. You forced me. Zhao Minghui realized that he might not be Chen Yang's opponent, so he made up his mind, lowered his head, took out the black potion and inhaled all of it into his body. Although the host and the audience were overwhelmed by this little move, Chen Yang noticed it. He had seen through the items in the password box before, and seeing Zhao Minghui take out the potion, he immediately realized that the other party used the thing that was being tested. This guy doesn't intend to go all out, does he? Chen Yang murmured in his heart. Through the perspective talent, Chen Yang discovered that the black liquid in the potion rapidly changed Zhao Minghui's physique. In just over a minute, great changes took place in Zhao Minghui's body. With the help of the black potion, all his meridians and blood vessels exploded, and even his vitality faintly condensed. It seems that the game is not over yet. Zhao Minghui's momentum has changed a lot. My god, is he going to break through in the game? The host felt the change in Zhao Minghui's body and exclaimed. It is very rare to break through in a game, not to mention that this is a duel between great fighters, and even the host who often serves as a referee has never seen it once or twice. Sister Qian, Chen Yang is about to lose. The white-haired man lay leisurely on the sofa and drank a drink. For Zhao Minghui's breakthrough in the game, he didn't even expect it. It seems that this Zhao Minghui is hiding very deep, and he has reached the level of a high-level martial artist without making a sound. It seems that he is going to break through as a martial artist. Now there is no one in the academy who is his opponent. The long-haired girl was also a little surprised, and said leisurely. However, I always feel that Chen Yang has not used his full strength, and maybe there is a turning point. Hehe, who doesn't know that there is a huge difference between a martial artist and a great warrior? Even if you have just stepped into the realm of a martial artist and don't have time to consolidate, this is not something a great warrior can resist. The white-haired man laughed. What do you have to gloat about? If he really breaks through as a martial artist, you will have to bow him down in the academy in the future, the long-haired girl said unhappily. Chen Yang also felt the special aura emanating from Zhao Minghui's body. During these few minutes, the aura on the other party's body continued to rise, and soon reached the point of suppressing Chen Yang. Chen Yang's eyes froze. This guy is actually stronger than Lin Bing now. Check the talent. Half-alien, Zhao Minghui. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talents, strength, top level, speed, high level, fire element, top level, thunder element, top level. This guy has turned into a half-species. Chen Yang discovered the horror of the black potion. Originally, Zhao Minghui had advanced cultivation talent, high strength, medium speed, and high fire element talent, but now his talents have all been upgraded to a higher level. It seems that this experimental drug can change the physique of a human being, and even greatly increase the limit of the human body. Not only did Zhao Minghui increase his talent level, but it also gave him an extra lightning talent. Zhao Minghui straightened his body slowly, feeling the infinite power in his body. His confidence exploded. He felt that he only needed to punch the opponent to fly. Haha, Chen Yang, you are bound to lose this time. Lu Xian is mine. Zhao Minghui punched Chen Yang, and there were bursts of thunder in the air, and a burning smell permeated the air. It's really scary. This guy has awakened the talent of thunder element. The white-haired man finally put away his careless expression. Seeing Zhao Minghui's fist covered with blue electric light, envy and fear appeared in his pupils. It seems that I really lost. The long-haired girl also lost confidence. Zhao Minghui not only broke through as a martial artist, but also awakened the talent of the element of thunder. Now, anyone with some common sense knows that Chen Yang is powerless. Chen Yang. In the auditorium, Lu Xian showed an anxious and worried expression. As a student of the Warrior Academy, she certainly knows the gap between a martial artist and a great warrior. Even the weakest martial artist can deal with 3 great martial artists at the same time. Unless a miracle happens, it is impossible to win this match with Chen Yang's special talent. Facing the flashing punch, Chen Yang felt the pressure several times higher than that of a great fighter. Although he had killed a martial artist and a tier-ferocious beast, he had relied on his wisdom to win by chance. What's more, now that Chen Yang didn't dare to release other talents at all, facing this punch, Chen Yang could only dodge it. Chen Yang used his speed to the extreme, only to see Zhao Minghui's fist brushing against his cheek, and the talent of thunder element made Chen Yang's hair stand on end. Chen Yang, give up, you don't deserve her. Zhao Minghui smiled coldly, and was not in a hurry to end the game. He enjoyed the mood at this time very much, defeating an opponent he hated under the eyes of everyone. This feeling made him feel very comfortable. You've mutated? Chen Yang looked at Zhao Minghui calmly and said. What did you say? Zhao Minghui was taken aback after hearing this, but his heart suddenly turned cold. In order to win the game, do you have to use even abnormal means? Chen Yang broke the point. I've seen experimental subjects who were exposed to the potion, and finally turned into a ghost and a ghost. You are very similar to her now. Zhao Minghui was shocked after hearing this. The black potion is a top secret of their family, how could it be known to outsiders? Thinking of this, Zhao Minghui became murderous. Although he didn't know the side effects of the potion, he must not let the other party leak the matter about the potion. There will be some accidents more or less in the match at the warrior training ground, and Zhao Minghui intends to use this as an excuse to kill the opponent. At that time, it would be good to declare the mistake to the outside world, and it would cost some money at most. He must let this secret be buried in the soil. You know too much. Zhao Minghui no longer played with Chen Yang. He emitted a strong electric field, and several huge lightning bolts fell from the sky and struck at Chen Yang. Chen Yang felt a great crisis. The thunder and lightning fell extremely fast, and it reached the top of his head in the blink of an eye. Chen Yang propped up a vitality shield, which is the vitality fog under the control of vitality. Although it was only a dozen centimeters thick, it was much harder than ordinary shields. The lightning strike on the vitality shield only stalemate for a few tenths of a second, and it was also a few tenths of a second that gave Chen Yang time to react. Wind element, gravity. Chen Yang secretly blesses himself with two talents that cannot be seen with the naked eye. Like a loach, he can avoid the attack of lightning every time. So fast, the long-haired girl exclaimed. His speed has surpassed many martial artists. So what? This Zhao Minghui hasn't taken it seriously yet. This thunderbolt is just a normal attack. Once he uses a range attack, this Chen Yang can't dodge it no matter what. The white-haired man affirmed. It's a pity. If it wasn't for Zhao Minghui's temporary breakthrough or waiting for another year, maybe he could really defeat Zhao Minghui. Indeed, as the white-haired man said, it would be difficult for Chen Yang to avoid the ranged lightning if he did not use the power of space talent. But Chen Yang didn't give up. He still had the corpse of a tier-ancient in his space pocket. If he decomposed and fused the corpse of the ancient, Chen Yang was likely to step into the gate of a martial artist. I have to say that I admire your strength, but everything is over. Do you have any last words to say? Zhao Minghui radiated lightning all over his body. He raised his right hand high, and a large cloud of lightning suddenly gathered in the air of the training ground. Chen Yang seemed to give up resistance. He stood on the spot and closed his eyes. Just when everyone thought the game was about to end, bursts of golden light radiated from Chen Yang. It seems that Chen Yang is going to lose. What? The situation on the field seems to have changed. This golden light, could it be that Chen Yang also wants to break through in the battle? This is amazing. I have been commenting for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen two great fighters break through in the same game. The host's words made the audience who thought the ending was doomed a little bit of anticipation, and with a crisp cheer, some people in the audience even cheered for Chen Yang. Zhao Minghui felt bad. If Chen Yang also broke through the martial arts master, he would definitely lose. How is it possible? Didn't he just step into the realm of a great warrior? How could he break through to become a warrior so soon? No, he will definitely fail. Zhao Minghui didn't hesitate any longer. The thunder in the air fell like a torrential rain, and seeing the thunder falling on Chen Yang's head, many audience members were heartbroken. Chen Yang, don't let anything happen to you. Lu Xin clasped her hands, and the format of the competition was ever-changing. At this moment, she could only pray silently. Mean. The long-haired girl in the background showed a disgusted expression and attacked when others broke through. This kind of behavior is condemned by everyone. A large thunderstorm submerged Chen Yang's body, and the excitement in the host's eyes disappeared instantly. It's over. Chen Yang was attacked by a thunderstorm when he broke through. I really didn't expect Zhao Minghui to do such a thing. The host whispered, although the voice was very low, but the audience listened carefully. Although there is no rule in the game that you can't disturb when you break through the realm, this is the common default rule of everyone. Zhao Minghui wins without fighting. Yes, victory is not martial. Victory is not martial. The thunderstorm was still washing away the place where Chen Yang was standing just now. Zhao Minghui sneered in his heart when he heard everyone's blame. So what? There are no such rules in the game. I can only blame him for his bad luck. Zhao Minghui shouted. It's true that victory cannot be won by force. A deep voice appeared next to Zhao Minghui's ear. Zhao Minghui stared wide-eyed at the figure slowly walking out of the thunderstorm. Chen Yang? How is it possible? Why didn't you die? Zhao Minghui showed a terrified expression. His thunderstorm attacked Chen Yang for half a minute. How could he come out alive? I said, I won't lose. Chen Yang's clothes had been reduced to ashes, a burst of light glowed from his body, and his vitality turned into a new set of clothes to cover his body. Impossible, impossible. Zhao Minghui felt the power of a new martial artist, and he still had a lot of vitality in his body at this time, thinking in his heart that if he went all out now, he might not be able to kill the opponent. In this case, give me another blow. Zhao Minghui roared angrily and raised his hands to condense a huge thunderball. The host felt the power in it and suddenly felt bad. Elemental thunder is originally a talent with extremely destructive power. If this blow hits the opponent, let alone survive, not only the body will be wiped out, but even the training ground will be blown up beyond recognition. Sorry, I won't play with you anymore. Chen Yang looked at the thunder ball with a diameter of 1 meter in front of him with a calm expression, and said something calmly. Your Majesty. This sound seemed to be the will of the gods, and the entire training ground fell into silence, and the next scene shocked everyone. Zhao Minghui fell to his knees with a plop, and the thunder ball in his hand disappeared. With a plop, Zhao Minghui fell to his knees. This kneeling made Zhao Minghui lose all his dignity. Zhao Minghui wanted to raise his head, but a strong resistance pressed against his neck. Every time he exerted force, his neck would be pressed down with greater force. This scene stunned everyone. No one expected that Chen Yang not only made a breakthrough, but also defeated Zhao Minghui so forcefully. Lu Xian's heart was finally let go. The thunderstorm scene just now almost made her want to die in despair. If Chen Yang really disappeared, she didn't want to marry Zhao Minghui and live alone. Presumptuous, dare to hurt my Zhao family, let him go. A figure leaped down from the auditorium, and people with some knowledge recognized it immediately. It was Zhao Minghui's uncle, Zhao Weiman. Stop. The host stood in front of Zhao Weiman. This is a competition, outsiders are not allowed to break the rules. Outsider? Look clearly, I'm his second uncle. Zhao Weiman roared angrily. Even if you are his father, there are so many people watching here, don't you want to bet on the Zhao family's reputation? The host didn't flinch in the slightest. Zhao Weiman frowned, and he waited for the host with his eyes wide open. If it wasn't for the special training ground for warriors, he would have shot without any scruples. Get my nephew up. Zhao Weiman resisted the desire to do something and said. He hasn't conceded defeat yet. Chen Yang walked slowly in front of Zhao Minghui. He put his right hand on Zhao Minghui's shoulder, then bent down and asked, Master Zhao, do you still plan to compete? Zhao Minghui lowered his head and trembled violently. He really wanted to raise his head. Now there are only two ways in front of him, or admit defeat, so that the whole Yanshan will know that he has lost the bet, and lost to a commoner who has only been practicing for more than a year. Another option is to continue to kneel here, to see when Chen Yang shows mercy and makes himself faint. This second uncle of Mr. Zhao, you have also seen it. It's not that I don't want him to get up, it's that he has never given up. We must respect each other's wishes, just in case. I admit defeat. Zhao Minghui interrupted Chen Yang's words. He just wanted to quickly end this humiliating scene. He already had dozens of plans to take revenge on Chen Yang in his heart, but his reputation was completely ruined here. You heard me, the game is over. Zhao Weiman bypassed the host. This time the host did not stop or acquiesce to the other party's behavior. With a big wave of Zhao Weiman's hand, he dispelled the force pressing on Zhao Minghui's body. He helped his elder nephew. When he saw the teardrops in the corner of his elder nephew's eyes, Zhao Weiman was furious. Dare to insult my Zhao family, you are courting death. Zhao Weiman suddenly turned around and punched Chen Yang. The host was shocked, but he had no time to stop it. Chen Yang didn't expect that the other party would suddenly throw this punch. Before he could blink, his body was sent flying and hit the fence of the training ground. Chen Yang. Lu Xian cried out. The wall was filled with smoke, and for a while, it was unknown whether Chen Yang had been seriously injured or not. Zhao Weiman pulled Zhao Minghui to leave without looking back, when the hoarse voice behind him gave Zhao Weiman a hard time. Did I let you go away? The smoke dissipated, and a trace of blood remained at the corner of Chen Yang's mouth. His footsteps were still steady, and even the host didn't know how Chen Yang's physical condition was at this time. What a second uncle, the Zhao family turned out to be villains who will take revenge. Chen Yang said coldly. So what? I declare your bet void. Zhao Weiman was also secretly surprised that Zhao Weiman would simply do it to the end. The punch just now had already used up to 7 levels of strength, and it was unexpected that this Chen Yang could still stand up. You must know that Zhao Weiman is not an ordinary martial artist. He has been in the realm of martial arts for many years, and now he is a genuine mid-level martial artist. His punch can hit tons of power casually. After hearing what Zhao Weiman said, Chen Yang let out a sneer. If he hadn't used the vitality compound to condense a suit of clothes in advance, and possessed petrification and super-sensing talents, the sneak attack just now would have seriously injured him even if he didn't die. His right fist ignited a flame, and under the control of Yuan Qi, the flame formed a tornado and hovered over Chen Yang's right arm. I want to see how strong the so-called Zhao family is. The host is a high-level martial artist. He wanted to stop it, but seeing the angry fire in Chen Yang's eyes, the host chose to wait for an opportunity. Chen Yang had copied Zhao Minghui's talent when he touched Zhao Minghui's shoulder, and he was not unsure about facing a middle-level martial artist at this time. Although many talents cannot be used, Chen Yang still feels that he can defeat the opponent because of Zhao Weiman's contempt for him. No one would believe that Chen Yang has more than 20 kinds of talents in his body. Although he has just stepped into the realm of a martial artist, with the blessing of these 20 kinds of special talents, he is fearless. What? You want to shoot me? Zhao Weiman was a little surprised. He immediately began to consider whether to take this opportunity to severely injure Chen Yang, and it would be best to abolish his meridians. Although he didn't know why the punch just now failed to seriously injure Chen Yang, but if the other party really dared to attack him, Zhao Weiman would definitely use his full strength. Check talent. Human, Zhao Weiman. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talent, strength, high, speed, medium, divine body, top level. After seeing Zhao Weiman's special talent, Chen Yang felt more confident. Don't say I didn't warn you, I'm going to attack. Chen Yang's right arm turned into a tornado of fire. Zhao Weiman couldn't hide the sneer in his heart when he saw that the other party really dared to attack him. Fire element, bloodthirsty, coercion, wind element, thought power, mental pollution, gravity, plunder, decomposition, mind control, phantom sound, resonance, thunder element, explode for me. Chen Yang let out a roar. He wanted everyone in the Zhao family to see how strong his punch was. Divine speed. Chen Yang's body suddenly disappeared from the sight of Zhao Weiman and the host. They only saw a blaze hitting Zhao Weiman's body. In the next second, Zhao Weiman's body was the same as Chen Yang just now, and his back hit the wall of the training ground fiercely. But this time, the walls of the entire training ground were completely broken down. Hiss. Many viewers didn't realize what happened, they only saw Chen Yang disappear suddenly, and when he reappeared, Zhao Weiman had already crashed through the wall of the warrior training ground. They vaguely felt a flash of fire in front of their eyes, but when they recalled it again, it was like a hallucination. Because the host is close, he feels the most real. At that moment, he seemed to be facing a prehistoric monster. Although Chen Yang's target was not him, he still felt that this punch was unmatched. It's impolite to come and go. Host, can you announce the result? Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly. Only then did the host wake up from the shock just now. He glanced at the missing Zhao Weiman with pity, then walked over fearfully and raised Chen Yang's right hand. I declare that Chen Yang wins this match. The scene was silent for 3 seconds, and then unprecedented warm cheers broke out. The host was still immersed in the incredible scene just now, but Chen Yang took this opportunity to copy his talent. Check talent. Human, Li Xing. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talents, strength, advanced, speed, advanced, water element, top. Copy talent. Copy succeeded. Chen Yang felt that the vitality in his body had grown stronger again, which was a feeling he had never felt before. In the past, even copying a cultivator's talent would not affect the change of vitality, but this time it seems to be a little different. In just one match, Chen Yang copied the talents of 3 martial artists. Perhaps the change in copying talents has something to do with his stepping into the realm of martial artists. The copying talent is upgraded, and the upgraded copying talent can be viewed after 24 hours. A paragraph of text suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yang, and he was stunned. Chen Yang always thought that there was no level of duplication talent, but he didn't expect that after stepping into the realm of martial artist, the duplication talent would have a new change. No wonder copying the talent of the host will make the vitality stronger. He also felt the same when copying Zhao Minghui and Zhao Weiman before. He thought it was his own illusion. After leaving Mutai, Chen Yang saw Lu Xian waiting for him at a glance. Lu Xian jumped into Chen Yang's arms excitedly, and she clenched her fists and hit Chen Yang hard on the chest. Bad guy, you scared me to death just now. Fortunately, you're fine. Chen Yang laughed out loud. You don't even look at who I am. I am the man who wants to become the strongest cultivator in Yanchinj. How could Zhao Minghui defeat me? Loquacious. Lu Xian opened her mouth and bit Chen Yang's neck. Chen Yang felt his neck itch, and his mind was in a trance. Xiner, you belong to the dog family. Chen Yang joked. You are the dog, I'll ignore you. Lu Xian pushed Chen Yang away and turned his head. Chen Yang looked at the tears in the corners of Lu Xian's eyes that hadn't been wiped away, and his heart softened. Okay, it's alright if I was wrong. You see, I beat up that Zhao Minghui for you. Don't you want to reward me? What reward do you want? Lu Xian thought about it and asked. Of course it is this. Chen Yang hugged Lu Xian into his arms, and while she was not paying attention, he kissed hard on Cherry's small mouth. Lu Xian felt as if her body was being electrocuted, and when she realized what happened, her ears were already red and hot. Hate. Lu Xian did not reject Chen Yang, but buried her head in Chen Yang's arms. Haha, I see who will dare to snatch my girlfriend from now on. Let's go, let's get the money. Chen Yang pulled Lu Xian to the front desk of the training ground. Seeing Chen Yang approaching, the uncle at the front desk waved his arms excitedly. You are really good. I thought you were going to lose just now. It was so enjoyable. I didn't expect the Zhao family to have today. The uncle talked non-stop excitedly, and it took more than a minute before Chen Yang couldn't help interrupting him. Can I have my bet? Oh, I almost forgot. Please give me your warrior card, and I will transfer the money for you. The uncle patted his forehead and said embarrassedly. In the end, Chen Yang won 8,000 million, plus the game bonus. Chen Yang already has 1.5 million available funds. Come on, let's go shopping. I will pay for today's consumption. Chen Yang dragged Lu Xian away happily. Mr. Zhao, it's not good. Director Zhao Weiman, was seriously injured and passed out. In the luxurious office, a secretary rushed into the door in panic and exclaimed. What's going on? Who dares to attack him? On the boss's sofa, Zhao Kuang was drinking tea leisurely. When he heard the secretary's voice, he asked angrily. It's Chen Yang, the number 1 in the previous martial artist assessment. He beat Director Zhao until he passed out. The secretary answered quickly. Warrior assessment no 1. Zhao Kuang was a little confused. The number 1 martial artist assessment has half a dime to do with the serious injury of Zhao Weiman. Could it be that the secretary's brain is burned out? Mr. Zhao, this is the game video. The secretary realized that Zhao Kuang had misunderstood, and she quickly handed over the tablet to open the video. Zhao Kuang took the tablet and watched the video carefully from beginning to end, but he didn't move for a long time. Hui didn't deserve to lose. Zhao Kuang finally spoke. He lit a cigar and threw the tablet on the table. Mr. Zhao, what the hell is going on? That Chen Yang has only just broken through as a martial artist, so why can he easily crush the young master and Director Zhao? The secretary was puzzled. It's not your fault if you can't see it, it's because your realm is too low, and you don't even know the difference between a martial artist. Zhao Kuang exhaled a smoke ring and said, I have never heard of this Chen Yang's cultivation talent. He can actually comprehend the speed force in the field of speed when he broke through as a martial artist. Moreover, he has awakened an inexplicable special talent. With the speed force, even 10 Huayar are not this Chen Yang. Yang's opponent. Speed field, speed force. The secretary muttered, as Zhao Kuang's personal secretary. She also knew something about martial artists. Although she has heard of such things as domains, isn't it possible for a great martial artist to comprehend this? This Chen Yang is only a beginner martial artist. Did he comprehend the speed force in advance for the first time? If that's the case, it's too scary. Go and find out Chen Yang's information for me. With such a terrifying cultivation talent, I want to know all his secrets. Zhao Kuang ordered. Okay, Mr. Zhao, I'll do it now. The secretary nodded. You can get it later, take me to the hospital first. Zhao Kuang straightened his suit, got up and said. After waiting several hours outside the intensive care unit, Zhao Weiman's hospital bed was finally pushed out. Zhao Kuang and Zhao Minghui hurried forward to check, only to see that Zhao Weiman's eyes were half-closed and his breathing was very weak. Zhao Kuang injected vitality into Zhao Weiman's body, and under the nourishment of vitality, Zhao Weiman's complexion finally eased a little. The meridians were broken, and all internal organs were severely injured. There was no time to react, and the second brother was blown away. This punch may have reached the level of a high-level martial artist's full blow. Zhao Kuang judged Chen Yang's strength in a moment. Dad, you must make the decision for me? This Chen Yang simply doesn't take the Zhao family seriously, and asked his father to punish him. Zhao Minghui shouted with a grieved face. Trash. Because of a woman, I have lost all the face of my Zhao family. Do you know how your kneeling will make others talk about our Zhao family? From now on, you won't even be able to lift your head up. Give me a week to face the wall. Zhao Kuang scolded. It's okay not to mention this matter. He will get angry when he sees his son's aggrieved appearance. Mr. Zhao calmed down. According to Minghui, he is now number 1 in the 3rd year of the Martial Arts Academy. Being able to step into the realm of martial arts in college already has great potential. The secretary quickly persuaded him. If he has great potential, what is that Chen Yang? Zhao Kuang asked loudly. Zhao Minghui didn't dare to speak immediately. Then what to do with this matter? Is it just like this? The secretary changed the subject. Never mind. Zhao Kuang exuded the coercion of a superior. Of course it's impossible to just let it go, but this Chen Yang's potential is immeasurable, so either he doesn't make a move, or he will kill him with one blow. The next day, the whole city of Yan was boiling again. A 20-year-old cultivator, it took just over a year from a commoner to a martial artist. Chen Yang's cultivation path has become a legend. Of course, the media didn't know that it took only 2 months for Chen Yang to become a martial artist. If this news were released, those old guys who had practiced for many years would go crazy. But Chen Yang's cultivation talent still shocked everyone. Except for the Zhao family, the other 3 families were eager to win over Chen Yang. If he hadn't lived in the community, his house might have been crushed. From the next day, Chen Yang chose to hide in the joint team's base. With the guards of the joint team covering him, Chen Yang finally calmed down a bit. In the leisure area, Chen Yang lay on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. The visits from the major families in the past few days almost didn't drive him crazy. If the joint team hadn't helped him reject many invitations, he probably wouldn't even have time to sleep. The only thing that makes him happy is that the duplication talent and system have been upgraded. Now Chen Yang can get an additional -% of the opponent's vitality if he copies the target's talent. In addition, Chen Yang can also directly copy any combat skills he sees. In addition, the system has also changed. Now the system can directly display the target's body information without the need for perspective talent. You boy, why are you hiding here? A familiar voice rang in Chen Yang's ear. Chen Yang opened his eyes and saw that it was Han Chen. Brother Chen, you scared me, I thought someone was looking for it. Chen Yang said with a sigh. You are famous now. You have won the champion of the martial artist assessment before. How long has it been now? You have broken through to the martial artist realm in front of everyone. And many people doubt that you have comprehended the speed force. Do you know how many families want to have you in their mouths like a treasure? Han Chen said enviously. Stop talking, I'm worrying about this. That Zhao Minghui is really harmful. Chen Yang regretted accepting Zhao Minghui's bet. He also knew that if he progressed too quickly, he would cause a sensation, so he planned to gradually announce his strength to the outside world. Unexpectedly, Zhao Minghui swallowed the black potion, and his physical fitness suddenly reached the level of a martial artist. Because of this, Chen Yang had no choice but to make a temporary breakthrough, and he also took a very big risk at that time. But for Lu Xin, Chen Yang would find a way to win that match no matter what. It's just that now, all my original plans have been disrupted. If I were you, I wouldn't be spending every day now. Han Chen joked. You didn't come here just to make fun of me, did you? Chen Yang was puzzled. Of course not. The captain of the joint team found out about you and applied for some treatment for you. I'm so envious of you now. Han Chen's eyes were filled with resentment. Chen Yang was speechless for a while. When he saw Han Chen for the first time, he still thought that he was like an easygoing elder brother in a martial arts novel, but after getting in touch with him for a while, he found that Han Chen was a living treasure. Do you need me to do anything? Chen Yang has heard too much the word treatment these days, and he is completely immune to these 2 words. Come with me, the captain is already waiting for you in the meeting room. Chen Yang turned over quickly when he heard this sentence. Is it the colonel from last time? That colonel is not our captain is at the level of a major general. Han Chen said with a look of admiration. Major general? Could it be that he is a master? Chen Yang said in surprise. You think the grandmaster is a vegetable market, there are everywhere. Only the city lord of Yanchinj is the grandmaster, but our captain may break through someday. He is already a high-level martial artist, and he is only one step away from the grandmaster. Han Chen said unhappily. High-ranking great martial artist. Chen Yang secretly admired that the minimum standard of a grandmaster can exert a force of 1,000 tons. It seems that the captain of the joint team should have also reached this standard. Let's go, don't make him wait. Han Chen patted Chen Yang and said. Pushing open the door of the meeting room, Chen Yang saw a middle-aged man in military uniform on the main seat of the meeting room. Without Han Chen's introduction, just based on the special aura emanating from the middle-aged man, Chen Yang can tell that this is the captain with the strength of a high-level martial artist. Chen Yang couldn't help checking the captain's talent. Human, Zhou Yuan. Cultivation realm, senior martial artist. Power, 963 tons. Cultivation talent, low-level comprehension. Special talent, strength, intermediate perception, strength field, low level, speed, top level, super speed force, low level, matter flipping, top level, change, top level. Terrifying data. Chen Yang was shocked. The strength seen through the system is only the captain's basic strength. If combat skills and special talents are included, it must far exceed this value. Hello, Captain. Chen Yang stepped forward and shouted. You are Chen Yang. Sure enough, a hero is born as a teenager. You should be the first such a young martial artist in our Yanchinj. Zhou Yuan looked at Chen Yang with admiration and said. Thank you, Captain, for the compliment. Chen Yang scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. My name is Zhou Yuan. I'm the captain of the Yanchinj United Squad, and also the commander-in-chief of the Yanchinj United Squad. I've heard all about you. I've already applied to the city lord for your special treatment. Genius, I can't bear to have you poached away by others. Zhou Yuan half-jokingly said. Captain, don't worry, I have no intention of leaving the team. Chen Yang affirmed. Okay, then I will tell you about the special treatment I applied for this time. Your rank will be promoted to major, and it will take effect from now on. In addition to mission commissions, the team will also pay a salary of 100 million yuan per month. In addition, your family will be protected by professional soldiers from our joint force. You can choose 2 copies of the combat skills in the warrior building. It took Zhou Yuan a full 5 minutes to explain everything in detail. After listening to Zhou Yuan's description, Chen Yang was very satisfied. Although the salary was a little less, which cultivator would really live on a dead salary? What caught Chen Yang's fancy the most was the promotion of his military rank and the protection of his family. As for money, Chen Yang would have more than that much money for killing any beasts. How about it? Are you satisfied with this treatment? Zhou Yuan asked. Satisfy. Chen Yang nodded. Haha, good. I will issue a statement later, telling those families who trouble you to leave. Zhou Yuan said. Thank you, Captain. Chen Yang said excitedly, he can finally get rid of the troubles of the past few days. I watched your game video, you should have comprehended the speed force, right? Zhou Yuan asked. After thinking about it, Chen Yang still admitted it. That's right, but my comprehension is still at a low level. It's good to have a domain. Many people don't understand the domain even if they break through the great martial arts. Such a cultivator will not be able to break through the master even for a lifetime. You are already far ahead of them. Now it's just that the physical problem has not kept up. Are you free now? Let's go to the training ground to practice. Zhou Yuan asked suddenly after a compliment. Chen Yang pointed at himself, feeling a little puzzled. The captain is here to teach you. Han Chen reminded. Free. Chen Yang quickly nodded in agreement. The training field below the base is made of several kinds of metals that are very hard by Blue Star. Even if the martial artist strikes with all his strength, it can only leave a trace on the wall. Chen Yang, do you know the difference between a martial artist and a great martial artist? Zhou Yuan walked to the middle of the training ground and asked. Is it the difference in physique? Chen Yang replied. Physique is only the minimum standard for getting started. Why are you and Zhao Minghui both martial artists, but you can crush him? Zhou Yuan asked again. Because of the domain. Chen Yang said. Then do you know what a field is? A domain is the law above vitality. Chen Yang thought for a while and said. Although he didn't really comprehend the domain, after copying Tan Ro's domain, Chen Yang vaguely felt that there was something inexplicable in the vitality, which was the basis of the domain. That's right, above a martial artist is a great martial artist. I don't know why you can understand the realm just after stepping into the realm of a martial artist, but above a great martial artist, vitality is only the foundation, and the law is what judges whether a great martial artist has potential basically. Now that you have found the way to this step, I will show you the attacking methods of great martial artists. After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, he signaled Chen Yang to attack him. Chen Yang's eyes froze. Although Zhou Yuan didn't move, he felt that the vitality of the entire training ground seemed to freeze. What Zhou Yuan wanted to teach Chen Yang was the method of a great martial artist, and it taught him a lesson before it even started. Chen Yang was a little lucky at this time. Fortunately, when facing the alien species, the opponent fell into weakness. Otherwise, once the alien species caught up, he would have to run away in embarrassment. Divine speed. Chen Yang used the speed domain in an instant. He wanted to see how big the gap was between himself and the great martial artist without using the strength domain. Bloodthirsty, wind element. Chen Yang's speed reached the extreme, and the moment his body lightened, even the solidified vitality around him loosened. Chen Yang's figure was as fast as lightning, and the fire fist condensed with his right fist attacked Zhou Yuan like a cannonball. With the blessing of super speed force, Chen Yang rushed to Zhou Yuan in just 1/10 of a second. Seeing that the fist was about to hit Zhou Yuan, a power magnetic field suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Yuan. Chen Yang's fist hit the power magnetic field, and there was a bang, and the smoke filled the air. This is the field of strength. Chen Yang paused, his arms were slightly numb. The collision between the speed force and the power field made Chen Yang unable to advance at all. Zhou Yuan shouted loudly, and the vitality around him immediately turned into a thrust to knock Chen Yang into the air. Chen Yang quickly used his gravity talent to adjust his body in the air. He landed smoothly, and then rushed to the back of Zhou Yuan again. Unexpectedly, the back of Zhou Yuan's head seemed to have eyes, and before Chen Yang could attack, the surrounding vitality formed a wall of qi to tightly surround Zhou Yuan's back. Vitality compound. A sword blade appeared in Chen Yang's hand, and under the blessing of super speed force, the blade stabbed fiercely on the vitality wall. Break. Chen Yang exerted his strength to the extreme, but unfortunately, the speed force was offset by the power field, so he couldn't touch Zhou Yuan's body anyway. Material reversal. Zhou Yuan's palm moved slightly, and Chen Yang's body suddenly turned upside down uncontrollably. Chen Yang was caught off guard by the sudden upside down. Although he had taken precautions in advance, he still couldn't break free after truly experiencing the talent of material upside down. Chen Yang could only retreat temporarily. He knew that Zhou Yuan had shown mercy just now, otherwise he could have all the internal organs in his body displaced by relying on his material turning talent. I still don't believe it. Chen Yang has been suppressing the power domain and not using it. Anyway, he has already been seen as the speed force, so it is better to expose the power domain, so that the captain will only feel that he is very talented. Captain Zhou, be careful this time. Chen Yang reminded. After stepping into the realm of a martial artist, all the vitality in the body is condensed into a liquid state and stored in the danshan. Now he can last at least 10 seconds of super speed power. He has already used up 3 seconds just now. In addition to the consumption of vitality from other talents, Chen Yang can cooperate with the power field to attack again with all his strength. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Zhou Yuan frowned. He felt that Chen Yang was already very good. He thought it was the opponent's strongest blow, but he didn't expect that he still had some strength left. Interesting, let me see what surprise you have prepared for me. Zhou Yuan made a defensive move. Speed force, fire element, wind element, psyche. Chen Yang used all his talents to the extreme without revealing himself, and his whole body was already wrapped in the combat skills of the transformation of vitality. Strength field. This is the first time Chen Yang used the power domain with all his strength. He felt that the space around him seemed to have undergone a wonderful change. Under his domain, his punch was at least 5 times stronger than before. Chen Yang once again turned into a fiery red light and jumped up violently. This time his speed had reached 280 m per second. What? This feeling. Zhou Yuan was still supporting his strength field, but the next second he felt something was wrong. He is so familiar with this kind of power rushing towards his face. In addition to the speed force, there is actually another layer of power in the field? Smash me. Chen Yang felt that his body was faintly showing signs of collapse. The power of the domain could only be grasped by the realm of a great martial artist. Even many great martial arts masters can only touch the threshold of the field, and they cannot peep into the mystery in their whole life. But Chen Yang is different. He has the cheating tool of duplication talent, and now he uses the physique of a martial artist to maximize the power of the domain. Fortunately, with the help of the talent of the divine body, Chen Yang feels better. Chen Yang's punch was like a meteorite falling from the sky and hit Zhou Yuan's power field. Zhou Yuan's expression changed, and his hands felt a little strained. Chen Yang's power domain and speed force were finally able to compete with Zhou Yuan's domain, and this time his fist hit Zhou Yuan firmly. Zhou Yuan blocked Chen Yang's fist with his palm, but Chen Yang's right arm contained too many special talents. Even Zhou Yuan was helpless for a while. Matter flip. Zhou Yuan finally raised his strength to the 3rd floor, and he pushed all of Chen Yang's strength. Chen Yang fell to the ground with a backflip, and this punch almost reached his limit. Unless you use the power of space talent to catch you by surprise, you won't be able to surpass this full blow. Chen Yang fell to the ground and panted heavily, but Han Chen, who was beside him, was already stunned. How long has it been? This rookie who has just been brought into the team by him is actually so terrifying. I thought it was Zhao Weiman who underestimated the enemy in the arena, so he ended up that way. Seeing Chen Yang's burst of strength today, he finally understood what suffocating pressure is. Even if he goes on the court by himself, facing Chen Yang's punch, it won't be any better. Han Chen pinched his face to make sure it wasn't a dream. Zhou Yuan looked at the young man in front of him, and his heart was full of surprise. Have you practiced Yuan Li control? Zhou Yuan said. Yes, just getting started. Chen Yang adjusted his breath and replied. That's right, you should have some insight into my method just now, right? Martial masters need to mobilize the vitality of the heavens and the earth as a means of attack. After all, the vitality that the human body can store is a small amount. Even if it is a master, relying solely on the vitality in the body can only cause thousands of tons of damage. But if you can mobilize the vitality of the heavens and the earth, using the vitality in your body as an introduction, even if the strength exceeds tons, it is normal. Zhou Yuan taught Chen Yang the method above martial arts. With the talent of deep learning, Chen Yang quickly understood what Zhou Yuan said. Practice the control of vitality to perfection, and you will be able to control the vitality of the heavens and the earth. Chen Yang nodded after listening, thoughtful. Your current skills are relatively crude. Although your strength is strong, the way you use it is naive. I will teach you some skills during this time. You can also ask Han Chen for advice on this aspect. Zhou Yuan said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Chen Yang replied haha. Haha, generally speaking, you are already very good. By the way, try not to use power other than the speed force in the future, unless you break through the great martial artist. Zhou Yuan said seriously. Knowing that Zhou Yuan was referring to the power domain he used just now, Chen Yang nodded and agreed. After discussing for a while, Zhou Yuan, Chen Yang and Han Chen left the training ground. Seeing Chen Yang leave, Zhou Yuan showed a strange expression. This guy, it's a good thing I'm a high-ranking great martial artist, otherwise I would almost have been deflated just now. After staying at the base until night, Chen Yang could finally go home. All the outside media were sent away by Zhou Yuan, and Han Chen left the army with Chen Yang. Brother Chen, let me treat you to a meal. Chen Yang said. Don't call me Brother Chen either. It makes me feel weird. Han Chen complained. Oh, it's okay, it has nothing to do with strength. Let's go, Brother Chen. You are familiar with this place, can you recommend a place? Okay, let's go to Big Fish and Begonia. Han Chen licked it with his tongue, and seemed to start to savor the deliciousness. The next day, Chen Yang woke up from his practice. Through these few battles, Chen Yang felt that he could control his vitality more easily. The combat technique of vitality control is different from other combat techniques. It is more inclined to strengthen oneself, and then fight with the vitality of heaven and earth. Speaking of it, it is similar to the method of a great martial artist. The practice during this period allowed Chen Yang to enter the Xiaocheng realm controlled by vitality. After a night of thinking and practice, it has been completely consolidated at this time. Chen Yang felt that his realm had improved too quickly, so he decided to consolidate his physique first, and every meridian needed to be tempered meticulously. After breakfast, Chen Yang began to think about how to go in the future. The higher a cultivator reaches, the more money he needs. Chen Yang absorbs the power of fierce beasts to improve his strength every time, but it must be too slow to rely on himself every time, so he decided to build a factory. He had thought about this matter a long time ago, but at that time, if he needed money but had no money, and if he needed contacts, no one would care about him at all. Now that there is a startup capital of $1 Chen Yang can finally move some things from his own earth here. The first place among them must be the coke processing factory. Blue Star is pretty much the same as Earth, but it's a little different when it comes to drinks. Yancheng is like summer all year round. In such a hot weather, if there is only an air conditioner and no fat house water, wouldn't it be less fun? Chen Yang intends to make happy water the best-selling drink in Yancheng. This is not because he is blindly confident, and his previous experience tells him that many young people like this kind of thing. Gao Xiong, do you have time today? Chen Yang called and asked. Yes, Brother Yang calls me, even if there is something to do, you have to push it away. Gao Xiong said happily from the other end. Okay, I'll come and find you. Chen Yang hung up the phone and called Han Chen by the way, and then left immediately. Han Chen has been in the joint army for a long time, and there are many contacts in the inner city that he has never contacted. It is definitely right to find him for opening a factory. The three met at Gao Xiong's house, and Gao Xiong looked excited, as if he had something happy to share. Sure enough, before Chen Yang could open his mouth, Gao Xiong began to talk incessantly. Brother Yang, since I practiced that combat technique, I have now reached the standard of a warrior? You don't know that I have awakened a special talent. Do you know what that special talent is? It's fire element. Chen Yang said. How do you know? Gao Xiong said in surprise. I guess, seeing how excited you are, there's just something I want you to do together. Chen Yang said. What good thing? Gao Xiong looked puzzled. Oh, let me introduce you first. This is a member of the joint team and will be my teammate in the future. His name is Han Chen. Chen Yang introduced Han Chen beside him. Hi, my name is Gao Xiong. Gao Xiong stretched out his hand and said. Hello, I heard from Chen Yang on the way that he has a brother here and wants to introduce you to the army. Han Chen also smiled and stretched out his hand, and didn't despise Gao Xiong because he failed the martial artist test. I called you this time mainly because I wanted to build a factory. You know I don't have any manpower, so I thought of you right away. Chen Yang explained. What factory? Gao Xiong was at a loss. How could he open a factory with his level of education? It's just for drinks, you absolutely like this drink. Chen Yang said with a smile, wasn't happy water only reserved for homeboys in the past? Let's go, let's find a venue. The venues in the inner city are too expensive, so we have to find one in the suburbs. Chen Yang thought about it. I do know a place. Han Chen thought for a while and said. But you have to find someone first. Who? Chen Yang asked suspiciously. Let's go, you'll know when we get there. Han Chen made a fool of himself. After driving for 10 minutes, Han Chen brought the two of them to a mansion. Chen Yang moved his ears and heard a familiar voice. It's actually her. Chen Yang was a little funny. He didn't expect to find this place after going around. This is a poet family, one of the big families in Yanqing. My family has some connections with his father. With his help, we don't need to take detours. Han Chen said. This poet family has an eldest daughter who is also the school belle of Yanqing Martial Arts Academy. If you come to propose marriage, maybe his father will betroth his daughter to you. After hearing this, Chen Yang didn't know how to answer. Well, I actually know his daughter. Chen Yang said. How do you know? Han Chen asked curiously as if he had discovered some gossip. You won't be greedy for other people's beauty for a long time, right? Oh, I remembered, she seems to have participated in the last martial artist assessment. No, she's a college classmate of my high school classmate. We met when we took the assessment together last time. There's no other meaning. Chen Yang quickly explained. Is it? Han Chen looked at him suspiciously. Of course, let's go, see if she is inside, maybe we can talk. Chen Yang stopped entangled with Han Chen and hurried inside. Hi, I'm Han Chen, a friend of your patriarch. Please inform me, thank you, Han Chen said to the security guard at the door. 2 minutes later, the security guard opened the gate and walked in with the three of them. I don't care, I don't want to be with him. Dad, you don't know that he used such despicable means to harm my friend. Fortunately, he failed last time and was found out. I am determined not to be with this kind of person. And I have a boyfriend. As soon as Chen Yang walked to the door of the villa, he heard the quarrel inside, and after a little thought, he understood what it was about. What are you talking about? Do you have a boyfriend? Who is it? I'm going to kill him. What cats and dogs want to contaminate my daughter? A middle-aged man inside was furious. He never thought that his daughter would say such a thing. Hurry up, and call him over. I do not want. Shi Ziyawai refused to say. Son, the marriage contract you made with the Lin family since you were a child, I won it with great difficulty. Why don't you know how to cherish it? The middle-aged man persuaded. You must have lied to Dad, right? There is no such boyfriend at all. Seeing Chen Yang stopped outside the door, Han Chen patted him on the shoulder strangely. What? Let's go, are you still shy? Forget it, they are arguing, let's not go there. Chen Yang backed off. Han Chen looked inside and found that the atmosphere was not right. It seemed that he really came at the wrong time. Shi Ziyawai in the hall noticed the movement outside the door. She glanced at it with joy in her eyes. Dad, I didn't lie to you, that is my boyfriend. Shi Ziyawai pointed to the door outside the hall and said shyly. Seeing his daughter's expression, the patriarch of the poetry family immediately looked at the door. Han Chen looked confused. When did he become Shi Ziyawai's boyfriend? The owner of the poet family is very clear about his affairs, and what he said is too outrageous. Sure enough, the patriarch of the poetry family almost laughed when he saw Han Chen standing at the door. Even if you make up a decent reason. How could Han Chen become your boyfriend? He has someone he likes. The middle-aged man's face softened, and he decided that his daughter was lying to him. It's not Han Chen, it's the one behind him. Shi Ziyawai pointed behind Han Chen and said. Han Chen looked back at Chen Yang, and then he seemed to see something surprised. The patriarch of the poetry family also looked at Chen Yang, with a trace of bewilderment and doubt in his eyes. Brother Yang, are you and her really boyfriend and girlfriend? Gao Xiong beside him asked softly. Chen Yang didn't know how to answer for a while, so he had to wink at him. Ahem, Han Chen, who is this little friend behind you? Asked the master poet. Oh, this is a newcomer in our army. His name is Chen Yang. Uncle must have heard of it. Han Chen replied. Chen Yang. The master poet thought for a while, and finally realized who the young man in front of him was. So you are Chen Yang, who has been making a lot of noise these days. Are you my daughter's boyfriend? The poet master said seriously. This. Seeing Shi Ziyawai looking at him with pleading eyes, Chen Yang had no choice but to nod. Presumptuous. The owner of the poet family shouted loudly, his eyebrows trembling with anger. You are just fooling around. Dad, I really don't like that Mr. Lin. He is just a beast in clothes. Do you really want your daughter to marry such a person? Shi Ziyawai burst into tears. Seeing her daughter like this, the poet's master couldn't help but feel soft. You boy, you just said that it has nothing to do with her, and you have become boyfriend and girlfriend so soon. You don't have anything to hide from me, do you? Han Chen didn't think it was a big deal. He turned his head and asked quietly. I'll talk to you later. Chen Yang didn't answer. The master poet was silent for a long time, and finally sat on the sofa in the hall. Come in and talk. Han Chen heard the words of Patriarch Shi, and quickly led Chen Yang inside. Gao Xiong looked at Chen Yang with admiration, and still gave him a thumbs up. The three of them sat down, and after seeing Shi Ziyawai's face like a duck falling into a wild goose, both Gao Xiong and Han Chen couldn't help but say to themselves, it's so beautiful. How did you know each other? The master poet didn't blame Chen Yang for the first time, but asked instead. I just met her in the last martial artist assessment, and we got to know each other later when we formed a team. Ziyawai is my classmate's classmate, so. Chen Yang stuttered and didn't know how to answer, so he could only speak indiscriminately. The main reason is that he hasn't entered the state yet, and lying in front of the other party's father always feels a little flustered. He also saved my life. You can go to the warrior building to verify this. They have video recordings. Shizuiwai interjected. Hearing that Chen Yang saved his daughter's life, Patriarch Shi finally stopped keeping a straight face. Do you know that he has a marriage contract with Mr. Lin's family? Why do you think you can be with her? Tell me, how much money do you want to leave her? Asked the master poet. Chen Yang lied and lied, so he had no choice but to rush the ducks to the shelves. At this time, he flinched and embarrassed Shizuiwai. Uncle, I don't think marriage should be decided by parents, especially baby children. Now that we advocate free love, I think you should listen to Ziyuai's opinion before making a decision. As for Mr. Lin, I also know something. You can go to Jinyuan to ask. I believe that with the ability of poets, it is still easy to know the character of Mr. Linear. Chen Yang replied. Besides, Chen Yang, didn't contact Ziyuai because of money. Please stop insulting my personality by saying what you just said just now. No matter how much money it is, I will not back down. After listening to the master poet, he was silent for a while. Seeing what the two said, he gradually believed that there was something wrong with Lin Bing's character. Although some people mentioned it vaguely before, they were all ignored by him. Thinking about it now, the poet master hesitated a little. Seeing that the master of the poet family was a little shaken, Chen Yang hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. Uncle, you and the Lin family must have had other intentions when you made a baby kiss. But you only have a daughter, Ziyuai, and I think you should put her happiness first. Why, is it that she will be happy if she marries you? Although my family of poets is not as good as the 4 major families in Yanqing, it is still worth talking about in the entire Yanqing. It is not easy to find a good husband for her. Shan, what qualifications do you have to be with her? The poet raised his eyebrows and asked. Uncle, I've said it before. Young people's love is about pleasing each other. There is a saying that a twisted melon is not sweet. If you don't really love each other, won't being together be a lifetime of pain? Chen Yang is neither craving nor humble. Chen Yang, never speak big words. Although I may not be worthy of Ziyuai now, but I believe that within a year, I can become an important member of Yanqing. I can testify to this point. Chen Yang is now a martial artist. Even our captain feels inferior to such a young martial artist. Han Chen hurriedly helped to speak. Then he winked, as if showing off his eloquence to Chen Yang. But I heard that you seem to have a girlfriend. The poet master picked up the teacup and said suddenly. These words made Chen Yang's whole body tense, and he couldn't sit or stand immediately. Hearing her father's words, Shizuiwai also shuddered, realizing that the lie was about to be exposed. At this time, Chen Yang's brain was running fast, thinking about how to answer this question. The martial arts competition between him and Zhao Minghui was known to almost everyone in the inner city, let alone a big family like the poet family. If you can't find a suitable reason, this boyfriend will definitely reveal his secrets. It's actually a misunderstanding. That Lu Xian is also my classmate. She doesn't want to marry that young master of the Zhao family, but that young master of the Zhao family has been stalking her so badly, that's why she asked me for help. Chen Yang found a seemingly plausible reason. So you're still a playboy? The master poet said lightly. I have a good relationship with her, but it's definitely not what uncle thinks. Putting these aside, I still hope that uncle can think about this issue from Ziyuai's standpoint. If it's auntie, don't you also want is she marrying someone she doesn't like? Chen Yang quickly changed the subject. After listening to the master poet, his face darkened, and the scene fell into silence for a while. Chen Yang suddenly felt bad, he seemed to have said something wrong just now. I don't know if Chen Yang's words stimulated the master of the poet. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. The hall was full of smoke, until the cigarette butt burned the finger of the poet master. He reacted and threw the cigarette butt away. I will consider this matter. But it is not your turn to teach me. If you want to pursue my daughter, you must show me your strength. There are many geniuses in this era, but many of them died on the road to fame. If you can be promoted to a great martial artist, then come over and propose marriage. Shijiaza's words made Shizuiwai happy. She blushed and looked at Chen Yang, not to mention how attractive her expression was. Looking at the charming Shizuiwai, Chen Yang smiled wryly in his heart. Who can resist this? Tell me, what are you doing here? The poet asked aside the topic. Oh, it's like this. I want to find a place to open a factory with my friend. I have already chosen the place. I wonder if uncle can say hello. Han Chen took the topic and said, with them. The master poet raised his head and asked, that's right, these two brothers. You also know that the salary of the team is not enough for us to practice. I don't want to work hard to make more money by myself, so as not to suck the blood of my family every day. Han Chen responded with a smile. Where did you choose? The poet seems to be interested. Seeing that there was something going on, Han Chen quickly expressed his thoughts. I plan to open the factory on Jingkai Avenue in the northern suburbs. As you know, although it is a suburb there, the higher authorities have always wanted to develop there. We choose it in advance now, let alone now, it will definitely be a good place for appreciation in the future place. It's also convenient to get to the inner city by opening the highway. The journey takes only about 20 minutes, and the roads are all repaired. This not only saves transportation costs, but also makes it cheaper to buy now. Han Chen explained his plan step by step. Good boy, it's really a pity for you to go to practice. It's better to be a businessman with your family. I didn't misunderstand you at the beginning. You are the material? Why don't you come to work with me? I'll help you with the factory's money out. After listening to Han Chen's plan, the master poet offered an olive branch. Hey, thank you Uncle Shi for your love. But this time, I want to build this factory by myself, and I hope Uncle will make it happen. Han Chen showed a harmless animal expression. Okay, I don't know what you're thinking yet. I have a call here. Just say that Shi Yiyan introduced you, and he will arrange it for you, said the master poet. Only then did Chen Yang know that Shi Ziyawai's father was originally called Shi Yiyan. Check the talent. Humanity, a word in poetry. Cultivation realm, intermediate great martial artist. Power, 472 tons. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talents, strength, advanced, speed, advanced, mind power, top, water element, top. It's amazing, it's actually a great martial artist. Chen Yang was secretly surprised. He didn't expect Shi Ziyawai to have such a powerful father. If patriarch poetry possesses a top-level talent for cultivation, he is probably about to break through to become a master by now. I have to find an opportunity to copy a wave. Chen Yang thought. Thank you uncle. Then we will take our leave first. You two, father and daughter, talk slowly. As he said that, Han Chen suddenly wanted to pull Chen Yang away. Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment. This Han Chen somewhat disrupted his plan. Let's go after eating. The master poet spoke. Haha, that's good. Since uncle has spoken, it's better to be respectful than obedient. Han Chen nodded and replied. Several people chatted about the development of the factory and future plans at the dinner table. Fortunately, Han Chen brought 2 bottles of white wine, otherwise there would be no gifts, and the meal would be embarrassing. Chen Yang also secretly remembered these etiquettes. He didn't have much contact with important people before, so he didn't have the awareness of this aspect. Now that he has a certain reputation in Yanqing, he will inevitably interact with these people in the future, so he must pay more attention to this aspect. Uncle, this is the liquor specially provided in the army. Come, let me toast uncle. Han Chen picked up his glass and stood up. Seeing that the two of them had finished drinking, Chen Yang also picked up the wine glass. Uncle, I'm really sorry for some things. I'm here to accompany you. I'll toast you too. Chen Yang drank the white wine in the glass in one breath. The owner of the poet family seemed to be a bit over the top. He raised his wine glass with a smile, completely lost the seriousness before. Taking advantage of the toast, Chen Yang copied the talent of the poet master. Will the water element evolve? Yes. Evolution failed. Pity. Chen Yang didn't care. Anyway, there would be opportunities in the future. But he was very curious. What is the special talent above the top level? Gao Xiong also stood up and toasted. The meal took more than an hour to end. Uncle, you drank too much. Hurry back to your room and rest. I have something to do with Chen Yang, so I'll come over to drink with you next time. Seeing that the food was almost enough, Han Chen persuaded him. Okay, next time I won't be drunk and I won't go home. Okay, help me see off my guests. The master poet beckoned and called the nanny over. After sending Chen Yang away, Shi Ziyawai looked at her father lying on the sofa and shook her head. Dad, shall I take you back to your room? Shi Ziyawai asked softly. No, let's sit down and talk. Shi Yiyan patted the sofa, motioning for Shi Ziyawai to sit down. Do you really dislike that Lin Bing? It's true, Dad. I hate him. Maybe after he gets married, he'll still be out drinking and drinking every day, Shi Ziyawai said in disgust. Shi Yiyan also saw that her daughter was really disgusted, and sighed melancholy. Then it's over, Dad will go to Guanghui base to divorce you when he has time. Shi Ziyawai was overjoyed after hearing this. Thank you Dad. As he spoke, he hugged his father's arm and acted coquettishly. Well, do you know why Dad wants you to marry the Lin family so much? Do not know. Shi Ziyawai shook her head. Your mother left early, and you are the only daughter I have. If one day I also leave, this family always needs a man to be the master. Their Lin family can be regarded as a big family in the glorious base, no worse than our 4 major families in Yanqing. If you can marry, your life will not be so bad in the future. And our poet family's property can also be inherited by someone, that's why it was Dad who helped you think about it. After hearing this, Shi Ziyawai also understood her father's difficulties. There is no boy in the family. One day, the poet's family will change her surname to another name. Shi Ziyawai rolled her eyes and understood her father's intention. But no matter what, she would not choose the Lin family. In fact, she didn't know her father's good intentions, but all the sons and brothers of the big family were similar. So far, none of them caught her eyes. Dad, my daughter can support the family by herself in the future, Shi Ziyawai said firmly. A family can't be supported just by supporting it. I don't know how much hard work it takes behind it. Dad doesn't want you to be too tired, but just wants you to enjoy life. The poem explained. Okay, let's not talk about this. Since you have your own ideas, Dad supports you. I think that Chen Yang is pretty good. If he can join my poet's family, he will definitely become an important person in Yanqing in the future. Dad. Shi Ziyawai was so shy that she didn't know how to start. She couldn't say that this was Chen Yang's play, could she? Actually, Dad has already noticed that you two are just acting. He only looks at you with pure admiration, but you can't move your eyes. You don't really like that kid, do you? Shi Yiyan opened his eyes and asked. I don't know. Shi Ziyawai turned her head, pinching her father's sleeve with her small hands uneasily. It can be seen that this Chen Yang will definitely skyrocket in the future. It would be a happy event if you can be with him. I heard that he has a girlfriend. If you don't take the initiative, this kid will really be taken by others. Seduced away, Shi Yiyan stood up and walked to the bedroom, leaving Shi Ziyawei sitting on the sofa alone at a loss. Do I really want to? Shi Ziyawei was distracted thinking about what her father said just now. Brother Yang, are you really a couple with the poet's daughter? As soon as he got into the car, Gao Xiong couldn't help asking. Nothing, it's all a misunderstanding. Remember the Lin family she mentioned? Her father wants her to marry into the Lin family, so that future poets can sit back and relax. But Shi Ziyawei doesn't like that son of the Lin family. When she met me a few days ago, she dragged me to pretend to be her boyfriend. Oh, by the way, Lu Xian was there that day. Chen Yang explained. No way, you are on 2 boats with 1 foot. Han Chen shouted with an exaggerated expression. 1 foot in 2 boats, Ziyawei and I are innocent. Chen Yang said quickly. How about Ziyawei, who called you so intimately and smoothly, who would believe that you two have nothing to do with each other? Han Chen smiled proudly. That's a must. My brother Yang is so good, you can easily catch all the ladies from any big family. Gao Xiong also joined in the fun and said. I really convinced you, why didn't you get drunk? If I didn't call out to be more intimate, would they believe it? Chen Yang was speechless. There's no need to explain. To explain is to cover up, and to cover up is the fact. We all understand that some things are hard to say, but which man doesn't want to? Understand? Han Chen thought he had seen through everything, so he acted like someone who had experienced it. Okay, it's okay for me to admit defeat. Chen Yang refused to communicate. Han Chen called a security guard to drive them, and then called the owner of Shi's family. Hello, who is it? The other party seemed to be very unfamiliar with this number, but it must not be an ordinary person who can know his private phone number. So after answering the call, he didn't put on any big airs. Hi, I'm Han Chen. This number was given to me by my uncle. He is the head of the poet family. You should know him, right? Han Chen revealed his identity. Oh, it was introduced by the poet's master. I know you. What's the matter? When the other party heard the name of the poet's master, his tone of voice became a little different. It's like this. I want to open a factory. Uncle said that you can help us, so I'm bothering you. It's okay, I want to open a factory, right? My name is Jian Qin, so I happen to be here in the suburbs. I'll send you an address, come over, let's meet and chat. Okay, thank you. Han Chen hung up the phone, and then received an address. Handsome, drive here. Han Chen handed the phone address to the security guard and said, I can't tell, brother Chen of yours is quite easygoing. Even the security guard is called a handsome guy, Gao Xiong said in surprise. He's like this, in fact, he doesn't have any airs, just get used to it. Chen Yang was not surprised. Not long after driving, the car stopped at a building downstairs. Chen Yang and others got out of the car and looked up. It was a newly built government building. What a style. No wonder you said that the center of gravity will develop here in the future, and this side really looks taller. Chen Yang sighed. Of course, the place you chose, brother Chen, can be bad. Take advantage of this opportunity and hurry up to find a venue, otherwise the rent will only become more and more expensive in the future. After Han Chen finished speaking, he walked forward with a proud face. Hello, what's the matter? The service manager at the door asked with a smile. We're looking for Mr. Qian, he asked us to come over. Han Chen said. Boss Qian. The service manager looked at the 3 of them. Chen Yang and Gao Xiong looked very young, but Han Chen looked like a member of a big family. However, the service manager quickly saw that Han Chen and Chen Yang were both wearing famous brands, so they shouldn't be here to cause trouble. Okay, wait a moment, let me ask for you? The service manager took the 3 of them upstairs after confirming that they were correct through the headset. Isn't the shelf too big here? Gao Xiong muttered. Big companies are like this, let alone government buildings. It's good for everyone to be strict. Chen Yang explained. When he came to the reception room, Chen Yang immediately saw the fat man sitting on the sofa. He took a quick look and judged that this man should be the Jian Qin that Han Chen was talking about. Welcome, you are Han Chen, right? Jian Qin stood up and said that although he looked a little fat, his flesh was firm. Yes, Mr. Qian is good, this is my brother Chen Yang, and this is Gao Xiong. Han Chen introduced. Come and drink tea. Jian Qin invited everyone to take their seats and began to make tea. Where are you going to put the factory address? Jian Qin asked while pouring tea. The main reason is that my brother Chen Yang wants to open a beverage processing factory. The best location is on both sides of Jingkai Avenue, so that transportation will be more convenient. Han Chen replied. On both sides of Jingkai Avenue. Jian Qin was silent for a while. Although Jingkai Avenue has just started to develop, many families are more interested in it. How big a place do you need? Han Chen looked at Chen Yang after listening. After all, he didn't know how the processing plant was designed. It's estimated to be square meters. Chen Yang did the math, adding a dormitory building to the factory. Of course the dormitory building can be added later. However, the warehouse is definitely needed, and it must be staffed to wait for it. After such a calculation, it always feels that million funds is still too little. This matter is difficult to handle, but I happen to have a piece of land here, which is not wanted by the Li family. Let me see if I can get the certificate for you. Do you want to rent or buy it? After making the tea, Chen put it into the cup and asked, "Can you tell me what the price is?" Chen Yang asked cautiously. Chen picked up his teacup and took a sip. "This area is still in the suburbs. If you buy land, it costs about 300 yuan per square meter. If you rent it, it's cheaper, and it's only 2 or 3 million yuan a year. But there are many people who are interested in this land. If you just rent, I'm afraid I can't get it." Hearing that so much money was required, Chen Yang felt a headache. Seeing Chen Yang's appearance, Han Chen instantly understood that he might not have enough funds. "Can I get a loan?" Han Chen asked. It's time to clear up the relationship. After all, there are many people who want this land, and you haven't counted the money for the factory construction. According to a standard beverage processing factory, equipment, personnel, management, and construction are all worthless. For a small fund, you have to prepare $1 million. Chen gave them a plan. Calculated in this way, at least 3.5 million must be prepared. Chen Yang said in a low voice. "Is it okay if the money arrives later?" Chen Yang asked. "I can help you delay it for half a month. You have to prepare 2 million yuan to buy the money for the factory construction. You can figure out the rest when the time comes." Chen poured another cup of tea and said, "Okay, let's do it according to Mr. Chen's wishes. This matter still needs to trouble Mr. Chen." Mr. Chen raised his head and said seriously. Chen was a little surprised. He thought it would be Han Chen who contributed this time. After all, Han Chen has been a martial artist for a while, and he is also well known in the joint team. On the contrary, Chen Yang looked very young, and he didn't look like a rich second generation with so much money. Unexpectedly, it was this young man who made up his mind in the end. It seems that this Chen Yang also has some strength. Chen Yang. Chen thought of where he seemed to have heard this name before, looked at Han Chen, and suddenly realized that the young man in front of him was the one who competed with Mr. Zhao that day. "You are the Chen Yang who insulted Mr. Zhao at the warrior training ground?" Chen asked quickly. "It's me, the humiliation is not worth it, it's his own fault," Chen Yang replied. Hearing that Chen Yang admitted his identity, Chen suddenly showed embarrassment. "This is difficult. The Zhao family is one of the largest families in Yancheng. If you let them know that you want to open a factory, let alone open a factory, even building a factory will be blocked." Chen shook his head and sighed. "How can this Zhao family do this?" Gao Xiong said angrily. "The Zhao family has a lot of resources on the White Road, and they are intricately connected, and every point can affect the entire industry." Chen explained. "Then what should we do? Isn't Brother Yang's factory unable to open?" Gao Xiong said anxiously. "There's no way around it. Although I have a bit of status, that's how it is in their eyes. There are many people who are more powerful than me. Some of the leaders above me have to get on good terms with the Zhao family, let alone me. It's a pity, it seems that this matter can't be done. If there is no matter of the training ground, the Zhao family may not make a move. But now, your every move may be under their monitoring." "What?" Hearing this, Chen Yang felt a little chilled. He stood up and scanned the entire building and the street with his perspective talent. Sure enough, there were a few guys sneaking around on the street downstairs and the stairs on this floor. Judging from the eavesdropping equipment they carried, it seemed that they were following something. Chen Yang realized that he had caused a lot of trouble. If even he was being followed, wouldn't the parents and younger sister in the community be monitored as well? Realizing this, Chen Yang felt a little uneasy. Chen's attitude was not as good as before. It seemed that he was also afraid that he would get into trouble. "It's okay if you don't agree to Chen Yang. Once you really help Chen Yang get the land down, maybe one day you will be involved too." Chen Yang was caught in a dilemma for a while. The conflict between him and the Zhao family was clearly irreconcilable. The Zhao family has not shown any traces for so long, it is obviously the calm before the storm. "I heard that the most powerful head of the Zhao family is a great martial artist, right?" Chen Yang asked suddenly. "It should be right. I remember that the patriarch of the Zhao family had a competition with the captain 2 years ago, but he lost in the end." Han Chen recalled. "You said, if I defeat the patriarch of the Zhao family, will they still trouble me?" Chen Yang said. Chen wanted to laugh when he heard Chen Yang's words. He thought to himself that Chen Yang was indeed a young man, and he was too flamboyant. He just stepped into the realm of a martial artist and wanted to defeat a great martial artist. It seems that he still doesn't understand the gap between a martial artist and a great martial artist. "If you practice for another year, maybe you can." Han Chen thought for a while and replied. Chen almost couldn't hold back when he heard this. He opened his mouth, but seeing Han Chen's serious face, he held back what he wanted to persuade Chen Yang. "What's the matter?" Han Chen didn't hit him. Could it be that Chen Yang's cultivation talent is so outrageous? He wants to deal with a great martial artist in just 1 year. Chen didn't want to believe it. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry to bother you this time, but I believe it won't be long before I can visit again. At that time, the Zhao family shouldn't secretly stop me," Chen Yang said with a confident smile. "Well, it seems that young people are still aggressive." Chen exhaled a puff of smoke ring and laughed. "Then we won't bother Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen has a lot of things to do every day. He must have delayed a lot of work by receiving us. I have a small favor here, and I hope you can accept it." As he spoke, Chen Yang took out a small gift box out of nowhere. "No, I can't take it." Chen quickly refused. If the Zhao family knew that they had accepted Chen Yang's gift, what would they think? Chen Yang turned his head. This gift must be given out, otherwise it would not be a waste of time. You have to accept it if you don't. Chen Yang's heart shuddered, and he used his mind control talent to interfere with Qianqin's thinking. I can't delay you for such a long time in vain, maybe I will have to rely on you to take care of me in the future. Chen Yang handed the gift box to Qianqin. Qianqin's right hand was stiff for a while, and then he took the gift. Han Chen was stunned for a moment. How could this Qianqin accept the gift in a blink of an eye when he had a face of rejection just now? After seeing Qianqin put away the gift box, Han Chen heaved a sigh of relief. At least today's visit was not in vain. Then we won't bother you, and we will visit you when we have a chance. Chen Yang said with a smile. Okay, go slowly. Qianqin stood up and signaled to see off the guests. Brother Yang, this matter is not over yet. Gao Xiong whispered. We'll talk about it later. Chen Yang interrupted. Seeing Chen Yang and the others leave the reception room, Qianqin finally came to his senses. Seeing himself put away the gift box, he smiled wryly. Damn it, what kind of magical power does this guy have? It actually made me fall in love. Qianqin cursed secretly, and even wanted to throw the gift into the trash can. But a mysterious curiosity prompted him to open the gift box, and bursts of light suddenly radiated from the reception room. What a big handwriting, this kid will be great in the future. Qianqin looked at the high-level primordial stone lying quietly in the gift box, and he collected it by accident. Walking out of the reception room, Gao Xiong couldn't help opening his mouth. Brother Yang, what were you talking about just now? That fat man took your things and didn't say if he could do it. What kind of dumb words are you talking about? We're under surveillance, let's talk in the car. Chen Yang said in a low voice. What? Gao Xiong was shocked, then realized something was wrong, and quickly closed his mouth. Han Chen also suddenly realized that he already had a super sensory talent, but he didn't take it seriously, thinking that it was just Chen Yang who was more eye-catching. When he came to the front of the car, Chen Yang carefully checked every part. After confirming that there was no wiretapping device, Chen Yang started the car. Fatty, Brother Chen, I might have gotten into trouble this time. We were watched by a few people in the government building just now. If I guess correctly, it must be the Zhao family's subordinates. Yang Chen apologized. Brother Yang, what are you talking about? Gao Xiong said unwillingly. Fatty, you don't know. This Zhao family is one of the largest families in Yanqing, and the forces and industries under it are distributed throughout Yanqing. I'm afraid that you will be involved because of me. If something happens, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Chen Yang explained. Brother Yang, your business is my business. When we were in high school, we sworn brothers together, and we agreed to take care of each other in times of trouble. Running away when encountering difficulties is not my fat man's style. Gao Xiong didn't mind. It doesn't matter to me. I'm still a senior member of the joint team. And I don't have any conflicts with the Zhao family. If you want to trouble me, it depends on whether the captain agrees. Han Chen didn't care. Listening to the words of the two, Chen Yang was a little moved. He thought of his brothers in the previous life. In every fire scene, they depended on each other like this, and no one would give up on the other. Fatty, Brother Chen, Chen Yang, are very lucky to hear you say that. But I still have to solve this matter alone. If I don't let the Zhao family know that they are afraid, they will always be a thorn in my heart. Chen Yang said while driving. Brother Yang, I told you I'm not afraid. I still can't figure out what that Qianzong means. Gao Xiong couldn't wait to know the result. This Qianqin is afraid of implicating himself. After all, the Zhao family is powerful, and he can be deflated by doing anything casually. Han Chen explained. I can't see that such a high-level person has something to fear. Brother Yang, then you will be fine. Gao Xiong worried. Don't worry, I'm a member of the joint team now, and the Zhao family dare not mess with me publicly. As for that Qianqin, I have a way to let him choose to join the team. Chen Yang affirmed. He has already checked Qianqin's talent. The other party is just a warrior. If it is not good, he can also use his mind to control the talent to make the other party do things for him. Of course, he would choose to do this only when he had to. Now Chen Yang had to find a way to make the Zhao family dispel the idea of dealing with him. Fatty, let me provide you with a trolley. After all, you will also be dealing with important people in the future, so it doesn't look good if you don't dress up. Chen Yang thought for a while and said, Brother Yang, you want to open a factory now, so you should keep the money. Gao Xiong refused. It's okay, it won't cost much. After Chen Yang made his decision, he immediately drove to the flagship store. In the afternoon, Chen Yang helped Gao Xiong choose a domineering Land Rover. Unexpectedly, Blue Star also has an Earth brand. Then he brought Gao Xiong to buy a villa. Since he decided to let Fatty help him, Chen Yang still had to let Gao Xiong live in the inner city first. You can bring your aunt to move in if you have time. There is still some time before the next martial arts assessment. It will be too late to wait for the country to allocate a house. It is better to live directly. Don't worry, I am not short of this money. Chen Yang said proudly. Gao Xiong accepted Chen Yang's kindness with embarrassment, and after dinner, the three separated at Gao Xiong's house. Chen Yang drove the car to the wilderness of the slum area alone, found a place without cameras, and stopped the car. Come out, you've been with me long enough. Chen Yang lit a cigarette and said to the dark place. It was so quiet that even the sound of falling leaves could be heard. After waiting for a few minutes, no one responded. Chen Yang threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on it. Since you are shy, I have no choice but to do it myself. Before the people in the dark could react, Chen Yang had already appeared behind a man. Puff puff. Chen Yang knocked down all the subordinates of the Zhao family who were following him one by one. Under his strong force, each of them was thrown into the open space like being twisted by the neck of a chicken. Who sent you here? Chen Yang asked. The few people on the ground didn't speak, they just wailed in pain. Why, do you still want me to punch you a few times? It should be normal to lose a few people in this wilderness, right? Chen Yang looked at the warriors on the ground and smiled. Let us go quickly, or you will die miserably if you pursue it. A young man spoke threateningly. I don't need you to say that I know that you are all lackeys of the Zhao family. Did Zhao Minghui ask you to monitor me? Chen Yang kicked him and asked. So what, if you know we are from the Zhao family, why don't you let us go? The young man cried out in pain. It will definitely be released. Chen Yang rubbed his fists. Hearing this sentence, the young man showed joy, but what Chen Yang did next made him yell for mercy. Come on, be obedient and I will let you go. After all, someone has to pass the message for me. As Chen Yang spoke, he slapped them in the face, and after a while, everyone's noses were bruised and their faces were swollen. I said, don't fight, don't fight. The young man couldn't help but admit defeat very quickly. He could use the name of the Zhao family to play prestige, but the other party didn't accept this at all. We also said. The other subordinates also begged. Sorry, I don't need your explanation. When Chen Yang activated his mind control talent, the brains of several subordinates froze, and then their thinking was quietly changed. When they woke up, they had become Chen Yang's spies. Do you know what to do? Don't reveal your secrets when you go back. If you ask, just follow what I said, understand? A few minutes later, Chen Yang taught Zhao's subordinates how to reply to their superiors. In this way, although they were still monitoring him on the surface, the Zhao family could no longer get any useful information. They probably don't know that all the people they sent have become Chen Yang's spies. How often do the people you monitor change shifts? Chen Yang asked. Once a day, we divide into day shifts and night shifts, usually at both ends. A thin man replied. Where are the rest of you now? We change shifts at 6 o'clock every day. They should go to the hotel to rest. Okay, take me to the hotel. If someone asks how you got your injuries, just reply truthfully. Chen Yang said. By the way, send someone to tell the patriarch of the Zhao family that my master will come to visit in person. Yes, I'll tell you right now, replied the young man. Late at night, in the mansion, Zhao Kuang picked up the phone, and the young man on the other side relayed Chen Yang's words to him. Zhao Kuang's expression froze after hearing this, and he didn't reply for a long time. Patriarch, do you have any instructions? Asked the young man. Zhao Kuang finally came to his senses. Did he really say that? Yes, I didn't change a word of his, that's what he said. Then did he mention anything about his master? Zhao Kuang asked. No, he just mentioned something casually. The young man didn't know either, and it wasn't his fault, because even Chen Yang didn't know who his master was. He planned to change his identity and go there in person. Anyway, he has the talent of Avatar, so he can get rid of suspicion at any time. Trash. Keep monitoring, remember, stay away. Zhao Kuang hung up the phone, unable to calm down for a long time. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Zhao Kuang finally couldn't help calling his son over. Dad, what's the matter? It's so late, I'm almost falling asleep. Zhao Minghui came down from upstairs with a laugh. Strange to say, he usually never rests until the early morning, and often stays up all night. I have been hit recently, and I dare not even leave the door, but my daily routine has become more regular. Sleep, sleep, sleep. You know how to sleep? Do you know how much trouble you have caused the family? Zhao Kuang was furious when he saw his son. Dad, what's the matter? Didn't I admit my mistake? I will never dare to do it next time. Zhao Minghui thought his father was going to blame him again. Sit. Seeing his son's appearance, Zhao Kuang shook his head helplessly. This Chen Yang, how much do you know? Zhao Kuang asked. I haven't paid much attention to him. I only know that he was infected with the death disease in the 3rd year of high school because of the last beast tide. Because the family has no money, it has been procrastinating. It's strange to say that his classmates said that he had no talent for cultivation, and that he had the disease and was sentenced to death, but he recovered afterward. I didn't pay attention until he took part in the martial arts assessment and won number 1. Zhao Minghui said. So, it's true that he has only practiced for more than a year. Zhao Kuang raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Yes. Zhao Minghui replied embarrassedly. Impossible, it is absolutely impossible. How can a person suffering from the disease of decay and death become a martial artist in more than a year? This is too exaggerated. Zhao Minghui didn't want to believe it. Dad, no matter how talented he is only a martial artist. Father, you are a great martial artist. There is nothing to worry about. Zhao Minghui didn't care about Taoism. Dad, you won't let it go like this. Uncle is also lying in the hospital now, and it's not certain whether he will recover in the future. You must avenge him. Zhao Kuang felt a little annoyed when he heard this. Did you know that there is a master behind him? Master. Zhao Minghui was taken aback for a moment, and then realized something. Could it be that he was able to become a martial artist in more than a year because of his master's help? But why haven't I investigated it? Think about it, an ordinary person in a slum area, no matter how talented he is, it is impossible to improve so fast. I asked the people in the martial arts gym, and when he went to the test for the first time, his strength was only more than 400 caddies. But on the day of the assessment, his strength reached Jin, and there was only a short period of 1 month between this. Do you know what this means? He has only practiced for a month from a great warrior to a martial artist. Zhao Kuang threw the information in front of Zhao Minghui and said, 1 month. Only then did Zhao Minghui realize that, based on the time, it really took only 1 month for Chen Yang to become a martial artist from a great martial artist. How is this possible? Unless he forcibly raised his realm and drank the genetic potion, Zhao Minghui exclaimed. At first I thought so too, but I checked the news on the Tao, and no one sold him the gene potion. Even if someone sold him the gene potion, the poor success rate made Chen Yang almost leap from a great warrior to a martial artist. Impossible. The only explanation now is that there is a master behind him, and this master is at least in the realm of a great martial artist. Zhao Kuang judged. Dad, how do you know there is a master behind him? Hearing his father's judgment, Zhao Minghui was puzzled. The person who was sent out to monitor just now was discovered by Chen Yang. Chen Yang asked his subordinates to relay the words, saying that his master will visit the Zhao family in person. Zhao Kuang said. Then what should we do? If his master is also a great martial artist, if we really touch Chen Yang, wouldn't we be retaliated by his master? Zhao Minghui said anxiously. This matter can't be concluded yet. Let's see if his master dares to come. I will meet him personally when the time comes. Zhao Kuang made a cracking sound with his fist, and the aura of the great martial artist burst out. What Zhao Kuang didn't know was that Chen Yang was also thinking about how to pretend to be his master at this time. Although he has experience in fighting great martial artists, the gap between high-ranking great martial artists and martial artists is too large, and it cannot be made up by a few talents. However, he already had an immature idea in his heart. When he was discussing with Captain Zhou Yuan, Chen Yang copied Zhou Yuan's talent. Possessing the power of space and flipping matter, he will definitely be able to catch the opponent by surprise. Back in the community, Chen Yang found another group of people watching him. Chen Yang remained calm, and after parking the car, he used the power of space to teleport behind the person who eavesdropped on the villa. In a commercial vehicle, several warriors were monitoring Chen Yang's villa. They found a figure suddenly appeared in the rearview mirror, and after a closer look, it turned out to be Chen Yang. Chen Yang followed the same pattern and controlled all these guys. After asking about other resting men, Chen Yang teleported away again. After working hard for an hour, Chen Yang managed to control all the Zhao family members who were watching him. After confirming that there were no omissions, Chen Yang returned to the villa. I actually sent more than dash warriors to watch me, what a big deal. Chen Yang was a little surprised by the power of the Zhao family. No wonder Qian would choose to back down. There are not many people in Yanshan who can fight against the Zhao family. After sorting out everything, Chen Yang finally felt relieved. There is no rush to go to the Zhao family, at least you have to break through to a mid-level martial artist. Chen Yang started to search the Zhao family's information on the internet, and he found that the head of the Zhao family had already been a middle-level great martial artist a few years ago. If he guessed correctly, the current Zhao Kuang must be a high-ranking great martial artist. This Zhao Kuang should not be as good as the captain. We have to find an opportunity tomorrow to see Zhao Kuang's talent before making any plans. Chen Yang muttered. The so-called know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never end in 100 battles. With so many special talents, he can always find Zhao Kuang's weaknesses. It would be great if I knew a powerful hacker. The Zhao family must have a lot of ulterior secrets. If you know these secrets, it will be much easier to deal with. Chen Yang thought about it. If you want to fight against a big family, you can't solve it by force alone. In addition to having a high combat effectiveness, one must also be able to disintegrate the opponent from all aspects. After a long time, Chen Yang remembered that he hadn't checked Qianqin's identity yet. They were only focused on dealing with each other at the time, but Qianqin had no idea what exactly he was doing. Chen Yang looked up Qianqin's name on the mobile webpage, and soon saw his information. This guy actually belongs to the Qian family. Seeing the news about Qianqin, Chen Yang was a little surprised. The Zhao family, the Qian family, the Sun family, and the Li family are the 4 major families in Yanshan. They check and balance each other, but they cooperate a lot. According to Qianqin's status, he shouldn't be so afraid of the Zhao family. The only thing that can be explained is that he doesn't want to go into this muddy water. No, if that's the case, Shizui's father probably wouldn't have introduced it to me. And with his identity, it's impossible to have that attitude at the beginning. Chen Yang was thinking. If you want to understand clearly, the information on the internet is definitely not enough. It's a pity that I don't know a few high-class people, otherwise it would be much easier to ask. Chen Yang lamented that with his current contacts, it is still a little troublesome to get in touch with them. Han Chen took him to understand many things. Besides Han Chen, the only person he knew was Shizui. Thinking of this, Chen Yang sent Shizui a message, not knowing whether Shizui would like to help him. On the other side, in the pink bedroom, Shizui heard the notification sound of the mobile phone, opened it, and it turned out that Chen Yang was asking her for help. Why did you ask about Qianqin? Did things not go well today? After seeing Chen Yang's text message asking her for help, Shizayawai began to think wildly. After a while, Shizayawai dialed a number. This number is a manager under her father. She often deals with people from major families. If there is any gossip information, you must ask her. Sister Yao, can I ask you something? Do you have any information about Qian? I need to get in touch with him. It took half an hour for Shizayawai to get all of Qian's information. She sent all the information in these electronic files to Chen Yang, with a happy smile on her face. Seeing that Shizayawai didn't reply, Chen Yang thought that Shizayawai had fallen asleep. When he lay down on the bed after washing, Chen Yang also showed a grateful smile when he saw the files sent from his mobile phone. Chen Yang couldn't wait to open the file, which contained a lot of gossip about Qian and family information. After reading these materials, Chen Yang realized that Qian was just a marginal figure in the Qian family. Qian is the cousin of the head of the Qian family. His status in the whole family is not high, and he belongs to the most marginal line. In addition to him, there are two other lines. One is Qian's uncle Qian Qingsong, and the other is second uncle Qian's Haiqiang. Qian Qingsong's lineage is the core that controls the entire Qian family's economy. Because Qian's father passed away early, he is unable to gain a firm foothold in the entire Qian family. Only now did Chen Yang understand why Qian, one of the four major families, was afraid of being dragged into the troubles of the Zhao family, because he had no one to back him up. Being able to sit in the current position was only given to him by the other two lines. If something really happened, it might not be that other people would stand up for him. But the most important reason is because Qian's training talent is extremely poor. It is said that he is only relying on genetic potions to improve his physique to a warrior, not even a great warrior. This is also the reason why Qian has no right to speak in the Qian family. Fortunately, he has a daughter who is 21 years old and has a good cultivation talent. After reading Qian's information, Chen Yang had a plan in mind. If you want to speak in Yanqing, you must either reach the realm of a great martial artist yourself, or you need a backer like the four major families. If Chen Yang wants to create a force from scratch, it will take a long time, even if there is not enough manpower. But if he can help Qian establish prestige in the Qian family, it will be easier for him to do things in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Yang decided to go to Zhao's house tomorrow to see Zhao Kuang's talent before making a decision. The next morning, the younger sister broke into Chen Yang's room bouncing around. "Brother, it's time to eat." Chen Yang laughed, seeing his younger sister wearing a pure white dress with a smile on her face. At the dinner table, Chen Yang began to ask how his sister was doing. "Yu Ling, how is your leg now?" "It's good. I was a little uncomfortable at first, but now it's completely fine." The younger sister ate the noodles with big mouthfuls and said vaguely, "You're bored at home by yourself, do you want to go to school?" Chen Yang thought for a while and said, "Go to school." Chen Yuling paused. This word was so far away from her before that she even forgot that she could still go to school. "Yes, I see if I can arrange a school for you, and then you can make many new friends. But I'm afraid I won't be able to follow the class." Chen Yuling felt inferior. "Fool, you are a cultivator now, and you have awakened your talent in spiritual power. I will ask a few teachers to teach you, and you will learn it all at once." Chen Yang said. "Really? I seem to feel that my memory has indeed improved a lot." Chen Yuling replied suspiciously. "This is the benefit of cultivators. By the way, didn't Aunt Zhou let you go to school?" Chen Yang thought suddenly. "Master once said that I can go to school after I get started with the cultivation method." Chen Yuling replied. Chen Yang nodded. It seemed that he was too worried. After breakfast, Chen Yang took a taxi and drove to Zhao's company. There are still many warriors watching him, but Zhao Kuang doesn't know that these people have been brainwashed by Chen Yang. He thought that Chen Yang's actions were all under his control. The Zhao family has a 30-story office building in Yanqing, which occupies a very large area and is relatively close to the largest square in Yanqing. In addition, there is another shopping mall in Yanqing that is owned by the Zhao family. The money needed to buy a shop here is hard for ordinary people to buy in a lifetime. After searching for a long time with the talent of perspective, Chen Yang finally found Zhao Kuang in the office building of the Zhao group. "I saw Zhao Kuang was having a meeting with his subordinates in the conference room, and there were two elders sitting beside him, one of whom seemed to be Zhao Kuang's third brother. Zhao Kuang has two younger brothers, one is Zhao Weiman who was beaten by Chen Yang and the other is Zhao's Higuo who is in a meeting now." Chen Yang found a place and teleported to the roof of the group building. Through his talent of perspective, he quickly grasped the information of the two of them. Check talent. Human, Zhao's Higuo. Cultivation realm, elementary great martial artist. Power, 283 tons. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, strength, top. Speed, advanced. Stealth, top. Fire element, top. Human, Zhao Kuang. Cultivation realm, senior martial artist. Power, 672 tons. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, strength, top. Speed, top. Amplification, top. Wind element, top. Good guy, two great martial artists. Chen Yang gasped. He didn't take that Zhao's Higuo to heart. With Chen Yang's talent, it wasn't a problem to deal with him. But Zhao Kuang, the patriarch of the Zhao family, made Chen Yang feel very troublesome. The gap between high-level martial arts masters and elementary martial arts masters was too big, and he would capsize if he was not careful. After knowing Zhao Kuang's strength, Chen Yang felt a sense of urgency. He decided to go out of the city to find a place with no one to cultivate his special talent, and that alien species was obviously the best partner for training. After leaving the Zhao group, Chen Yang saw Li's martial arts by accident. After thinking about it, Chen Yang decided to go to the martial arts hall to ask Li Wixin a few questions. When he copied Li Wixin's talent back then, Chen Yang didn't pay attention to it. Now that he thinks about it, he finds it really strange. As a martial artist, Li Wixin only has strength and speed. Why doesn't he have other special talents? Coming to the martial arts hall again, Chen Yang's mentality has changed a lot. Seeing Li Wixin before, he felt unattainable, but it didn't take long for him to surpass him. "Hello, is your curator here? I'm his friend." Chen Yang asked the front desk. The beauty at the front desk looked at the boy in front of him. Chen Yang's appearance had changed a lot in 2 months. There was a trace of paleness on his face before, but now he is full of energy, with a resolute face and sharp edges and corners. The front desk still recognized Chen Yang, and the test that Chen Yang conducted left a big impression on her. "Go inside, he should be in the office." The beauty at the front desk replied. "Okay, thanks." Chen Yang nodded and walked inside. After seeing the office, Chen Yang stepped forward and knocked on the door. The door of the office was not closed. Li Wixin was playing with the computer. When he saw Chen Yang knocking on the door, he showed a shocked expression. "Why do you have time to come here?" Li Wixin smiled and got up to greet him. "Haha, I just passed by here, so I'll come in for a visit." Chen Yang replied with a smile. "You kid, you are really famous now. I didn't expect you to break through as a martial artist. This cultivation talent is too scary," Li Wixin said enviously. "It's thanks to Director Li. If it wasn't for giving me a bottle of genetic potion, I wouldn't be able to break through so fast. Maybe I'm still recuperating." Chen Yang found an excuse and said. "Come on, sit down. I'm just bored by myself, come have some tea with me." Li Wixin opened a can of tea and said. Chen Yang nodded, but wondered in his heart why these bosses like drinking tea so much. Li Wixin brewed a pot of tea, and then poured a cup for Chen Yang. "Oh, it's a pity to say it. If you can stay in the martial arts hall, I don't know how many new students can be recruited. Who would have thought that those 2 guys from the joint team came to snatch people, and they really took advantage of them." Li Wixin sighed. "By the way, I heard that you had a conflict with the Zhao family. Although I didn't watch that match, the news said that the eldest son of the Zhao family was beaten to the knees by you and even robbed his fiancée. Is it true?" Chen Yang was a little embarrassed when he heard Li Wixin's question. "That's true, but his fiancée is my girlfriend. If Zhao Minghui hadn't been provoking me, I wouldn't have fought him," Chen Yang explained. "The Zhao family didn't bother you?" Li Wixin asked. "It's really troublesome. That Zhao Minghui wants to kill me now," Chen Yang said coldly. Li Wixin took a sip of tea. He was not surprised by Zhao Minghui's thoughts. "Why don't you come to my martial arts gym to make a name for yourself, and I can help you with the Zhao family?" Li Wixin said. "That's the Zhao family. Brother Li, you are not stupid. Because of offending 2 great martial artists for me, they might tear down your martial arts hall." Chen Yang thought Li Wixin was joking. "How is the Zhao family going? Could it be that you don't know that this martial arts gym belongs to the Li family's property?" Li Wixin laughed. "The Li family's martial arts gym." These words really surprised Chen Yang for a long time, and he realized at this time, Li's martial arts gym can become the largest martial arts gym in Yanqing. Does it not have some strength behind it? No wonder, it turns out that Brother Li still has this background. This is the first time I've heard of it. Chen Yang replied. "But thank you Brother Li. My master is the grandmaster, so the Zhao family can't do anything to me. If they really want to attack me, my master will definitely make the Zhao family look good." Chen Yang lied. Regardless of whether Li Wixin believes it or not, Chen Yang will disclose this news intentionally or unintentionally. The more people who know about it, the fewer people will dare to harm him. Grandmaster? Could it be the city lord? Li Wixin was taken aback. He never expected that behind Chen Yang there was a teacher at the grandmaster level. Master forbids me to mention his name to the outside world, and he has never mentioned his experience to me, but he is definitely not the lord of the city, but a cultivator outside Yanqing. Chen Yang edited and said now. After hearing this, Li Wixin actually believed half of it in his heart. He could break through to become a martial artist in such a short period of time. If no one taught him behind him, he himself would not believe it. Your luck is really good, it seems that my worries are in vain. Li Wixin laughed loudly. No wonder you were able to knock Zhao Weiman unconscious with one punch. Are you free today? How about we go practice? Li Wixin suddenly wanted to try. That's because he underestimated the enemy. I'm definitely not Li Ji's opponent. Chen Yang said quickly. Come here, I heard that you have the field of speed force, and now you can explode with strength no less than that of a high-level martial artist, so don't be humble, Li Wixin said. The two chatted for a few more words, and in the end Chen Yang couldn't hold back the other party, so he had no choice but to agree. Brother Li, your martial arts gym is too small, are you not afraid that I will tear it down in a fight later? Chen Yang asked. Don't worry, there is a beast sanctuary underground, let's go down there and fight, Li Wixin said without worry. Wild beast sanctuary. Chen Yang was a little curious, so he followed Li Wixin downstairs. Who is that person? How do you think that Instructor Li is very enthusiastic about him? The trainees who were training saw Li Wixin and Chen Yang talking and laughing, and they were a little confused. I just heard that Instructor Li seems to be going to compete with that young man, so hurry up and follow. A student reminded. Are you kidding? You are so young and still competing with Instructor Li. It's a lie. Several students sneered when they heard this. Do you know who that young man is? It's Chen Yang, the one who defeated young Master Zhao. The student quickly explained. What? It's him? Let's go, there's a good show to watch. The students followed with excitement. Although it was the first time they saw Chen Yang, they had heard countless times that Chen Yang became the youngest martial artist in Yanqing. Now it's hard to meet a real person, and you have to compete with Instructor Li. Where can you find such a good thing? The news quickly spread throughout the martial arts school. Both the students and the coaches came to the underground beast sanctuary excitedly. The wild beast sanctuary is similar to a large square, which can accommodate residents. The floor and walls of the shelter are made of special metal pouring, so it is not a problem to resist the full blow of a high-level martial artist. Seeing the uproarious crowd, Chen Yang felt dizzy. It was a simple discussion, but I didn't expect to attract so many people to watch. If I accidentally won, wouldn't it make Instructor Li lose face? Li Wixin didn't mind watching the students following behind, as the battle between martial artists was hard to see. If you watch the battle of martial artists in person, this is a very useful teaching for their cultivation. The coach spread out the students, and be careful not to get close to the meters from our side. Li Wixin directed his coaches and said. Each coach and teacher took the students to a safe place, and a large part of the entire refuge was vacated as a venue for the two to learn from each other. Brother Li, I still don't know what your special talent is. Chen Yang asked intentionally. I only have strength talent and speed talent, no other special talents. Li Wixin replied. Then I'm taking advantage of this. Chen Yang reminded. Hihi, don't underestimate me. I am a pure body cultivator. Do you know that one force can break through all laws? Vitality and body are my strongest weapons. Li Wixin said without showing any weakness. Body refinement. This was the first time Chen Yang heard this word. Hearing what Li Wixin said, Chen Yang stopped writing. Since Instructor Li is so confident, he must have a way to deal with special talents. Guess who will win? A student asked. It must be Instructor Li. Although this Chen Yang is very talented, he has just broken through as a martial artist after all. You must know that Instructor Li is only one step away from being a great martial artist. Chen Yang is definitely not an opponent. A man replied. I don't think so. I heard that Chen Yang knocked out a mid-level martial artist with one punch. His strength is definitely not simple. A girl retorted. You will know after reading it. Instructor Li has rich experience in actual combat, which is not comparable to that of an intermediate martial artist. The man said in disbelief. The surrounding students also discussed who had the advantage, and most of them thought it was Li Wixin. Let's start. Li Wixin didn't have any ink marks, so he just came up and punched Chen Yang. This punch has at least 60 tons of strength. If Chen Yang wants to receive this punch, he must use special talent. Of course, Chen Yang can also choose to dodge, but since it's a duel, and the opponent doesn't even have other special talents, Chen Yang decided it's better to go head-to-head. Flame Meteor Fist. Chen Yang gave his move a name, and the flame instantly filled his entire arm. The power of Bloodthirsty, Wind Elemental, and other talents was condensed on the right fist, and this blow even exceeded the strength of 60 tons. Boom. The first confrontation made a loud noise, and the surrounding students saw that the two were fighting together without fancy, and their faces were full of excitement. Li Wixin felt a little surprised by Chen Yang's strength. Seeing the relaxed look on his face, he obviously didn't use his full strength, but this punch had already surpassed most middle-level martial artists. Come again. Li Wixin became interested, his vitality quickly gathered a little, and he threw it at Chen Yang. Chen Yang did not show weakness, and the flame meteor fist continued to increase its strength, this time reaching an astonishing 90 tons. The two streams of energy collided again, and a gust of wind vented from the center of the collision. Even a student standing 100 meters away can feel the remaining vitality scraping across his face. Good come. Li Wixin and Chen Yang were entangled, and Chen Yang's reaction was very fast. Even though Li Wixin's realm was higher than Chen Yang's, he still couldn't bring him enough oppression. No matter how Li Wixin attacked, Chen Yang could respond in time. After several rounds of probing, Li Wixin understood Chen Yang's general strength. Without using the Speed Force domain, the opponent's strength was close to the bottleneck of the martial artist. If he used the Speed Force domain, he might not be able to catch it. Chen Yang, aren't you curious about what body training is? Li Wixin took a step back and said. Come on, let me see how powerful the Speed Force is. If you hold back this time, you may lose. Li Wixin's body suddenly emitted a burst of golden light, and a strange change occurred in his skin, which was coated with a layer of gold at a speed visible to the naked eye. The vitality of the whole body was concentrated at one point, without extra special effects. Li Wixin's fist hit Chen Yang fiercely like a missile. This seems to be very similar to the talent of the divine body. Chen Yang immediately felt that Li Wixin's strength had broken through the limit of a martial artist, and the strength of this punch might have reached 150 tons. Chen Yang dismissed other special talents, since Li Wixin wants to experience the power of the Speed Force, of course he will not be stingy. Speed Force, Fire Elemental. Of course, Chen Yang didn't dare to use his full strength, relying solely on the field of speed force. His strength broke through 100 tons. The surrounding time slowed down, and under the support of the speed force, Chen Yang punched Li Wixin's vitality energy group. Boom! This time, the entire center of the explosion glowed with blinding white light. The people around hadn't seen the confrontation between the two clearly, and the battle was over. Li Wixin's clothes were in tatters, but Chen Yang was not much better, and his clean white t-shirt was also ruined. Ahem, brotherly, you have to pay me for a piece of clothing. Chen Yang supported his thighs with both hands, and said with difficulty. Li Wixin was also panting heavily. The blow just now combined advanced combat skills, but he still failed to break through the field of super speed force. It's been a long time since I've played so heartily. Your strength is no less than that of a high-ranking martial artist. Li Wixin laughed loudly. Thank you, brotherly, for your mercy. If I try harder, I will be lying down and going to the hospital. Chen Yang also responded with a smile. Which one of them won? The students around discussed that the two people's current state looks similar. Is it a draw? Brotherly, go up first. Chen Yang didn't want to be seen as a monkey anymore. He became very interested in the body training that Li Wixin talked about. It was the first time he knew that he could break through the limit of a martial artist with only his vitality and physical strength without other special talents. Haha, you are really good, kid. Let's compete when we have time. Li Wixin recovered his mood, and the vitality in his body was constantly repairing the muscles and nerves that were damaged just now. Half an hour later, Chen Yang came out of the bathroom. The use of the speed force field several times made him more comfortable, which made him more confident in facing Zhao Kuang in the future. In the office, Li Wixin has already made tea for Chen Yang. Chen Yang couldn't wait to sit down, and began to ask questions about body training. Don't worry, I'll tell you slowly. These things can be regarded as the foundation, didn't your teacher tell you? Li Wixin spoke slowly, as if deliberately trying to make Chen Yang anxious. Teacher, he is often not around. Except for coming back occasionally to see me teach, I rarely see him. Chen Yang continued to make up nonsense. Your teacher is really casual. Maybe he wants you to focus on realizing your natural strength, otherwise you wouldn't break through so fast. Li Wixin guessed. After hearing this, Chen Yang could only respond with a laugh. He didn't know so much, so he could only pretend that he didn't understand. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Li Wixin finally started to talk about some things about body training. Body refining is generally the path chosen by people without special talents. They use vitality and the blood of fierce beasts to temper their bodies, and together with the inner alchemy for refining fierce beasts, they are the strongest and can even be immune to some special talents. Li Wixin picked up a cup of tea and said slowly, Unfortunately, I am also a cultivator who has no special talent for awakening, so in order to understand the power of the body more purely, I chose the path of body training. When I break through the great martial master, my body training will be complete. What about the specific method of body training? Chen Yang asked curiously. Body training is divided into 3 directions: skin refining, meat refining, and bone refining. When these 3 are all perfect, you can achieve an extraordinary physique. Of course, this is not the limit of body refining. Beyond the extraordinary physique, there is vitality and spirit. Body. This spiritual body can resist the power of law, and it is almost invincible at the same level. Skin refining is very simple. You only need to temper the impurities in your body with vitality. When the impurities in your body can hardly be discharged, you have reached the level of leather refining. Meat refining is more troublesome. It needs to be soaked in the blood of the beast. Use the body's capillaries to absorb the blood power of the beast. Generally, after the meat refining state reaches perfection, even bullets can't penetrate your body. The bone refining realm is even more difficult. I am now in the bone refining realm. Bone refining needs to devour the inner alchemy of fierce beasts. Without the strength of a martial artist, there is no way to get the inner alchemy. Of course, if the bone refining realm reaches Dzogchen, even if the inner body without vitality, one punch can produce hundreds of tons of strength. After hearing this, Chen Yang was secretly amazed that he could wield 100 tons of strength without vitality. What is the difference between this and Superman? It's no wonder Li Ji can play with strength beyond that of a martial artist. I didn't expect this simple body training to be so powerful. Chen Yang admired Li Wixin a little. Although he didn't have a special talent for awakening, he opened up a new path on the way of cultivation and never gave up the possibility of becoming stronger. Brotherly, do you think I can cultivate vitality and body at the same time? Chen Yang asked. Of course you can. Your cultivation talent is so high. In my opinion, it is at least the top cultivation talent. If you practice vitality and body training at the same time, not only will it not delay the improvement of the realm, but it will allow you to better understand the power of the domain. Li Wixin agreed. After hearing this, Chen Yang made up his mind secretly. His realm has already improved very quickly. If he can practice body training to perfection, once he breaks through to a great martial artist, he may not even be his opponent at that time. Thank you, brotherly. Chen Yang said gratefully. Brotherly, I still have something to do. I have to go to the team. Next time I have time, I will come and see you. Chen Yang respected the tea and said, Okay, I must come over when I have time. Li Wixin didn't keep him either. He knew that Chen Yang must be impatient to try body training. Indeed, as Li Wixin thought, no matter whether it is Yuan Qi Ju or Yuan Qi control, they all belong to the cultivation method of Yuan Qi. Although it can also be used to temper the body, it is completely different from the real body training method. Chen Yang happened to still have 2 free books of advanced combat skills. He planned to change to the book of body training and cultivation skills before leaving the city, and then he would slowly ponder over it. After arriving at the team's base, Chen Yang began to look for exercises for body training. There are not many body training methods, only more than dash kinds. Among them, there are only 3 advanced exercises, each of which has its own merits. Chen Yang quickly chose one of the advanced exercises. Phantom Beast Ju, imitating the power of ferocious beasts, and exerting body forging to the extreme. Chen Yang just copied Captain Zhou's transformation talent. With this talent, wouldn't it be more effective for him to cultivate Huanju? Thinking of this, Chen Yang immediately made a decision. Chen Yang also intends to exchange another book of combat skills. He took a fancy to the advanced combat skills of Thunderbolt. It just so happens that the element of thunder is the strongest special talent in elemental attack power. This advanced combat skills is very suitable for Chen Yang now. After exchanging the exercises and combat skills, Chen Yang left Yanchinj. He has half a month to cultivate and familiarize himself with various natural powers. During this half month, he must reach the strength to be able to fight against Zhao Kuang. Chen Yang's first stop was still at the station leading to the glory base. Apart from obtaining the corpses of some ferocious beasts, he also wanted to go to Linghu's site to see if the black crystal was still there. It didn't take long for Chen Yang to arrive at the first site. The site is still dilapidated. It seems that the base and the team haven't sent people to clean the road. Chen Yang picked a clean place to sit down, took out the magic beast art, and began to look through it carefully. In just over an hour, with the talent of deep learning, Chen Yang has almost memorized the exercises. Putting away the exercises, Chen Yang closed his eyes and fell into a peaceful state. The cultivation method of Huan Beast Ju is slowly running in the body. Because of learning the control of vitality, almost all the meridians in Chen Yang's body have been opened up. Huan Beast Ju's body training technique completed a week in the body without too many obstacles. Chen Yang felt a unique force washing his body, and soon his skin became a little harder. Seeing the effect, Chen Yang continued to practice excitedly. The body training exercises continuously circulated in Chen Yang's body. Chen Yang felt a burst of hotness in his body, and many impurities were forced out under the tempering of the exercises. After practicing for 10 weeks, Chen Yang opened his eyes. His skin was covered with black stains, and the impurities discharged this time were no less than Chen Yang's first practice. After washing his body with water elements, Chen Yang felt the power of his body. After he broke through as a martial artist, his strength had reached as much as 15 tons. With the blessing of all talents, one punch can easily break through 100. But after practicing Huan Beast art, Chen Yang felt that even without vitality and special talents, he could punch tons of power with one punch, which was a full 5 tons more than before. Seeing that the effect was not bad, Chen Yang happily continued to practice. He looked inwardly at his body, and after eliminating the impurities in his body became more pure. Someone. Just when Chen Yang wanted to continue practicing, his ears moved, and he heard a voice 1 kilometer away with superacoustic sense. Although there was still some distance from the site, Chen Yang still felt a wave of hostility. Chen Yang opened his eyes inexplicably. Could it be that the Zhao family is about to make a move? Chen Yang sent a clone to rush towards the other party. Seeing that he got close to the other party's line of sight, Chen Yang used the clone to check the man's information. Human, Xiaojun. Cultivation realm, intermediate great martial artist. Power, 369 tons. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talents, strength, high, speed, high, shadow, top. Great martial artist. Chen Yang looked at the man in front of him a little strangely. He couldn't remember when he had sinned against this man. If he guessed right, it should be the first time he met him. Could it be that he guessed wrong, and the other party's target is not him? Chen Yang's avatar watched silently from a distance. This man named Xiaojun seemed to be looking for something. The super sensor told Chen Yang that his target was himself. For the sake of safety, Chen Yang left the site. He hid in the distance and observed Xiaojun approaching step by step with his perspective talent. Where did this kid go? Why did he disappear all of a sudden? Xiaojun stood on a tree and muttered, but he didn't notice that there was a dark shadow silently watching him 1,000 meters away. Xiaojun has been following Chen Yang since Yanchinj, and Chen Yang's speed has surpassed that of a junior martial artist. In order not to be discovered by Chen Yang, Xiaojun chased very uncomfortable. If he knew that Chen Yang didn't run with all his strength, he didn't know how he would feel. A few minutes later, Xiaojun finally arrived at the first site. He used his vitality to explore the site suspiciously outside, but the inside was empty. Xiaojun rushed into the site with a stride, his talent was activated, and he soon noticed the traces left by Chen Yang just now. Damn, where did you go? Xiaojun couldn't help but curse out. Chen Yang finally confirmed that Xiaojun's target was himself. He carefully hid it, hesitating whether to leave or not. It just so happens that I want to use my avatar to pretend to be a teacher and go to Zhao's house. Why don't I practice with this guy first? For the first time, Chen Yang judged that the other party was sent by the Zhao family. Thinking of this, he teleported away from the main body, and controlled the clone to slowly approach. Xiao Jun moved his ears, he heard the sound of Chen Yang's clone approaching, and his expression brightened. After tracking for almost an hour, he finally got close to the target. Hello, who are you? Chen Yang's avatar showed a puzzled expression. Xiao Jun smiled coldly, and shot instantly. Damn it, why don't you say something? Chen Yang's avatar quickly dodged and pulled the distance to more than 100 meters. The distance of 100 meters is only a second for a great martial artist, probably because Chen Yang felt that there was no way to escape, so Xiao Jun slowed down his body. You are Chen Yang, right? Xiao Jun asked directly. Why, could it be that you are the lackey of the Zhao family? Chen Yang said coldly. The Zhao family? The Zhao family is also worthy of me. Xiao Jun directly denied it. You are not from the Zhao family, why did you attack me? Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment, he didn't expect that he made a wrong judgment. Remember your sinful Zhang family in the casino? It's them? How much did they pay you to kill me? Chen Yang fixed his eyes and asked. Did you kill my daughter? Xiao Jun suddenly said inexplicably. Daughter. Chen Yang suddenly realized that the Xiaoling who chased and killed him was his daughter, no wonder she found him. Who are you? Your daughter has nothing to do with me. I don't know her. Chen Yang lied. Sophistry, I have observed the traces at the scene, it must be you. Xiao Jun seemed to have lost his patience. 2 daggers appeared in his palms, and he disappeared with a whoosh. Chen Yang isn't afraid either. Isn't this the best training target for a mid-level great martial artist? Divine speed. Chen Yang planned to have a head-on collision with him. Although the speed force could not hurt Zhou Yuan at all, the opponent was a high-level martial artist after all, and he also possessed the field of strength. Give the captain a little more time, maybe he will break through to the grandmaster. But Xiao Jun is different from Zhao Kuang. One of them is a middle-level great martial artist and the other is a high-level great martial artist, and neither of them has any fields. Compared with Captain Zhou, they are not 130 points behind. Chen Yang didn't use the power domain, but first tested it with the speed force. He wanted to know whether he could compete with the middle-level great martial artist relying on the speed force alone. Vitality compound. Chen Yang used Yuan Li to control and transform into a big knife. Although Xiao Jun's speed was very fast, it still seemed to slow down in the field of super speed force. Oh, the sword and the dagger collided with each other, and Xiao Jun's body flew out. Xiao Jun's face was full of embarrassment, and he never expected that he would fall into a disadvantage in a pure competition of strength. Sure enough, you comprehended the speed force. Xiao Jun stabilized his body, he no longer hesitated, and directly used the shadow talent. As for the shadow talent, Chen Yang also experienced it once at the warrior training ground. This talent has a very bug, that is, it can hide in the shadow and assassinate the target at any time. If I didn't know about your special talent, I might have really let you succeed. Seeing Xiao Jun turning into a black shadow, Chen Yang hurried away. Xiao Jun chased after him angrily. He never imagined that Chen Yang, who was going to fight to the death with him just now, became cowardly in an instant. Damn it! If I knew it, I would have sneaked in from the beginning. If the previous assassination method was followed, Xiao Jun would never say another word. But this time, the person he wants to kill is the person who killed his own daughter. How can he be reconciled if the other party dies for no reason? Xiao Jun maximized his speed, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't catch up with Chen Yang. After chasing for half an hour, Xiao Jun finally stopped. Why don't you chase after me? I just finished warming up. Seeing the black shadow behind him stop, Chen Yang also stopped, leaning against the tree and mockingly. Boy, don't think that I don't know you. The vitality in your body should be running out. Obediently send your head, and I will leave you a whole body. Xiao Jun said harshly. Tisk tisk tisk, if you want to kill me, you have to stand still. Do all your killers have brains like this? I'm really ashamed of you? Chen Yang pretended to be scared and said. If it wasn't for not knowing how to deal with the shadow talent, Chen Yang wouldn't be bothered to beep with him. Xiao Jun didn't know what Chen Yang was thinking at this time. 1/5 of the vitality in his body had been consumed. According to Chen Yang's state, half of the vitality would have to be used anyway. But Xiao Jun miscalculated. Chen Yang not only possessed the cultivation talent of intermediate level comprehension, but also learned the combat skill of Yuan Li control, and the opponent's Yuan Kai recovery speed was even faster than his own. Although Xiao Jun had already run with all his strength, Chen Yang still had some strength left, and the vitality in his body was still very abundant, so it would not be a problem to run for half a day. Xiao Jun turned pale with anger after hearing Chen Yang's ridicule. He stopped talking, took out a black bottle from his pocket, and poured out a red pill. Chen Yang looked at the red pill with a hint of doubt. It is obviously not a good thing to see Xiao Jun's serious face, since it is used at this time, it must be helpful to him. Sure enough, after swallowing the red pill, Xiao Jun's face became much ruddy. He stopped talking, and his figure disappeared in place again. Accompanies the shadows. Xiao Jun used the shadow talent combat skills, and Chen Yang hurriedly left the place when he saw the situation, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't get rid of the shadow behind him, but the distance between the two was getting closer. What is this? Chen Yang cursed in his heart. Following this trend, within a quarter of an hour, he would be caught up. You forced me, the shadow talent, right? I want you to have no darkness to hide from. Chen Yang raised his hands, and a cage full of flames appeared in front of him. Chen Yang rushed into the flame cage without hesitation, which he made based on the principle of the shadowless lamp. Flame also belongs to light. In a cage surrounded by flames on 6 sides, Xiao Jun can no longer hide in the shadows. Hee, naive. Xiao Jun's black shadow suddenly expanded infinitely and enveloped the entire flame cage, looking like a black sphere from the outside. Miscalculation. Chen Yang was a little annoyed. How could he forget that he would also be trapped? It's not that Chen Yang is not smart enough, but that he doesn't have enough actual combat experience, and he doesn't know the talent of shadow at all. Anyway, it's a clone, let me see how powerful you are. Chen Yang made up his mind to observe the ability of the shadow talent carefully. Now he is in a cage of flames. Although he is surrounded by darkness outside the cage, Xiao Jun has to break through this layer of flames if he wants to hurt him. Xiao Jun also understood very well that he controlled the darkness slowly like a cage of flames, and the suppressive power of the great martial artist was displayed at this moment. The shadow talent and the flame collided, and Chen Yang felt powerless for a moment. Although he can usually fight across realms, in terms of talent alone, he is still not as powerful as a great martial artist. I won't play with you anymore. Chen Yang used teleportation to appear outside the darkness, and the speed force was instantly deployed, and Chen Yang used all his talents to the extreme. Blast me! Chen Yang punched the black ball, and under his burst of extreme strength, the black ball disappeared instantly. Pfft! Xiao Jun didn't expect that Chen Yang would suddenly appear behind him. He was defenseless, and he vomited blood after being hit by Chen Yang with all his strength. How did you do it? Aren't you surrounded by my shadow talents? Xiao Jun asked unwillingly. There are still many things you don't know. I didn't want to be your enemy, but since the beam has been formed, I'm sorry, I can only blame your bad luck. Chen Yang disappeared in place, and the knife of Yuan Chi Huawu abruptly slashed at Xiao Jun from behind. So that's it, you've been hiding your space talent. Xiao Jun shadowed his body in time. Under the influence of Chen Yang's various talents, if he hadn't reacted quickly enough, this knife might have killed him. Mind control, phantom sound, mental pollution. Chen Yang didn't intend to give Xiao Jun another chance. The 3 kinds of mental power talents erupted instantly. Xiao Jun felt a sharp pain in his brain, and suddenly he was exhausted and lost the chance to resist. The shading could not be maintained, and Xiao Jun's body appeared. Chen Yang's broadsword chopped off Xiao Jun's head with burning flames. In the field of super speed and force, Xiao Jun was like a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered, without the slightest chance to resist. Looking at the dead Xiao Jun, Chen Yang had a clearer understanding of his own strength. He beheaded Xiao Jun, a middle-ranked great martial artist, without even using his power domain. Even if he was facing a high-ranking great martial artist, as long as the other party had no domain, Chen Yang was not afraid at this time. After copying Xiao Jun's talent, Chen Yang burned the corpse and the traces of the battle. After confirming that there was nothing missing, Chen Yang left the woods. The Zhang family didn't know at this time that the killers they had sent had died, and even the great martial artist had died in Chen Yang's hands. Of course, Chen Yang would not let the other party go so easily. It was the Zhang family casino who secretly set up a trick to bully his brother. It's not bad that I didn't settle accounts with him, but I sent people to assassinate me again and again. Chen Yang must avenge this revenge. If the Zhang family knew what was going on in Chen Yang's mind, they would have cried out for injustice. They had indeed bribed a killer to assassinate Chen Yang. But when they saw Chen Yang appearing at the warrior training ground unharmed, they already knew that their plan had failed, and they fled Yanshinj overnight. Through the news reports, they understood that Chen Yang, who had broken through to a martial artist, was already unable to handle it, so how dare they call a great martial artist to assassinate Chen Yang? Even if there are great martial artists who are willing to take over the business, they don't have enough cash as a reward. All of this was Xiao Jun's own choice. After learning that the Zhang family invited his daughter to assassinate him, he investigated clues overnight. Combined with Chen Yang's unscathed return to Yanshinj and the traces of the battle, he was sure that his daughter died at the hands of Chen Yang. It can only be said that if you steal a chicken, you will lose money, and you will end up ruining yourself. Chen Yang came to the second site, and there was still no trace of anyone visiting this site. Chen Yang took the food out of the space pocket after disabling the avatar talent. The appearance of Xiao Jun was just a small episode for him. After wolfing down the Chinese food, Chen Yang tempered his body again. Because of his realm, Chen Yang practiced Huanzhe very quickly. In just one day, Chen Yang had reached the level of skin refining. Now Chen Yang already possessed 20 tons of strength. Even if he didn't use his vitality, Zhao Minghui couldn't catch his punch. This body training is really good. If I cultivate to the level of meat refining, plus the talent of the divine body, I should be able to withstand the simultaneous display of the speed force domain and the power domain. Chen Yang still remembered that when he was sparring with Captain Zhou, using both the strength domain and the speed force domain at the same time almost caused the divine body to collapse. Now that he has the body training method, he can use the 2 fields at will in a short time. In this way, Chen Yang practiced at the second site for a full week, and finally reached the level of Dzogchen in leather refining. It should be almost there. Next, it's time to kill a few beasts to draw blood. The second level of body refining is meat refining, which requires a large amount of high-quality ferocious beast blood as the absorbed energy. Chen Yang thought for a while, if he practiced with the blood of the corruptor, he would even feel like vomiting. It seems that he either needs to use the blood of the spirit fox, or he has to find another beast. Let's go to the Linghu territory first. Chen Yang was thinking. He has wasted a lot of time now, and there is still 1 week left, and he must raise the realm of body refining to meat refining. After packing up his things, Chen Yang galloped towards Linghu's territory. This place is close to Linghu's territory. It didn't take long for Chen Yang to come to the mountains based on his memory. The mountain range is still the same as before, but it lacks the breath of a beast. Chen Yang used his talent of perspective to search, except for some wild beasts and birds. Chen Yang did not find any trace of Linghu. Could it be that they migrated? Chen Yang came again to the cave where the alien species stayed before, and it was empty, even the black crystal disappeared. It seems to be the case. It must be that the alien species felt unsafe and left with the black crystal. This is troublesome. Where can I find her? There are 3 main purposes of Chen Yang this time. The first is to practice Huanzhizhou, to reach the level of meat refining. The second is to learn from other species. He is very curious whether a species like Tanro still has human thinking. The third is to find a way to get the black crystal. Although the black crystal is very dangerous, since it can be studied by humans, it should not be a problem as long as he is careful. But now that the alien species has disappeared, it is difficult to accomplish his second and third goals. It seems that we can only look for other beasts first. Chen Yang changed his plan. Now that he has reached the realm of a martial artist, Linghu's blood may no longer be suitable for him. If you want to quickly break through to the realm of refining meat, the blood effect of ferocious beasts of the 4th level or above will be better. Chen Yang opened the map to search, and the nearest tier 400 beast was about kilometers away. If you go all the way, you can reach it in an hour at most. Chen Yang checked the information of the nearest tier fierce beast, which is the territory of the salamander. If he is lucky and encounters an elite salamander, its blood effect will definitely be better. Looking at the direction, Chen Yang left the place in an instant. The surrounding scene quickly reversed, and Chen Yang was running fast like a cheetah in the mountains. After a repair on the way, Chen Yang came to the territory of the salamander. The salamander's territory is directly south of the radiance base, and it is also one of the most vicious beasts that need to be guarded against in every beast tide. Chen Yang came to a lake surrounded by large and small caves, and a salamander lived in each cave. Check talent. Chen Yang used it on a sleeping salamander. Beast, salamander. Cultivation realm, tier dash. Power, 53 tons. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talents, strength, high, speed, medium, fire elemental, top. Not bad, about the level of an intermediate martial artist. Chen Yang thought in his heart. Just when he was about to make a move, a human voice suddenly came from a few hundred meters away. Brother Peng, why don't we go? This place is too scary. Chen Yang looked towards the voice, and it turned out to be a mercenary team. Where to go? I finally came here. As long as I kill a salamander, Schwer's illness will be cured. The captain named Brother Peng said with a gloomy face. Indeed, we lost 3 talents here. If we retreat now, their sacrifices will be in vain. And we have already agreed with everyone before coming. This operation is very dangerous, but the reward is also very rich. If you want to, there is still time to quit. Our team does not need cowards. It was a heroic woman who spoke. She was wearing a tight black battle suit with a scar on her face. Hearing that they could quit, there was a commotion in the mercenary team. But within a few minutes, the rest of the group reached a consensus. Have you figured it out? The next thing we have to face is the 4th order fierce beast. If we are unlucky, maybe we will be wiped out by the group. Peng Ji asked. Think about it, Brother Peng. How can you get a tiger cub if you don't enter the tiger's den? We will fight. Several younger brothers replied. Okay, you are worthy of being members of my Scarlet Mercenary group. From now on, everyone obeys my command. Don't panic when encountering fierce beasts, and act according to the instructions. Brother Peng signaled everyone to be careful, and then slowly approached the salamander territory. Salamanders generally like to stay under caves, because this place is connected to hot springs, and the temperature is extremely high. Many salamanders will occasionally come out of caves to bathe in the lake. The salamander that Chen Yang checked was also bored and ran up to take a bath, and now he is resting by the lake after taking a bath, very comfortable. Chen Yang originally wanted to kill the salamander directly, but after seeing this team, he gave up this idea. If his actions caused the opponent's mercenary team to suffer, he would feel very sorry. The mercenary team soon approached the hot spring lake. Feeling the heat around them, the younger brothers wiped the sweat from their foreheads. SHH, be careful. There's a salamander up ahead, cheer up, everyone. Captain Peng said in a low voice. The other team members also found the salamander lying by the lake, not daring to let out the atmosphere. This salamander is not too big, I guess it is about the strength of a middle-level martial artist. The woman in black tights analyzed. Captain, have you dealt with it? It should be okay. Captain Peng replied. After hearing this, Chen Yang didn't think so. The captain had a dignified expression, and he didn't seem very confident at all. Indeed, Peng Dong's original goal was just a junior salamander, but how could he back down in front of the woman he likes? According to the plan, you set up traps behind, and I will attract each other later. Peng Dong wiped the big knife in his hand and said softly. It is good. The younger brothers immediately dispersed, and they were holding the detonator in the distance. Only the salamander got into the trap and detonated it. Chen Yang checked the captain's talent. It's a very ordinary special talent. Even the strength is only 28 tons, far less than this salamander. Do you want to remind them? Chen Yang thought. Before he could finish thinking, Peng Dong had already pulled out a sniper rifle and pointed it at the resting salamander. Boom! The blue flame flashed past, and the special armor-piercing projectile hit the salamander's head. Fool! Chen Yang cursed in his heart. This place is very close to the cave, and the sound of the sniper rifle is very loud. Although it is equipped with a silencer, it is still easy to alarm the beasts inside. But this Peng Dong seemed to be lucky, and did not disturb the salamanders in the cave. The bullet pierced into the scales of the salamander's head, and the flesh was immediately bloody. The salamander opened its eyes in a daze, and the pain on its head stimulated it to roar loudly. Chen Yang felt bad. This roar would definitely provoke other salamanders. Peng Dong was also very panicked when he heard the roar of the salamander. He pretended to be calm and shouted at the salamander. Fool, here. After shouting, Peng Dong put away his sniper rifle and ran away immediately. Salamander was still thinking about why he was injured for no reason, but when he saw Peng Dong jumping out to provoke him, he was dazzled by anger. The salamander rushed towards the place where Peng Dong disappeared with huge strides. Anger burst out in its eyes, and a row of giant feet trampled on the ground. Hooked. Peng Dong notified his teammates while running. The teammates quickly got ready, but fortunately, the speed of the salamander was already slow, so ample time was reserved for the entire team. Peng Dong deliberately slowed down to lure the salamander to the designated area. Seeing that the salamander finally stepped into the trap, Peng Dong immediately ordered the detonation. Bang bang bang. Several explosions shocked the entire valley, and a large number of birds were frightened and soared into the sky. A deep pit was blasted out where the salamander was. Its huge body, which was 10 meters long, sank into the ground, and most of its scales were blown off. Success. Peng Dong didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly, and before the smoke cleared, he ran over excitedly. Careful. The woman in black tights hurriedly stopped her. Before she could finish her sentence, a 6-meter-long tail was thrown out of the deep pit and hit Peng Dong. Peng Dong couldn't dodge in time. His back slammed against the thick tree trunk, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Team leader. Several younger brothers hurried over to help. Only the woman in black tights looked into the deep pit closely, her eyes full of worry. Captain, are you okay? The younger brothers were so frightened that they hurriedly asked. Thanks to Peng Dong's care for this journey, if it weren't for him, this team would never have made it here. If Peng Dong was injured here, let alone killing the salamander, even going back safely would be a problem. Before a few people were sad, there were a few low growls from the lake. The face of the woman in black changed drastically. It was the salamander in the cave that was awakened. The younger brothers backed away in fright when they heard the sound, and one of them helped Peng Dong up and carried him out of the trap. I'm fine. Peng Dong calmed down for a while and then whispered. The tail just now was just a random blow from the salamander, and it wasn't fatal. Hearing the voice from a distance, Peng Dong's face also became very ugly. Captain, do you want to give up? The younger brother asked in horror. Peng Dong looked at the salamander in the trap, and saw that it was bloody and its flesh exploded, feeling a little bit sad in his heart. Retreat first, come and take a look later. Peng Dong adjusted the injury in his body and said. That's too late. The woman in black showed a look of despair, and before they left, a group of salamanders surrounded them. Brother Peng, run quickly. They can't catch up with you. I still have some explosives here, which can delay you. The woman in black pulled out a button and shouted. Don't be impulsive, share. Peng Dong wanted to run over to stop it, but the woman in black had rushed towards the salamander without hesitation, throwing explosives all over the ground like flowers. Share. Peng Dong exclaimed. The woman in black was already surrounded by salamanders, only a few loud noises were heard, and all the explosives exploded. Peng Dong was sent flying more than 10 meters by the aftermath of the explosive, and the salamanders surrounded by the woman in black wailed. When Peng Dong saw the center of the explosion clearly, there wasn't even a trace of the woman in black left inside. No, I'm fighting with you, beast. Peng Dong picked up the big knife and was about to charge towards the salamander. The so-called man-made money and dead birds die for food. Peng Dong finally regretted this action at this time. Brother Peng, don't be impulsive. Several younger brothers blocked the way. Sister Shui is dead. Even if you go now, you won't be able to save her. After hearing this, Peng Dong calmed down a little. Withdraw. Peng Dong looked at the seriously injured salamanders unwillingly. The sound of the explosion was too loud, and within a few minutes, a bunch of ferocious beasts would be attracted here. Seeing Peng Dong leading the team away, Chen Yang put down the woman on his shoulder. The woman in black was already in a coma. Although Chen Yang could withstand the aftermath of the bomb, it didn't mean that women could too. Fortunately, Chen Yang rescued the woman in time, otherwise even the bones would have been lost. Seeing that all the salamanders under the tree were seriously injured, it also saved Chen Yang a lot of effort. Chen Yang used the transformation of vitality to condense a long sword, jumped off the tree and pierced the salamander's head with the sword. The poor salamander lost his life without even seeing Chen Yang's face clearly. Throwing all these salamanders into the space pocket, Chen Yang left a clone to take care of the woman in black. The woman in black was seriously injured at this time, and if she didn't receive treatment, she might die. The avatar put the woman flat, and the vitality was injected into the woman's body as if she didn't need money. With the help of perspective talent, Chen Yang's avatar quickly found the injured area in the woman's body and used vitality to help her heal the wound. Although this is not as convenient and quick as healing talents, it is still the best way at present. Chen Yang himself went to the salamander cave alone. The researchers told him last time that no matter what kind of beast it is, as long as it can find its lair, there will be black crystals inside. There is no way to get the black crystal of the different species for the time being. If this is the lair of the salamander, there may be black crystals in it. Do as soon as you think about it. The fourth order ferocious beasts can hardly pose a threat to Chen Yang. If it weren't for the episode just now, Chen Yang would have wiped out all the salamanders around here long ago. The cave extends in all directions, and other people can easily get lost in it if there is no special method. But Chen Yang is not afraid, he will be teleported out at worst. With the talent of clairvoyance, he might still get lost in it. Walking into the depths of the cave, the temperature inside rose sharply. Chen Yang used his talent of ice to cool himself down, and soon he came to the depths of the cave. After passing through a wide passage, Chen Yang's eyes suddenly opened up. The mountain range actually formed a space of its own. A huge deep pit appeared in front of Chen Yang, and there were hundreds of salamanders lying on the bottom of the deep pit. Some of these salamanders are sleeping, some are walking aimlessly. The scene is very spectacular. Chen Yang was curious, so many salamanders lived here, how did they survive? Chen Yang did not find any beasts other than salamanders. Unless these guys were all herbivores, it would be impossible for them to survive here for such a long time and have such a large number. Chen Yang observed carefully, and after a long time, Chen Yang finally understood how salamanders live. A salamander seemed to be hungry, it walked slowly to the rock wall, and saw a stone was swallowed by it with its tongue out. Good guy, he actually eats rocks. Chen Yang was amazed. Judging by the appearance of salamanders, they don't look like very ferocious beasts. Why do they appear in every record of beast tides? Chen Yang couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. It is obviously impossible to kill all the more than 100 salamanders at once. Chen Yang had an idea in his mind. He just copied Xiao Jun's shadow talent, and just used it to solve them one by one. After activating the shadow talent, Chen Yang turned into a black shadow. Before the salamander noticed anything unusual, Chen Yang's black shadow had already merged into the shadow of the salamander. The black long sword pierced the salamander's heart from below, killing it with one blow. The salamander died before he knew what happened. Seeing that the surrounding salamanders did not respond, Chen Yang began to look for the next target. The salamander's weak point is its abdomen. Because the scales on the abdomen are the weakest, Chen Yang can easily pierce through the body and take the heart. Over time, the salamanders disappeared one by one. The dull salamanders finally realized that something was wrong. They stood up, wondering why their companions had disappeared. Of course, Chen Yang wouldn't just show up. The strength of the shadow talent lies in the hidden and invulnerable shadow state. Even if the salamanders found Chen Yang could still kill all the salamanders one by one in front of them. A salamander let out a heart-piercing roar, and the surrounding salamanders immediately became vigilant, and one of them finally saw something strange in the shadows. Chen Yang knew that he couldn't hide, so he accelerated the progress of harvesting. Wind element? Speed force. Chen Yang used all his speed talents, and the black shadow was divided into 5 parts, and instantly got into the belly of several salamanders. Several long swords pierced into the salamander's heart at the same time. In just 2 seconds, Chen Yang eliminated more than 30 salamanders. The salamander instantly shot out a ball of flames and hit the shadow where Chen Yang was. At this time, Chen Yang experienced the disadvantages of shadows. It turns out that shadow talents are not invincible, and they will still be affected by external elemental talents. But Chen Yang didn't mind. The salamander's attack was very easy for Chen Yang to dodge. Although it will waste a little time, Chen Yang can still deal with a salamander within a second. 40 more. The vitality in Chen Yang's body was consumed a lot, and Chen Yang couldn't hold on for a long time while maintaining 6 clones. Boom. Chen Yang increased the speed again, and after 1 minute, all the salamanders died under Chen Yang's shadow. Call. Chen Yang removed all his talents and appeared in the deep pit. He gasped heavily, very satisfied with his results. It took about 100 minutes to solve more than 3 salamanders. If this speed is spread, the outside world will definitely go crazy for it. Looking at the body of the salamander on the ground, Chen Yang was a little excited. The corpse of a tier 50 beast is about 80 to 700, and the price of a tier beast is even higher, even reaching more than million. These more than 100 salamanders are more than million yuan, and the financial problem that troubled Chen Yang at the beginning was solved in an instant. After resting on the spot for half an hour, Chen Yang's condition has almost recovered. Chen Yang put all the corpses into the space, looked into the depths, and Chen Yang walked in with a trace of curiosity. In the innermost part of the deep pit is a black passageway that cannot be seen. After walking for a long time, Chen Yang saw a glimmer of light. Chen Yang quickened his pace and soon came to the end of the passage. Is this where the dark crystal appears? Chen Yang observed the place outside the passage. At the end is a large lake. There is a small crack on the lake. The icy cold wind seeps out from the crack, as if exuding a breath from another world. Why don't those salamanders come here? Isn't it more comfortable to soak here? Chen Yang was puzzled. Chen Yang turned on the perspective to see what the other side of the crack looked like, but his talent for perspective, which is usually tried and tested, failed at this moment. What happened? This is the first time Chen Yang encountered this kind of situation. He was very curious about this crack. Why can't his perspective talent see through it? Could it be that this crack is the source of the appearance of the salamander? Is there another world on the other side of it? Chen Yang looked away, and he finally found a black crystal under the crack. Sure enough, that researcher is right, there is a black crystal in every beast's lair. Chen Yang used his thoughts to control the black crystal to fly slowly. Just as the black crystal flew over the lake, a roar came from under the lake. Oops. Chen Yang thought something was wrong. I saw many bubbles rising from the surface of the lake, and a huge figure appeared at the bottom of the hot spring. What the hell? When Chen Yang came in, he didn't pay attention to the lake, so he didn't know that there was a giant beast hidden underneath. Just the coercion of the ferocious beast suppressed most of his strength, which is incredible. No way, is there a sixth-order beast down here? Chen Yang turned on his perspective talent to look, and with just one glance, Chen Yang's whole heart was lifted to his throat. No one would believe it when he said it, but he actually saw a dragon. Chen Yang put away the black crystal and was about to teleport away. A burst of red energy disrupted the vitality of the world, and the surrounding atmosphere instantly became irritable. The teleportation failed, and Chen Yang was stunned for a second, not expecting such a thing to happen. Chen Yang realized that he had come into contact with something extraordinary. To be able to make the space talent lose its effect, this dragon is at least a sixth-order existence. In that instant, a ferocious faucet broke through the water from the lake. A pair of wings flapped the water surface to form a majestic rain that fell on Chen Yang. Even if the other party didn't do it on purpose, Chen Yang was still suppressed by the other party's breath and couldn't move. Check, talent. Chen Yang looked at the fiery red dragon with difficulty, and saw that it was about 30 meters long, and its whole body was soaring into the air. Even he could only see its tail. Fierce beast, Subcharmander. Bloodline, Lesser Worm. Cultivation talent, Tier 6. Power, 9,999 tons. Cultivation talent, Advanced Epiphany. Special talents, Strength, Spiritual level, Power domain, Intermediate level, Speed, Spiritual level, Super speed power, Lower level, Fire element, Spiritual level, Coercion, Spiritual level, Dragon power, Spiritual level. It's over. Chen Yang finally knew why his talent failed. It must be the Subfire Dragon that used dragon power to seal off the entire space. No matter what method he used now, it was difficult for him to escape from the deep pit of the lake. Chen Yang used his speed force to the extreme, and now he can only try to leave from the passage behind him. Yawalong looked down at Chen Yang contemptuously, as if looking at an ant. Chen Yang didn't care about other things, and forced himself to back away from the discomfort in his body, but in the next second, Chen Yang's hope was shattered. The energy wall composed of red dragon power blocked Chen Yang's escape route, and Chen Yang had no way to escape. Chen Yang tried to pass through the energy wall, but the energy wall made of dragon force was extremely tough. Even the power of space can stop him, let alone his body? I'm careless. If I knew it earlier, I would let the avatar come in first to find out. Chen Yang regretted it very much at this time, but it was too late to say anything now. In the face of absolute power, the talent he was proud of before was useless. Chen Yang's brain was running fast, and in just 1 second, he considered dozens of possibilities. Do you want to play dead? Seeing the contemptuous eyes of the fire dragon, he gave up this plan. Reluctantly observing the surrounding environment carefully, Chen Yang found that only the cracks in the entire deep pit were not enveloped by dragon power. Is this the only chance? A plan instantly appeared in Chen Yang's mind. There was no place for him to escape in the entire lake. He had to find an exit from under the lake, but he didn't think he could be faster than Charmander. Another way is to enter the crack. Chen Yang doesn't know what will happen after he enters the crack. Maybe the body will be torn apart in an instant, and maybe it will be able to survive by luck. What could be on the other side of the crack? Even the dragon power of the Subcharmander can't touch the crack. Is there any hope for him to pass through? Subfire Dragon seemed to see that Chen Yang had nowhere to go, and decided to play a trick on this guy who dared to steal the black crystal he was guarding. Huge dragon claws descended from the sky, and just a random blow made Chen Yang feel unmatched power. Chen Yang managed to dodge the giant claw, which smashed hard on the ground, and the rocks on the ground fell to Chen Yang like meteors. Chen Yang realized that the gap between the two sides was too great, so he jumped into the lake with all his strength. Clone. Chen Yang controlled the avatar to go downstream, while he turned into a shadow and hid on the shore to merge with the rock. He can only hope that the Subfire Dragon has not discovered his real body, and when the other side attacks, he is rushing into the crack. This is his only chance to escape. Subfire Dragon was very angry at Chen Yang's invasion of his lair. This little ant dared to escape to his own residence. How could this be tolerated? The Subfire Dragon let out a roar, and a dragon's breath sprayed into the lake. The whole lake suddenly boiled, and Chen Yang dared not speak out in the shadows. The high temperature of hundreds of degrees burned his body in great pain. Subfire Dragon spun around in the air, seeing that Chen Yang hadn't come out, it fell vertically and went straight to Chen Yang's avatar. Good chance. I don't know how deep the lake is, and Chen Yang's avatar quickly went down a few hundred meters. Subfire Dragon was even faster, catching up to Chen Yang's clone in a second. Chen Yang's avatar used super fast power, and quickly distanced itself from Yawalong. In 2 seconds, Chen Yang's avatar fell to the bottom of the lake, and now there was no way to escape. Chen Yang was glad that he did not choose to escape from the bottom of the lake. Although there was a small exit below, it was too late. Subfire Dragon opened its mouth ferociously and bit at Chen Yang. Even if Subfire Dragon didn't use the speed force, its speed was still extremely fast. Chen Yang's avatar still wanted to escape from the small exit, but before he could move, the teeth of the inferior fire dragon had already torn the avatar to pieces. Fight! Seeing that Yawalong didn't notice his shadow hidden in the rock, he jumped out of the lake with all his strength and rushed towards the crack. Roar! Subfire Dragon instantly sensed Chen Yang's real body, and found that he was being played by little ants. Subfire Dragon roared angrily. But with this jet lag, Chen Yang's body has already entered the crack. The feeling of tearing spread all over his body, and Chen Yang passed out after he activated his divine body talent. Inside the cave is the Subcharmander roaring unwillingly. The prey already in its hands has escaped in this way, and it feels that it has been greatly insulted. The Subcharmander rushed out of the deep pit, which turned out to be a crater. It flew straight into the sky and then fell rapidly, with flames blowing out of its mouth and burning all the surrounding trees clean. Tree after tree fell down and turned into ashes, and the Subfire Dragon vented his anger, and it took a long time before he stopped. The clone in the distance disappeared after Chen Yang entered the crack, leaving only the woman in black lying in place. The woman in black was awakened by the movement of the fire dragon. She opened her eyes, and the pain in her body made her clench her teeth. Fortunately, Chen Yang's avatar has stabilized most of the wounds on the woman's body, and now she only needs to rest for a while to calm down and heal her injuries. What's the matter? Am I dead? The woman in black looked at her body suspiciously. She was covered with a mail coat. The woman in black hurriedly looked around, but found no trace of anyone. She suddenly remembered that the moment she pressed the explosion switch, a young man seemed to appear in front of her. She thought it was an illusion before she died, but she didn't expect it to be true. The woman in black hurriedly checked her clothes, and did not let out a long sigh of relief until she confirmed that there was no trace of being passive. Yang Shui, what are you thinking? Others are trying to save you, and you still think that others are unpredictable. You are really a little girl's mind. There was a trace of blush on Yang Shui's face. After trying to move, Yang Shui got up and put on the coat left by Chen Yang. Which one? I will definitely find you. Yang Shui shouted in her heart. This man who met once aroused Yang Shui's strong curiosity. If he was able to retreat from that kind of explosion and keep himself alive, the other party was at least a person of the level of a great martial artist. Yang Shui decided to heal the injury first, and then look for clues after her body recovered. Dark, cold, violent. Chen Yang's consciousness didn't know how long he stayed in this environment, until he thought he was dead, and the biting cold wind pulled Chen Yang out of his dark consciousness. It hurts. Chen Yang barely opened his eyes, and what he saw was the blood-colored sky. Where is this? Chen Yang tried his best to recall that he seemed to be chased by the fire dragon just now, and his life was hanging by a thread. Then it entered the crack. Could it be that this is the other side of the crack? Chen Yang wanted to get up, but the tearing pain in his body almost made him scream. Chen Yang gave up the idea of getting up, looked around and seemed to be in a canyon. There were no creatures around, only large bones. The oxygen in this world is a bit thin, but fortunately, Chen Yang has a good physique. Coupled with the adjustment of his vitality, survival here should not be a problem. Seeing that he was not in danger for the time being, Chen Yang tried his best to absorb the vitality around him to heal his wounds. The vigor of the surrounding area is much stronger than that of Blue Star. Even ordinary people who stay here for half their lives may become warriors. Chen Yang quickly thought of the beasts, which are said to come out of the cracks. If the environment in which every ferocious beast lived was the same, wouldn't those who came to Blue Star be the lowest level of ferocious beasts? Chen Yang didn't dare to think too much, and hurriedly regained his strength. As the vitality in the body condensed, the wounds on the body also closed together. Since practicing Huan Beast art, Chen Yang's physical recovery has also improved a lot. If one reaches the Dzogchen bone refinement realm, one can even heal wounds at a speed visible to the naked eye. After lying on the ground for a full hour, Chen Yang was finally able to move. He stood up and observed the surroundings carefully. It was a little different from what he thought before. After using the magnetic talent to hang in the air, the appearance of the whole earth can be seen at a glance. There are no ferocious beasts around, only countless bones and wreckage. Chen Yang flew in one direction and flew for tens of kilometers before the wreckage on the ground gradually disappeared. Judging from the current observation, this place seems to be a battlefield. After flying again for more than an hour, Chen Yang saw a mountain range. There are not many ferocious beasts in the mountains, and many of them are species that Chen Yang has never seen before. Chen Yang approached carefully, and with a lesson learned from the past, Chen Yang summoned his clone to explore the way. All kinds of ferocious beasts roared in the mountains. Chen Yang stood in the distance and saw that they seemed to be fighting for something. The fierce beasts are divided into three forces. One is a huge ape like an orangutan, and directly opposite them is a group of 8-meter-long cheetahs. Every cheetah has a ferocious face and looks very scary. There is a group of strange big birds outside the two forces. The claws of this big bird are very special, and they have 9 fingers. Chen Yang watched in surprise from a distance. This group of ferocious beasts seemed to be very intelligent. No one fought immediately, but kept provoking. Chen Yang chose a safe place and looked in the middle, only to see a puddle of water in the middle, with a strong aura of spiritual energy in it. What is that? It actually attracted 3 parties to fight for it. Chen Yang also had a thought in his mind. It must not be easy for so many fierce beasts to compete for the puddle. If you don't steal some points and go back, you don't know when you want to come back in the future. Chen Yang began to check the talents of the ferocious beasts one by one. Among them, the most powerful ones were the leaders of all parties, who possessed the 5th level strength, and most of the rest were 4th level ferocious beasts. Chen Yang thought for a while. The 5th order ferocious beast did not pose a particularly great threat to him, as long as the talent of Dragon Force, which can seal space, no longer appeared, he was still sure to leave unscathed. Seeing that the 3 parties did not fight, Chen Yang was a little anxious. If this situation has been maintained, how can he reap the benefits of the fisherman? Seeing this, Chen Yang had a plan. Using his talent for transformation, Chen Yang's avatar turned into a big bird with 9 fingers. He controlled the clone and flew into the group of big 9-fingered birds. Except for the leader who looked back with some doubts, the other big birds were a little happy to join him. Let you laugh, and some will cry later. Chen Yang controlled the transformed big bird to go straight to the group of great apes, only to see the big bird opened its mouth and spit out a ball of fire. The fireball hit a big ape on the edge and ignited a burst of flames. The big ape screamed in pain, raised its hand and patted it more than a dozen times before putting out the flames. When it saw a big bird flying provocatively in the sky, it didn't get angry, and regardless of other things, it pulled out a tree trunk and threw it at Chen Yang's clone. Chen Yang controlled the big bird to avoid the tree trunk, and then spit out several balls of fire. Seeing that the big ape below was startled by him, he flew back towards the big bird without looking back. The leader of the 9-fingered bird hadn't figured out what happened, it only saw that the new companion didn't listen to his persuasion and flew over to provoke the group of great apes. When it flew back, 4 or 5 big apes were already behind it, holding the trunk and swinging towards it. Quack quack. The leader made a piercing sound, and Chen Yang didn't know what it was talking about. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, he quickly mixed into the big bird and disappeared. The leader was about to question the new big bird, but he didn't know where the big bird had just arrived, but the big ape from afar came over and beat his chest. The leader was furious. This new big bird interrupted all its plans, but now it was too late to find out where the other party was. The big ape had already killed it, and it immediately ordered its subordinates to meet the enemy. It was originally a confrontation between the great ape and the cheetah, but now it turned into a fight with the 9-fingered bird. Of course, Chen Yang would not let the cheetah watch the show. He controlled the avatar to transform into a shadow and slip away from a big bird, and then transformed into a giant ape to attack the cheetah. I saw that the transfigured giant ape also learned how to pull up a thick tree trunk and throw it at the cheetah. How could the cheetah withstand such a provocation? The battle was already on the verge of breaking out. With Chen Yang's action, the cheetah also joined the battle. The big 9-fingered bird kept making up swords in the sky. Although they had an advantage, the cheetah had the wind element talent. Seeing the wind blades constantly blowing towards the sky, the big bird was immediately scarred. The big 9-fingered birds originally wanted to watch a show, but as the wounds on their bodies increased, they gradually became more aggressive. This time, he didn't care which subordinate was provoking, and rushed down just to scratch. The leader of the great ape jumped up high and grabbed a big 9-fingered bird. It punched the big 9-fingered bird on the head, and then grabbed the wings with both hands and pulled them hard. Chen Yang watched with enthusiasm. Isn't this the King Kong from another world? Of course, Chen Yang didn't forget his mission. He manipulated the avatar and slipped to the small puddle, took out a bottle and filled it. The bottle was filled quickly, but the puddles were only a little less. Smelling the scent of aura in the water, Chen Yang certainly didn't want to let it go. After thinking about it, he simply pulled out the outer skin of a salamander, dried it with flames, and made a huge water bag. Chen Yang manipulated his mind power to put all the spiritual liquid in the puddle into the water bag. Seeing that it was almost done, Chen Yang controlled the avatar to disappear in place. Several forces fought fiercely, and it took half an hour before the 3 parties gradually stopped fighting. On the cheetah's side, only the leader and 3 younger brothers were left, and the great ape's side was similar. The worst thing was the giant 9-fingered bird, which had almost no resistance after being caught by the great ape. There were several visible bony wounds on his body. The remaining 2 big 9-fingered birds flew high and circled in the air. The leader saw that his little brother was almost wiped out, and screamed mournfully in the air. Seeing the big 9-fingered bird withdraw from the battlefield, the big ape and the cheetah gathered in the puddle again. The leaders on both sides looked into the pit, and there was nothing left in it, only black mud. Roar. The leader of the giant ape was furious. It believed that the cheetah had stolen all the spiritual liquid, and rushed over without saying a word. The 2 sides were close to each other, coupled with the violent temper of the great ape. The giant beasts on both sides fought into a ball again. Chen Yang saw that it was almost there. He condensed a big knife and rushed in at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Wind element, decomposition, gravity, bloodlust. Chen Yang used all his talents to the extreme. In the field of super speed and force, the movements of these beasts were as slow as sloths. The sword was shining everywhere, and under Chen Yang's full swing, the sword slashed on the head of the beast with lightning speed. The cheetah's head was instantly split into two, but the giant ape's bones were so hard that the knife didn't cut it off. Chong! Like metal colliding together, the ear-piercing sound reached Chen Yang's ears. Seeing that the giant ape slapped Chen Yang's body with its palm, Chen Yang quickly dropped the illusion weapon, and did a backflip away from the giant ape. Seeing Chen Yang appear, the few remaining beasts finally understood what was going on. But for a creature like Chen Yang, they were so puzzled that they just stared at him for a moment. Chen Yang didn't care what they were wondering about. The hardness of the giant ape's body was beyond his imagination. Now we can only get rid of the other beasts first, and finally spend time with the leaders of the two parties. Chen Yang set off again, exerting force on his hind legs, and a big knife was transformed into another one. Puff puff. Except for the leader, all the other great apes had their bodies separated. The leader let out a mournful roar when he saw it, and red flames burst out of its eyes, and it fell into a frenzy. After the berserk, the power of the fifth order leader has reached the extreme, and it even feels a bit like a power field. Chen Yang's fighting spirit was also stimulated. With half of the vitality in his body, he spread his divine talent all over his body, and activated the power domain and speed force at the same time. Tiger Brilliant Fist. Chen Yang used the first move of Huanzhuzhou, Tiger Fist. Two fists, one big and one small, collided together. With the blessing of the power field, Chen Yang's punch has exceeded 500 tons. Boom! A circle of energy aftermath erupted between the man and the beast, and there was an inaudible click sound, and the arm of the giant ape was broken. Chen Yang didn't feel well either. Facing the berserk giant ape, Chen Yang didn't take much advantage of this attack. After all, he was only a beginner martial artist, and it would shock a large number of people to say that he was able to face a 5th-level power giant ape head-on. Come again. In the bloodthirsty state, Chen Yang didn't care about his physical condition. The power field exploded again, and the Huhuang fist turned into a white tiger and slammed into the giant ape's chest fiercely. The giant ape's chest collapsed completely, and even in a berserk state, this punch still almost made him unconscious. Chen Yang was about to go up to make up the knife, but the cheetah beside him suddenly rushed over. Gravity. Chen Yang aimed at the cheetah and pressed the gravity talent on it, only to hear a slap, and the cheetah was pressed to the ground by 100 times the gravity before it had time to react. The cheetah shook its head and stood up, its eyes bloodshot. Second form, Long Huang Fist. Chen Yang's body disappeared in place, and when he appeared, he was already directly above the cheetah. A dragon's chant descended from the sky, and the top-level coercion erupted, and the cheetah on the ground felt a little fear. The cheetah struggled and roared out a tornado, but Chen Yang was fearless. His body turned into a meteor and hit the cheetah's body fiercely. The body of the cheetah was smashed into meatloaf. It was not as powerful as the giant ape. Under the second move of Huan Beast Art, its body collapsed instantly. Within a few minutes, both the giant ape and the leader of the cheetah were dying, and the nine-fingered bird in the sky wanted revenge. Seeing how fierce Chen Yang was, it left without looking back. The spiritual liquid in the puddle was no longer available, so there was no need to bury himself for the anger in his heart. Chen Yangxiang supported his body and watched Nine Fingers Big Bird leave. Using the speed force and power domain several times in succession has pushed his body to its limit. If the leader of the nine-fingered bird did not leave, he could only run away in embarrassment. Looking at the dying cheetah, Chen Yang turned into a long sword and ended the other's life. The giant ape also realized that he was about to step into the footsteps. It no longer resisted, and seemed to have accepted its fate. Just as Chen Yang was about to strike, seeing the other party's appearance, he slowly let go of the long sword he had clenched tightly. "Do you want to live?" Chen Yang asked tentatively. Hearing Chen Yang speak, the giant ape opened his eyes and looked at him suspiciously. Chen Yang realized that the other party didn't know what he was talking about at all, so he thought about it and expressed his meaning with actions. "If you are willing to be my pet, I can spare your life." The leader of the giant ape understood what Chen Yang said. It looked at its own palm, then at Chen Yang, and nodded with a whining sound. "Okay, let go of your mind." Chen Yang pointed to the giant ape's head, then pointed to his own head, and then used mind control and telepathy on the giant ape. The giant ape didn't know what Chen Yang was doing at first, and felt that his mind had been invaded. It instantly understood what Chen Yang was thinking. Telepathy transmitted Chen Yang's attitude to the brain of the giant ape, and after learning that Chen Yang agreed not to let the giant ape harm his compatriots, it accepted Chen Yang's mind control. The process of subduing the great ape was unexpectedly smooth. Chen Yang was finally relieved after confirming that he could control the thinking of the giant ape. "What is this liquid in the puddle?" Chen Yang asked via telepathy. "It is the spiritual liquid for cultivation. It can not only temper the body, but also improve the realm. It is the best medicine for breakthrough." Through the description of the great ape, Chen Yang roughly understood the function of the spiritual liquid. After thinking for a while, Chen Yang took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and handed it to the giant ape. "I want to restore my vitality. You can drink these to recover from your injuries," Chen Yang said. Seeing Chen Yang take out the spiritual liquid, the giant ape's eyes lit up. After confirming again and again, the giant ape gratefully took the ectoplasmic liquid, and the previous rebellious mood dissipated a lot at this moment. Chen Yang also poured out some spirit liquid and took it. After entering the throat, the spiritual liquid immediately flowed into Chen Yang's 5 abdomen and 6 internal organs. In just 10 minutes, many impurities were discharged from his body again. Chen Yang was very surprised. You must know that he had already cultivated the realm of leather refining to perfection. And this psychic liquid can even remove impurities in the body. The effect is self-evident. The spiritual liquid continuously improved the meridians in Chen Yang's body. After an hour of practice, the meridians in Chen Yang's body expanded again. The current speed of his vitality has increased by at least half compared to before. Chen Yang hastened to run the Yuanli mastery technique, and everything came to fruition, and Yuanli mastery quickly stepped into the realm of great success. What a good thing. Chen Yang sighed. Even the fifth-order ferocious beasts competed for this spiritual liquid, so it was naturally a rare treasure for martial artists. Chen Yang then ran the magic beast Ju, and he was surprised to find that the Huan beast Ju and Yuanli control could run at the same time, and there would be no conflict between the two. After discovering this, Chen Yang understood that it was the spirit liquid that expanded his meridians, allowing more space for the two exercises to merge together, forming a special cycle. Thinking of this, Chen Yang opened his eyes. He collected all the corpses of the ferocious beasts around, and then called the giant ape to leave. Let's go, it's easy to attract other beasts here, let's change places. Chen Yang manipulated the magnetic force to float in the air, spotted a suitable cave, sat on the giant ape's head and ordered it to rush over. The giant ape didn't resist, and seemed to feel normal about Chen Yang's behavior of sitting on his shoulder. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief, which also showed that the giant ape did recognize him as the master from the bottom of his heart, and the possibility of resistance in the future was much smaller. After arriving at the huge cave that Chen Yang discovered, Chen Yang jumped off from the giant ape's shoulder. I'm going to practice next. If you have anything to do, you can go first. I'll come to you after I finish my cultivation. Chen Yang said lightly. The giant ape nodded, it looked back at Chen Yang, and then left the cave. Chen Yang was not afraid that the giant ape would call other fierce beasts over. This cave was only intentionally exposed by Chen Yang to the giant ape. He left a clone here, and then the main body found another cave to seal the exit. It is more than 100 kilometers away from the previous cave. If the giant ape really wanted to take revenge, not only would it not be able to find Chen Yang, but Chen Yang would immediately know what the giant ape was doing. Chen Yang looked at the cave he had chosen, he dug a pool on the ground, and then released the body of the beast. If you want to cultivate your body to the level of meat refining, you must bathe in the blood of ferocious beasts. Chen Yang now has the blood of the fifth-order beast in his hand, so naturally the fourth-order beast he prepared before will not be used. Filling the entire pond with the blood of the cheetah, Chen Yang poured out another bottle of psychic liquid after thinking about it. Although there is not a lot of spiritual liquid in a puddle, if counted by bottles, there are at least several hundred bottles. If you use it here, Chen Yang won't feel bad. Seeing that everything was ready, Chen Yang took off his clothes and jumped into the pool. The blood of the ferocious beast flowed over the top of Chen Yang's head, and Chen Yang calmed down to run the second layer of meat refining in the Huan beast art. Soon, the entire pool of blood began to boil. Under the mixture of the blood of the fifth-order ferocious beast and the psychic fluid, the second layer of the magic beast art works very smoothly. Chen Yang felt that his pores were all open, and the blood of the beast kept stimulating Chen Yang's body. It should have been an extremely painful process, but with the addition of spiritual liquid, Chen Yang felt very comfortable. In this way, Chen Yang continued to absorb the power in his blood, and his body became more and more brilliant. After practicing for a whole day, all of Chi Zili's blood was consumed, and Chen Yang's body also emitted a dazzling golden light. It's done. Chen Yang opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and his body also restrained at this moment. Chen Yang stood up and stretched his muscles. He had never felt so comfortable. The vitality between the heaven and the earth seems to be closer to the body, and Chen Yang's every breath at this time is accompanied by the absorption of vitality. Chen Yang condensed an ice mirror, looked at his smooth body but not exaggerated muscles, he nodded in satisfaction. It's almost over, and now we have to find the crack to leave here. Chen Yang murmured. Although there were cracks in the previous canyon, it was the territory of the fire dragon. Although he has now reached the realm of refining meat, he is not arrogant enough to dare to leave there. That sub-fire dragon was almost a seventh-order beast, and it might kill itself with just a sneeze. I have to see if there are any other cracks around here. By the way, I can ask the giant ape. Chen Yang called himself an idiot, he didn't know how to ask such a good target. After leaving the cave, Chen Yang unexpectedly found that the giant ape was waiting quietly in the previous place. Chen Yang was a little moved, he sneaked into the previous cave, and then walked out from it. Thank you, I didn't expect you to stay here. Chen Yang said. The giant ape stretched out his arms and punched his chest twice, and seemed very happy with Chen Yang's praise. Chen Yang smiled and waved, motioning for it to stop. I never told you that I actually came from another planet. It was a complete accident to appear here. I'm going back now. Are you still willing to follow me? The giant ape was a little puzzled when he heard it, but it gradually understood when Chen Yang transmitted the picture of himself coming to this planet to the giant ape's mind. Ho ho ho. The giant ape said that he knew the location of other cracks, and was willing to leave with Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded in relief, and after knowing the specific location, Chen Yang jumped on the shoulder of the great ape. By the way, I haven't named you yet. Since you decided to go to Blue Star with me, I can't call you a giant ape, so how about calling you Xiaoan in the future? Chen Yang looked at the giant ape with silver hair and said. Ho ho ho. The giant ape expressed that he liked the name very much, and jumped happily on the ground. Alright then, Little Silver, let's go. Chen Yang was also very happy. This is his first beast pet. According to his knowledge, there are not many people in Yanchinj who own beast pets. Not to mention the 5th order beast pet, even the grandmaster might not have it, right? The Zhao family? If they came to ask for a crime on such a big animal pet, what would they think? On the way to find the crack, Chen Yang asked many questions about this planet. I learned from Xiaoan that this planet was not what it looked like. Decades ago, a group of strange creatures came suddenly. They were somewhat similar to human beings, but some of them had several pairs of wings on their backs. At first, Chen Yang guessed that they should be the legendary angels. When Xiaoyan said that they could transform into various monsters, Chen Yang overturned his guess. Xiaoan said that those strange guys called themselves demon kings, and they came from the distant Orion constellation. The devil likes this planet very much, but their arrival turned the whole planet into a hell. The demon kings first changed the entire sky, and the originally cloudless blue sky became the current blood-colored dusk. From then on, a large number of ferocious beasts began to run amok. They were infected by a strange force and became slaves of the demon king. The entire planet fell into a frenzied fight, which has lasted for more than 10 years. Later, the demon kings created countless cracks, each of which led to a different place. The devil ordered the beasts to enter the cracks to explore new worlds, and they occasionally entered the cracks to conquer other planets. This situation has continued until now, and these demon kings have continued to become stronger through constant conquest. In Xiaoan's words, they are already godlike existences. After listening to Xiaoan's description, Chen Yang finally understood why the beast had such an expression when it saw him. It turned out that they regarded themselves as one of the demon kings. Hearing this information, Chen Yang couldn't believe it. According to Little Silver, Blue Star became the planet that the demon kings were going to conquer decades ago. It's just because there are too many cracks opened, the devil hasn't descended on Blue Star yet. Chen Yang didn't know if Little Silver was exaggerating, but just by being able to change the entire sky, the strength of these demon kings was beyond his imagination. If everything is as Little Silver said, once the devil descends on Blue Star, the entire planet will definitely be devastated. The numerous bones on that canyon are the best proof. Chen Yang felt a chill running down his back, and he broke out in a cold sweat after hearing the news. He felt that he had been exposed to the Demon King's sight, and the Blue Star would become the Demon King's battlefield in the next second. Of course, all this is just Chen Yang's illusion, but he doesn't want to stay here any longer. So, the beasts that appeared on the Blue Star are just the vanguard of the Demon King? Chen Yang asked in horror. Little Silver nodded, and the fear of the devil in his brain was transmitted to Chen Yang. Chen Yang hurriedly told Little Silver to speed up his pace, and after an hour, a man and a beast finally came to a crack. Chen Yang summoned the clone to enter the crack, and 1 second before the clone lost contact, Chen Yang was sure that the opposite planet was Blue Star. Let's go. Chen Yang used his vitality to wrap Xiaoan inside. Unexpectedly, it was not difficult to cross the crack from here to Blue Star. After a short period of dizziness, Chen Yang finally saw the familiar sky. He turned on his mobile phone to locate the location, and it was more than 1,000 kilometers away from Yanchinj. Feeling the oxygen of nature, Chen Yang felt very heavy. He was still caught in the story told by Little Silver. Maybe in the next second, Blue Star would become the Demon King's next entertainment venue. Forget it, if the sky falls, there will still be tall ones to stand up to it. With my current level of strength, I guess it's not enough to be cannon fodder. After thinking about this, Chen Yang finally stopped thinking about the devil. Even he can pass through the crack, not to mention the master, and even the martial saint above the master. Someone among humans must have been to the rift, and the country may have known the news long ago. The reason why it was not leaked must be because the people are afraid of panic, but the country must also be looking for ways to deal with it. Perhaps the devil will never invade their planet in his life, and human beings can always sit back and relax. Little Silver, do you know what this black crystal is? Chen Yang took out the crystal and asked. This is the magic crystal, which is a monster bestowed by the devil to the beast. When the magic crystal absorbs enough vitality, it will produce magic liquid, and the beast that swallows the magic liquid has a chance to evolve into the devil's subordinate. Little Silver looked at the enchanted crystal with some fear, as if unwilling to touch it. Through Little Silver's reaction, Chen Yang quickly analyzed that the beasts should be divided into 2 factions. Some of the ferocious beasts wanted to evolve through demonized crystals, but Chen Yang judged that this kind of evolution was likely to become puppets of the Demon King. Another part of the beasts are very resistant to the existence of the magic crystal and avoid it. If this is the case, wouldn't human beings be opening Pandora's box by studying this enchanted crystal? An ominous premonition rose in Chen Yang's heart. Since moving into the inner city, Gao Xiong has a high-spirited feeling. Of course, he didn't forget to practice Yuan Li control, and now his realm has stabilized at the elementary level of warriors. After driving the Land Rover, Gao Xiong is planning to go to the warrior building. Han Chen originally wanted to help him interview for a position, but Gao Xiong felt that he had to wait for Chen Yang to come back before making plans. If he was really needed to manage the factory, he might not have time to join the army. After a while, it will be the martial artist assessment, and Gao Xiong's current physique has all reached the standard. As long as there are no accidents, the next assessment should pass steadily. Gao Xiong parked the car in the parking lot of the Warrior building, and was about to get off when a group of men in black suddenly rushed over. I am the captain of the Yanchinj law enforcement team. I suspect that you are related to a drug trafficking case. Please come with me, the leading man said to Gao Xiong gloomily. Drug trafficking? Sir, I'm a good citizen. Did you find the wrong person? Gao Xiong was puzzled. Search car. The man didn't listen to Gao Xiong's explanation, and spoke directly to his subordinates. Gao Xiong immediately resisted when he saw it, but the law enforcement team turned out to be all warriors, and the opponent was outnumbered, so Gao Xiong was quickly taken down. Captain, there is a pack of drugs hidden here. One of his subordinates took out a small black bag from under the seat and opened it. Take it back and interrogate. The captain smiled coldly and motioned to arrest him. When Gao Xiong saw this, he didn't know that someone was targeting him. Not to mention drugs, he didn't even have a bottle of drink in his car. Let go of me, I need to make a phone call, Gao Xiong said struggling. Humph, you still dare to resist law enforcement, take him back. The captain couldn't help saying, and after hearing this, his subordinates raised their fists and punched Gao Xiong in the abdomen. Gao Xiong was in pain, and he instantly thought of the Zhao family that Chen Yang had mentioned before. Except for the Zhao family, he couldn't think of anyone else he had offended. You guys, Brother Yang will come to save me? Then I want you to look good. Gao Xiong naturally understood Chen Yang's status, the major was beyond the reach of these guys. An hour later, Gao Xiong was locked in the interrogation room. Name. Gao Xiong was being interrogated by a middle-aged man, and a policewoman was sitting next to him, recording the interrogation with a computer. My name is Gao Xiong, Brother Xiong's bear. Gao Xiong lay down on the wooden bench and said casually. Puff. A law enforcement officer standing next to him punched him in the face. Give me peace of mind. Don't forget to threaten him after speaking. Tell me, who gave you the drugs in the car? The middle-aged man interrogated. Don't think I don't know, you guys want to frame me, Gao Xiong said evilly. According to the investigation, you are a person from a poor area, and you have no money to buy a luxury car, let alone live in the inner city. You are very close to that Chen Yang, right? Did he bring you in? The middle-aged man continued to ask. I want to see a lawyer? You are illegally tortured. Gao Xiong's brain was running fast, thinking about how to get out. Outside the interrogation room, Zhao's Higuo stood in front of the one-way glass and watched Gao Xiong quietly. Next to him was the captain of the law enforcement brigade, smiling and courting Zhao's Higuo. Mr. Zhao, there's no need to come over in person for such a trivial matter. Don't worry, I'm sure I can get him to talk. Zhao's Higuo nodded. What I want is not only for him to admit to illegal transactions, but the most important thing is to catch the mastermind behind the scenes, do you understand? I suspect that this person is the mastermind. Find a time to search his home. Zhao's Higuo took out his mobile phone and handed Chen Yang's photo to the captain and said, no problem, as long as Mr. Zhao handles it well, I'll send someone to his house right away. The captain looked at the photo and said, go and talk to this guy, if he is willing to identify, you can let him go. Zhao's Higuo pointed to Gao Xiong and said, okay, Mr. Zhao, I understand all this. The captain winked at the subordinates around him. When the subordinates saw it, they immediately told the interrogator inside what they meant. Gao Xiong, if you don't cooperate anymore, don't blame me for being ruthless. Do you know how many years you will be sentenced for illegal transactions? Now that the evidence is conclusive, I advise you to confess and be lenient. Otherwise, not only you, but even your family will be implicated. The interrogator threatened. We have already found out that the main culprit of this transaction is Chen Yang. I heard that he is your good brother. Now that we have convincing evidence, we will confiscate his house soon. You should think about it for yourself. I can still find a way let you get away. I bother. Gao Xiong spit out a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. Illegal trade, drug trafficking. My Yang brother can casually come up with tens of millions of people who will do these things? You despicable villains, are those bitches from the Zhao family instigating you and wanting to threaten me? There are no doors. Gao Xiong blushed angrily and cursed loudly. Okay. The interrogator winked at the law enforcement officer next to Gao Xiong. The law enforcement officers understood, and with a ferocious smile on their faces, they began to commit violence against Gao Xiong. Gao Xiong was handcuffed, so naturally he couldn't resist. It took more than 10 minutes for the law enforcement officers to stop the beating. When I looked at Gao Xiong again, his face was already bruised and purple, and his body was covered with injuries. I'll give you one last chance, is this Chen Yang your previous family? The interrogator saw that it was almost done, so he asked again. Gao Xiong coughed twice and spit out a mouthful of blood. You, Grandpa Xiong, don't know. Seeing that Gao Xiong has been unwilling to cooperate, the interrogator is also a little irritable. Let you be comfortable for a while, after your mother is arrested later, I see that you are still stubborn. Beast? What's coming at me? It has nothing to do with my family. I want to see someone, and if I don't see him, I won't say anything. Gao Xiong Wan Miu shouted angrily. Shut it up first. The interrogator stopped talking and got up to leave. After going out, he saw Zhao's Higuo standing outside, and he walked forward a little embarrassed. This guy's mouth is too hard, he is the one who won't cry until he sees the coffin. It's okay, now go to Chen Yang's house to search. I don't need to teach you what to do, you? Zhao's Higuo lit a cigarette and said. Of course, but what should we do if Chen Yang comes back? Asked the chief of law enforcement. If he dares to stop him, he is resisting the law enforcement. It's best to provoke him to do it. If he hurts a few brothers, the joint team won't be able to keep him. Zhao Zhiguo hinted. Hearing the Zhao family's tough attitude, the head of the law enforcement team knew what to do. 10 minutes later, 5 or 6 armored vehicles gathered at the entrance of the law enforcement team. Under the command of the captain, the armored vehicle drove towards the villa where Chen Yang was. Not long after, the armored vehicle entered the community. After hearing the news, Han Chen immediately rushed to the community. If he hadn't arranged for soldiers to protect the safety of Chen Yang's family, Han Chen might still be kept in the dark. Stop! This is the villa of the family members of the joint team, no entry is allowed. In the dark, several soldiers of the coalition forces took out their weapons and shouted at the armored vehicle. We are the law enforcement team of Yanchinj. Someone reported that Chen Yang was selling drugs and suspected of illegal transactions. This is a search warrant? Please step aside, otherwise we will not be able to explain it. The law enforcement captain took out an ID and shouted to several soldiers. Without orders from superiors, it is difficult to obey. The soldier said with a stern face. The captain of the law enforcement was a little at a loss. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, so he had no choice but to ask Zhao Zhiguo. When Zhao Zhiguo heard that there were soldiers guarding Chen Yang's villa, and those sent out to watch did not find any of them, he couldn't help cursing someone as a waste. You wait. Zhao Zhiguo hung up the phone, and then quickly called Zhao Kuang. Brother, the law enforcement team was stopped by the soldiers of the joint force, what should we do now? Zhao Zhiguo told the story quickly, and after listening to the third brother, Zhao Kuang was silent for a while. Forcibly rush in, remember not to kill anyone, and you should go there quickly. If other people want to stop you, then you will be required to appear on the stage. No matter what, the charges must be settled. When the time comes, all the witnesses and material evidence will be complete. Even Chen Yang is powerless. Zhao Kuang said in a low voice. When the time comes, I will take care of what happens. Remember, things must be done beautifully, and I will end up well then. Okay, big brother, I'll go there. After Zhao Zhiguo hung up the phone, he notified the law enforcement team to search forcibly, and he hurried to Chen Yang's villa. Again, get out of the way. Otherwise we will use force. After receiving Zhao Zhiguo's order, the law enforcement captain also felt reassured. The soldiers of the combined forces did not speak, but just opened the safety of their guns. Why do you want to keep this family? They are secretly doing illegal things. Do you want to protect criminals? The law enforcement captain persuaded again. It's our duty. Without orders from our superiors, no matter who we protect, we will not back down. The leading soldier replied. Seeing that the other party refused to enter, the law enforcement captain no longer hesitated. What the other party was holding was just an ordinary firearm, and in terms of strength, it was not even as good as a warrior. As long as you are careful, these guns are not a threat. Everyone follow me? Pay attention, be merciful. As soon as the captain of the law enforcement finished speaking, he suddenly came to a soldier like the wind. The soldier was about to shoot, but before he could pull the trigger with his fingers, the law enforcement captain cut the back of his neck with a knife. The huge force made the soldier unconscious in an instant, and the other soldiers shot quickly when they saw this, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. When Zhao Zhiguo arrived, the battle was over. Stop. Just when the law enforcement team was about to break in, Han Chen finally rushed over. Seeing the soldiers lying on the ground, he was out of breath. Who made you dare to attack the troops? It's me. Zhao Zhiguo also arrived at this time. His white clothes fluttered, and he didn't pant because of the rush. Have you found any evidence? Zhao Zhiguo asked the law enforcement captain. We haven't gone in yet. The law enforcement captain replied. Then what are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up? Zhao Zhiguo was afraid that the night would be long and dreamy, so he hurried to urge him. Go. The captain of the law enforcement greeted his subordinates. Seeing this, Han Chen quickly blocked the door. This is the place for the joint team, let me see who dares. Seeing Han Chen blocking the door, the law enforcement captain was at a loss. He also knows a little bit about Han Chen's name. The other party is a martial artist, and he is quite famous in the joint team. Go in, and leave this yellow-haired boy to me. Zhao Zhiguo's aura of a great martial artist was released, and the people around him felt suffocated. Han Chen suddenly felt bad. He never thought that the Zhao family would let Zhao Zhiguo come in person. The gap between a martial artist and a great martial artist can be described as a natural moat. Even so, Han Chen did not flinch. Chen Yuling in the villa didn't know what happened. She woke up from her practice and looked out of the villa in awe. Brother Chen, what's the matter? Chen Yuling asked quickly. Ever since becoming a cultivator, Chen Yuling has been very sensitive to the breath of a cultivator. Although I don't know what state Zhao Zhiguo is in, just judging from the aura exuded by the opponent, it is definitely not something Han Chen can stop. Yuling, hurry up. Seeing that Chen Yuling was actually in the house, he shouted hastily. But it was too late. Zhao Zhiguo waved his hand, and Han Chen floated in the air. Han Chen has a super sensor, so the reaction is already very fast. Facing the sudden talent, he still fell for it. Mind power. Han Chen yelled 2 words in pain, knowing in his heart that no matter what this time, he could not stop the opponent. Seeing Han Chen being controlled by Zhao Zhiguo, the law enforcement captain was shocked. Even a martial artist can be suppressed so easily. This Zhao family deserves to be one of the 4 major families in Yanchinj. Feeling the terror of the Zhao family again, the law enforcement captain didn't dare to delay, and immediately rushed in with his men. What are you doing? Chen Yuling wanted to stop her, but she was no match for a warrior who had just become a practitioner. The captain of the law enforcement just grabbed it with a little force, but Chen Yuling couldn't escape. Take her back, she is also a suspect. The captain of the law enforcement shouted to his opponent. Have you found any evidence? A few minutes later, Zhao's Higuo asked outside the villa. Found it, he has hundreds of caddies of drugs hidden in his house. The law enforcement captain understood. Okay, the witnesses and physical evidence are all convincing, take them back, Feng family. Zhao's Higuo sneered. Zhao's Higuo? If you act so boldly, aren't you afraid that the joint team will make trouble? Han Chen understood what the Zhao family wanted to do. Although such a low-level frame-up method was disdainful, it was very effective. If there is someone in the Zhao family court, the charge of illegal drug trafficking will be carried out. Even if you are a member of the joint team, you can't break the law casually, right? Yanchinj clearly prohibits drug trafficking, and if you are involved, you will be imprisoned for at least 10 years. I would like to see how the joint team can keep Chen Yang. Take it away, go back, and interrogate slowly. Zhao's Higuo shouted. Chen Yang still doesn't know what happened at home. He didn't expect the Zhao family to move so fast, and they were still hunting 5th-order beasts in the mountains. It's almost there. Chen Yang looked at the corpses of more than a dozen beasts in the space pocket. These should be enough for him to practice for a while. Come on, let's go home. After staying in the mountains for 5 full days, Chen Yang's strength increased again. After several days of continuous training, Chen Yang has practiced the first 2 moves of Huan Beast Art to perfection. After cultivating the body to the level of meat refining, Chen Yang also quickly broke through to the middle level of martial arts. The vitality in Chen Yang's body has formed a lake, so much vitality, even a beginner martial artist who has just broken through is not as good as Chen Yang. Little Yin, I'm going into the city later. You stay here outside, your body is too big, it's easy to cause riots if you go in, I'll come out to find you later. Chen Yang said to the giant ape. After hearing this, Little Silver roared twice, and then his body gradually became smaller. Chen Yang was secretly surprised when he saw it. Could it be that the 5th-order ferocious beast can control its body size at will? Chen Yang asked strangely. Following Xiaowen's explanation, Chen Yang suddenly realized. It turned out to be a new ability produced after absorbing the spiritual liquid. Chen Yang checked Xiaowen's talent again curiously, and sure enough it was different from before. Beast, Rampage Giant Ape. Advanced Practice, 5th level. Power, 512 tons. Cultivation Talent, Low Level Epiphany. Special Talent, Strength, Low Level Epiphany, Speed, Top Level, Fury, Top Level, Devouring, Top Level, Transformation, Intermediate Level. After swallowing the psychic liquid, Little Silver has an extra talent for transformation, and even his cultivation talent has evolved from a top-level cultivation talent to a low-level epiphany. That's great, let's go, I'll take you to see the human base. As he spoke, Chen Yang also changed into another appearance, and then put on a mask. Chen Yang came to the Guanghui base again. In order to prevent himself from being investigated, Chen Yang still decided to sell the salamander to the Guanghui Chamber of Commerce. Along the way, the people around were very curious about the apes around Chen Yang. From the outside, the rampaging giant ape looked like an ordinary pet, but sensitive people felt a little afraid of Little Silver. Little Silver is also very curious about human cities, it looks around like a child. Walking into the Chamber of Commerce, the previous front desk clerk has been replaced, and the new one is a cute little sister. Hello, welcome, how can I help you? The little sister smiled sweetly. Is President Sun Lin here? Chen Yang asked. Hearing Chen Yang's young voice, the little sister froze for a moment. Chen Yang directly took out the black gold membership card and put it in front of her. Please wait. The little sister recognized the identity of the black gold member and quickly called the president. What a coincidence, you came here today. Chairman Sun Lin came from downstairs and smiled. I have killed some ferocious beasts recently, and there are a lot of them. I don't know if the president can eat them. Chen Yang said. Who is this? He's talking big when he opens his mouth, and he doesn't even look at where it is. This kind of stunned young man can still be received by President Sun in person. A customer who traded at the Chamber of Commerce sneered. Shut up, didn't you see that it was a black gold membership card that someone took out? It is said that there are no more than dash people in that card in the entire glorious base. Although he can't see his face, it must be from a certain family. Children. The guest next to him hurriedly persuaded him. Oh, how many beasts have you brought over this time? Sun Lin asked curiously. Of course, she didn't think that Chen Yang would talk big. Just based on the last transaction, Sun Lin could figure out the general character of Chen Yang. There are more than 100 4th-order ferocious salamanders. The venue here is too small, so we have to change places. Chen Yang began to say. More than 100. The people around opened their mouths in shock when they heard this number. Others sell them one by one, but this is the first time I have heard that there are hundreds of them sold. The one who sold so many beasts last time was the one who had a conflict with the Lin family. Could it be that this person is? A guest guessed Chen Yang's identity. Then let me go to the back. Each of the warehouses in the back is the size of a football field, which should be enough. Sun Lin asked with a smile. Well, it should be possible. Chen Yang nodded and followed Sun Lin to the warehouse. At the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce, a man took out his phone and made a call. He looked at Chen Yang mischievously, and seemed to be very concerned about him. When he came to the warehouse, Chen Yang didn't write any ink. He pulled out all the salamanders in one go. Under the control of the power of thought and space, more than 100 salamanders were neatly placed in the warehouse. Soon, the entire warehouse was filled with salamander carcasses. At first glance, the scene is very spectacular. Who would have thought that someone could sell so many beasts at once? And it's not an ordinary beast, it's a fourth-order beast. If this is converted into practitioners, there are more than 100 martial artists. Although she believed Chen Yang's words, Sun Lin couldn't hide her shock when she saw so many salamanders appearing in front of her. After staying for a full 3 minutes, Sun Lin came back to her senses. Brother Yang, every time I see you, I have to refresh my 3 views. You must have time to sit upstairs this time, right? Sun Lin put away her surprise and asked charmingly. Chen Yang thought for a while and nodded. Last time, because he didn't have the talent to transform, Chen Yang was afraid of revealing his identity. Now Chen Yang has changed his appearance in advance, so he no longer refuses. Uncle Hong, please help me make an inventory. I will take Brother Yang upstairs to chat. Sun Lin turned her head and said to the butler beside her. Okay, miss. Uncle Hong nodded in agreement. Coming to the second floor of the Chamber of Commerce, Chen Yang took a look at the layout of this floor. Most of the weapons on the second floor are of better quality, and there are many medicines specially used for cultivation in a well-decorated place inside. Sun Lin led Chen Yang through the merchandise area to a relatively private room. This is Sun Lin's exclusive reception room. Except for people from the major families, few other people are qualified to enter here. Sun Lin was wearing a white embroidered gold cheongsam with slight slits on both thighs. She gracefully opened a can of tea, and a fresh fragrance came out of her nostrils. Sun Lin obviously has a lot of research on tea making, and her tea making posture is like a performance, which is pleasing to the eye. Before the tea leaves were brewed, Chen Yang felt the difference from other tea leaves. I saw that the tea was crystal clear, with a hint of charming fragrance. Chen Yang took the teacup and lightly flicked it, and his whole brain became sober in an instant. Good tea. Chen Yang couldn't help sighing. Of course, this tea is called bailing tea, which can only be picked from snow peaks thousands of meters above sea level. The water brewed from this tea has no impurities. Drinking it will not only refresh your mind, but also remove impurities in the body, can help practitioners temper their bodies, and even their mental strength will be slightly improved. Even though there are only 2 tea leaves in this cup of tea, the market price for these 2 tea leaves is as high as 20 yuan, and there is no market for it. Sun Lin gently introduced the origin of tea. Hearing this, Chen Yang couldn't help sighing that the life of the rich, even tea leaves are so precious. But this lark tea is indeed extraordinary. It is worth the price just because it can achieve the effect of quenching the body and eliminating impurities, let alone improve the mental strength. President Sun, I don't know if you invited me up, is there anything you want to say to me? Chen Yang got straight to the point. Hehe, don't worry. Why, isn't sister uncomfortable sitting here? Sun Lin provocatively revealed her captivating eyes. Chen Yang was no match for this kind of woman, and soon he couldn't hold on and was defeated. No, it's just that the president is too good looking, and I'm afraid I won't be able to control it. Chen Yang turned his head away and joked. Hey, if you really can't control it, you won't look like this. It seems that my sister is old and not as good as the little girl outside. Sun Lin showed a resentful look in her eyes. I don't know if my younger brother has a family. It's not that my sister wants to find out about your background, but she sincerely wants to invite my younger brother to join the Chamber of Commerce. My younger brother doesn't need to stay in the Chamber of Commerce every day, as long as he serves as a servant. Chen Yang was silent for a while after hearing this. It's fine to serve. I don't have a family, but I still prefer freedom. If the president really needs my help, I can leave a contact information for you. Hearing Chen Yang's refusal, Sun Lin was not upset. Okay then, my sister really has something to ask my brother for help. Chen Yang knew that the main event was coming. The last time I invited Chen Yang, I should have just wanted to know his information alone. This time, Kenning had other plans. Sister, I need to refine an elixir, and one of the medicines can be used to attract the inner alchemy of the giant storm eagle. This giant storm eagle is a 5th level fierce beast, and its strength is equivalent to that of a human's 1st level great martial artist. Because the giant storm eagle lives on the top of Jade Snow Peak all year round, it is very difficult to kill it. In addition, the giant storm eagle can fly itself, so there are even fewer people who can kill it. I think my brother has the space strength talent. Since he can kill so many salamanders, he must be no weaker than a great martial artist. I don't know if my brother is willing to help my sister with this favor. No matter whether I succeed or not, my sister will definitely give me a generous gift. Sun Lin blinked her eyes and said delicately. After listening to Sun Lin's words, Chen Yang showed a thoughtful look. It is not difficult for Chen Yang to hunt the 5th order beast, and it is only a low-level 5th order beast, so it should be easy to catch without accident. Yes, I wonder what price the president is willing to pay. Chen Yang thought for a while and asked. How about a top primeval stone? Sun Lin blinked her big eyes and said. Top primordial stones can't even be bought in the market. If my younger brother needs it in the future, you can come to me. Okay, I promise you. Hearing what you said, it shouldn't be just me, there should be others, right? Chen Yang asked. That's right, I hired 2 other high-level martial artists with targeted talents. Including Uncle Hong and you, there are 4 people in total. Sun Lin replied with a smile. 4 people, that is, at least 3 top primordial stones. Since you are willing to pay such a high price, why don't you invite a great martial artist? Chen Yang was puzzled. You think great martial artists are the price of cabbage? If you want to hire a great martial artist, you need at least 5 top primordial stones. And it's too difficult to find a great martial artist who can restrain the giant storm eagle, Sun Lin said angrily. Hearing Sun Lin's explanation, Chen Yang laughed. He almost thought that everyone else was like him and could use special talents at will. If the storm eagle wanted to escape, even a great martial artist might not be able to do anything. Okay, this is my phone number. Just let me know when you leave. Chen Yang handed his spare number to Sun Lin and said. The two chatted for a while, and Chen Yang felt that it was almost time, so he got up and said goodbye. Uncle Hong, have you counted everything? Sun Lin went out and asked. Miss, I have counted, there are 126 heads in total. The butler said in a low voice. It's just that his eyes revealed disbelief and fear of Chen Yang. The price of salamanders is 900 million yuan per head, a little over -billion yuan in total, so I'll give you -billion yuan directly. Sun Lin said generously. Then thank you, President. Just transfer the money to that card. I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Chen Yang said goodbye. Okay, brother, go slowly, come and play next time when you have time. Sun Lin greeted. Seeing Chen Yang walking away, Sun Lin threw the number to one of his subordinates. Go and check this number to see who the owner is. Okay, please wait a moment, President. The subordinate took the number, and after 3 minutes, the information of the owner of the number appeared on his mobile phone. President, the owner of this number is Haihu. How cunning. Sun Lin had no hope at all. How could the other party forget such an important matter? She just had the attitude of giving it a try. Seeing that Chen Yang's information could not be obtained from the number, Sun Lin also lost interest. Uncle Hong, let's go back to Yanchinj for dinner. Uncle Hong. Sun Lin looked back suspiciously, seeing that Uncle Hong's expression was a little distracted. She asked strangely. What's the matter, Uncle Hong? Is there a problem? Uncle Hong finally came back to his senses, seeing that Chen Yang had left. He said tremblingly. Miss, it's better for you to stay away from this person. Why? It's too late for such a young martial artist to be flattered by others. If I knew he has the strength of a martial artist last time, I would have to treat him to a meal at that time. Sun Lin said to herself. I don't know. I find him very frightening. Miss, did you notice that ape next to him? Uncle Hong said in fear. Ape? What's the matter? Is there something wrong with that pet? Sun Lin was puzzled. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I actually became afraid of that ape. Miss, you know that I'm only one step away from a great martial artist, and I'm actually afraid of his pet. That pet is definitely not simple, I believe intuition. Uncle Hong looked at the direction Chen Yang left and explained. How is that possible? It's just an ordinary monkey. Sun Lin didn't believe it. Okay, Uncle Hong. Let's go quickly, or we won't be able to make dinner. Sun Lin didn't take Uncle Hong's words to heart. A top martial artist would actually be afraid of a pet. I'm afraid no one would believe it. After leaving the Chamber of Commerce, Chen Yang took Xiaoan for a stroll on the road. Xiaoan, do you have anything you want to eat? The chicken drumsticks made by us humans are not bad. Let's go, buy some for you and try something new. When Chen Yang came to the barbecue shop, he saw that the roast duck and chicken in the shop were very attractive, so he simply bought 10 of them at once. Xiaoan excitedly imitated Chen Yang, tearing up the grilled chicken with his hands and swallowing it in one bite. This delicious taste that he had never tasted almost made him groan. After walking a few steps, Chen Yang realized something was wrong. Someone has been following him since he came out of the Chamber of Commerce. Judging by the aura of the other party, he turned out to be a junior great martial artist? Someone is looking for trouble, Chen Yang said with a cold smile. After hearing this, Xiaoan looked back and found something was wrong. Let's go out of the city first, it's not easy to do it here. Chen Yang hails a taxi and takes them out of the city. Seeing Chen Yang leaving in a car, the great martial artist following behind showed a cruel smile. The taxi soon arrived outside the base, and Chen Yang got off with the ape, and then disappeared at the gate of the base. The great martial artist behind him also followed closely. Although Chen Yang's speed was fast, it was only the speed of a high-ranking martial artist. The great martial artist behind him did not have trouble chasing him. 10 minutes later, the great martial artist behind him suddenly stopped. He jumped onto the top of the tree and looked ahead. Strange, why are people missing? The great martial artist murmured to himself suspiciously. He could lose even a martial artist, which made people laugh to death. Are you looking for me? The crisp voice came from under the tree, and the great martial artist was startled. When he found that Chen Yang was below him, a strange feeling came to his heart. Boy, are you waiting for me? The great martial artist jumped down from the tree and asked. Otherwise, except you have been following me, there should be no one else. Chen Yang said vaguely while eating roast chicken with a smile. Little Silver also looked curiously at the great martial artist in front of him. He didn't know why this man kept following his master. Check talent. Chen Yang checked the other party's information while chewing the chicken leg. Human, Lin Tian. Cultivation realm, elementary great martial artist. Power, 238 tons. Cultivation talent, top talent. Special talent, strength, top level, speed, high level, ice, top level. Only 3 special talents. Chen Yang muttered. What did you say? Lin Tian asked. Say you're a dog. You have such a good nose. Did you know that I've appeared in the Chamber of Commerce so quickly? Did someone report it to you? Chen Yang guessed. Shizi, damn it. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. I said that your Lin family is really strange. You can meet them everywhere. Lin Bin doesn't know how to learn a lesson, and so does Lin Hong. Why, your family is used to bullying people, right? Chen Yang mocked. Let me talk now. I want you to kowtow and beg for mercy later. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I want you to apologize to my nephew. Lin Tian's right hand shook, and an extra long sword appeared. Xiaoan, you can play with him. Chen Yang didn't intend to make a move, he said. Xiaoan swallowed the roast chicken in one gulp, wiped his mouth with the hair on his arm, and then jumped in front of Chen Yang. Ha 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 ha, you are not stupid, are you? This beast wants to deal with me. Seeing this, Lin Tian laughed out loud. Roar. Xiaoan instantly revealed his real body, and his 10-meter-high body pushed down all the surrounding trees. The huge fist kept beating on the chest, and the sound wave blew Lin Tian's mask into the sky. Fuck. What kind of monster is this? Lin Tian looked at the enlarged version of Xiaoan, and the arrogance he had just now disappeared without a trace. Little Silver, do whatever you want, it doesn't matter if you die, Chen Yang shouted. Since the Lin family wanted to kill him, he would not soften his heart. When Xiaoan heard what Chen Yang said, he punched Lin Tian. Lin Tian was so frightened that he ran away quickly. Judging from the aura of the opponent's fierce beast, this guy was not something he could mess with. Want to run? Chen Yang tore off a chicken leg and ate it. Little Silver was a 5th-level ferocious beast. How could a junior martial artist outrun it? Xiaoan jumped on the spot, and his whole body flew tens of meters. Lin Tian ran to the base without looking back, when suddenly a huge creature hit him in front of him, sinking the ground several meters deep. Boom. The muffled sound of the landing made Lin Tian almost fall down. Seeing the giant ape blocking his escape route, Lin Tian also desperately killed it. Ice Mirror. As soon as Lin Tian came up, he used one of the strongest combat skills, and saw that Xiaoan was trapped in a huge ice mirror world, surrounded by phantoms, and he couldn't find Lin Tian for a while. Of course, Little Silver would not be trapped by this simple world of ice mirrors. Its fist hit the ground, and its devouring talent instantly unfolded. There seems to be a black hole in the ice mirror world, and all the ice and snow elements are swallowed by Xiaoyan. Without the support of the elements, the ice mirror world gradually collapsed with a cracking sound. Lin Tian didn't expect that his combat skills would be deciphered so quickly, and he felt desperate. Xiaoan's truck-sized arm swung Lin Tian into the air, and Lin Tian spun 720 degrees in the air before falling heavily and crushing all the trees under him. Xiaoan happily beat the ground, as if he got a new toy. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. He stood up with difficulty, and turned his gaze to Chen Yang. Since you don't want me to leave, let's die together. Lin Tian's expression became ferocious. In his eyes, the giant ape at this time was very far away from Chen Yang. He rushed over at full speed. Maybe he could catch Chen Yang as a bargaining chip to threaten the giant ape. But Lin Tian didn't think about it. Did Chen Yang, who was able to possess a 5th-order beast, subdue it by love? Lin Tian didn't have time to think about this. He injected all his vitality into his legs, and the dust was flying behind him. That's all IQ is. Seeing Lin Tian turning his target to himself, Chen Yang instantly understood what he was thinking. Chen Yang raised his left hand, and 100 times the weight of gravity fell on Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't expect that he would be attacked suddenly, so he rushed to eat shit. Lin Tian quickly adjusted his body and stood up. His face was flushed, and he looked at Chen Yang like an enemy who killed his parents. Stinky boy, I want you to die. Lin Tian gathered the ice elements around him, and a huge ice blade slashed towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang chuckled and teleported away. Seeing that Chen Yang had disappeared, Lin Tian's mind went blank. Here it is. Chen Yang saw Lin Tian looking around, so he stood on Lin Tian's head and reminded him. Lin Tian hurriedly raised his head, and what greeted him was Xiaoan's slap. Puff. Lin Tian took off again. Xiaoan rushed over to catch him, and then threw him out after swinging him a few times. Before the poor Lin Tian landed, his whole body flew out again. He was dizzy and vomited all over in the air like his stomach was overwhelmed. Lin Tian finally got a chance to breathe, and Xiaoan came to his side again. Lin Tian realized that unless he got rid of the beast in front of him, he would definitely die. Fight. Lin Tian took out a tube of black potion, struggled in his mind, and was about to swallow it. Matter flip. Seeing Lin Tian taking out the potion, Chen Yang immediately realized that this might be the magic liquid of the magic crystal that he researched. Even a great warrior can evolve into a warrior after absorbing it. If Lin Tian can swallow this, Xiaoan is definitely no match. No. Lin Tian watched helplessly as the potion fell to the ground, and the liquid inside was also poured out. At the moment when the potion was about to touch the ground, Chen Yang manipulated his mind to store it up. A complete bottle of black potion flew in front of Chen Yang, and Chen Yang carefully put it away, planning to ask the researchers again if he had the chance. Little Silver, leave it to me. Chen Yang changed his mind. He wanted to find out about the Lin family's research on medicine. Seeing Chen Yang approaching, Lin Tian thought it was a good opportunity. He pretended to give up resistance, and when Chen Yang was only 10 meters away from him, he became angry, and an ice thorn formed in his hand and stabbed at Chen Yang. Wind element, bloodthirsty, mind power. Chen Yang pulled his strength to the extreme in an instant, and smashed Lin Tian into the ground with one punch. Puff. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood unwillingly. He never thought that this young boy also possessed the power of a great martial artist. How could this be possible? He had never heard of such a monstrous genius. You, who are you? Only then did Lin Tian think of questioning the identity of the other party. You don't deserve to know my identity. Do you want to die or live? Chen Yang asked lightly. Lin Tian stared at Chen Yang with wide eyes, but did not answer. It's quite tough, then I will fulfill you. Kill it. Chen Yang said. After hearing this, Xiaoan grabbed Lin Tian and stuffed it into his mouth. The bloody mouth was filled with a stench that almost made Lin Tian faint. He who became a great martial artist has never been treated like this before. Seeing that the giant ape was really going to eat him, he hurriedly begged for mercy. Let me go, let me go. I am willing to take 1 billion to apologize for my behavior just now. Little Silver, wait a minute. Chen Yang heard Lin Tian begging for mercy, so he stopped him. Please, as long as you let me go, I will never trouble you again. I can give you anything you want, women, status, wealth, as long as you ask, I will give it to you. Seeing that Chen Yang seemed tempted, Lin Tian shouted hastily. Your life is worth $1 billion. Chen Yang smiled meaningfully. 20 billion, I am willing to pay 20 billion. Lin Tian quickly changed his mind. Do you think I'm a fool? You are from the Lin family. As far as I know, the annual income of the Lin family is more than this. Since you have no sincerity, I'll just kill you. As Chen Yang spoke, he kicked Lin Tian in the abdomen. Lin Tian almost cried out. Don't, brother, my dear brother. It's my fault this time. I'll give you whatever you want. It's so early, why bother? Seeing that the other party was finally willing to cooperate, Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. I ask you to answer, don't play tricks, understand? Chen Yang threw the remaining roasted chicken and roasted duck to the shrunken Xiaoan and said, who knows about this potion? Chen Yang took out the black potion and asked, this. I don't know too well, I don't specialize in this. I said. Chen Yang stepped on Lin Tian's leg, and Lin Tian immediately gave in to the pain. I really don't know. Seeing that Chen Yang was about to abuse him again, Lin Tian quickly changed his words. But I heard from my elder brother that most of the people who are currently researching black crystals are the high-level officials of Yanqing and Guanghui base. I really haven't asked who they are. But in addition to the Lin family, there are also Zhou's family from Guanghui base and Zhao from Yanqing. As for the others, I really don't know, but I can ask for you. As long as you don't kill me, I can ask my eldest brother. You're so dumb. Chen Yang kicked Lin Tian. Tell me about the experimental effect of this potion. Chen Yang asked another question. Only the experimenters know this, but I can tell you one thing. When testing the potion, an experimenter ran out from the base. She was originally just a warrior, but after injecting the original version of the black crystal, her whole body changed. Mutation. The potion in my hand is an improved version from before, and I won't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Lin Tian said without thinking. Chen Yang, the experimental subject mentioned by Lin Tian, knew that it was the human Tan Ro he met before, but Tan Ro had completely mutated into a different species. Then how many people have drunk the potion now? 20 or so. Except for some death row prisoners, only a few people dared to drink the improved medicine. By the way, I know that the old man of the Zhou family drank the medicine in order to prolong his life. It seems that it is still very stable. After listening to Lin Tian's answer, Chen Yang had a general idea in his mind. The high-level executives must know the side effects of this black crystal. Since even the old man of the Zhou family dared to drink it, it means that the improved black potion seems to be no problem at present. However, Chen Yang knew in his heart that those who drank the potion had turned into half-species. Whether this situation is good or bad, only later will we know. Keep your mind open or I'll kill you. Before Chen Yang could explain, a needle-like sting hit Lin Tian's brain. The more Lin Tian resisted, the more intense the stinging sensation became. Following Chen Yang's threat, Lin Tian finally opened his mind. Half an hour later, Chen Yang finally controlled Lin Tian's mind. Remember not to play tricks in the future. If you let me know that you want to release the control, I will make your life worse than death. Chen Yang's forehead was also covered with beads of sweat. The difficulty of controlling the great martial artist was beyond imagination. Fortunately, the target did not dare to resist both times, otherwise it would be really hard to say. After confirming that there was no problem, Chen Yang finally let Lin Tian go. Hand over your card. 20 billion is too little to buy your life. Let me set a price. Let's just 50 billion. Lin Tian was just about to bargain after hearing this, when a tearing pain came from his soul. I said, don't play tricks. How could Chen Yang not know what Lin Tian was thinking? My card is only 23 billion now, and the rest will take some time. Lin Tian groaned in pain. Hand over the card and you can leave. If you let me know that you tell others what happened today, the pain just now will be 100 times stronger. Do you understand? Chen Yang threatened. I see. Lin Tian had no choice but to give in temporarily. After getting the bank card, Chen Yang sent his avatar to transfer the money into his black card. Of course, I dare not use the warrior card, as it will be easy for people to find out the owner. Chen Yang deliberately found a way to get a black card, no matter how hard the other party checked, he couldn't find him. Go away, let me know that the Lin family is looking for trouble next time, and I will be the first to destroy you. Chen Yang no longer looked at Lin Tian anymore. Little Silver, let's go. Chen Yang originally wanted to stay in Guanghui base for a few more days, but now he has lost interest. In less than an hour, Chen Yang hurried back to Yanchinj. He summoned a clone to enter the city with Little Silver, and he himself changed back to his original appearance. Now the funds in hand are very abundant. Counting the 23 billion robbed from Lin Tian, his current funds are as high as 36 billion. As the saying goes, money can make ghosts turn the clock. I don't believe that this Jianqin can still remain unmoved under my money offensive. The big deal is to spend more money, and we must get that piece of land. After knowing the real reason for the cracks, Chen Yang's vision is no longer limited to a beverage processing factory. If one day the devil really invades Blue Star, it might be too late to prepare now. Chen Yang intends to quickly raise his military rank and win over contacts from all parties. If possible, he even wanted to become the Lord of Yan City. Only in this way can he have a sliver of self-protection power. However, it is still a long way for Chen Yang to become the Lord of the city. It is not just enough to reach the level of a master. Go home first. Chen Yang jumped up, and his body quickly disappeared outside the city gate. When he came to the community, Chen Yang felt that something was wrong with the surrounding atmosphere. He strode to the front of the villa, only to see that the gate of the villa was open, and the inside was turned into a mess. What happened? Chen Yang hurriedly contacted the martial artist who was monitoring his home, and a few minutes later, a text message came from his phone. The Zhao family. Zhao Kuang, Zhao Minghui, you better hope that my family is fine, otherwise I will destroy your Zhao family. At this moment, Chen Yang's brain was in a mess. After trying to calm down, Chen Yang rushed to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Dad, is there really no way? Chen Yang will definitely not deal in drugs. These must be Zhao's conspiracy. Dad, let's find a way to expose them. In the luxurious crystal hall, Shi Ziyawai anxiously pulled Shi Yiyan's arm and said, you really haven't grown up at all. Who arrested him? It was the Zhao family? Do you know why the Zhao family can become one of the 4 major families? The entire Yanchinj has people from the financial, political, and military circles. Although our industry is also very large, compared with others, we are like an egg hitting a rock, vulnerable. Shi Yiyan replied distressedly. They are too despicable. Chen Yang is from the joint team. Is there no way for the joint team? Shi Ziyawai still refused to give up. The Zhao family has already made a confession in collusion. Unless Captain Zhou of the joint team personally guarantees, Chen Yang will definitely be sentenced. Now we can only hope that he will have his own destiny. Shi Yiyan shook his head and said, I'm going to the law enforcement team to see. Seeing that her father was unwilling to help, Shi Ziyawai decided to go alone to see if things could turn around. On the other side, Han Chen also asked Zhou Yuan to play at the team base. Don't worry, let's go and save his friend and sister now. The Zhao family has gone too far this time. After Zhou Yuan heard Han Chen's words, there was a trace of anger in his eyes. But the Zhao family has colluded with the confession and arranged the evidence, and the court also has their people. What should we do? Han Chen said worriedly. In any case, Chen Yang is a member of our team, and I will never allow the Zhao family to do anything wrong. I'm looking for connections with the court, and now I have to start with the law enforcement team. Zhou Yuan thought for a while and thought. At the gate of the law enforcement team, Chen Yang was surrounded by warriors from the law enforcement team. Chen Yang, you are suspected of drug trafficking and illegal trading. Now you are a major suspect. I advise you to put down your weapons and surrender obediently. The captain of the law enforcement team stood at the gate and shouted. Chen Yang glanced at the captain of the law enforcement, because Zhao's Higuo, who was behind him, had the right to speak. The Zhao family, it seems that such a low-level method is a bit too much, right? Chen Yang said calmly. If someone is familiar with him, seeing Chen Yang is so calm, he must know that something is wrong, and the little flame in Chen Yang's heart is about to erupt. This has nothing to do with me. Someone reported you for hiding drugs and selling them to people in the slums, and more than 300 caddies of drugs were found in your home. There are all witnesses and evidence. If there is any grievance, it is better to go ahead. Let's talk about it. Zhao's Higuo said in disdain. In his eyes, no matter how monstrous Chen Yang's cultivation talent is, he is still just a martial artist now. As a great martial artist, how could he be afraid of a yellow-haired kid? Now that he has been offended, he must directly press the sign to death. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Zhao family must make sure that Chen Yang will never recover. Zhao's Higuo had already planned to put Chen Yang in the prison with the strictest guards after the court's verdict came down. At that time, the Zhao family will arrange some people to intervene, and Chen Yang's meridians must be abolished in the prison, making him a useless person from now on. Okay, I'll go in with you. Zhao's Higuo, right? You have made a big mistake. You should never have implicated my family and brothers. Originally, I wanted to resolve the conflict between us peacefully, but now it seems that you the Zhao family is finished. After Chen Yang left a sentence, he walked into the law enforcement bureau on his own. Nonsense. Zhao's Higuo didn't take Chen Yang's words to heart, he just thought it was his brain burned out. For a giant like the Zhao family, even the city lord would have to be cautious if he wanted to suppress it. To overthrow the Zhao family with just him as a martial artist, isn't this a dream come true? Chen Yang. Shi Ziyawei also rushed over, seeing that Chen Yang was arrested and taken to the law enforcement bureau. She was sweating profusely. Don't worry, our captain is here. Han Chen came from behind and said to Shi Ziyawei. Shi Ziyawei turned her head quickly, and when she saw the man behind Han Chen, there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Zhou Yuan, who was behind him, saw Zhao's Higuo in the crowd at a glance, and smiled slightly, looking like a harmless animal. It has been a long time since so many big figures have come to the entrance of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and the surrounding people also talked about it after seeing this posture. Seeing Zhou Yuan appearing, Zhao's Higuo immediately felt troubled. It was rumored that the captain of the joint team was only one step away from the grandmaster, but now it seems that the rumor is not false. Zhao's Higuo's hair stood on end after only being glanced at by Yuan Zhou. He didn't expect the joint team to be so interested in Chen Yang that the captain came here in person. Zhao's Higuo only thought that Chen Yang had comprehended the speed force, but he didn't know that he also possessed the power domain. As soon as he broke through as a martial artist, he comprehended 2 domains, which is unique in the entire Yanshinj. Chen Yang's talent is terrifying even for Zhou Yuan. Except for the simple and rough way of fighting, other aspects can be said to be perfect. Zhao's Higuo hurriedly told Zhao Kuang what happened at the scene, and Zhao Kuang's expression was serious after hearing this. It seems that things are not that simple this time. Zhao Kuang hung up the phone. Go and help me call the 4th child. Zhao Kuang said to the secretary. The 4th son, Zhao Feng, is the one with the best cultivation talent in the entire Zhao family, and he can't even detect it with instruments. There are rumors that the cultivation talent that cannot even be detected by instruments must be above the top cultivation talent. Zhao Feng only thinks about cultivation. He is now in his 30s, but has no children under his knees. Zhao Feng had very few chances to appear on formal occasions. Except for a few brothers from the Zhao family, no one knew that Zhao Feng had also stepped into the realm of a high-ranking great martial artist. After contacting the 4th child, Zhao Kuang felt a little more secure. Although the Zhao family has been called the 4 major families for many years, how can they be willing to sit on an equal footing with the other 3 families? I just took this opportunity to let the 4th brother come out of the mountain and show off the majesty of the Zhao family. Minghui, let's go to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Zhao Kuang called Zhao Minghui and said. Is Chen Yang here? Zhao Minghui said excitedly. Well, he is under control now, and it is impossible to let him go out today no matter what. Don't worry, I will help you get back the insult you suffered before. Zhao Kuang said calmly. Thank you dad, I'll be there right away. Zhao Minghui dropped the mahjong in his hand and set off immediately. Where are you going? Seeing Zhao Minghui's anxious look, Lin Bing asked curiously. Chen Yang was arrested, my father called me to take revenge. Zhao Minghui quickly replied. Hey, wait for me, I want to go there too. Lin Bing stopped fighting, and quickly got up to follow behind Zhao Minghui. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was gradually setting. The clouds in the distance are reflected in blood, which looks very magnificent. Some people are restless and always feel that something big is going to happen. After learning about the Law Enforcement Bureau, the Qian, Li, and Sun families couldn't hold back anymore and sent people over to inquire about the news. What? Chen Yang was arrested. Li Wixin stood up when he heard the news. He has a good impression of Chen Yang, and every time Chen Yang meets, Brother Li calls him. When he encounters difficulties at this time, he will help him no matter what. On the other hand, after Sun Qian learned about it, she immediately called home to inquire about the situation. Knowing that the Zhao family was involved, he also rushed over. In just 10 minutes, all the major families reacted differently because of Chen Yang's arrest. Zhou Chu, who was in the warrior building, was also furious. The student she had just recognized was arrested as a suspect. It took an hour to find out, and she kept cursing herself for being negligent in her heart. She had heard about the conflict between Chen Yang and the Zhao family, but she never expected it to develop into this way. Zhou Chu was very accurate in judging people. When he met Chen Yang for the first time, he felt that this child would be a blockbuster in the future. Zhou Chu would never believe that he knew how to sell drugs. Aunt Zhou, let me choose a book of combat skills. A boy came in and said, it's closed today, come back tomorrow. Before Zhou Chu finished speaking, he had already jumped down from the 18th floor. What's the situation, so urgent? The boy was dumbfounded. It was the first time he knew that this kind-looking Aunt Zhou was so fierce. Chen Yang walked into the Law Enforcement Bureau calmly, and the aura of a martial artist erupted unreservedly from him. The captain of the law enforcement who wanted to step forward to hold Chen Yang's hands was frightened by this momentum, and he didn't know what to do with the restrictive handcuffs in both hands. What about my family? Chen Yang didn't see his parents and sister after he walked into the Law Enforcement Bureau, so he asked. Your sister is inside. The members of the law enforcement team around Chen Yang were quite arrogant at first, but after feeling the suppression of the martial master's breath, their tone became very scared. Aren't my parents here? Chen Yang glanced at him. We didn't see your parents, so we didn't bring them here. Members of the law enforcement team spoke truthfully. Knowing that his parents were fine, Chen Yang felt a little relieved. Take me to my sister, Chen Yang said. Who do you think you are? This is the Law Enforcement Bureau, not your home. The law enforcement captain finally couldn't help shouting. He was ignored by Chen Yang all the way here, thinking that there was a great martial artist from the Zhao family behind him, and he concluded that Chen Yang would not dare to do anything in the Law Enforcement Bureau, so he boldly wanted to handcuff Chen Yang. Chen Yang turned his head and glanced at the captain of the law enforcement. This glance of mental pollution talent instantly invaded the opponent's brain. The captain of the law enforcement team only felt that those eyes were like giant beasts, and the Law Enforcement Bureau in front of him suddenly turned into a scene like hell. The captain of the law enforcement fell into extreme panic. He was just a great martial artist, but under Chen Yang's talent of spiritual pollution, he instantly took a few steps back in panic, almost sitting on the ground. It was just that Chen Yang glanced at him casually. If the mental pollution was fully activated, the law enforcement captain would definitely fall into a coma. Humph. Zhao's Higuo also came in, and seeing that the captain of the law enforcement was looking wrong, he quickly released the aura of a great martial artist to help him stabilize his mind. The law enforcement captain finally broke free from the illusion, and looked at Chen Yang again, his eyes full of fear. Boy, this is the Law Enforcement Bureau. Using force here is counted as resistance to law enforcement. Zhao's Higuo looked at the law enforcement captain and asked. The captain of the law enforcement smiled embarrassingly, but the expression was as ugly as it was. Chief. Footsteps were heard upstairs, and the law enforcement captain hurriedly shouted when he saw this, and he also let out a deep breath. It was very difficult to even speak a word among this group of martial artists. Seeing the director come forward, he finally didn't have to bear the pressure anymore. This is the major suspect in drug trafficking, right? The director glanced at Chen Yang and asked. That's right, according to the clues of the real name report, we found more than 300 caddies of drugs at Chen Yang's home. The law enforcement captain quickly explained. The director looked at Zhao's Higuo and nodded to him. Since the witnesses and physical evidence are all there, let's start the interrogation. The director lit a cigarette and Chen Yang couldn't explain it. Chen Yang glanced at the bureau chief in front of him, and found that he had the realm of a high-level martial artist. I'm a major, are you sure your position can catch me? Chen Yang said meaningfully. The director paused, and then his face instantly fell. Can the major ignore the laws of the country and arrest him for interrogation? What happens, I will take responsibility. Who dares? Zhou Yuan brought Han Chen and the others in, and even Li Wixin rushed over behind him. When will it be the turn of the law enforcement team to investigate the matter of the joint team? Even if it is really guilty, it will have to be handed over to a military court. Just relying on the Law Enforcement Bureau, I am afraid it is not qualified for interrogation. As soon as Zhou Yuan came in, the situation in the entire hall instantly froze. Zhao Kuang is here too. Han Chen saw a few black Benzes parked outside the Law Enforcement Bureau, and said in a low voice. The car door opened, and Zhao Kuang walked down from the back seat calmly in a suit. What day is it today? Even the captain of the joint team was alarmed. Zhao Kuang looked at Zhou Yuan with a smile and said. Before Zhou Yuan could reply, another roar came from outside the door. Who dares to arrest my student? Several people looked outside the room in a daze, and it was actually Zhou Chu who came. Zhao Minghui looked at the angry Zhou Chu with doubts on his face. He never thought that even this woman was involved. You are Chen Yang's teacher. Zhao Kuang said with some doubts. I am Chen Yuling's teacher, and I can prove that Chen Yang has nothing to do with drug trafficking. Zhou Chu shouted. Seeing so many great martial artists coming at once, the director felt a headache. He had just broken through to a high-level martial artist, but now facing so many great martial artists at once, his previous indifference was gone. The director looked at Zhao Kuang, as if asking him what to do. Chen Yang, are you okay? An all too familiar voice sounded outside the door. Chen Yang looked back. It was actually Lu Xian. Lu Xian, why are you here? Chen Yang changed his coldness and asked gently. I heard that Gao Xiong was arrested, and even you were included in the list of major suspects, so I was worried about you and came here. Lu Xian hurried to Chen Yang's side, seeing that he was fine, she felt relieved. Seeing this, Shi's eye behind Han Chen's face darkened a lot. Zhou Chu glanced at the hall, but did not find Chen Yuling. You are the director, right? Let my students out. Zhou Chu said in a hurry. Zhou Chu, how can this be done? Since Chen Yang is the principal offender, his sister is naturally an accomplice. The lightest thing is not to report what he knows, and he needs to cooperate with the interrogation. How can you release the suspect who may have committed a crime with just one word from you? Zhao Kuang saw the director's expression of embarrassment, so he found an excuse and said. Zhao Kuang, it seems that you are trying to make things difficult for me on purpose. Zhou Chu questioned. Director, why don't we start the interrogation now, so as not to waste everyone's time? What do you think? Zhao Kuang ignored Zhou Chu and said to the director. All right, lock Chen Yang up. The chief spoke. Why? Lu Xian asked anxiously. Lu Xian, don't you see it? Your boyfriend is a criminal. You should stay away from him and come back to me, okay? Zhao Minghui persuaded. Minghui, I can apologize to you for what Chen Yang did, please let him go, okay? Lu Xian understood that this was the Zhao family's revenge, and she begged Zhao Minghui immediately. Chen Yang stretched out his hand to block Lu Xian. Xiner, remember, my woman doesn't need to beg others. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. Chen Yang looked at Lu Xian with firm eyes and said. Hehe, good Chen Yang, you're still stubborn when you're about to die. Viciousness appeared in Zhao Minghui's eyes. Standing behind Zhao Minghui, Lin Bing was beaming, and Chen Yang was finally out of luck. Aunt Zhou, let's rescue Chen Yuling first. Chen Yang didn't pay attention to the chief, but said to Zhou Chu, dare to make trouble in the law enforcement bureau, and the crime will be added. Zhao Kuang stopped talking and grabbed Chen Yang directly. As long as Chen Yang dared to resist, he could kill him. At that time, he would say that Chen Yang knew the law and broke the law, but he didn't know how to measure it. Zhao Kuang's idea was very vicious. Zhou Yuan could not let him succeed, so he immediately blocked it. Seeing that the scene became chaotic, Chen Yang quickly took Lu Xian to escape and go in to find his sister. Where to go? Zhao's Higuo rushed over to catch Chen Yang. You go in, I'll come to this guy. Zhou Chu rushed over and slapped Zhao's Higuo with his palm, forcing him to return to defense. Seeing this, Chen Yang no longer hesitated to go in and look for it. The members of the surrounding law enforcement team did not dare to come forward to stop him, allowing Chen Yang to rush into the interrogation room. Yu Ling, are you alright? Opening a bulletproof door, seeing his sister trapped on the chair, Chen Yang hurriedly asked. Elder brother. Seeing Chen Yang, Chen Yuling shed tears excitedly. It's okay, my brother is here. Chen Yang stepped forward to uncuff the handcuffs and hugged his sister into his arms. Brother Xiong is also locked up. Right next to him, he bleeds a lot. Chen Yuling cried and said. Hearing that his good brother was injured, Chen Yang punched the wall open. Fat. Seeing Gao Xiong's face beyond recognition, with scars everywhere, the anger in Chen Yang's heart finally burst out. Brother Yang, you go away, they want to arrest you. Gao Xiong opened his eyes and spoke intermittently. Fatty, it's okay, they will all be buried with you. Chen Yang took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and poured it into Gao Xiong's mouth. Gao Xiong's body suddenly felt like it was on fire. What is this? Gao Xiong asked sadly. Don't talk, feel the vitality carefully, this spiritual liquid can help you recover from your injuries. Chen Yang helped Gao Xiong to the ground and said, you stay here, I'll go out and settle this matter. Chen Yang said to his sister and Lu Xian. Those from the Zhao family are all great martial artists, and you are no match for them. Lu Xian worried. It's okay, it's just a great martial artist. Chen Yang gave Lu Xian a reassuring look, and then walked out. The fight outside was very intense at this time, because the place was narrow and limited, and several people did not let go. At this moment, a figure fell outside the law enforcement bureau. He was wearing a white robe, with long hair, unkempt, looking a bit decadent. Seeing this man appear, several people in Zhou Yuan also stopped. Fourth, Zhao Kuang was delighted when he saw the person coming. Big brother. Zhao Feng nodded, he took a glance, and Han Chen suddenly felt that he was seen through. What a horrible guy. Han Chen and Li Wixin shouted in their hearts at the same time. Li Wixin carefully looked at the man in front of him, but didn't recognize him at first. When he heard Zhao Kuang calling him the fourth child, Li Wixin guessed the identity of the person in an instant. Unexpectedly, the Zhao family still hides a high-ranking great martial artist. Zhou Chu's eyes also became serious. Zhou Yuan also set his sights on Zhao Feng. Although the man in front of him could not pose a threat to him, he would still be troublesome. People outside the law enforcement bureau were shocked when they saw Zhao Feng's appearance, and soon the news that the fourth son of the Zhao family was a high-ranking great martial artist spread to the ears of the other three families. Now let's see where you go. Zhao's Higuo snorted coldly when he saw Chen Yang coming out. Now there are 3 great martial artists on Zhao's side, and only 2 on Chen Yang's side. The situation suddenly became clear. Run! My brother Gao Xiong was arrested by you, right? Chen Yang looked at Zhao's Higuo and asked calmly. So what, you don't think you can take revenge? Zhao's Higuo laughed. That's right. Strength field, speed force. Chen Yang turned into an afterimage in Zhao's Higuo's eyes, his pupils widened, and before his body had time to react, Chen Yang's punch sent him out of the law enforcement bureau in an instant. Boom! Zhao's Higuo's body spun in the air for 2 seconds before falling down. A huge deep hole was smashed out where he was, and the clothes on his body were turned into ashes by Chen Yang's punch. Zhao Kuang's eyes were fixed, even he could barely see Chen Yang's attack just now. If the target of this punch is himself, he may not be much better. This kid, how is it possible? Zhao Kuang concealed the shock in his heart. When he looked at Zhao's Higuo again, he had already vomited blood and lost half of his fighting power. Zhao Kuang, it was your son who was wrong first, and I was thinking of a peaceful solution. I didn't expect you to implicate my family and brothers. If this is the case, there is no need for the Zhao family to exist. Chen Yang said with a gloomy face. It's such a big tone, isn't it your master who taught you? Zhao Kuang didn't care about Chen Yang's threat. Who do you think you are, trying to overthrow the Zhao family with just one word? In my eyes, you're just a piece of shit. Pooh. Relying on the presence of his father and 2 uncles, Zhao Minghui also sneered at Chen Yang at this time, completely forgetting the fear of kneeling in front of him before. My master? Oh, I almost forgot, he should have arrived. Chen Yang looked outside the gate, and just as he finished speaking, a huge object fell from the sky and crushed the ground completely. Shocked by the loud impact, Shizaiwai covered her ears. Zhao Kuang looked out, and saw a 10-meter tall giant ape standing outside the door, roaring excitedly. Fierce beast, run. The people watching the theater dispersed in an instant, and the people outside the law enforcement bureau disappeared without a trace. The giant ape's breath of a fifth-order ferocious beast shocked everyone in the law enforcement bureau, and a seemingly thin figure jumped off the giant ape's shoulders. It's just a beast pet, so it didn't scare everyone. The visitor said slowly, this is exactly Chen Yang's transformed avatar? The scene fell into silence, and the way Master Chen Yang appeared scared everyone. Beast pet, is this what people say? Who is this, blocking my way? Chen Yang's avatar used telepathy to secretly ask Xiaoyan to attack, and saw Xiaoyan suddenly punch Zhao Feng. Mixed with Chen Yang's various talents, Zhao Feng was immediately blasted into the wall of the law enforcement bureau. Depend on. Zhao Feng's punch was inexplicable. In terms of strength, he was not weaker than Xiaoyan. But this punch not only came suddenly, but also mixed with Chen Yang's various talents, it immediately suffered a dull loss. Zhao Kuang's mind went blank for a moment. He never thought that Chen Yang's master would appear on stage in such a way. It seems we are overthinking. Zhou Yuan glanced at Chen Yang and said with a smile. Although his master looked a little strange, the strength of the fifth-order beast next to him was beyond doubt. Is it your disciple who bullied me? Chen Yang's avatar looked at Zhao Kuang casually, and this glance was mixed with all of Chen Yang's spiritual talent attacks. Zhao Kuang was unprepared. When he felt the majestic mental power coming, his expression changed again and again. Zhao Kuang propped up his vitality shield and took 2 steps back to resist this wave of offensive. Seeing that Zhao Kuang couldn't even resist Master Chen Yang's eyes, the people beside him were shocked. Zhou Chu also curiously checked with his talent of clairvoyance, but in the end he could only return disappointed. Grandmaster. Zhao Kuang gritted his teeth and spat out a few words, and asked unwillingly. After swallowing the spiritual liquid, the vitality in Chen Yang's body expanded a lot compared to before. If all talents are fully activated, although the power is not as good as that of the master, it is still far higher than Zhao Kuang. Zhao Kuang's heart was already turbulent. If Chen Yang's master is really a master, then what he just said about destroying the Zhao family is probably not empty talk. You haven't answered me yet, boy. Chen Yang's avatar erupted with a Herculean aura, although it was faked by the top coercion, Zhao Kuang, and others couldn't see it at all. Zhao Kuang didn't know what to do at this time, so he could only nod his head with difficulty. Teacher, what do you think should be done? Chen Yang asked Avatar. Master, the Zhao family relied on being one of the 4 major families, not only framed me, but also made my brother suffer in it. Should they not be destroyed? Chen Yang replied lightly. Hearing what Chen Yang said, Zhao Kuang's expression was as suffocated as a pig's liver, which was very ugly. I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding here. Zhao Kuang quickly explained. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feng silently retreated behind Zhao Kuang without saying a word. Zhao Minghui was probably the one who felt the most uncomfortable. He thought that the situation was a sure thing, but he had already started to imagine Lu Xian begging on his knees, humiliating Chen Yang, and taking Lu Xian away reluctantly. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn for the worse, not to mention humiliating Chen Yang now. Even I am afraid that I will not be able to protect myself. In this little Yanchange, someone dares to bully my apprentice. It seems that there is really no need for the Zhao family to exist. As soon as Chen Yang's avatar finished speaking, the figure had disappeared. Zhao Kuang felt great in his heart, and a great sense of authority came from behind him. I saw Chen Yang's avatar suddenly appearing behind Zhao Kuang, and the thunderstorm instantly enveloped Zhao Kuang. Swallowing, disintegration, mental pollution, phantom sounds, space cracks. Chen Yang controlled the avatar and used a unique move as soon as it came up. The space rift created a tiny black hole behind Zhao Kuang, and before he could react, his arm was torn to pieces by the space rift. Zhao Feng quickly stopped him, and when he made a move, Chen Yang's avatar returned to the original place, as if nothing had happened. Zhao Kuang yelled heart-piercingly. The pain of his arm being swallowed made him almost collapse. Zhao Kuang's hair stood up under the thunderstorm, looking very funny. Chen Yang's attack can be regarded as crippling most of Zhao Kuang. If it weren't for the psychological fear of the master, Zhao Kuang wouldn't be unable to defend himself. Is your excellency going too far? A drop of cold sweat fell from Zhao Feng's forehead, and he questioned Chen Yang's avatar while resisting the discomfort. Speak up. Chen Yang secretly winked at Xiaoyan, and saw Xiaoyan raised his fist and punched Zhao Feng vigorously. Zhao Feng was startled, and quickly raised his arms to resist. 100 times of gravity instantly pressed on Zhao Feng's body. He didn't notice Chen Yang's small movements, but he was thrown into the ground by Xiaoyan's fist, and the entire hall of the Law Enforcement Bureau was destroyed. In fact, Zhao Feng would not have been suppressed one after another if he hadn't been afraid of the prestige of the master. But after knowing that the other party was a master, the high-ranking martial artist he was proud of suddenly felt that it was not worth mentioning. Not to mention the inner resistance, even looking at the other party was terrifying. He won't really want to demolish this place, will he? Why don't you call the city lord? Lin Bing was terrified. He was here to watch a play, but who would have thought that such a thing would happen to him? If he knew that Chen Yang's master was a master, how would he have dared to cheat Chen Yang with Zhao Minghui? At that time, he gave Shizuo to him without saying a word. Dad. Zhao Minghui's legs were trembling. Seeing his father's missing arm, regret welled up in his heart. How can you be willing to let the Zhao family go? Zhao Kuang endured the severe pain and asked in a low voice, for fear that he would accidentally offend the other party. Of course I have to ask my apprentice. Chen Yang's avatar said without looking at it. Chen, brother Chen Yang, check to see if there is any misunderstanding. My Zhao family is willing to compensate you for the loss, and please ask your master to be merciful. Zhao Kuang said aggrievedly. My brother was beaten like that, how should we settle the account? Chen Yang asked coldly. This. I am willing to pay $billion in compensation, what do you think? After hearing this, Chen Yang glanced at Zhao Kuangjao. It's 100 billion, it's really willing. 10 billion can't buy me happiness. I don't think it's better than this. If you ask your son to apologize to me in front of the people of Yanqing, I will spare you this time. Chen Yang smiled playfully. Father, no, at worst we call the city lord over, he will never dare to act recklessly. Waste. Zhao Kuang slapped Zhao Minghui across the face. Zhao Minghui's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a trace of blood even flowed from the corner of his mouth. Brother Chen Yang has the final say, I'll let him apologize in front of everyone in Yanqing. Zhao Kuang agreed in a low voice. Chen Yang was a little surprised. For a character like this, face is the most important thing. Even this kind of condition can be agreed, this Zhao Kuang is really capable of advancing and retreating. Chen Yang, be careful, don't go too far. Seeing that Chen Yang still wanted to make a request, Zhou Yuan suddenly said. Hearing Zhou Yuan's persuasion, Chen Yang thought for a while. Seeing Gao Xiong injured like that, Chen Yang wanted to destroy the Zhao family no matter what. But now it is still somewhat impossible to directly move the Zhao family's muscles and bones, because only he knows that he, the master, is a fake. If it was true, he wouldn't be too lazy to talk nonsense, and went directly to the other party's house to kill him. How can there be so many scruples? Even if the city lord really comes forward to stop it, the Zhao family will lose most of it. I'll let you off now, and when I break through to become a great martial artist, I'll make it easier for you. Chen Yang thought in his heart, and his anger gradually calmed down. In that case, call the reporter. I want him to kneel down and apologize in front of my brother. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he walked towards the clone. Master, I'm bothering you to come here for such a trivial matter. It's all because of my lack of skill. Chen Yang knelt on the ground and said, Hey, what are you talking about? What is the master for? Isn't it to protect the disciples? Next time who dares to bully you, I will directly tear down his ancestral grave. Chen Yang's avatar directed and acted on his own, which frightened the Zhao family for a moment. Since you're fine, I'll take Xiaoan to eat something first. In this poor place, there isn't even a fifth-order ferocious beast. Chen Yang's avatar said with disdain. Master, won't you stay for a meal? Chen Yang said. Don't eat, Master is still waiting for me at home. If you are not satisfied with what they have done, Master will come and kill them for you. Chen Yang said arrogantly. I'm leaving. If you need anything, please call. After finishing speaking, Xiaoan and Chen Yang's avatars disappeared. The power of space. Zhao Kuang's pupils dilated, and he was even more afraid of Chen Yang's clone. Chen Yang stood up, and after a long time, he turned his head and glanced at Lin Bing in the crowd. Lin Bing was so frightened by Chen Yang's look that he almost peed on his pants. Seeing that the other party seemed to be just warning him, he let out a long sigh of relief. This guy, you must never mess with him in the future. You must tell my brother that Lin Bin has such an arrogant personality. If Chen Yang goes to the Guanghui base to conflict with him one day, the Lin family will be finished. Lin Bing was thinking about it in his heart. I'll go in and see how my brother is doing. Chen Yang said to several people in Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan nodded and motioned him to go in. The movement outside made the two women startled in the interrogation room, fearing that something might happen to Chen Yang. Seeing that Chen Yang came out intact, he quickly asked what happened. It's okay, the Zhao family has relented, let me see how Gao Xiong is doing. Chen Yang came in front of Gao Xiong, carefully observed the meridians in Gao Xiong's body with the talent of clairvoyance, and secretly marveled in his heart when he saw that the spiritual liquid had opened up all the meridians of Gao Xiong. It's really a good thing. This mouthful of spiritual liquid is much more powerful than that genetic potion. Many gene potions belong to forcibly improving the cultivation realm of the human body. Generally, people who use gene potions to break through forcibly will find it difficult to make further progress in this life. But the spiritual liquid is different, it fundamentally changes the physique of the practitioner. With the expansion of the meridians, the vitality will naturally circulate faster. After a few minutes, Gao Xiong finally opened his eyes. Under the nourishment of the psychic liquid, his wounds have fully healed, and the bruises on his face have disappeared. Fatty, how do you feel? Chen Yang asked quickly. Brother Yang, what kind of panacea did you feed me? It's really amazing. I have broken through to a great martial artist. Gao Xiong was so excited that he almost jumped up. Chen Yang was also very surprised. He checked Gao Xiong's talent. Human, tall bear. Cultivation realm, elementary great warrior. Strength, 2,500 kilograms. Cultivation talent, advanced talent. Special talents, strength, medium, speed, medium, fire element, high. Seeing that Gao Xiong's cultivation talent had been upgraded from a low-level talent to a high-level talent, Chen Yang was also surprised. Even the special talent has undergone great changes, the current Gao Xiong can be regarded as a genius. After a second thought, this spiritual liquid even competes with fifth-order fierce beasts. Now it is fed to Gao Xiong, who is a warrior. There is no wonderful change, but it is a bit abnormal. Fatty, it was a blessing in disguise, you are awesome now. Chen Yang happily punched Gao Xiong on the shoulder. Come on, let's go out, there are people waiting for us outside. Chen Yang took Lu Xian's little hand and said. After going in for 10 minutes, Chen Yang finally came out of the interrogation room with his younger sister. Seeing the gate of the law enforcement bureau turned into ruins, several people stared wide-eyed, not knowing what happened just now. Brother Yang, you won't tear down the law enforcement bureau, will you? Gao Xiong said in surprise. Basically, even if I really demolish it, the director should have no objection, right? Chen Yang finally asked the director of the law enforcement bureau. The director of the law enforcement bureau thought that Chen Yang had forgotten himself, but now that he mentioned it now, his expression was extremely dark. It's all due to the ineffectiveness of the subordinates, and I am also responsible. I also ask my brother to hold your hands high. The director replied in a low voice with a smile. Your brother is called Gao Xiong, right? I'm so sorry, I have a high-level primordial stone here, and someone will send it over. Seeing the 180% change in the director's attitude, Gao Xiong was very surprised. The reporters outside had already arrived. Chen Yang waved and called them all over. The eldest son of the Zhao family has something to say. Now it's time for the live broadcast of the Yanqing news. Come here and broadcast what this young master Zhao is going to say to the TV live. When these reporters heard this, they quickly surrounded them. They have known about the Law Enforcement Bureau for a long time, and it is a rare opportunity for them to be able to interview for the first time. Master Zhao, let's start. Chen Yang said lightly. Many people secretly guessed when they heard this, what was the origin of this Chen Yang, and he dared to speak to the Zhao family in such a tone. Even the patriarch of the Zhao family stood aside, and even one of his arms was missing. It seemed that there was going to be big news in Yanqing. Zhao Minghui's face changed, and he stood there without moving. Don't hurry up. Zhao Kuang kicked his son's leg. Zhao Minghui suffered pain, and his legs softened and he knelt on the ground. I'm sorry. Zhao Minghui looked like he was about to cry. I shouldn't suspect you of committing a crime, please forgive the Zhao family. Kneeling and kneeling, Zhao Minghui simply went all out and finished his apology in one breath. He who felt extremely humiliated before did not seem to be so difficult to implement it now, but he felt a sense of ease. The reporters next to him all showed incredible expressions when they saw this scene. They thought that Zhao Minghui had something important to tell everyone, but they didn't expect to kneel down in front of everyone. This is the live news broadcast of Yanqing. I don't know how many people in Yanqing are watching this scene in front of the TV. Zhao Minghui's kneeling not only lost face, but also the Zhao family. I'm sorry, brother Gao Xiong, this was all a misunderstanding. The Zhao family will definitely send you a big gift to apologize afterwards, and I hope brother Gao Xiong will not care about it. And this sister of Chen Yang, right? I'm really sorry. Zhao Kuang also lowered his head and said. Zhao Kuang's behavior caused shockwaves in the hearts of all the outsiders present. The Zhao family, which has always been invincible, actually apologized to the two unknown young people. If this is said in ordinary times, who would dare to believe it? And what happened to that strange hairstyle? It seemed to be struck by lightning. Lu Xian also looked shocked. She knew the strength of the Zhao family best. He was so arrogant before, but now he looks like this. What did his boyfriend do? Now thinking of what Chen Yang said earlier that my woman doesn't need to beg others, Lu Xian blushed slightly. Zhao Minghui, let me remind you again, if you let me know that you are planning to play Lu Xian again, I will definitely cripple your third leg. Remember, when you see my brother in the future, you have to walk around. Chen Yang scolded mercilessly. Zhao Kuang suppressed the anger in his heart and did not express it. Zhao Minghui didn't dare to speak when he saw his father, so he could only say yes repeatedly. Brother Chen Yang, do you think this will work? Zhao Kuang asked with a smile. Let's forget about it this time, remember the -billion. Chen Yang walked in front of Zhou Yuan without looking back. Captain, Aunt Zhou, Brother Chen, Brother Li, Ziyawai, and Brother Sun, thank you very much. Chen Yang thanked him sincerely. I didn't do anything. Sun Qian said in embarrassment. When he came, he happened to encounter a few people fighting, and Chen Yang's master suddenly appeared behind him, and it didn't help at all. You'll be fine. Shi Ziyawai said in embarrassment. Chen Yuling is my student, even if it's not for you and her, I'm willing to define myself. Zhou Chu pulled Chen Yuling and smiled. It's you, who broke through to the realm of a martial artist in such a short time. Even a great martial artist was suppressed by your punch. I really can't see through you. It's all taught by my master. Chen Yang smiled embarrassingly, and attributed everything to his non-existent master. Don't stand here for people to watch monkeys, let's go eat, we are all starving to death. Zhou Yuan stretched his waist and said. Okay, I know a restaurant, Chen Yang must spend today. 100 billion, damn it, how long will it take to earn it? Han Chen said bitterly. Seeing the sky darken, Chen Yang nodded. In a luxurious private room, Chen Yang got up and picked up a glass of white wine. This kind of thing happened today, I really appreciate everyone's help. I, Chen Yang, am here to offer a toast to everyone, thank you. Chen Yang bowed and said. Hey, why are you being polite? I can't help you, I can't stand it. Li Wixin said with a smile. Yeah, it's all because of my lack of strength, otherwise I would have been able to help brother Xia Yang. Speaking of which, I still want to thank you for saving my life last time. Sun Qian blushed and said, in the last mission, if Chen Yang hadn't lured the ancients away, maybe they would all be wiped out. Don't talk about this, I must be sure to do that. Come on, if you don't get drunk today, you won't go home. Chen Yang toasted again. This cup must be respected to my captain and Han Chen, thank you for trusting me so much. Chen Yang drank it down again. They're all members of the clan. If you join our clan, you're all brothers. You're welcome. Zhou Yuan also raised his glass and said, yes, as long as you invite us to dinner often. With his mouth full of food, Han Chen said vaguely. After several glasses of white wine, Chen Yang finally sat down, and several people started chatting. Chen Yang, why are you practicing so fast? Is there any secret? Sun Qian asked curiously. Listening to Sun Qian's question, other people's attention was also attracted. Yeah, it's a pity that I was worried that your mission would be dangerous. Who knew you were pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Han Chen also chimed in. Haha, it's actually all because of the spiritual liquid that master gave me, Chen Yang said. Spiritual fluid. Gao Xiang instantly understood what Chen Yang was talking about. Chen Yang was not stingy either, and took out a few bottles of spiritual liquid and handed them to everyone present. Fortunately, after he came out, he bought some bottles to fill up the liquid, otherwise it wouldn't be too embarrassing to take out the water bag made of salamander skin. Nice one. As soon as Zhou Yuan opened the bottle and smelled it, the spiritual energy in it poured into his nose instantly, and his brain was instantly cleared up a lot. Zhou Chu was also secretly surprised. This spirit liquid was unheard of, but even a great martial artist could feel the strong vitality and some special energy contained in the spirit liquid. This thing is very precious, I can't take it. Shizuiwei refused. Don't worry, my master has a lot. Chen Yang laughed and said, how would they feel if they knew that he still had hundreds of bottles? Hearing what Chen Yang said, Shizuiwei had no choice but to accept it. What is this? Can drinking it improve the realm? Han Chen smelled it curiously. It's about the same. I don't know what it is. I fed the fat man a little today, and he broke through to a great martial artist in an instant. Chen Yang said. What? So fast? Han Chen hurriedly looked at Gao Xiang. He didn't pay much attention to it before, and after seeing him for a few days, his aura was indeed different from that of a warrior. Brother Yang, this is what you gave me to drink. Gao Xiang quickly put it away. Others may not know how wonderful this ectoplasmic fluid is, but he knows it all too well. After drinking the psychic liquid, not only all the injuries were recovered, but even the realm improved by leaps and bounds. Gao Xiang even felt that his fire element talent had been greatly improved. Captain, would you like to have a drink now? Chen Yang asked. Zhou Yuan has already half-stepped into the grandmaster, and now there is only one missing opportunity. Zhou Yuan had been resisting the temptation of the spiritual liquid, but after hearing what Chen Yang said, he couldn't help but drank it in one go. What a powerful energy. After the spiritual liquid entered his throat, Zhou Yuan's physique was instantly washed. As a top martial artist, his internal meridians also showed signs of expansion, and even the bottleneck of the master was slightly loosened. This is just the reaction of swallowing the spiritual liquid, its stamina has not been reflected yet. Zhou Yuan hurriedly left his seat, found an open place to sit on the floor and entered the state of cultivation. Seeing Zhou Yuan's reaction, Zhou Chu showed a hint of surprise on his face. Within a few minutes, Zhou Yuan's aura continued to rise, and the meridians in his body continued to expand, but the energy of the spiritual liquid had almost disappeared. Sensing Zhou Yuan's state, Chen Yang didn't hesitate anymore, and quickly took out a few more bottles of psychic liquid. Captain, open your mouth. Chen Yang walked over and said. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth slightly when he heard Chen Yang's voice. The spiritual liquid flowed down Zhou Yuan's throat into his body, feeling the majestic spiritual energy, and the bottleneck in Zhou Yuan's body loosened again. With enough energy absorbed, Zhou Yuan relaxed his mind and hit the bottleneck with all his strength. Half an hour later, the energy in Zhou Yuan's body was compressed to the extreme, and the vitality lake became smaller and smaller, finally forming a golden bead. Boom! The energy compressed to the extreme was like a sharp sword splitting the bottleneck, and the aura on his body burst out and enveloped the entire street. Breakthrough. Zhou Chusu stood up, staring fixedly at Zhou Yuan, unwilling to leave for a second. Practitioners in the entire street felt a strong breath, and after a few minutes, this breath receded like a tide and disappeared without a trace. Has anyone broken through? The surrounding cultivators looked at a luxurious restaurant in shock, and they gradually realized that another extraordinary person had appeared in Yanchinj. Zhou Yuan. Inside Zhao's house, Zhao Kuang sat silently on the sofa with a terrifying expression on his face. After feeling the aura of a breakthrough from Zhou Yuan in the distance, Zhao Kuang slowly uttered two words. Brother, Zhou Yuan has made a breakthrough. Zhao Feng opened his eyes, and a ray of light shot out from his pupils. At this moment, the great martial artists in the Li family, the Qian family, and the Sun family all focused their eyes on one place, and the center of their sight was the restaurant where Chen Yang was eating. In the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man took a sip from a teacup. He had already noticed the moment Zhou Yuan broke through. Yanchinj has another grandmaster, the middle-aged man said with a peaceful expression. In the restaurant, Dean Zhou let out a long breath. Opening his eyes, looking at Chen Yang in sight, Zhou Yuan showed a slight smile. Thank you, Chen Yang. Zhou Yuan thanked him from the bottom of his heart. It's a trivial matter, just a little spirit liquid. Chen Yang didn't care. This is not a trivial matter. There are very few people who can become grandmasters. It is a miracle to have one grandmaster among 100,000 practitioners. Even if there is only one master in the entire city of Yan, I will record this great gift of yours. Zhou Yuan said seriously. Brother, congratulations. Zhou Chu stepped forward and congratulated. Younger brother. Chen Yang looked at the two of them, only to find that there was a slight similarity in their faces. No way, Captain, you actually have a sister. Han Chen made a funny expression. It was the first time he heard that the captain had an older sister after joining the joint force for so many years. Tisk tisk tisk, if this gets out, the door frames of your home will probably be crushed. Others were also shocked when they heard the news. Only Li Wixin calmly ate with his vegetables. Among the 4 major families, only the Zhao family has 3 great martial masters. I didn't expect that the Zhou family not only hid a great martial master, but now also has a grand master. In this way, isn't the Zhou family the largest family in Yanchinj? Shi Ziyawai exclaimed. Loki, where are you going to put the city lord? Han Chen said with a smile. Someone is coming. Han Chen still wanted to be funny. Zhou Yuan moved his ears, and heard a messy sound coming from the restaurant. Sure enough, a few people looked out of the window, and at some point downstairs had already parked more than a dozen tens of millions of luxury cars. Wow, Dad is here too. Sun Qian exclaimed when he saw his father. My dad is here too, as well as the head of the Li family. Shi Ziyawai glanced at Li Wixin and said. So fast? Li Wixin didn't seem to be surprised, or he knew that Zhou Yuan's breakthrough master would definitely cause a sensation. The downstairs of the restaurant was already overcrowded, and the ears of these big families were really sensitive, so they could guess where Zhou Yuan was located in no time. I guess I can't finish this meal today. Zhou Yuan smiled and opened the door of the room. Congratulations to Captain Zhou for breaking through to the Grand Master. Sun Xiang came to congratulate him. A loud voice came from outside the door. It was the head of the Sun family who had arrived. Chen Yang looked at the door curiously, and found a familiar figure. President Sun Lin? So she also belongs to the Sun family. Sun Xiang was followed by a beautiful woman. She was wearing a casual wine red dress with many tiny diamonds glittering on it. Oops, I'm about to reveal my truth. Chen Yang thought suddenly. If Sun Lin noticed the ape carried by Chen Yang's avatar, wouldn't she be able to guess her identity in an instant? The matter of the Law Enforcement Bureau has become known to everyone. As a member of the Sun family, it is impossible not to know the sensation caused by Master Chen Yang. No, Xiaoan has never revealed her real body in front of Sun Lin. Even if someone reminded her, she was only suspicious. And I changed my appearance at that time. At most, she can only guess that the young man is my brother from the same school. Thinking of this, Chen Yang heaved a sigh of relief. If his identity is exposed, the outside world can quickly deduce that he has many special talents, and it will be difficult to explain it at that time. Sure enough, when she saw Chen Yang, Sun Lin showed a slight smile, but judging from her expression, she didn't guess that Chen Yang was the young man she traded with. I got some top primordial stones from the Devil's capital, and these are just a small gift for Captain Zhou to break through to the Grandmaster. Sun Qiang motioned to the secretary behind him to hand over a box, and after opening it, there was a dazzling light inside. Congratulations to Captain Zhou for breaking through to the Grandmaster. Soon, another person came up outside the door. It was Li Mingdao, the head of the Li family. Before the words were finished, a word of poetry also came. Immediately afterwards, the head of the Qian family also congratulated outside the door. Behind him, several warriors carried a huge statue of a pure gold 5-clawed golden dragon, which looked very domineering. I, Qian Qingsong, have nothing to give away. I just have a statue at home. I hope Captain Zhou likes it. Qian Qingsong squeezed over and congratulated. Old Qian, this thing of yours is too exaggerated. You should learn more from me. My Li family brought a Tianshan snow lotus. This thing can help great martial artists break through. Li Mingdao asked the younger brother behind him to bring the gift, and when the box was opened, a scent of snow lotus filled the air instantly. My poet family has nothing to give away, so I brought a kiwi fruit, but it can also help Captain Zhou better understand the power of the field. A woman behind Shi Yiyan presented the gift, and Chen Yang saw that it was a K's nanny. I said, Laoli, are you confused? Your Tianshan snow lotus was used by great martial masters to break through. Now that Captain Zhou is a master, you should keep your snow lotus for yourself. Look at my 5-clawed golden dragon. Just your snow lotus, it's not as good as what I gave you. Qian Qingsong mocked. What are you talking about? Just a few pieces of gold of yours can be called a gift. It's not as good as the poet's kiwi fruit. Li Mingdao frowned and belittled. Brother Yang, is that thing real gold? Gao Xiong stared at the 5-clawed golden dragon with wide eyes and exclaimed. Of course, the items sent by the Qian family can still be fake. Look at the warriors behind him, how hard it is to move. This statue weighs at least a dozen tons. Lu Xian said. My dear, more than 10 tons, how much does it cost? Gao Xiong couldn't move his eyes. Not much, just about 300 million. Chen Yang said casually. Chen Yuling looked surprised. This was the first time she had experienced such a thing. It was really rich and powerful to give 3 billion as a gift. It's okay, don't underestimate the snow lotus of Tiantian Mountain. The snow lotus grows on the cliff of the snow mountain, and it is guarded by 5th level fierce beasts all the year round. It is conceivable that it can snatch food from 5th level fierce beasts in such a place. How precious things are, Li Wuxin said. What about the kiwi fruit? Gao Xiong asked curiously. The kiwi fruit was bought by my dad at the auction in Shanghai, and it cost more than 20 billion. Shi Ziyawai explained. Oh my god, I don't know when I will become a grandmaster, it's like getting rich overnight. Gao Xiong was almost drooling watching it. Why didn't the Zhao family come? Sun Qian looked out the window, but did not find the Zhao family. The Zhao family is ashamed, yet they dare to come here. I guess they will visit alone then. Shi Ziyawai guessed. Look downstairs, there are still many families who haven't come up yet. Lu Xian said suddenly. Thank you everyone, the place here is too small, let's change to another hotel. Zhou Yuan said. Okay, let's go to the Jinzun Hotel, the services of our own hotel must be in place. Qian Qingsong said. Then it's troublesome for Mr. Qian. Zhou Yuan said politely. Sun Qian, why are you here? Sun Qiang was puzzled when he found that his son was with everyone. Chen Yang invited us over for dinner, but the captain broke through, and now the food is cold. Sun Qian said with a smile. It seems that letting you join the joint team is the right choice. Sun Qiang praised. Then I'll pay the bill, and we'll gather at the hotel later. Chen Yang said. No, all your money is free this time. The store manager ran over and said with a smile. Chen Yang nodded, made a phone call to his family, and then drove to Jinzun Hotel with a few people. Several families formed a mighty convoy on the road, people who didn't know would think that someone got married at night. Inside the Golden Hotel, Chen Yang and Shi Ziyawai sat at the same table, while Zhou Yuan sat with the heads of the major families. Soon, the banquet began. Qian Qingsong called for more than top beauties to serve tea and water for everyone, and there was an elegant dance performance at the front of the hall. It was the first time for Gao Xiong to attend this kind of reception, his eyes dazzled. Brother Yang, these are big figures in Yanchinj. It's a rare opportunity for us to have some relationship with them. Gao Xiong suggested. Chen Yang doesn't need to find a relationship by himself now. Today, Chen Yang is in the limelight. All the high-ranking people in Yanchinj know that there is a master teacher behind him. It's too late for others to come and curry favor with him. Han Chen didn't care. So there's something going on about our factory opening. Gao Xiong thought about it. Of course, look, Qian Qin is here. Han Chen pointed to a fat man in the distance and said, Brother Chen Yang, congratulations. Qian Qin walked over with a wine glass and smiled. It's not that I broke through to the master, congratulations on what I did. Chen Yang pretended to be confused. Captain Zhou is the captain of the joint team. Isn't that your backer? And now that everyone knows that you have a master teacher, who dares to braid your hair? I will definitely help you with the affairs of your factory. Qian Qin said with an attitude of wrapping around me. That's a lot of hard work. Chen Yang also raised his wine glass. Hey, what are you talking about, Mr. Qian? If you think highly of me, I'll take advantage of it. Just call me Brother Qian. Qian Qin's attitude changed 180 degrees. Chen Yang nodded with a smile and said yes, but he knew very well in his heart that if there was no teacher behind him, the other party would not be so courteous. It was in response to Han Chen's words. After paying homage to Zhou Yuan, many families came over to start a relationship with Chen Yang. Chen Yang agreed one by one, and he drank dozens of glasses of white wine in a short time. Some families secretly gave gifts to Chen Yang, and Chen Yang did not refuse. If you want to gain a firm foothold in Yanchinj, these things are inevitable. Only when you accept gifts from others, will the other party think you are easy to talk to. If you don't accept it, others will think that you have a problem with them, and it will be disadvantageous for you to deal with them in the future. Chen Yang took this opportunity to get to know many bigwigs in the financial and political circles, and he believed that it would be useful someday in the future. Captain Zhou, I hope that my dog will take care of you and your team. If there is anything in the future, the captain will just let me know. As long as my Sun family can do it, I will do my best. Sun Qiang filled a glass of white wine and got up and said. Sun Qian is also a very talented player. Don't worry, Mr. Sun, I will take good care of him. Zhou Yuan agreed with him. I don't know if the joint team will accept people. I also want to send that useless son in my family. Li Mingdao said. Didn't Li Yuchen stay well in the mechanized army? Why call him over? Qian Qingsong said. What's so good about mechanized troops? In this era, we still need to strengthen ourselves. Can those shells destroy the beasts? Li Mingdao hated iron for not being a steel road. I remember that he is also in the realm of a great warrior, right? Since he likes mechanized troops, let him stay. Everyone has his own ambitions, as long as he does not fall behind in his cultivation. Zhou Yuan persuaded. I heard that the troops are now researching some kind of armor. I wonder if it has succeeded. Qian Qingsong asked. You're talking about the super beast armor, right? It's still in the research and development stage. It should come out in a year at most. Zhou Yuan replied. It's better to be a joint team, everything can be used immediately. Li Mingdao said enviously. Don't talk about armor, no matter how powerful it is, it can still be stronger than a martial artist? Team Zhou, I have a question to ask you. I wonder if Chen Yang has a marriage partner. I have a daughter here. She is 22 years old. I don't think I'm bragging about her looks. That's absolutely amazing. How about Captain Zhou being a matchmaker for me? Qian Qingsong asked. Mr. Qian was joking. Who doesn't know that Chen Yang has a girlfriend, so don't ask me about it. You should tell him yourself. Zhou Yuan laughed. What does it matter? Such an excellent man can't have 3 wives and 4 concubines. I think my daughter can grow up, but his girlfriend can be small. Qian Qingsong did not give up and said. Chen Yang didn't know that he had been forced into a marriage here. When he saw Sun Lin approaching, he felt a little restless. Sun Lin is not much older than Chen Yang, only 25 or dash. As a strong woman in the mall, she is not only full of charm, but also charming, and can always control different men in various occasions. Facing such a woman, Chen Yang not only had to control himself, but also resisted the other's temptation, which was really tormenting. At this time, Sun Lin seemed to be drinking a little too much, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her skin that could be broken by bullets made people fall in love with it at a glance. The burgundy crystal dress showed Sun Lin's figure to the fullest, especially those beautiful black silk legs, wearing red high heels. Facing such a woman, Chen Yang was afraid that Lu Xian's misunderstanding would be caused by paying more attention to her. Hi Chen Yang, I have heard your name often before, and now I can finally see it with my own eyes. Sun Lin bent over and sat beside Chen Yang. Lu Xian looked at such an amazing woman with a hint of hostility in her eyes. The one next to him is Lu Xian, who even the Zhao family's son wants to fight for, right? Looking at it now, it really looks like a lotus, pure and lovely. Hearing Sun Lin praise herself so much, she turned her head away in embarrassment. Ms. Sun, hello. Chen Yang nodded politely. Stop calling Ms. Sun, Ms. Sun. It sounds so awkward. I happen to know an acquaintance of yours. He calls me sister, or you can call me sister too. Sun Lin smiled, and stretched out the wine glass in her hand as she spoke. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey. Chen Yang also raised his wine glass, and the two drank it down in one gulp. I don't know which acquaintance Ms. Sun is talking about. Chen Yang asked tentatively. Hehe, it's strange to say that his voice is very similar to yours, and the most important thing is his eyes. When I first saw you, I thought I was mistaken. Seeing that Sun Lin seemed to be testing him, Chen Yang could only smile awkwardly. It's such a coincidence, it can't be my senior brother. Brother. Sun Lin's eyes lit up and she became curious. Can you tell me about your senior brother? I rarely meet him, and he usually stays with Master. Chen Yang said casually. Is there a spirit monkey beside your brother? Sun Lin adjusted her sitting posture, and the body fragrance penetrated into Chen Yang's brain. Yes. Chen Yang moved back and said. Your master is quite powerful, teaching 2 such talented disciples. Seeing Chen Yang's small movements, Sun Lin laughed. Then the two chatted about other things. This is my business card, you can come to my sister next time if you need it. Chen Yang took the business card, which still smelled of Sun Lin. Miss, how are you? Uncle Hong asked after seeing Sun Lin come back. He said that person was his senior brother, and they couldn't tell apart from the similarity in their eyes. Sun Lin thought for a while and said, Uncle Hong, you should be thinking too much. The appearance of the two people is completely different, and as far as I know, Chen Yang does not have the talent of space power, so they should not be the same person. After hearing this, Uncle Hong didn't speak, but lowered his head instead. Who is this girl? Seeing the other party walking away, Lu Xian hurriedly asked. I don't know, it should be the Sun family. Chen Yang put away the business card and said nonsense. Now that you are famous, will there be women who will come to betray you every day? Lu Xian said sadly. What are you thinking? Are you jealous? This shows that you are an excellent man, and I can't see anyone except you. Chen Yang took Lu Xian's little hand and said. What my man, we haven't developed to that point yet. Lu Xian blushed and said. Huh? Which step? Chen Yang knew why and asked. I'm ignoring you? Lu Xian puffed up her cheeks pretending to be angry, looking very cute. The reception didn't end until early in the morning. Seeing many families leaving, Chen Yang also planned to go home. Looking at Zhou Yuan, he, who had broken through to be a master, also seemed a little tired at this time, and it seemed that no matter who was in communication, he would find it troublesome. Captain, let's go back first. Chen Yang pulled Lu Xian and his sister over and said, Teacher, I'm leaving too. Chen Yuling said obediently. Okay, see you tomorrow. Zhou Chu fondled Chen Yuling's little head. Aunt Zhou, if the spiritual liquid is not enough, I still have some here, so don't be polite. Chen Yang said. Okay, Aunt Zhou is old, and you young people will be the people of the world in the future. This spiritual liquid is a waste for me. Zhou Chu said sadly. How come, teacher, you are still young? Chen Yuling smiled mischievously. Go back and rest early, there will be a competition in the team in a few days, I hope you will participate. Zhou Yuan said.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.